Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 4597 to Chapter 4678. Xingyu's words were half true. Perhaps the thing he was looking for was right on the other side of the Yellow Springs Road. Anyway, there would still be a lot of ghosts along the way, and it wouldn't affect the gathering of the essence of dead souls. Is there a problem with the four of us joining? Xianxia asked. You're more than welcome. Xingyu didn't refuse. It was definitely a good thing to have four divine physique echelon experts joining. He couldn't possibly object. I'll join too. We'll join too. In the end, a total of 15 people joined. Apart from the few familiar faces, there were a few unfamiliar faces. However, they were all pretty strong. Although they hadn't reached the divine physique echelon, they were still considered experts among the half-step divine physique echelon experts. Purple Qilin and Cosmic Light had popped out of nowhere, and they had chosen to join as well. Xiao, this is a collaboration. We're not allowed to kill each other. Zilin looked at Xiao in fear and hurriedly said. Don't worry. Before leaving the city of no return, I won't take the initiative to attack you. But you're courting death, so don't blame me. Xiao sneered. Alright, since we've come to an agreement, let's go. The group left the haunted shop and followed Xingyu. Xingyu walked at the front and continued, everyone, listen carefully. When we reach the Yellow Springs path, we will not be able to escape. When we reach the Yellow Springs Road, don't wander around. There are many traps and formations there. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. Don't worry, we'll follow you. No one wanted to court death. After all, no one knew the Yellow Springs Road better than Xingyu. Listening to him was better than wandering around blindly. Xiao didn't think much of it. This guy wasn't trustworthy at all. If they really followed him, who knew if they would be led into a ditch? He had his own judgment of when to follow Xingyu and when to part ways. Anyway, he wouldn't follow like an idiot. In fact, the others probably had the same idea. After all, they were all experts. No one was stupid. After walking for about half an hour, Xiao noticed that the ghosts in the dark kept following them, but they didn't dare to attack. This group of 15 people was too strong. Those ghosts of the Dead Souls clan had some intelligence. Suddenly, the holy rain stopped. After this, it would be the Yellow Springs Road. In front of everyone was a door. This door was much smaller than the door of the City of No Return. However, it was clear that there was a restriction placed on it, and it refused to be opened. Only by breaking this restriction can we enter. Who knows how to break the restriction? Xingyu asked. Let's do it. The ones who spoke were a pair of twins. They looked very similar and could be seen at a glance. Xiao did not say anything. The restriction on this door wasn't anything special, so there was no need for him to do anything. The twin brothers each held a sword, and it looked like they were a set. It was an emperor weapon with a dragon pattern. The younger brother walked to the door and placed his hand on it. The shadow of an old man appeared behind him. This old man's hair and beard were all white. That should be his younger brother's martial soul. Perhaps he was once an expert in mechanisms and formations. As the martial soul appeared, strange runes also appeared on the younger brother's palm. Then, Xiao's Taiji I captured the scene of the restriction on the door breaking. It's my turn next. The elder brother swung his sword at the stone door whose restriction had been broken. Rumble, with a loud sound, a hole was opened in the stone door. Let's go. Xingyu took the lead and was the first to enter. The rest of the people entered in a single file. When they entered the door, Xiao suddenly heard that voice again. Come quickly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao believed that he had heard this voice before entering the City of No Return. Did you hear someone talking? Xiao suddenly asked. You're not scared, are you? Wang Quan looked at Xiao in a tyrannical and sarcastic manner. Xiao did not pay attention to him. It seemed that no one else had heard that voice. Only he had heard it. Could it be Yoshin's voice? Shaking his head, Xiao could not figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. By the time everyone had walked through the door, the hole had already healed. Looking from the outside, there was nothing strange about it. The so-called Yellow Springs Road seemed to be a road that was suffused with green light. There were actually many buildings on this road, but they were all tilted to the left and right, and many places had already collapsed. Except for the Yellow Spring Road glowing with green light, both sides of the road were pitch black, giving people a creepy feeling. Ling Xiao tried to use his Tai Chi eye to look into the darkness, but he could not see anything. He used his soul power to sense. At that moment, a terrifying scene appeared in his mind. He hurriedly retracted his soul power. It was too terrifying. Ah! Someone screamed. Ling Xiao looked over. That person was holding his head in fear. Xianxia walked over and forcibly blocked that person's soul power. Only then did that person gradually calm down. Don't try to use your soul power to check. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Xianxia reminded. Ling Xiao also said, I just noticed a few shadows spying on us in the darkness. Everyone, be careful. After all, they were still a team for the time being. Ling Xiao did not want them to die too quickly. Otherwise, the pressure would be on them. What are you afraid of? No matter what the hell it is, we'll just chop it up. If you're scared, then go back. Wang Quan mocked. Believe it or not, if you dare to say that again, I'll kill you. There was a limit to Ling Xiao's patience. If Wang Quan continued to spout nonsense, he would not let him go. Wang Quan opened his mouth domineeringly, then closed it again. Thinking of Wang Quan's miserable state, although he was angry, he was also afraid. He really didn't dare to offend Ling Xiao. Thus, everyone continued to move forward. The Yellow Springs Road was not a straight path, and the troublesome thing was that there were actually different forks in the road. Everyone chose a fork in the road and went deeper. In any case, he had never been here before, so he wasn't sure what the fork represented. He might as well try them one by one. There were some strange sculptures on both sides of the path. These sculptures were all like real people. She was like a wax figure in a wax museum. Everyone, be careful. Xianxia reminded. What are you afraid of? They're just wax figures. The younger twin touched the wax figures, and they did feel like wax figures. Moreover, he did not find any incantations or restrictions on them. This fork was very long, and the more they walked, the more nervous they became. Even their breathing became rapid. Something's wrong. I feel that there's one more footstep. Ling Xiao suddenly said. His ears were very sensitive because he had been modified by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Are you kidding me? Wang Quan could not help but talk back to Ling Xiao. However, Yuchen hurriedly shouted, be careful. In the next moment, a figure suddenly charged toward Wang Quan. Because he was the one who underestimated his opponent the most. Everyone looked carefully at the figure, and it was actually a wax figure on the side of the road. The speed of the wax figurine's attack was too fast. Many people couldn't react in time. However, Ling Xiao could clearly see that the wax figurine was still a wax figurine, but some kind of array was activated inside the figurine. Only then did it start moving. The wax figurine was a female. She held 2 daggers in her hands and stabbed them toward Wang Quandao's head. She actually knew that Wang Quandao was a divine body realm martial artist and that his head was his vital point. However, Wang Quandao was a divine body realm martial artist after all. The strength of this wax figurine was at most half-step divine body realm. When the wax figurine was about 1 foot and 1 meter away from him, Wang Quandao suddenly threw a punch. The wax figurine shattered into pieces right away. They scattered all over the ground. F***CK, how dare you sneak attack me? As he spoke, Wang Quandao even stepped on the shattered pieces of the wax figurine a few times. If you guys aren't leaving, I'll make a move first. Ling Xiao looked at him as if he was an idiot and leaped forward. Although a half-step divine body realm wax figurine wasn't scary, what if there was a divine body realm wax figurine among them? Wang Quandao didn't die, which only meant that he was lucky and strong. If it were someone else, they might not be able to block it. Moreover, it was just a wax figurine. One had to know that there were hundreds of wax figurines on both sides of the road. If all of them rushed over like a swarm of bees, someone would definitely be unlucky. Even if they killed these guys, there wouldn't be any death essence. What was there to fight with them for? Let's go. Xingyu also shouted. However, it was already a little too late. The wax figurines on both sides of the road all came to life one by one. They attacked from the front and back, blocking the road completely. Moreover, they couldn't fly in this place at all. They could only run. If they didn't get rid of all the wax figurines on the road, they wouldn't be able to pass. Don't care about the ones behind. Charge forward with all your strength. Don't hold back. Xingyu shouted. At this time, if anyone still tried to be sneaky, they would really be pushing the whole team into a fire pit. Bam, Ling Xiao punched a wax figurine away. This wax figurine was different from the one that sneaked an attack on Wang Quandao. He was actually wearing armor. At first, he thought that the armor was just a sculpture. He didn't expect it to really have defensive effects. When he hit it, it was as hard as iron. But fortunately, Ling Xiao's attack power was strong enough and still pierced through that guy. As he faced the next wax figure, he suddenly had an idea and transformed into the Hell Phoenix. The fists were wrapped in blazing flames, and the wax figures were easily destroyed when they touched them. Use fire! He roared. Everyone understood what was going on and attacked one after another. Although everyone might not be proficient in fire attribute martial skills, there would always be one or two fire attribute methods. At this moment, it was clear who was better. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were the most relaxed. Not only were they powerful, but they were also good at using fire attacks. Next was Cold Plum, who was at the second level of the Divine Body realm. Basically, they didn't even need to make a move. The branches or roots that suddenly appeared could directly penetrate those wax figures. Purple Qilin, Yu Chen, Holy Rain, and Silver Dragon were basically on the same level. Although Wang Quanbadao and Lang Qingqing were also at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon, it was obvious that their battle prowess was lacking. The other 6 people were in an awkward position because they were only half-step Divine Physique Echelon cultivators. His performance was not very impressive. On the other hand, the twins working together was quite interesting. Their attacks came one after another, one after another. When the two of them worked together, they were stronger than most half-step Divine Physique Echelon cultivators. In front of them, there were still countless wax figures that swept over like a flood. Fortunately, none of them were weak, so they were able to cut through the thorns. After more than 10 minutes, they finally made it through this part of the journey. The wax figures that were destroyed had completely disappeared. Those that weren't destroyed returned to the sides of the road and became still wax figures. They seemed to be waiting for the next wave of people to arrive. Are you all okay? Holy Rain frowned and asked. We're fine. Although some of them were panting, they finally made it through this stage. Then let's continue. To be honest, some of them were already thinking of retreating. But since they were already here, they couldn't go back at all. If they were to go back or stay where they were, they would probably face even more terrifying dangers. The only thing they could do was to continue moving forward. After all, there were 9 Divine Body Realm experts in this team. They were quite reliable. Speaking of which, these wax figures could only be considered a small test. Although it seemed dangerous, as long as they discovered it in time and worked together, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, they were just some brainless wax figures. Although they could move and attack, they were just moving according to some rules. Holy Rain led the group forward. After passing through this fork, they finally arrived at a more spacious place. The ground was still glowing with green light. This meant that this place was still within the range of the Yellow Spring Path. Everyone moved forward nervously in the main hall, but nothing happened. Holy Rain suggested that they rest here for 10 minutes before continuing. After all, not everyone was like Ling Xiao, who had such terrifying stamina. Then, the group continued moving forward. When they walked out of the main hall, everyone was stunned. This place was actually a cemetery. Numerous tombs could be seen piled up there, and dense wisps of nether fire could be seen hovering in midair. It was really scary. As expected of the city of no return. They're all ghosts. Ling Xiao lamented. Be careful of the tombs. A ghost might come out of these tombs at any time. Xingyu reminded before walking out of the room. The rest followed behind, not daring to be negligent. The cemetery was quiet, and no living things could be seen. No monsters crawled out of the tombs. It was just too quiet. This kind of silence made everyone feel very uncomfortable. They felt goosebumps. These ghost fire are really beautiful. A half-step divine body realm female martial artist said with a smile. She even reached out to grab it. The people of the Black Tortoise continent knew what ghost fire was, so they wouldn't mistake it for monsters. Therefore, it was normal for them not to be afraid. The others didn't say anything. However, at this moment, boom, a terrifying explosion resounded. The girl who was talking and laughing a moment ago was blown into pieces. The terrifying wave sent the rest of the people flying. No one knew this girl, so her death didn't cause too much of a stir. However, this terrifying scene caused everyone's hearts to tighten. Be careful. These ghost fire can explode, and it's very powerful. Holy Rain shouted. Although these words came a little late. Even an idiot could tell that the ghost fire could kill people. There were only 14 people left in the team of 15. These aren't ghost fire, they're self-destructing ghost spirits. Holy Rain frowned and said, I suddenly remembered that I read about them in the information I saw before. Even if one of them self-destructs, it can kill any martial artist below the half-step divine body realm. If there are too many of them, even divine body realm martial artists won't be able to withstand it. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. This godforsaken place was filled with self-destructing ghost spirits, and they were everywhere. Once all of them exploded, everyone would probably die. We have to leave this place quickly, or else we'll be in trouble. But where should we go? Someone asked. This godforsaken place was a mausoleum. There were still dense will-o'-the-wisps ahead. Should they retreat? However, when they looked back, the green light had already disappeared and was replaced by silent darkness. There's no way back. Looks like we can only move forward. Xianxia gritted her teeth and walked forward. Everyone had no choice but to move forward. Since there was no way back, they had no other choice. What else could they do but move forward? However, they stopped again after taking about 10 steps. There were countless will-o'-the-wisps ahead. It was impossible to charge through. There's none behind us. There's also one on the left and right. Damn it. Is retreat the only way? They clearly don't want us to move forward. Xianxia stood there and looked ahead coldly. Suddenly, he pointed his finger. A terrifying light pierced through the darkness and flew out. The next moment, a series of booms rang out crazily, as if it was a New Year's celebration. The path ahead was completely illuminated. In any case, everything within a 1-mile radius was filled with will-o'-the-wisps. Many tombs were directly blasted open. However, after the explosion, the will-o'-the-wisps still didn't decrease. They could even see some blood-red will-o'-the-wisps. They could clearly sense the aura of divine physique echelon experts from those blood-red will-o'-the-wisps. Looking back, they couldn't see any will-o'-the-wisps. There were also fewer will-o'-the-wisps on the left and right. What should we do? Xianxia turned around and said, the path behind us has been cut off. Although there are fewer will-o'-the-wisps on the left and right, we might not be able to get out of here. The only way is to move forward. No matter what you choose, my opinion won't change. However, we're a team now. I suggest we raise our hands to vote. I choose to move forward. We agree to move forward. Xianxia made the decision for Xiaojin and the others. Same for us. Yu Chen and Wang Quanba also agreed. We won't retreat either. Zilin and Zhou Guang said. They had lost to Xianxia. Once they went out, they might be killed by Xianxia. Therefore, they needed an opportunity to become stronger again. Not only would they have the ability to protect themselves, but they might even be able to kill Xianxia. In the end, only the 5 half-step divine physique realm martial artists were left trembling with fear, not knowing what to do. After all, their strength was too weak. The twins gritted their teeth and walked out. Let's go. 12-3. The 3 of you can either follow us or fend for yourselves here. Although this is cruel, there is no other way. Xianxia looked at the remaining 3 and said. Then let's go. It was Ghost Fish, the warrior from the deep-sea dragon field who had entered the world of souls a long time ago. There's no other way. The other two nodded helplessly. If he stayed here, there was no way he could survive. However, if they continued to move forward, even though it was dangerous, they would still have a chance of survival. Prepare your defensive treasures and charge. The Divine Body Realm martial artists were at the forefront. The fact that a half-step Divine Physique Realm martial artist stayed at the back is already very considerate of you. If you were still killed by the explosion, it can only mean that you are too weak. Xingyu gritted his teeth. He was the one leading the team, so he naturally had to be at the forefront. His clothes suddenly flashed with a dazzling white light. 2 dragon tattoos appeared on his clothes. A huge shield appeared in his right hand. On the shield was a birdman with wings. This shield was even stronger. It actually had 3 dragon tattoos. The heaven sacred ground was indeed one of the top 3 forces. Moreover, it was the only force that could overthrow the Eternal Emperor region. Even the Savage Beast region couldn't do this. Although the Savage Beast region was also very powerful, their forces were scattered. The Saintess Palace, Beast Imperial Palace, and Divine Dragon Palace were only in an alliance. They weren't close enough. However, the Heaven Sacred Ground martial artists were crazy. They worshipped their one and only sacred lord. Therefore, their combat strength was terrifying. Other than him, the others also took out their defensive treasures. Anyway, there were all kinds of treasures. Ling Xiao didn't take anything. His physical body was equivalent to an emperor artifact with 7 dragon tattoos. It was even stronger than those people's treasures. Are you ready? Xingyu asked. Everyone nodded. Alright, let's go. Xingyu took the lead and charged out. Ling Xiao and the others followed closely behind. At this time, no one wanted to be sneaky. After all, they might be abandoned by others if they tried to be sneaky. Moreover, they hadn't even seen the shadow of the treasure. No one was stupid. If they chose to fight among themselves at this time, it would be pure madness. The self-destructing specters were very sensitive to the aura of life. When everyone was far away from them, they wouldn't have any reaction. However, when everyone got close, the self-destructing specters rushed over in groups. When they looked up, the sky was filled with sparks. The terrifying specters crashed into everyone's defenses. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Although there was no problem at first. However, the further they went, the greater the pressure. Even an emperor artifact with 3 dragon tattoos seemed to be unable to withstand it. Get out of the way. Ling Xiao suddenly pushed Xingyu away. If this continued, everyone would be in danger. He thought of a way to solve this once and for all. The ghost lantern suddenly appeared in his hand. The ghost lantern was the Ghost Fire King's treasure. When the self-destructing specters saw the ghost lantern, they immediately retreated in fear. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them escape. The ghost lantern was activated, and a large amount of specters surged into the ghost lantern. They turned into the ghost lantern's energy. Ling Xiao discovered that the ghost lantern could become very terrifying after absorbing the specters. There were 9 gems on the ghost lantern. When all 9 gems lit up, the ghost lantern could release an ultimate skill. This ultimate skill was 100 times stronger than normal attacks. As the ghost lantern absorbed the specters, the gems kept shining. Of course, no one knew why. However, when they saw the ghost lantern in Ling Xiao's hand, they became greedy. A emperor artifact with 9 dragon tattoos. Killing intent flashed in Yu Chen's eyes. However, he controlled himself. At this time, he still needed to rely on Ling Xiao to pass through. He couldn't act recklessly. With Ling Xiao's ghost lantern, the originally dangerous self-destructing specters became extremely simple. After about 10 minutes, everyone finally reached the end of the tomb. It's really scary but not dangerous. Brother Ling is amazing. You even have such a treasure? Lang Qingqing said enviously. She had mixed feelings. In the beginning, she looked down on Ling Xiao. After that, Ling Xiao used the fact that he had saved her life to blackmail her. She simply hated Ling Xiao. However, now, she was conflicted. Looking at Ling Xiao, she even felt some admiration. It's not surprising that you obtained something from killing the Ghost Fire King. If you can kill the Ghost Fire King, you can naturally obtain the same thing. Ling Xiao said calmly. You actually killed the Ghost Fire King. Xingyu exclaimed. Previously, he thought it was just a joke and didn't take it seriously. However, looking at the ghost lantern in Ling Xiao's hand, he had no choice but to believe it. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios why? Didn't I tell you? Then I'm really low-key. Ling Xiao kept the lantern and smiled faintly. He knew that other than the three people beside him, everyone else wanted the lantern. However, he was not afraid. Whoever wanted to take his things could only wait for bad luck. Let's go. Xingyu retracted his gaze. If we can walk out of the Yellow Springs path, we will also have a chance to get an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. He lifted his foot and walked forward. As they were leaving, they suddenly saw a gloomy palace in front of them. The door of the palace was already rotten. The strong moldy smell made people feel very uncomfortable. Boom, Xingyu smashed the door with a punch. Anyway, there was no restriction on the door. He did not want to touch such a dirty thing with his hands. The moment the door opened, everyone was dumbfounded. In this gloomy hall, there were actually rays of bright light shining. Oh my god, it's a supreme-grade spirit stone. Supreme-grade spirit stones were rare even in the chaotic desert. Other than the higher-ups of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, most people would not be willing to use them. After all, one supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within it was extremely abundant. After reaching the divine physique realm, the effect of high-grade spirit stones was almost negligible. One had to use supreme-grade spirit stones. In this palace, there were at least tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. What did it mean to have tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones? One had to know that the most powerful people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds would only consume 100 supreme-grade spirit stones every month. An emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns was only worth 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. In theory, these supreme-grade spirit stones could buy 10 emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. Even a fool could see that the value was so high. How do we split it? Xingyu asked. Of course we split it equally. The half-step divine physique realm old man said. Split it equally? Are you worthy? Wang Quan said domineeringly as he looked at the old man with disdain. I don't care how you split it. My boss will take at least half of it. Xiao Jin said. Why? The others were unhappy. Do you still need to ask? If it wasn't for our boss, we wouldn't have been able to come out of the tomb. Xiao Jin said. Then the 4 of you will take 5,000, and we'll split the rest. Xingyu said after a moment of silence. Bullsh***, aren't you embarrassed? 5,000 belongs to boss alone. As for the remaining 5,000, I, Sister Cold Plum, and Brother Silver also want to split it. Xiao Jin's words were very direct, not giving Xingyu any face. Ling Xiao, don't be too greedy. How about you take 1,000 and we split the rest? Xingyu frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. Hee hee. Ling Xiao smiled. Originally, I thought that what Xiao Jin said was enough. Since you're not willing, I'll take a little more. 8,000. The remaining 2,000 will be divided among the 14 of you. You. Don't push your luck. Zilin roared. What? Do you still want to fight? If you want, I'll accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao mocked. Zilin immediately shut his mouth. He clearly remembered how terrifying Ling Xiao was. How scary was Cold Plum? Step forward if you don't agree. Ling Xiao said coldly, to be honest, I'm being merciful by giving you these 2,000. If you're still not satisfied, don't even think about getting a single piece. Ling Xiao, do you think you have more people? You only have 4 divine physique echelon warriors. We have 6 divine physique echelon warriors. Me, Lang Qingqing, Yu Chen, Wang Quan Badeo, Hai Shixiang, and Zi Lin, do you think you're a match for us? Xingyu wasn't willing to compromise on this matter. The half-step divine physique echelon warriors were basically ignored. This was what Ling Xiao said. After encountering the treasure, this originally weak group started to fight among themselves. You'll know when you try. Ling Xiao sneered. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Suddenly, the image of a teleportation array appeared in the center of the hall. It attracted everyone's attention. In the next moment, 15 undead spirit warriors appeared in the teleportation array. The number was exactly the same as before. Furthermore, all of them were terrifying existences wearing blood-colored battle armor. The undead spirit emperor's personal guards. Xiao Jin exclaimed and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and said coldly, "Stop fighting among yourselves, let's work together and get rid of these personal guards first. As for the spirit stones, whoever kills more will get more. Is that okay?" At this moment, Ling Xiao knew that they couldn't fight among themselves. These were 15 terrifying undead spirit clan warriors. Every one of them was at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Moreover, there were numbers on their bodies. From 1 to 15, they were probably guarding these supreme-grade spirit stones. Naturally, the others wouldn't reject Ling Xiao's suggestion. In the face of such powerful enemies, if they continued to fight among themselves, there would only be one outcome: total annihilation. But there are 15 enemies and only 14 of us. Moreover, a few half-step divine physique echelon warriors won't be able to handle them. Xingyu frowned and said, "The 4 of you, work together to restrain one undead spirit." Ling Xiao arranged. All right. If they couldn't even do this, then these 4 half-step divine physique echelon warriors should get lost. Xingyu, Yu Chen, Wang Quan, Lang Qingqing, Hai Shixiang, Zi Lin, and Bai Yinzilong, the 7 of you will deal with one each. Although they weren't used to Ling Xiao giving orders, they could only listen at this moment. Because they had no other choice. For the remaining 7, Cold Plum and Xiao Jin will be responsible for 2 each. Is that okay with you? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. Alright, I'll deal with the last 3. Let's begin. After Ling Xiao finished his arrangements, everyone had already rushed out, each facing their own opponents. Ling Xiao immediately enveloped the 3 first-level divine physique echelon undead clan martial artists within his martial soul barrier. This insignificant ant dares to face the 3 of us. The 2 of you don't have to do anything. I'll do it. The warrior with the number 3 walked towards Ling Xiao with disdain and indifference in his eyes. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment that he could speak. However, he soon understood. Even the King of Dead Souls could speak, so there was no reason why the Emperor's personal guard couldn't. Come on, little bastard. If you can hurt me, I'll let you go. Undead Soul Guard number 3 sneered. Really? Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, this kid is indeed a good-for-nothing. Even if I don't use my hands, you're still no match for me, let me tell you, we're the Undead Emperor's personal guards. With your strength, you're not even fit to clean our shoes. Undead Soul Guard number 3 was even more disdainful. At this moment, Ling Xiao made his move. Not his true self, but the Demon Lord, Ling Xiao knew clearly that it was impossible for him to win against 3 first-level divine physique echelon warriors. Therefore, he didn't plan to face the 3 of them head-on right from the start. He had to take advantage of their underestimation and kill one of them first. This way, it would be much easier to deal with the remaining 2. End of chapter. Even Undead Guard number 3 was underestimated by Ling Xiao. Thus, he lost his life. Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into Demon Lord Ling Xiao. The East Victory Demon Sword instantly slashed at Undead Guard number 3. Too fast, too sudden, so fast that the other 2 Undead Guards couldn't even help in time. Undead Guard number 3 even maintained his previous contempt and disdain. His head had already been pierced. Even the undead essence was taken out by Ling Xiao. Number 3. The other 2 undead guards only reacted at this moment. Unfortunately, it was too late. I'm going to kill you. Undead Guard number 5 seemed to have a good relationship with number 3. Seeing that number 3 was killed, he pounced toward Ling Xiao crazily. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. Idiot. He suddenly took out the ghost lantern. A fire dragon engulfed number 5's entire body. One had to know that the ghost lantern was a treasure that could even burn a second-level divine body realm martial artist to death. Number 5 was only at the first-level divine body realm. How could he resist it? In an instant, another one was killed. Ling Xiao returned to his original body. Although such a battle was easy, it didn't do much to increase his original body's strength. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't plan to continue using it. He entered the black goat undead beast soul transformation state. He looked at the remaining undead guard indifferently. His body was marked with number 1, although these 15 undead guards had the same cultivation level. Their strength was also divided into strong and weak. The closer the number was to the front, the stronger it was. This number 1 was the most terrifying one among the 15 undead guards. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao looked at him and smiled faintly. You're really a cunning human, and very dangerous. I give up resisting, just kill me. Number 1 closed his eyes, as if he had accepted the fate of death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao smiled. His figure suddenly flashed, and the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand suddenly pierced out. The speed of this attack was as fast as lightning. At the very least, martial artists below the second level of the Divine Body realm wouldn't be qualified to compete with him in terms of speed. The sword pierced his opponent's head. Blood splattered everywhere. If it were anyone else, they would probably be celebrating right now. Because he had killed his opponent, the battle had ended. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sneer. He abruptly thrust the East Victory Heaven sword to his side. It was faster and more powerful. Ding! As the cold light collided, a figure was forced back. You actually saw through my clone? Number 1 seemed very surprised. On the surface, there was no difference between his clone and his main body. Even if it was pierced, it would also bleed. This was because his clone was a blood clone. Regardless of whether it was his eyes or his soul power scanning, there was no difference at all. In the past, who knew how many martial artists had died at the hands of his blood clones? Therefore, his plan was very simple. It was to pretend to give up and let Ling Xiao kill him. Then, when the other party was not paying attention, he would suddenly attack. Kill Ling Xiao. The plan was perfect, and Ling Xiao had also successfully taken the bait. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through his scheme. What a joke. Ling Xiao was someone who had the Taiji eye. The Taiji eye could see through all pretenses. No matter how real that blood clone was, it still couldn't escape his eyes. Moreover, Ling Xiao was very cautious and cunning to begin with. How could he easily believe that number 1 would choose to commit suicide? It wasn't that easy for anyone to sneak up on him. He originally planned to beat him at his own game and make use of the other party's mentality that his scheme had succeeded to kill him. However, it seemed like his main body didn't have that much attack power. Also, this number 1 wasn't a fool. He was also very cautious. He had already prepared a way out. Didn't you say you wanted me to kill you? Why, are you regretting it now? Ling Xiao looked at number 1 and mocked him. The surprise on number 1's face quickly disappeared, and he said indifferently, "You're wrong. I only asked you to kill my clone. I don't regret it. You also did the same. You really know how to quibble. Why don't I stand here and let you kill me?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. You stand there and let me kill you? Number 1 froze for a moment, then immediately shook his head and said, "You're too cunning. I don't want to be like number 3 and number 5. I fell for your trick." Thank you for the compliment. I'm really overwhelmed by the favor. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I didn't compliment you. You. The last word was because he was surprised. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao launched another attack. Usually, it was him who schemed against others. He didn't expect that this time, he would be schemed against by others. Ling Xiao's sudden attack was extremely fast. Escape light, there was almost no time interval between this move. The terrifying sword chi directly pierced towards number 1's head. Although number 1 had a blood clone, it was simply useless in front of Ling Xiao. This made number 1 extremely depressed. I thought I picked up a soft persimmon, but I didn't expect it to be a lump of iron. Swoosh, the sword light slid past his ear. He had already dodged very quickly, but half of his ear was still cut off. Fortunately, the undead spirit clan didn't feel pain. Otherwise, he would probably be screaming in pain now. Good boy, you're ruthless. Number 1 snorted coldly. A sickle appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Xianxia with it. Ding 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 ding, the two of them constantly collided with the martial spirit barrier. Their speed was extremely fast. Every collision could make Xianxia vomit blood. It seems that with my current cultivation, it's too difficult to directly fight a first-level divine body realm martial artist with my original body. Thinking of this, Xianxia summoned the Sky Tyrant martial spirit without hesitation. It merged into his body. His strength instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, he released the Sun God's blood formation. He activated the second layer of Bloody Rat Demon. His combat strength skyrocketed again. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. But he wasn't as depressed as before. Xianxia didn't dare to underestimate number 1 at all. If it was Xianxia, the demon lord, he might be able to win easily. But with his original body, Xianxia, it would really take some effort. But seeing the energy in his cultivation increasing continuously, Xianxia felt that it was worth it. Every divine body realm martial artist he met now was the key to his cultivation breakthrough. Boom boom boom, all the battles in the main hall were in progress. There were a total of 11 battles. In order not to affect each other, everyone was relatively far away. This way, they could fight with peace of mind. Of course, everyone consciously avoided the supreme-grade spirit stones. Although supreme-grade spirit stones were very hard and not easy to destroy, accidents could still happen. It was better to be cautious. What was surprising was that this main hall clearly had some kind of restriction. When an attack hit the wall, it would suddenly disappear. As if it was sucked away by something. This also prevented the battle from causing too much commotion and destroying the main hall. Although Xiao's battle was relatively easy. But the other battles were very tragic. They were basically playing with their lives. These 11 battles were basically evenly matched at the moment. The 4 half-step divine body realm martial artists relied on their dharma treasures and didn't fall into a disadvantage for the time being. Xianxia was most concerned about the battle between Cold Plum and Little Gold. After all, this was a 1-on-2 battle. Fortunately, the two of them were performing very well. Not only did they not seem to be at a disadvantage, they became more and more courageous. Seeing this, Xianxia was relieved. He focused on the battle with number 1 in front of him. Number 1's greatest reliance was the blood clone. Unfortunately, this technique was worthless in front of Xianxia. This caused him to gradually be at a disadvantage in the battle. One had to know that the Sun God's blood formation could not only increase Xiao's strength. It could also continue to weaken the opponent's strength. The difference between the two of them was huge. Gradually, number 1 felt that something was wrong. He was eager to end the battle quickly. I can only go all out. Number 1 was anxious. He, who had always been calm, finally lost his rationality in front of Xianxia. He knew that the blood clone was useless, but he still used it forcefully. In an instant, the martial soul barrier was almost completely occupied by the blood clones. There were hundreds of them. Humph. Xianxia snorted. He directly used the endless divine fist. The sky was filled with fist shadows. The blood clones that were hit were instantly shattered. You've been tricked. Number 1's voice suddenly sounded from behind. He used the blood clone's ultimate profound meaning. This power Upanishad could divide his real body into 2 parts and mix them with the blood clones. Although the real body split would only have half of the original attack power. If the sneak attack succeeded, Xianxia would definitely die. The sickle in his hand slashed at Xiao's neck. No. Number 1's expression changed drastically. Because what the sickle targeted was obviously an illusion. It did not feel like a real body at all. Have you ever understood the power of the phantom of the holy ground? Xiao's voice sounded from behind number 1. The heavenly victory sword directly pierced through the opponent's head. Number 1 only had half of his strength, so naturally, he was easily killed. The other half was also killed by Xiao 10 minutes later. Since then, Xiao had killed 3 first-level divine physique echelon undead personal guards. He had obtained 3 necromancy essences. He had already gathered 100 necromancer's essences. After killing number 1, number 3, and number 5, Ling Xiao did not immediately help the others. Instead, he stood there and watched coldly. Yu Chen, Zi Lin, Xing Yu, and Bai Yinzilong did not need his help at all. He had already suppressed his opponent. Victory was only a matter of time. Cold Plum and Xiao Jin had already taken care of their respective opponents. Now that it was one-on-one, they had a greater advantage. Lang Qingqing, Royalty Bideo, and Sea Lion Hero were in trouble. His body had already suffered many injuries. He was being suppressed by his opponent. As for the 4 half-step divine physique realm martial artists, they were killed because of the ghost fish. Now, the disadvantage was very obvious. I didn't expect that Guiyu would die in such a manner. He's really unlucky. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head, without the slightest bit of sympathy. Ghost fish wanted to kill him back then, but in the end, he used a magic treasure to escape. This time, there was no way for him to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit stones placed there. Although there was an array formation protecting them, it was still not enough. Although there was a protective array around them, it was not a problem for him. He stepped forward and put the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones into his Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao, you bastard! Seeing that Ling Xiao had taken all the spirit stones away, Royalty Bideo flew into a rage. However, he was distracted for a moment, and his throat was pierced by his opponent's sword. Although this was not enough to kill Royalty Bideo, but it caused him to be seriously injured. It was impossible for him to recover in a short time. Thank me. If we weren't teammates now, I wouldn't have saved you. Ling Xiao jumped in front of Royalty Bideo and blocked the fatal blow for him. Royalty Bideo's opponent was number 14. He was considered the weakest among the 15. Moreover, he was injured in the battle with Royalty Bideo and had consumed a lot of energy. Ling Xiao only used his true body to kill his opponent in one move. 4. Previously, they had agreed that whoever killed the most undead spirit guards would get more spirit stones. At this moment, another person let out a scream. The twin brothers were killed. Zhou Guang was so scared that he turned around and fled. 4 people couldn't kill one opponent. Then it was impossible for him to do it alone. Unfortunately, the undead guard didn't give him the chance at all. Ling Xiao wanted to save him, but it was too late. Zhou Guang was directly cut in half by the sickle. Ling Xiao jumped over and killed the undead guard from behind. 5. Ling Xiao, help me! The Sea Lion Hero suddenly shouted. Compared to spirit stones, he wanted his life more. Although he had already seriously injured his opponent at this time, his injuries were even worse. If this continued, he would definitely die. He could only ask for help. Void Shattering Finger, transcend the void. Ling Xiao used the first level of Void Shattering Finger and directly stabbed Sea Lion Hero's opponent. 6. At this moment, Cold Plum and Little Gold had also finished their battle. Both of them were second-level Divine Body Realm powerhouses after all. As long as one of them was killed, it would be easy. So far, the Battle Alliance's team had already killed 10 undead guards. If the 10,000 spirit stones were divided into 3 portions, they would get 2 portions. Miss Qingqing, do you need help? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. At this moment, Lang Qingqing was also in trouble. She originally wanted to wait for Xingyu to save her. But now, it seemed that she couldn't wait any longer. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and help. Lang Qingqing was also very helpless. She had already tried her best, but the opponent was too strong. There was nothing she could do. Okay. Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed over. The East Victory Sky sword in his hand burst out a terrifying light. Only a little bit left. This was also a sword light that directly killed Lang Qingqing's already seriously injured opponent. Then, with a perfect arc, it also killed Zilin's opponent. 8. This was Ling Zhao's personal result. Bastard, what are you doing? Zilin said angrily. Sorry, my hand accidentally slipped. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, Yu Chen, Xing Yu, and Bai Yinzilong all killed their opponents one after another. The battle had ended. It could be said that it was a Pyrrhic victory. The half-step divine physique realm martial artists were all dead. Wang Quanbadao and Hai Shixiang were seriously injured. Lang Qingqing was also seriously injured. Ling Xiao, you bastard, you didn't save them. You're stealing my kill. Zilin roared angrily. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao looked at Zilin coldly. I didn't save them. If I didn't save them, Wang Quanbadao, Hai Shixiang, and Lang Qingqing would all die. Those people are too weak, I couldn't save them in time. You dare to slander me? Boss, don't talk nonsense with that kid. He's not capable, yet he's still shouting. Xiao Jin said disdainfully. Ling Xiao sneered and began to distribute the spirit stones. Our Battle Alliance team has already killed 13 Commander Kisses. I'll take 9,000 spirit stones. As for the remaining 1,000, Yu Chen and Xingyu will take 500 each. Any questions? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. Although the two of them were somewhat helpless, they could only accept it. This was already much better than what they had imagined. I'll give you 1,000 silver. Cold Plum and Xiao Jin, you two will take 2,000 each. Ling Xiao was never stingy with his brothers. Ling Xiao still had 4,000 top-grade spirit stones even after distributing them to his brothers. This was already the most he had. Boss, I don't want it. Me too. Cold Plum and Xiao Jin shook their heads. Seeing that Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, Xiao Jin said, Boss, if you think highly of me, just accept it. I already took your Phoenix Martial Soul and Death Wither, it's not right to ask for more spirit stones. That's right, Master, I also got the Eternal Fruit and Ancient War Tree. Cold Plum said. Fine, I'll keep it for now. Ling Xiao wasn't a bashful person, so he had 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. You guys are making me embarrassed. Yilong smiled bitterly and said, How can I take 1,000? How about this, I'll only take 500. I'll return the remaining 500 to you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You don't have to do this. I just want to let some people see that those who are with me, Ling Xiao, will never suffer. Alright, then I'll accept your offer. Yilong really thought highly of Ling Xiao now. This method of winning people over is amazing, even he was touched. Perhaps he couldn't repay this favor here. However, when he returned to Golden City, he had to do something for Ling Xiao no matter what. Are we still going forward? After distributing the spirit stones, Ling Xiao looked at Xingyu and asked. Of course. Xingyu said, Anyway, all the trash are dead, and the rest are divine physique realm martial artists, they won't drag us down. Alright, then let's rest for a while. When the three of them recover, we'll continue. Ling Xiao didn't care. Although Lang Qingqing, Hai Shixiang, and Wang Quanbadao's injuries were very serious, they had brought excellent recovery medicine with them. In just half an hour or so, he had almost fully recovered. Let's go. Seeing that it was about time, Xingyu asked everyone to continue. Although Ling Xiao got the most top-grade spirit stones this time, Xingyu and Yuchen also got 500. It was a great harvest. They looked forward to the road ahead even more. There were 3 exits to the hall. Everyone chose the middle path. Are you sure you didn't see anything? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Stop trying to be mysterious. How many times has it been? Wang Quan domineering snapped. He didn't even get a single top-grade spirit stone. He was in a bad mood. However, it never occurred to him that his life was saved by Ling Xiao. If not for Ling Xiao, he would have died long ago. To think that he was still acting tough here. Ling Xiao looked at the others. They didn't seem to care, so he couldn't be bothered to say anything. He only reminded Cold Plum, Little Gold, and the Silver Dragon to be careful. They were definitely being targeted by something. However, he wasn't afraid. After the battle with the undead guards, his cultivation C energy had increased to 60%. His strength was twice as strong. Or rather, he hoped to meet a powerful expert. The road was very straight, with almost no bends. The road to the Yellow Springs seemed to have been cut off ahead. A tall tower appeared. This tower wasn't the skeleton tower that Ling Xiao saw before. Instead, it was a gray tower. The material used should be ordinary bricks and stones. Ghost King Tower. What is a Ghost King? Undead King, guards, and now a Ghost King. It's really complicated. Who cares what it is? Let's go in and see. Wang Quan domineering hoped that he could gain something. He didn't get anything before, but in this Ghost King Tower, he might get something good. Is there anyone who doesn't want to go in? Xingyu asked. Everyone didn't say a word. Okay, then let's go in together. No one objected. A group of 10 people pushed open the door of the Ghost King Tower. They walked inside. At that moment, a gloomy and terrifying aura suddenly surged out from inside. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Everyone shuddered. Although there was some fear in their hearts, how could this fear stop their courage? Of course, there was also greed. When they thought that there might be many treasures inside, they couldn't help but be very excited. Boom, as soon as the 10 people entered, the door slammed shut. Everyone was taken aback by this. However, nothing happened. Everyone searched from the first floor up. They didn't find anything in the first 17 floors, which made them feel a little dispirited. However, they had to continue. It would be a pity if they gave up here. Thus, everyone stepped into the 18th floor. The 18th floor was also gloomy. It was even more terrifying than the first 17 floors combined. That cold aura made everyone tremble. At the same time, 2 figures appeared outside the Ghost King Tower. If Xianxia saw them, he would be very surprised. Because these people were none other than Wang Quan Domineering and Pterosaur, the 2 people who were killed by Xianxia appeared at the same time. However, there was no light in their eyes. It was as if they were dead. These 2 figures rushed into the Ghost King Tower. Be careful. On the 18th floor, Xingyu reminded. This place was too strange. Even if it was for treasures, they couldn't let their guard down. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. There was a high platform in front of him. On the high platform, there were 5 treasures. All of them were emperor weapons. Although they couldn't see how many dragon patterns there were, they were definitely emperor weapons. A treasured sword, a long saber, a pair of shoes, a soft armor, a purple gold alms bowl. The others only saw these 5 items. However, Xianxia noticed that beside these 5 treasures, there was an item that was almost covered by dust. He couldn't see if it was a book or a scroll. However, Xianxia could feel that this item wasn't simple. The moment they saw the treasures, everyone's expression became unfriendly. Perhaps their teamwork had come to an end. There were only 5 treasures, but there were 10 people. How were they going to split them? Moreover, even if they could split them equally, some people wouldn't be willing. Idiots, you didn't even see what level the emperor weapons were and you're already prepared to kill each other? Do you think it's worth it for 1 or 2 emperor weapons without dragon patterns? Of course, I don't mind if you insist on fighting among yourselves. After all, our side is much stronger than yours. Xianxia reminded. That's right, what he said is very reasonable. Holy Rain nodded. If it was really an emperor weapon without dragon patterns, or an emperor weapon with 1 dragon pattern, it wasn't worth it to kill each other for that. But who will be sent to determine the level of the items? No matter who goes, I believe everyone won't be at ease. Wang Quan said domineeringly. Especially not the Battle Alliance's team. You guys are the strongest. If you want to monopolize it, we can't do anything. Idiot. While speaking, Xianxia suddenly rushed out. He said that he didn't know the level of those items, but that was a complete lie. Actually, with the strength of his Tai Chi eye, he had already seen that the 4 emperor weapons were emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns. Although they were weaker than 9 dragon patterns. However, emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns were already the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns weren't weak at all. His words were just to stall for time so that the other person wouldn't act recklessly. What the hell is that? Xianxia scooped up the 5 items and put them into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Originally, he wanted to face the other people's attacks. However, he suddenly heard a woman sobbing coming from the 18th floor. The other people also heard it. They all looked in the direction of the sobbing sound. It was a woman with very long hair. Her face couldn't be seen, and her hair almost reached the ground. She was wearing white clothes and was floating toward them. She was crying as she rushed over. Whoosh! Suddenly, the female ghost's hair turned into 10 poisonous snakes and attacked the 10 people at the same time. Her speed was terrifying. She was even more terrifying than a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Be careful. Ling Xiao mainly reminded his own people. As for the others, he didn't care about their lives. This group that wasn't very stable in the first place should be disbanded at this point. Ah! A mournful scream was heard. A strand of snake-shaped hair pierced into Sea Lion Hero's arm. Sea Lion Hero thought that he would be fine. However, who would have thought that his right arm would wither and deform in an instant? All his blood essence was sucked dry. The hair spread from his arm and headed toward his heart and head. Ching, let's go. Holy Rain's shield shone with white light and blocked the attack of the snake-like hair for him. He even blocked the attack for Lang Ching. At the same time, he pulled Lang Ching and continued forward. Obviously, Holy Rain realized that if he continued to follow Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to get anything. He might as well take the risk himself. Tyrannical, let's go too. Yuchen was also dissatisfied. Together with Wang Quan and Tyrannical, they swept away their long black hair and turned to leave. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Zilin didn't want to stay. Ling Xiao had always wanted to kill him. If he continued to stay here, only death would await him. He might as well go out and try his luck. The female ghost didn't chase after those who ran away. Instead, she stared at Ling Xiao and the others. You're courting death. Little Gold released the 9 underworld's yellow spring golden light. The female ghost crashed into the golden light and let out a shrill scream. A moment later, she was completely melted. Although the golden light of the 9 underworld's yellow springs was extremely cold, it could melt everything in the world. This was Xiao Jin's trump card. He usually didn't use it. This time, he had only used it out of desperation. Its power was truly terrifying. Ling Xiao kept all 4 monarch armaments for now. This monarch weapon had a thick dead spirit qi, which needed to be neutralized first. As for who it would be given to in the end, that would have to be decided later. However, Ling Xiao was most interested in the 5th item, a picture scroll. Just as he was about to study it, someone suddenly screamed and ran in. Oh my, isn't this Zilin? Why are you back? Ling Xiao said with a smile when he saw Zilin. Ghost. Ghost. Zilin couldn't even speak properly. Ling Xiao did not mock Zilin. Zilin was a first-level divine physique echelon expert. Moreover, he was a top-notch existence within the divine physique echelon. Something that could make him so fearful was definitely not simple. The next moment, he saw 2 figures rushing in from outside the door. Both of them were dressed in white. Their skin seemed to have lost all color, and there were many traces of stitching on their bodies. However, there was no way Ling Xiao would ever forget their faces. They were Wang Quan under the heavens and Pterosaur, whom he had killed earlier. What the hell? Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Now, he felt more and more that the Corpse Ghost King was very likely the previous Golden Emperor. The souls in Wang Quan under the heavens and Pterosaur's bodies were complete. However, they did not belong to them. Only their bodies belonged to them. Their souls seemed to be stronger. Their bodies had also undergone some special treatment, which made them much stronger than before. The 2 of them used to be first-level divine physique echelon experts, but their auras now felt like they had reached 2nd-level divine physique echelon. What the hell is this place for? Why can a person's body merge with another person's soul? The white silver dragon felt his entire body trembling. Ling Xiao had never seen such a strange thing. He had never seen such a strange thing either. This was simply too strange. Pterosaur, I don't know why, but I seem to hate those people over there. Wang Quan under the heavens spoke. Me too. There doesn't seem to be any reason. Perhaps it's the hatred brought by this body. Pterosaur said faintly. Their voices were cold and indifferent as if ghosts were talking. Pterosaur, do you still recognize me? I'm Zilin. Zilin hurriedly said when he saw that Pterosaur could still speak. Zilin, I think I do, but I don't think I do. Forget it. Anyway, Master said to kill all living things that enter this place. Pterosaur thought for a while and said. Zilin's expression changed drastically. Originally, he was a very confident person. However, the series of blows had caused him to completely lose his confidence and become like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bough. He had completely lost his courage. Unlike him, Ling Xiao and the others were already prepared. This battle was obviously unavoidable. Although they did not know how these two monsters were formed, it was most likely the doing of the dead spirit emperor. Damn it, turning people into monsters directly. This dead spirit emperor really knows how to play. Kill. Suddenly, Pterosaur and Wang Quan under the heavens attacked. One pounced on Zilin, while the other pounced on the white silver dragon. Perhaps it was because they were the closest to each other. Or perhaps it was because they were the weakest. Or perhaps it was just a random choice. No matter what, their attack had begun. Boom, boom, the white silver dragon and Zilin were sent flying at the first contact. Help! Ling Xiao said, of course, to help the white silver dragon. As for Zilin's life or death, it had nothing to do with him. Golden Prince, save me. I'm willing to sign a blood contract with you. Zilin roared. Boss, that guy's family is very strong. If he becomes my blood slave, it will be very useful for controlling the savage beast region. Cold Plum went to help the white silver dragon. Little Gold looked at Ling Xiao and said. Boom, at this moment, Cold Plum and Pterosaur collided. The two of them actually took half a step back. They were evenly matched. So strong. Ling Xiao knew how strong Cold Plum was. After obtaining the ancient war tree martial soul, Cold Plum was considered one of the top existences in the second level of the divine physique echelon. She was actually evenly matched with that guy. He really didn't know how such a monster was created. Let's sign the blood contract now. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't mind having another follower. Because according to Little Gold, once the blood contract was signed, it could never be betrayed. Even if the master died, the blood slave would only die with him. Under normal circumstances, the blood contract couldn't be betrayed. Therefore, this blood contract could only be signed with the consent of both parties. It couldn't be forced. Now that Zilin agreed, the blood contract was naturally established. Ling Xiao saw a strange incantation on both of their bodies. It flickered and disappeared. Although Zilin was unwilling, he could only accept his fate now. Go and save him. Ling Xiao looked at Zilin, who was already beaten black and blue, and said to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin broke through the air. Terrifying flames enveloped his entire body. He fought with Wang Quan under the heavens. Wang Quan under the heavens did not have a weapon in his hand, but that hand felt even more terrifying than the three dragon patterns emperor weapon. The two fought crazily on the 18th floor. In the blink of an eye, they had already fought for dozens of rounds, but there was still no winner. Void-shattering finger, transcend the void. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and pointed out. It directly pierced through Wang Quan under the heaven's head. Ordinary undead creatures would definitely die if their heads were shot through. But Wang Quan under the heavens was only stunned for a moment and did not have any reaction. He must have a weakness. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and began to search for weaknesses. At this time, the Silver Dragon and Cold Plum had joined forces to suppress the Pterosaur. Half of the Pterosaur's body was destroyed. But the Pterosaur did not even let out a scream. Undead essence. The undead essence in their bodies is where their souls are located. Ling Xiao said loudly. At this moment, Wang Quan under the heavens actually abandoned his opponent and turned to escape. This fellow had actually sensed the danger and slipped away. Unfortunately, the Pterosaur was one step behind him. Xiao Jin blocked the door and burned it to ashes. He did not believe that the corpse could be resurrected when it had been turned to ashes. This undead essence is so big and heavy. Ling Xiao held the undead essence in his hand and felt that it was not a cold energy, but a holy energy. This thing might be able to help me refine the White Lotus Divine Supreme. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged and began to try. Anyway, with Xiao Jin and Cold Plum around, no one could disturb him. It really works. After a while, a man in white appeared beside Ling Xiao. He looked pure and holy. His appearance was exactly the same as Ling Xiao, but he had a holy aura. He sat cross-legged on the white lotus. Holy and domineering. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Ling Xiao laughed excitedly. Out of the 3 venerables, 2 had already been formed. There was only one venerable emperor left. The venerable sovereign was the way of the emperor. It was also very suitable for Ling Xiao. When Zilin saw Hierarch White Lotus, he was dumbfounded. He had already met Black Lotus Demon Venerable. This was the first time Venerable White Lotus had seen such a thing. Just what kind of cultivation technique is this fellow cultivating? He can actually condense such a terrifying avatar. Avatars were not clones. It was equivalent to Ling Xiao having another body. The difference between the avatar and the main body was that due to the limits of the cultivation technique, the avatar would reach a certain limit and be unable to advance any further. However, the potential of the original body was limitless. Ling Xiao didn't know what level of cultivation method the Lotus Sutra was, mainly because his cultivation was too low, so he couldn't sense it. Boss, congratulations. Xiao Jin laughed excitedly. Nothing. Ling Xiao smiled and handed the Heaven Victorious Sword to Supremacy White Lotus. These 2 swords were more suitable for Divine Venerable White Lotus and Demon Venerable Black Lotus. What he needed now was an Emperor's sword. Because he wanted to cultivate the Golden Lotus Scroll. It just so happened that he had such a sword. It was the Emperor's weapon with 4 dragon patterns that he had just obtained, the Ghost King Sword. The Ghost King Sword might not be as sharp as the Heaven Victorious Sword and Demon Victorious Sword. However, it contained the Emperor's Ghost Chi. It was more suitable for the current Ling Xiao. Most importantly, it came with its own ultimate skill. This ultimate skill didn't need to be cultivated. Its power was enough to pose a great threat to 3rd-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. Moreover, it had nothing to do with the user's strength. It could be said that it was more terrifying than the 12 Divine Beast technique and more powerful than the Void-Shattering Finger. Let's go. Let's continue forward. I have a feeling that something interesting will happen ahead. Ling Xiao stood up. After condensing Hierarch White Lotus, his cultivation C's energy had increased by 20% and was now at 80%. His aura became stronger again. Ling Xiao glanced at Zilin and realized that Zilin's arrogance had been completely erased. Becoming a blood slave might be worse than death. However, some people were willing to do anything in order to survive. After leaving the Ghost King Tower, the 5 of them started to track one under the heavens. However, after chasing for half a day, there was no trace of him. They had no choice but to give up. Most importantly, this place was filled with death aura. It was too difficult to capture one under the heavens aura. Forget it, let's continue forward. Although Ling Xiao had collected 10 necromancy essences, he didn't use them immediately. Because he wasn't sure what would happen after using the necromancy essences. Once he was separated from his teammates, there would be more trouble. They walked for another hour or so. One of the necromancy kings, the Ghost King, appeared in front of them. The Ghost King glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed. You have collected all the necromancy essences, but you didn't choose to leave. Seems like you plan to enter the Great Emperor Palace? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. He could feel kindness and struggle from the Ghost King. The Ghost King might be different from one under the heavens. This body wasn't his, but the soul was. Therefore, he would remember more things. I have to remind you that once you enter the Great Emperor Palace, even I can't help you. You're on your own. The Ghost King said again. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. Since he had come so far, it was impossible for him to give up. No matter how dangerous the future was, he was going to fight. What's more, he had 2 avatars, the Divine Lord and the Demon Lord. He even obtained a special divine ability. It was fusion. This fusion could fuse the strength of the Divine Lord, the Demon Lord, and the original body into one. The effective time was half an hour, and the cooldown time was 12 hours. Although it was only half an hour, Ling Xiao would obtain extremely terrifying combat power in this half an hour. Therefore, he was going to fight. Well, since you have decided, face it bravely. By the way, let me remind you that you are definitely not the only one going to the Great Emperor Palace. The Ghost King said again. What will happen to the people outside? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. If you can't collect 100 necromancy essences, you will die. The dead spirit emperor only gave you 24 hours, and 20 hours have passed. In 4 hours, the undead army in the city of no return will all move out. At that time, there will be no more living people in the city of no return. Either leave or enter the Great Emperor Palace. The Ghost King sighed. When he said this, he obviously couldn't bear it. That's really cruel. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Is the strong playing with people's lives? Let's see what this Death Spirit Emperor is made of. Although many warriors who entered the world of souls had nothing to do with him. But they were all martial artists. Ling Xiao was a person with great ambitions. He wanted to unify the mystic world and rebuild the sacred dynasty of the human race. Since this was the case, he would never allow such an evil creature to harm the lives of his own kind. Now, he couldn't care less, but he at least had to remember the appearance of the dead spirit emperor. There would be a day when he would kill this evil thing. He lifted his foot and walked towards the Great Emperor Palace. Behind him was a carnival of undead spirits. More and more undead creatures appeared in the city of no return. Soon, this place would become a purgatory. If they couldn't leave or enter the Great Emperor Palace, they would be dead for sure. The undead army led by the undead spirit kings was ready to set off. Their lethality was much more terrifying than the undead creatures. Many cultivators had already discovered this horrifying situation. They were desperately looking for an exit. But it was to no avail. In front of them, the gate of the Great Emperor Palace had already opened. Ling Xiao walked while listening to the screams of the people. He didn't feel good in his heart. His face became incomparably gloomy. If he didn't come here, he would have died like these people. If he didn't have a divine tool like the Dongxing Emperor ring, his friends would also have died like this, and he couldn't do anything about it. This made him hate the mastermind even more. Perhaps to the undead spirit emperor, this was just a boring game. But to them, this was a gamble with their lives. The Great Emperor Palace was the tall tower with piles of skeletons that Ling Xiao saw before. As he walked closer, he could see it more clearly. Each and every one of those skeletons was completely intact. Although they didn't have any expression, their bones revealed endless resentment and unwillingness. How many people did the undead spirit emperor kill? Ling Xiao felt a chill in his heart. This was a real lunatic who treated human lives like grass. A lunatic who treated people like ants. He could imagine how these people struggled to survive when they were alive. They were no different from those who were being slaughtered now. Stepping into the gate. It was a bright and beautiful palace. The style here was completely different from the outside. It was very luxurious and comfortable. Ling Xiao noticed that there were a few corpses. They were actually cultivators from the underworld demon domain. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't the people from the underworld demon domain have a plan? Did the plan fail? Among the corpses, there was a familiar 100 bugs. You guys really came. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked at the other side. It was Lang Qingqing and Xingyu who were standing there quietly. On the other side were Yu Chen and Wang Quanbadeo. These fellows were quite lucky to have made it here alive. Brother Ling. Another figure walked out from the darkness. It was Mo Jiao. Another person followed behind him. It was Tiger Soul. You're here too? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, what's the point of going out? Since the Great Emperor Palace invited us, there must be something good. We can't miss it. The demonic flood dragon smiled. Humph. Tiger Soul snorted coldly and did not attack. Although this damned place was magnificent, it gave people a huge pressure. He didn't want to fight here. Moreover, Ling Xiao had 5 people on his side. He couldn't afford to offend them. Lin, I didn't expect that a dignified martial practitioner of the Flood Dragon clan from the Wild Beast region would side with that brat. Yu Chen sneered. Hee, let's talk about it after we get out of here alive. Is there any point in arguing? Ling Xiao said with a smile, this Death Spirit Great Emperor is a guy who likes to play pranks. Who knows, he might ask us to kill each other later. At that time, do you think you'll be a match for the five of us? These words made Yu Chen's face turn ugly. It wasn't impossible, but very likely. He started to regret coming here. Seeing that this guy didn't say anything, Ling Xiao asked the few people beside him to sit down and rest. After them, many more people came in one after another. When the total number of people reached 108, the door slammed shut. Most of these faces were unfamiliar to him. There were even some elders who had been in the Death Spirit world for a long time. Perhaps they were here to enter the Great Emperor Palace. Among them, a few were quite strong. Moreover, some of them were obviously hostile towards Ling Xiao. They were from the Deep Sea Dragon region, Thunder Astral region, Raging Flame Astral region, and Tempest Astral region. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. These fellows probably knew that he had killed someone. He believed that it was most likely the Death Spirit Great Emperor who told them. The Death Spirit Great Emperor obviously wanted to watch a show. The more lively, the better. You're Ling Xiao? The one who spoke was the only martial artist from the Underworld Demon region. Yes, so what? Ling Xiao looked at the other party and didn't show any signs of weakness. My name is Blood Demon. Remember it. I'll be the one who kills you. Blood Demon sneered and returned to the crowd. Ling Xiao knew that this guy wanted to make him afraid. He wanted to make him restless in the upcoming events. However, would Ling Xiao be afraid? He only smiled contemptuously. Then, he went to think about his own matters. Yushin's aura was getting thicker and thicker. He was sure that he was in the Great Emperor Palace. However, he didn't know the exact location. Whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew. In the magnificent hall, there were two unfamiliar figures. They were wearing black and white clothes. They were wearing strange masks. They attracted everyone's attention. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the two masked men quietly. Their hearts were beating faster. The Death Spirit Great Emperor isn't coming out? Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. These two people were obviously not the Death Spirit Great Emperor, because their strength was about the same as the Death Spirit King. Perhaps they were slightly stronger. They had reached the third level of the Divine Physique realm. But that was the end. The black and white impermanence of the City of No Return. Mo Jiao's voice was trembling. I've only heard of it before. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes this time. Black and white impermanence? How could the real black and white impermanence be so weak? They're just using the name of the black and white impermanence. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. There were legends of the underworld among the people of the mystic world. Some said that it was the inside of the mystic world, a place controlled by the 10 kings of hell. The black and white impermanents were the peerless powerhouses. If the 10 kings of hell were similar to the 7 sovereigns, then the black and white impermanents were at least the subordinates of the 7 sovereigns. It was impossible for them to be so weak. Therefore, this was naturally fake. After the black and white impermanents appeared, the remaining 11 Death Spirit Kings all returned to their positions and stood beside them. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Everyone was extremely nervous. First of all, welcome everyone who has bravely stepped into the Great Emperor Palace. You will feel honored for your choice. We are the black and white impermanents, the personal guards of the Death Spirit Great Emperor. The black impermanence was the first to speak. His voice was cold and eerie, as if there was a terrifying feeling that could hook one's soul. It made people feel very uncomfortable listening to it. Almost everyone was listening quietly. Only Ling Xiao opened his mouth and asked, "Where's the Death Spirit Great Emperor? Why didn't he appear?" Because you don't deserve to see the Death Spirit Great Emperor. The white impermanence's voice was even sharper, like a woman's voice, making people feel very ear-piercing and uncomfortable. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything else. Clearly, the Death Spirit Emperor looked down on them. This meant that his strength was even more terrifying. The reason why Ling Xiao had said those words was to test this. Now, he had to re-evaluate the strength of the Death Spirit Emperor. He was definitely much stronger than Black and White Impermanence. There are no more questions, right? White Impermanence asked coldly. No one said anything else. Thus, Black Impermanence continued, since there are no more questions, we will continue to convey the Emperor's decree. I invited all of you here because the Great Emperor has prepared 108 treasures for all of you. Among them, 107 are Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. You should understand the meaning of this, right? Hearing Black Impermanence's words, many people's breathing became rapid. Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns were the top Emperor armaments in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If they obtained it, everyone knew what it meant. They worked so hard to come here and experienced so many dangers. Wasn't it all for this? Looking at everyone's excited appearance, Black Impermanence revealed a mocking smile. Then, he continued, if you obtain an Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns, we will also give you a matching Saint-class cultivation technique. Whoosh, a Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns was already attractive enough. Coupled with a Saint-class cultivation technique, this was simply crazy. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Including Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to be an exception. However, what he noticed was that there were 107 items. What's the grade of the other item? Ling Xiao asked. White Impermanence looked at Ling Xiao and smiled with satisfaction. This little brother asked a good question. Although an Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns is already very powerful and can immediately make you experts, this is the best item. However, this was the best item. It was even more outstanding than the 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor weapon. If you obtain it, you can even have the terrifying strength to rule the 4 regions and 9 worlds. How about it? Are you tempted? If it was said that before, people were only greedy. Then this time it was crazy. What could be used to rule the 4 regions and 9 realms? Even if the Black and White Impermanents were exaggerating, that item would definitely be more attractive than a 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor weapon and a saint-level cultivation technique. It sounded like the Death Spirit Emperor didn't care about the emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds at all. That made sense. Back then, he had turned 13 rulers into his slaves and became the 13 Death Spirit Kings. He indeed had the strength to do so. Ling Xiao's breathing also became tense. This fellow was actually a terrifying existence that surpassed the sovereigns of the 4 domains and 9 realms. As expected of the natives of the Eternal Desert, they were truly terrifying. Compared to Lotus Flower, who was stronger, even if it was at the same level as the Lotus Flower, the items given out would probably be extremely precious. Ling Xiao had already experienced the Lotus Sutra. Just by condensing the Black Lotus Demon Venerable and the White Lotus Venerable God, Ling Xiao already possessed the ability to surpass a 3rd-level Divine Physique Echelon expert. Wouldn't he be even stronger if he condensed the Sovereign Golden Lotus? Interesting. Ling Xiao looked at the black and white deities and continued to listen to them. A treasure of this level definitely wouldn't be easily obtained by them. Especially this Death Spirit Emperor. He was a ruthless character who liked to scheme behind people's backs. Who knew what methods he would use to deal with them? Just as these 108 people were being lectured by the black and white deities, the outside of the world of dead souls was also shaken. This was because a martial artist had collected the essence of dead souls and left, telling the Patriarch Society about the opening of the City of No Return. Naturally, there were spies from the Beast Deities Alliance in the Patriarch Society. Hence, the Beast Deities Alliance also knew about this. The entire chaotic desert was boiling. The City of No Return, this legendary city, had opened. This caused countless martial artists to scramble to enter. Unfortunately, only martial artists below the Divine Physique Echelon could enter. In order to obtain more benefits, the Patriarch Society and the Beast Deities Alliance both sent a large number of Shattered Core Realm martial artists in. They planned to conquer the City of No Return. Of course, Ling Xiao and the others didn't know about this. At this moment, they were listening to the black and white deities talking about the shocking 108th item. Aren't you tempted? The 4 regions and 9 worlds have been divided for too long. The Death Spirit Emperor felt bored, so he wanted to find someone who could unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Who could this person be? The Black and white deities smiled as he looked at the crowd. He saw the shock and greed in their eyes. He was very satisfied. However, Ling Xiao had some doubts. If the Death Spirit Emperor was really so terrifying, why didn't he unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds himself? Why did he have to choose from these people? Why did he set up a restriction to prevent divine physique echelon martial artists from entering? Was he really that strong, or was he just pretending to be a pig with a scallion stuck in his nose? This was worth thinking about. He wouldn't blindly worship someone, but he wouldn't blindly fear someone either. Although the Death Spirit Emperor seemed to be very powerful, he didn't see it himself. After all, he couldn't say anything. However, most people didn't think so much. They were deeply attracted by the black and white deity's words. Even if they couldn't unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds, becoming the strongest in their own forces was already attractive enough. Isn't it time to talk about the main topic? How do we get these items? Mo Jiao said coldly. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to get these items. They didn't know what kind of suffering they had to go through. Ha 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 ha, looks like there are still smart people here. The black and white deities laughed wildly. Actually, the method is very simple. There are 107 king-level undead essences here, emperor-level undead essences, fight for them. Kill each other, you have 1 hour to get these items. Remember, you can get them all by yourself. There's no need to share them with others. After saying this, the white deities revealed a strange smile. This last sentence was simply a deliberate attempt to sow discord, to make everyone present kill each other. After saying that, they disappeared from where they stood. The 11 Death Spirit Kings also disappeared. Only 108 martial artists were left. Ah! As soon as the black and white deities disappeared, someone was already killed. There were actually martial artists who couldn't wait to attack. What a lunatic. Everyone stop. Ling Xiao said coldly, are you idiots? Is he really going to give us what he says he'll give us? You have to know that we didn't see anything. This included 107 emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. We didn't see anything. Are we stupid enough to kill each other just because of a sentence from them? Why don't we join forces and kill the Death Spirit Emperor? Maybe we can get more. Ling Xiao's words were the truth. The other party was just a verbal promise. It wasn't worth killing each other for an empty promise. There were so many experts here, and almost all of them were at the first level of the divine body realm. If they joined forces, it wasn't impossible to kill the Death Spirit Emperor. End of chapter. However, Ling Xiao still ignored the greed of human nature. Some people were tempted by his words. But it was still meaningless. Someone made a move again. Ling Xiao even suspected that the person who made a move was controlled by the Death Spirit Emperor. When one person made a move, the whole place became chaotic. The slaughter began. Ling Xiao didn't say any more nonsense. Because he knew that it was meaningless to waste his breath. So he called Xiao Jin and the others to the side. The 5 of them together were extremely powerful, and no one dared to come over. So they just watched the show. Boss, don't worry. If those people want to die, just let them die. Don't worry about them. Xiao Jin saw Ling Xiao frowning and said. I'm not concerned about their life and death, but about us. With fewer and fewer people, the possibility of us fighting against the Death Spirit Emperor is getting lower and lower. Sigh, there's no other way. We have too few people. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't like to be played. He didn't want to participate in the Death Spirit Emperor's game at all. So he didn't compete for the 108 undead essences. He just watched quietly. He wanted to know if there was really a treasure in obtaining the undead essences. The battle only lasted for 10 minutes. The number of deaths had risen to more than 50. The number of people decreased greatly. Some people went to fight for the undead essences, but they were killed before they could even warm up. The scene was extremely chaotic. Like Ling Xiao, Yu Chen, Wang Quanbadao, Xing Yu, and Lang Qingqing didn't make a move. And that blood demon. But their mentality was different. Ling Xiao didn't believe the words of black and white impermanence at all. And these people were just watching. Because they were strong enough, and there were 2 of them. So ordinary warriors wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. After another half an hour, there were only 20 people left. This battle was tragic enough. But until now, no one had obtained the undead essences. What a stupid battle. So many people sacrificed their lives because of empty words. Perhaps it was because of the corpses on the ground, people gradually calmed down. There were only 20 people left, but there were 108 undead essences. Even if it was divided like this, it was still a good thing. Aren't you going to continue? Xianxia said sarcastically, you guys are really brave. How does it feel to kill so many of your own kind? Speaking of which, apart from Emojiao and Tiger Soul, the rest of the 108 people belonged to the 4 regions and 9 realms. If they were fighting for real treasures, Xianxia could understand. After all, even he was unable to resist the temptation of such a treasure. But now, before they even saw the treasure, they were already slaughtered to such an extent. He couldn't understand. Stop making sarcastic remarks. Do you want to be a bystander and stay out of this? No way. Blood Devil coldly snorted and said, everyone listen up. Right now, the Battle Alliance's team is the strongest. If this continues, we will definitely be killed by them. Why don't we join forces and get rid of them first, then we can settle the matter between us. His idea immediately resonated with many people. Especially Xingyu and Yu Chen. They had suffered losses in this aspect before. I'm not doing it. Lang Qingqing chose to withdraw. Xianxia had saved her life more than once. She wasn't that shameless. However, even if he withdrew, together with Xingyu, Yu Chen, and Wang Quanba, Blood Devil's team had become 12 people. 12 against 5. The chances of winning were still very high. I'll join too. Tiger Soul suddenly stood up. He had wanted to kill Xianxia for a long time, but he didn't have the ability to do so alone. Now that there was such a team, that was just right. Tiger Soul, think carefully. If you join us, you'll be my enemy. Emojiao stood on Xiao's side. Ha ha ha, so what if I'm your enemy? I've long found you an eyesore. Tiger Soul sneered. Just like that, 13 against 6, and Lang Qingqing was neutral. Looks like I can't leave without killing some people today. Xianxia stood up with a sneer. Originally, he didn't want to kill too much. However, even if he wanted to avoid the battle, it was impossible. 13 against 6. How do we fight? Xianxia asked. I'll deal with Yu Chen and Wang Quanba. I've long found them an eyesore. Xiao Jin said coldly. I'll choose the 3 of them. Cold Plum chose the 3 weakest ones. After all, it was 1 against 3. She was still more cautious. Just like that, there were 2 less on this side and 5 less on the other side. The situation was 8 against 4. I'll pick 2 too. Emojiao obviously didn't want to fight Tiger Soul, so he chose 2 strangers. Leave Xingyu to me. White Silver Sun Dragon stood up. Xingyu wasn't weak, and he wasn't confident of winning. However, he couldn't back down now. There were still 5 people on the other side. The 2 stronger ones were Blood Demon and Tiger Soul. The other 3 were weaker. Zilin, I'll leave those 3 to you. You don't have to win, right? You just have to hold them back. Xianxia looked at Zilin and said. Zilin frowned. To be honest, I can handle 2, but I can't win against 3. Then 2 it is. Xianxia said indifferently. The other party was also a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. He didn't want to make things difficult for Zilin. Otherwise, if Zilin was killed, the situation would be even more passive. Master, let me go. I want to deal with 1 too. Dong Huangyu's voice suddenly sounded. Can you do it? Xianxia was a little surprised. Don't worry, Master. I'll be fine. Dong Huangyu smiled. All right. Xianxia called Dong Huangyu out. However, he was surprised that this little girl's strength had broken through again. 7th level Shattered Core Realm. How did you cultivate? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Hehe, Master's Dongxing Emperor Ring has a lot of good stuff. I ate a little and broke through. Dong Huangyu smiled. Cough, cough. It would be great if everyone could break through as easily as you. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. You can use the ghost lantern, but be careful. Although Dong Huangyu could challenge those of a higher level, she still relied on the power of her artifact. The 9 Revolution Gourd was only an Emperor artifact with 2 dragon patterns. It wasn't safe enough. He would be more at ease if she gave him an Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. In any case, the ghost lantern was basically useless in his hands. Especially after he had the Black Lotus Archdevil and the White Lotus Archdevil, he didn't need it at all. After letting Dong Huangyu deal with the opponent, Ling Xiao faced Blood Demon and Tiger Soul alone. In order to not expose his secret, he still activated his martial soul barrier and covered the 2 of them. I'll warn you one last time. If you work together to deal with the Death Spirit Emperor, we might still have a chance. Otherwise, we will all be played to death. Ling Xiao reminded. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't tell us that you are afraid? Blood Demon sneered. 2 idiots. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these 2 idiots. This time, he didn't plan to use his true body to fight. After all, that would consume too much stamina. He still needed to save his stamina to fight the Death Spirit Emperor. Do it. Blood Demon and Tiger Soul looked at each other, then suddenly pounced toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at them in disdain. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Unfortunately, the 2 of them didn't understand the meaning of his disdain. They still charged toward Ling Xiao. They were about 3 meters away. 2 figures, one black and one white, suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao. At that moment, the 2 of them realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Demon Lord and the Ultimate God, who were at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm, suddenly attacked. Blood Demon and Tiger Soul were only at the 1st level of the Divine Body Realm. How could they block it? They didn't resist the sudden attack at all. Their heads had already been moved. This time, Ling Xiao didn't leave the dead Spirit Emperor corpse for him to revive. He burned the 2 corpses with fire. I told you that it would be great to work together. Why did you have to do this? Is it worth it? Ling Xiao took the storage rings from both of them. In their storage rings, there were a total of 4 monarch weapons with 1 dragon pattern and 2 dragon patterns. They were useless for now, so Ling Xiao threw them into the Dongxing Emperor ring. After removing the martial soul barrier, Ling Xiao looked at Dong Huangyu. This little girl was actually able to fight a 1st-level Divine Body Realm martial artist without using the Ghost Lantern. She was really strong. He was relieved. He looked at the other battles. The White-Silver Dragon's battle was the most difficult. His strength was on par with Xingyu, so it was hard to tell who would win. They had the upper hand in the other battles. Ling Xiao didn't help. Instead, he walked toward the dead spirit essence and kept it all in his Dongxing Emperor ring. Since there was no hope of working together, he might as well keep these things. He wanted to see what the dead spirit emperor would do. An hour hadn't passed yet, and no one appeared. Ling Xiao started to observe the situation around him. His Tai Chi eye not only had super long-range vision, but it also had the ability to see through things. This magnificent hall seemed to be an independent structure that wasn't connected to other places. There was no hope of getting out directly. Outside, the slaughter continued. However, while the human martial artists could only flee frantically, the undead spirit race was chasing after them. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. At the same time, a large number of warriors from the Beast Deities League and the Patriarch Society had already entered the world of souls. They were all heading towards the City of No Return. Along the way, there were endless battles. Except for the 13 Death Spirit Kings and their guards, the rest of the Death Spirit clan could not stop the surprise attack of the human warriors. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this either. Ling Xiao suddenly noticed that there was an additional figure in the hall. It was as black as ink. It was filled with murderous intent. Royalty rules the world. Ling Xiao frowned. Wang Quan the World, who had come back from the dead, actually appeared at this time. It seemed like the Death Spirit Emperor wasn't going to let him win easily. However, how could a mere kingship stop his path to victory? He looked at the other party, and the other party looked back at him. We meet again. Yes, we meet again. My body seems to hate you. You had a helper before, but you don't have one now. Royalty rules the world sneered. You've already turned into a monster. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Ling Xiao yawned. Royalty rules the world was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. He could deal with him without the help of the divine venerable and the demon venerable. Therefore, he was prepared to fight with this guy to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. The divine venerable and the demon venerable could only be used as strategic weapons when there was no other way. Otherwise, his original body wouldn't be able to grow. Of course. He. What an interesting and silly child. Later, when you see your body being swallowed into my stomach, you won't think that I'm talking nonsense anymore. Royalty rules the world sneered. Although this guy is my enemy, I've already killed him. My hatred has been resolved, let's just let his body disappear completely. Let my hatred go with it. Playing with the dead, what a disgusting hobby. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already transformed into the black goat necromancer beast soul. At the same time, the Sky Tyrant martial soul merged with his body. This way, he wouldn't easily expose the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He could also use close to 80% of the Sky Tyrant martial soul's power. Heh, is that so? You have to have the strength to do so. Royalty rules the world with a black sword in his hand. He released a crazy aura. The whole hall was shaking. Ling Xiao frowned. This guy seemed to be stronger than before. He was about to break through the second level of the divine physique echelon. Could it be because he had swallowed something? He didn't have time to think because his opponent had already charged over. Ling Xiao held the Ghost King sword in his hand and looked at Royalty, who had just come back to life. The opponent's fighting style wasn't Royalty's, but it was stronger. It should be the soul in this body. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't back off. His cultivation was about to break through again. In addition to his strong body, there was no reason for him to back off. Even a martial artist at the first level of the divine physique echelon couldn't kill him easily. Bam, 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 the two figures clashed crazily in the magnificent hall. Every time they clashed, there would be a terrifying explosion. I'll use you to test my new move. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The Ghost King sword stabbed forward. The skill of the four-dragon pattern monarch weapon was unleashed. Ghost Aura Sword Slash. As this move was unleashed, the surrounding ghost aura actually condensed. It created a terrifying sword aura. He charged towards Wang Quan under the heavens. You actually got the Ghost King sword, but it's useless. Royalty also attacked with his sword. The sword aura was like a waterfall, and its power wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. Boom, the two sword auras exploded in the air. King of the world was sent flying. Ling Xiao didn't have it easy either. He was also sent flying. Both of them crashed into the wall. The moment they crashed into the wall, Ling Xiao had a strange feeling. The wall was actually fake. It was as if it didn't exist. It was more like a layer of barrier. Could it be that this place is actually enveloped by a formation? Ling Xiao suddenly thought that this place was very likely the same as his martial spirit barrier. No wonder he couldn't get out. Bah! As expected of the first level of the divine body realm. This strength is really strong. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Under the Sky Tyrant martial spirit state, he was obviously more seriously injured. Although the other party was also sent flying, he wasn't injured. Brat, you're still stubborn. Hee, fine, I'll beat you until you're convinced. As the battle went on, the soul in his body was affected more and more by Royalty's hatred. His attacks also became more and more vicious. He kept attacking Ling Xiao crazily. Ling Xiao didn't use the Holy Ground Phantom, nor did he use the Child God's Blood Demon Array. At this moment, he was constantly clashing head-on with Royalty. It was for the awakening of his potential. If he didn't risk his life, how could his strength break through? What exactly is your body made of? The continuous attacks made Royalty begin to doubt his life. Mobile version update website, King's World confirmed that his attacks had hit Ling Xiao at least 10 times. Moreover, every single attack was a fatal one. But Ling Xiao was only slightly injured. What the hell is this? I don't believe it. Is your body stronger than mine? King's World couldn't understand. His body was created by the Death Spirit Emperor. It was only equivalent to an Emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. How could the other party be stronger than him? Kill. An even more terrifying attack came. Void Shattering Finger, shatter the void. Ling Xiao suddenly counterattacked. The void suddenly compressed and deformed. Unfortunately, only half of King's World's body was destroyed. King's World didn't have a lower body, but he was still alive. What a freak. Despair, you lowly ant. You can't kill me. King's World was actually shocked. Although his body wasn't important, his undead essence was extremely important. Once his undead essence was destroyed, his soul would also be finished. Still pretending in front of me. Ling Xiao looked at King's World in disdain. The reason why he counterattacked just now. It was because his strength had finally broken through in the continuous battle. From the 3rd level of the core shattering realm to the 4th level. A breakthrough in one level was a 10-fold increase in strength. His 10-fold wasn't an ordinary 10-fold increase. His 10-fold increase might be a 100-fold increase for others. After all, his foundation was too terrifying. Take Dong Huangyu for example. Her cultivation speed was very fast, and the strength of each level was stronger than most martial artists. Therefore, she could challenge those of a higher level. The basic energy of other martial artists might be a small stream. Dong Huangyu was a big river. As for Ling Xiao, it was an ocean. This was why Ling Xiao was able to fight so many people above his level. Not only could he fight those of a higher level, but his cultivation speed was also very fast. Such a monster really didn't want others to live. You have already lost your value. Ling Xiao looked at King's World. The time to be beaten up was over. Sun God Blood Diagram. 2nd level Bloody Rat Demon. His strength increased 10-fold, although Ling Xiao was weaker than King of the World before, he wasn't that much weaker. Now, his battle prowess had increased by a whole 100 times, it had long surpassed the power of royalty. Although Wang Quan under the heavens was also a martial artist at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon realm, he was, after all, the fusion of someone else's soul and body. He was unable to display his full combat strength. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao? How could this be? King of the World's body began to tremble, and he had the urge to run away. Ling Xiao looked at him contemptuously. He took out the Ghost King sword. 10 ferocious beasts appeared behind him. It continued to let out terrifying roars. These 10 giant beasts merged into the Ghost King sword. It let out an even more terrifying roar. A terrifying beam of sword light left the sword and shot out. Like a ferocious beast, he pounced on King of the World. At that moment, the fear in King of the World's eyes disappeared and was replaced by relief. That's right. His soul had been played with by others, and he had lived a life that was neither human nor ghost. How many of them could persevere? Perhaps he wanted to die a long time ago, but he couldn't escape the control of the Death Spirit Emperor. Now, the opportunity had come. The moment the terrifying sword light hit King of the World, Ling Xiao clearly saw a figure appear from his body. It was a very gentle old man. He smiled and said, "Thank you, young man. You have freed me. You must be careful. The Death Spirit Emperor is not a good person. He is a terrifying schemer. You must not take him lightly." After saying that, his soul dissipated in the void. Ling Xiao stood there quietly and burned King of the World's corpse. For a long time, he didn't speak or move. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be that those undead creatures were all a combination of flesh and soul? How many souls were imprisoned in those undead creatures? These people were tortured day and night. Just thinking about it was miserable enough. My dynasty will never allow such evil things to exist. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and swore in his heart again. This place, sooner or later, would be the territory of his heavenly empire. If his people were tortured like this, how could he sit idly by? Perhaps it was because of this thought that he could continue to become stronger. Death Spirit Emperor, what kind of monster are you? He took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the hatred and ambition in his heart. He was a rational person and wouldn't do anything impulsively. The Death Spirit Emperor was too powerful. He wasn't someone he could contend against right now. Even if he had the Demon Lord and the Divine Lord, it wouldn't be enough. On the other side, the battles also ended. Dong Huangyu was the first to end her battle. Zilin followed closely behind. Cold Plum was the third. Mo Jiao was the fourth. The fifth to end her battle was Xiao Jin. King of the world was completely killed. But Yuchen was suddenly taken away by the black and white impermanence. Why? Ling Xiao asked coldly. This young man has the aura that the emperor likes. The emperor intends to write something good for him. Don't worry, you won't be short of the rewards you deserve. It's just that you are not qualified to become the emperor's disciple. The black and white impermanence sneered and disappeared. Damn it. If he wasn't afraid of the Death Spirit Emperor, he would have killed these two. Damn it, why are you acting? Cool, the battle between the White Silver Dragon and Xingyu had yet to end. Are you still going to resist? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Xingyu. If you don't want to die, you better stop now. Xingyu had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. He understood that he no longer had a chance. Ling Xiao not killing him was already giving him face. Thank you for not killing me. I, Xingyu, will remember this favor. Xingyu had once looked down on Ling Xiao and didn't put him in his eyes. But now, he felt that he could only look up to Ling Xiao. Among the geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao might be the most outstanding one. No one could compare to him. Forming a good relationship with Ling Xiao might be the key for the heaven's sacred ground to survive. You are very sensible. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't say anything else. Next, it's best for us to work together. If we can get out of here alive, we will get 107 Emperor weapons. Based on your performance, I will give you Emperor weapons and Saint-class cultivation techniques. Xingyu smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. This was the only way. Right now, Ling Xiao was definitely the backbone of these people. Thank you. Lang Qingqing said gratefully when she saw that Ling Xiao didn't kill Xingyu. No need. I just want to make our battle strength stronger. Ling Xiao shook his head. Next, he just had to wait. More than 50 minutes had passed since the 1 hour had passed. It was almost time for the battle to end. He wanted to know what would be waiting for him next. Would the Death Spirit Emperor really give him 108 treasures, and let him leave? He felt that this matter wasn't so simple. At this moment, shouts could be heard from outside. It turned out that the Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods faction had charged in. Unfortunately, they were intercepted by the Death Spirit Emperor's personal guards and the 11 Death Spirit Lords. A miserable battle was inevitable. Now is your chance. The outside is attacking the city of no return. Why don't you guys take the opportunity to leave? Ling Xiao listened to the battle cries outside and said, if you guys lead those people outside, you won't be at a disadvantage in front of the King of Death Spirit. I'm not leaving. I want to go with boss. Xiao Jin said. Me too. Cold Plum said. Then I'm even more not leaving. I want to follow master. Dong Huangyu smiled. The rest were hesitant. Ling Xiao understood what they meant. Some people felt that leaving now was disloyal. Some people still had their eyes on the Emperor weapon. You guys make your decision. The road ahead will be even more difficult. If you follow me, you'll have a slim chance of survival. Leaving now might be your only chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Senior Brother Bain, Brother Mo Jiao, you don't have to feel disloyal. I'll put it bluntly. Next, I can guarantee that I won't die, but I might not be able to protect you guys. Take care. I'll wait for you outside. You must come out alive. Mo Jiao and Ling Xiao gave each other a warm hug. They turned and walked outside. This was originally a barrier, but Ling Xiao had already broken it. After leaving the barrier, they could directly meet up with the martial artists outside. There were martial artists from the Beast Deity Union among them. I won't say anything unnecessary. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, our Golden Heavens domain would have been wiped out. Bain Zilong knew that if he continued to let Ling Xiao protect him, he would be a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao released all the martial artists from the Golden Heavens domain from the Dongxing Emperor ring. Everyone cupped their hands at him. they also left. See you later. Lang Qingqing looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. See you later. I hope you can come out alive. I bet everything on you. Xingyu also bade farewell to Ling Xiao. After that, Ling Xiao released Ghost Sword, Qi Niming, Black Pearl, and Qi Yaoguang. When you return to the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, send my regards to Sister Jiao Jiao. Tell her that I'm well. Ling Xiao chuckled. Remember, don't get caught up in fighting after you leave. The Death Spirit Emperor isn't someone to be trifled with. The Divine Body Realm experts outside won't be able to come in. You won't be able to hold on. Understood. Nothing must happen to him. The four of them left reluctantly. Jianhu, Zilin, you two should leave as well. Little Gold said to the two from the Savage Beast region. Zilin had a blood contract with him, so he wasn't afraid of him betraying him. Jianhu was loyal to him, and he didn't want anything to happen to him. I'm not leaving. Wherever young master is, I will be there. Jianhu said. This is an order, not a discussion. Besides, with your current cultivation, how can you help me? Go out and cultivate well. We'll still need you in the future. Xiao Jin said. This kid was starting to feel like he was in a superior position. Yes. Sword Tiger finally nodded. Xiao Jin gave Sword Tiger an emperor armament with 3 dragon inscriptions on it. Death and Wither was enough for him. After Jianhu and Zilin left, only Ling Xiao, Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Dong Huangyu were left in the hall. There was still 1 minute left before the hour was up. The 3 of you stay in the Dongxing Emperor ring for now. I'll call for you when I need you. Ling Xiao was prepared to take the risk alone. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he had to give it a shot. The 3 of them entered the Dongxing Emperor ring. Soon, black and white impermanence appeared. I didn't expect you to be the last one to stay. The 2 of them looked surprised. Black impermanence said, unfortunately, there are too few people left. I'm afraid we won't be able to achieve the Emperor's goal. Let him try. Maybe he can. White impermanence said. Shouldn't you reward me? Ling Xiao frowned. Yes, but you have to get it yourself. Come with us. Black and white impermanence brought Ling Xiao to a cave for free. The words Spacetime Corridor were carved on it. If you dare to go in, the Emperor weapons are inside. If you don't, then leave. Black impermanence said jokingly. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Ling Xiao stood in front of the Spacetime Corridor and felt the terrifying aura inside. But at the same time, he also felt the aura of Yushin. It's actually here? Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. It seemed that he was right to stay. Thinking of this, he put on the Emperor weapon's soft armor with 4 dragon patterns that he had obtained earlier. Then, he took out the purple gold alms bowl. This could also resist powerful attacks from the outside world. Then, he flew in. As soon as he entered the spacetime corridor, he saw a white light. The white light enveloped Ling Zhao's entire body, and the soft armor actually made creaking sounds. It looked like it was about to break. What a terrifying white light. Even the Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns can't block it. Ling Xiao was shocked. Fortunately, the purple light of the purple gold alms bowl was constantly repairing the soft armor. He estimated that it could last for a while. He had to rush over during this time. Because Ling Xiao was not sure if his body could withstand the attack of the white light. Holy ground demonic shadow. His speed suddenly increased as he madly rushed forward. Half an hour later, the soft armor was completely shattered. The purple gold alms bowl was also destroyed. The white light forcibly suppressed Ling Zhao's body. His body felt a huge pressure. Fortunately, his celestial demon black tortoise body was extremely powerful, equivalent to the Emperor weapon with 7 dragon patterns. So it was much stronger than the soft armor. It would not be damaged for the time being. However, he could not fly in this white light for a long time. He continued to rush forward. Under the baptism and tempering of the white light, his body began to break through again. After another half an hour, Ling Zhao's body was covered in blood, and there were cracks all over his body. His body had also reached the limit and was about to break through to the next realm. Boom, the next moment, he flew out of the white light and came to a hall. The hall was extremely tall, at least 1,000 meters tall. This was the limit of what the Tai Chi could see. In the desolate hall, all the buildings were extremely tall. It was as if they were not built for humans. Even the tables and chairs looked as if they were built for giants. They were dozens of meters tall. Some were even hundreds of meters tall. Unfortunately, many of these things were destroyed. It was as if a fierce battle had happened here. The most obvious thing was the eerie white bones. Some of the white bones were extremely huge, while others were only the size of a normal person. With a gentle touch of the hand, the white bones were directly weathered and turned into powder. Ling Xiao was shocked. Because he noticed that among these white bones, there were the waste tokens of the disciples of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. What did this mean? It meant that these people had entered this place and could no longer walk out. They would die here forever. Moreover, from the analysis of the Tai Chi, the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds who entered this place were all in the divine body realm. In other words, their situation was similar to Xiao Jin and the others. They broke through in the world of souls. They were tricked into coming here by the dead spirit emperor and then died here forever. It is indeed a conspiracy. But what does the dead spirit emperor want? Ling Xiao was very confused. Come and read M. After Ling Xiao entered the space-time corridor. Outside the space-time corridor, it was Ling Xiao's old acquaintance who appeared. Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao would never have thought that Lotus Flower was the dead spirit emperor. To be exact, the Lotus Flower that Ling Xiao released before was Lotus Flower Demon Lord. The dead spirit emperor in the world of dead souls was Lotus Flower himself. This guy also had 4 bodies. The other 2 bodies were nowhere to be found. Now, the 2 bodies had merged. Lotus Flower's strength was stronger than before. I didn't expect this kid to still be alive, and he even refined 2 Demon Lord and God Lord avatars. Lotus Flower was very shocked by Ling Xiao's survival. The reason why he didn't kill Ling Xiao was because he had his own purpose. At this moment, there were 10 people standing beside Lotus Flower. They weren't the dead spirit emperor. They were much stronger than the dead spirit emperor. They were the strongest fighting force under the dead spirit emperor, the 10 kings of hell. Emperor, can that kid really get that thing? One of them asked. Maybe, maybe not, it depends on fate. This kid can release my Demon Lord avatar, I'm sure he'll surprise me. Lotus Flower was still very confident in Ling Xiao. Not only did this kid release him, but he also resurrected after being killed by him. He still had to have some expectations for such a little guy. Alright. The 10 of you don't have to worry about this, get ready for the next step of the plan. This time, I've collected enough corpses. After I fully recover, I'll take down the 4 regions and 9 worlds to play with. Lotus Flower sneered. He would never forget the person who sealed him away. This grudge, he must take revenge. But now wasn't the time. On the other side, Ling Xiao was still thinking about the dead spirit emperor's intention. Those who could enter the space-time corridor, other than those divine body realm geniuses. There were even some terrifying existences whose cultivation levels couldn't be determined. The huge skeleton reminded Ling Xiao of the extinct giant race. The giants were at least 7 to 8 meters tall. Furthermore, he was born with divine strength. Ever since the chaos of the ancient times, they had disappeared. He didn't even see a corpse. It was as precious as a dragon bone. He didn't expect to see it here. The most amazing thing was that the bones of these giants were not eroded by the wind. Even after countless years, it was still as hard as steel. Ling Xiao sent all the 12 skeletons he could find into the mountain river world. Someone would definitely use such a treasure. Disciple, have you noticed the strangeness of the space-time corridor? Suddenly, the Yuan Venerate's voice was heard. Well, I also noticed that the time here seems to be still. Ling Xiao said. Rather than calling it static, it would be better to call it reincarnation. Moreover, it's a cycle that occurs once every 10,000 years. Yuan Venerate said. No wonder it's called the space-time corridor. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. But 10,000 years shouldn't affect us, right? No, the situation doesn't seem to be that simple. You've also noticed that not only does time reincarnate here, but it also passes very quickly. 300 years in here was only equivalent to 1 month in the outside world. Basically, a day is 10 years. The Yuan Venerate couldn't help but panic. Disciple, if you don't leave this place quickly, you might very well die of old age. A month is 300 years, and your lifespan is only 500 years. Do you understand? It's really a scary place. Doesn't that mean that if I stay here for 10 years, it'll only be a day outside? There are also benefits to this. If I stay here and cultivate all the time, won't I be heaven-defying when I leave? Ling Xiao laughed. That's impossible. Haven't you noticed that the spirit energy here is extremely thin? It's practically non-existent. The speed of cultivating here for 10 years isn't as fast as cultivating outside for a day. It's meaningless. Therefore, you'd better hurry up and find what you want and leave this damned place. The Yuan Venerate urged. Understood. Ling Xiao suddenly realized how those people had turned into skeletons. They might have only been in here for 1 or 2 years. However, they had been in here for more than 3,000 or even 6,000 years. It was no wonder that their bones had weathered away. Ling Xiao didn't dare delay and began to search for the location of the ocean's aura. It seemed to be in the depths of this magnificent hall. He began to walk forward. The deeper he went in, the stronger the cultivation of the skeletons. An emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. After one of the skeletons turned into powder, an intact emperor weapon appeared. Black tortoise token. Little Gold, who was in the Dongxing Emperor ring, exclaimed. Black tortoise token? What's going on? Little Gold, do you know this person? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I know him. This Black Tortoise token is the personal treasure of the Divine Armor King of the Savage Beast region. The Divine Armor King was a figure from thousands of years ago and was also one of the popular candidates for the position of Beast Emperor. Later on, he failed to become the Beast Emperor and mysteriously disappeared. Who knew that it would actually be here? Little Gold explained. No wonder. Ling Xiao put away the Black Tortoise token and placed it in a compartment of the Dongxing Emperor ring. Perhaps the 108 treasures mentioned by the Black and White Impermanents were obtained this way. They were really good at fooling people. Ling Xiao searched for treasures along the way. He didn't even bother to look at the Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns and directly put them into the Dongxing Emperor ring. When the time came, he could give them to the people of the Heavenly Empire. He kept the monarch weapon with only 9 dragon patterns in one of the compartments. What 108 treasures? Ling Xiao had only walked for an hour and had already collected 200-years-old emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. Especially from one person, he had obtained 100 of them. It could be seen that this person should have entered the space-time corridor like him. Although he had collected so many treasures, he still died of old age here in the end. Seeing him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little sad. Thinking that he might end up like this, he really sighed. Kid, don't despair. Don't forget that you have the soul of the undying divine beast. I suspect that this is very likely a hiding place set up by the undying divine beast. As long as you can obtain the relic of the undying divine beast, you can change the situation here. The lifespan you have lost can be regained. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. This sentence was like a wake-up call to Ling Xiao, who immediately regained his composure. Sometimes, it was really good to have such a master by his side. Kid. Suddenly, an abrupt voice was heard. Ling Xiao was startled. Because he had heard this voice a few times. He had heard it when he had entered the city of no return previously and now he was actually hearing it again. Who is it? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. Don't be afraid. I don't have any hostility, the voice said. There are 3 paths ahead. The one on the left will lead you to where I am. Ling Xiao took a look and saw that it was indeed so. There were 3 paths in front of him, and each path led to a door. End of chapter. Senior, could it be that you're also trapped in this space-time corridor? Ling Xiao didn't move. Instead, he asked. Because he didn't know who the other party was or what his purpose was. That's right. I stepped into this place a long time ago and ended up trapped here. I can't die or get out. It's really a kind of torture. I can feel that you have the aura of the 12 beast gods, and the Lotus Sutra, Dongxing Emperor Ring, Dongxing Heaven Sword and Dongxing Demon Sword? The voice said again. Ling Xiao was really afraid that he would say the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. But fortunately. Even so, it was shocking enough. This old monster could basically see all the treasures on him. Senior, you're really strong. I was scared by you. How should I address you? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Anyway, the other party couldn't come out. He just had to be careful. The worst-case scenario would be the same as what happened to Emperor Lianhua. He would just be killed. Anyway, he could still be resurrected, so he wasn't worried. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Xiao walked to the passage on the left. Through a door, he saw the senior who was trapped there. This person had no physical body at all. Only bones were left. And there were many cracks on the bones. It was obvious that he didn't have long to live. You still came. I was really afraid that you wouldn't come. It would be a pity if I died like this. That person sighed. Did the Golden Emperor give you the Heart of Gold? Senior, you even know about the Heart of Gold. Ling Xiao was shocked. There's nothing strange about it. The Heart of Gold was originally mine. That person laughed. Could it be that you are? Ling Xiao looked at the white bones in front of him in surprise. Just guess it. There's no need to say it out loud. When I left, I gave the Heart of Gold to the Golden Emperor today. Now that I think about it, thousands of years have passed. Are you his disciple? The mysterious man asked. No. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, to be honest, I found this thing in the ancient tomb of the western region. So that's how it is. Looks like that little guy doesn't need the Heart of Gold anymore. He has finally grown up. The mysterious person smiled and said, for you to be able to obtain this Heart of Gold, it's also considered fate with this old man. However, you're using it the wrong way. I haven't been able to unleash the true power of the Heart of Gold. Senior, can you tell me? Ling Xiao also wanted to know what other uses the Heart of Gold had. Other than being able to greatly stimulate his potential, what other uses did it have? The mysterious man nodded. First of all, you have to know that the Heart of Gold is not a real heart. It took me 10 years to refine by fusing my martial will and experience into the otherworldly gold. Although the outer world gold looked no different from gold, it was a completely different type of metal. It could fuse with a person's body. It can even fuse with the martial will and experience. So that was how it was. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he silently noted it down. Everyone probably knew that the so-called experience was the summary of the process of cultivation. With these experiences, he would be able to avoid many detours in his cultivation. As for martial will, it was something of a higher level than experience. It was a martial artist's understanding and comprehension of the martial Tao. It was something that was even more precious than experience. The combination of the two could make a martial artist. Although the martial will was different for everyone, every Tao led to the heavenly Tao. In the end, the martial Tao would condense into the heavenly Tao. Ling Xiao could use this mysterious man's martial will to perfect his own martial will. Every time a martial artist wanted to break through to a new realm, their martial will had to be improved first. Theory was always the guide for practice. Without a breakthrough in theory, practice would always be stuck at a certain realm. For example, from the divine core realm to the divine body realm. If the martial will didn't reach the required level, it would be impossible to break through. Ling Xiao finally understood how precious the Heart of Gold was. Finally, I'll give you one more thing. The mysterious man smiled and said, now that I'm giving it to you, I can die in peace. I won't have to suffer anymore. Ling Xiao's mood suddenly became agitated. He didn't know what this mysterious man was going to give him, but it definitely wouldn't be something ordinary. The mysterious man waved his hand. To be exact, it was a hand bone. A sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment this sword appeared in front of Ling Xiao felt that it was still above the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. The blade of the sword was wider than ordinary swords, and it looked like a two-handed sword. There was an opening in the middle of the blade, as if it was a mouth. There were also strange demonic beasts carved on the hilt. Suddenly, the entire structure gave off a ferocious feeling. But the strange thing was that there were no dragon carvings on the blade. Was it not an emperor weapon? But if it wasn't an emperor weapon, why did it feel so terrifying? He could even feel the ferocity of a primordial beast. I believe you've also noticed that this sword is very special, and it might be the only one in this world. No, at the very least, it's the most unique sword I've ever seen in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that I've become like this, I really wouldn't be willing to give it to you. After all, it's like an old friend of mine. It's been with me for far too long. The mysterious man didn't cry, but Ling Xiao seemed to be able to hear his sobbing. Could it be even more precious than the heart of gold? Ling Xiao asked. Heart of gold? The heart of gold is trash in front of it. The mysterious man smiled and said, "You'll understand in the future how magical this sword is." Ling Xiao was really shocked. He felt that the heart of gold was already a terrifying thing, but it was only trash in front of this sword. How powerful was this sword? The mysterious man gently stroked the sword in his hand, reluctant to part with it, as if he was reminiscing about the glorious past. I relied on it to make the Golden Sky region in existence second only to the Eternal Emperor region. It's a pity that even now, I still can't fully understand the true essence of this sword. It's something that the laws don't allow to exist. If you possess it, it's equivalent to going against the laws of the King of Sovereigns. You'll face even more troubles and difficulties. This is my warning to you. Do you still want it? The mysterious man asked while looking at Ling Xiao. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao didn't even think before he smiled and said. His martial Tao was a heaven-defying Tao. Whether it was to restore the glory of the human race's sacred dynasty, or to avenge his master. All of these would inevitably offend the seven sovereigns and the King of Sovereigns. This was the path he walked. This sword, to him, was too suitable. I didn't misjudge you. Kid, you might be the only one who can control this sword. You might be even more suitable than me. Take it and see if it's willing to recognize you as its master. If it's unwilling, it's useless even if I want to give it to you. Finally, the mysterious man retracted his reluctant gaze and handed the sword to Ling Xiao. Do you know the characteristics of this sword? The mysterious man laughed. The pattern on the hilt should be the fierce beast Tao Tai from ancient times, right? Ling Xiao asked. There was a Tao Tai cub living in his universe of Tyrant. Tao Tai was also known as the star-swallowing behemoth. It was said that it came from the extraterritorial region in ancient times. Since it's Tao Tai, it must be related to devouring. You actually know Tao Tai. Unfortunately, there is no real Tao Tai. If there is, this sword will be even more terrifying. The mysterious man laughed. Ling Xiao smiled secretly. He had a Tao Tai, although he hadn't taken it out for a walk for a long time. That guy was still alive and well in the universe of Tyrant. What if I have Tao Tai? He asked. If you have Tao Tai, this sword will be a real Tao Tai feast. Its devouring ability will become completely powerful. Tao Tai will reside in the sword space and make the power of this sword more terrifying. The mysterious man replied. Devour what? So what if it devours? Ling Xiao asked again. It can devour treasures, weapons, essence, and true essence. Treasures and weapons can make it evolve continuously. Essence, and true essence can make it stronger. The mysterious man said. I see. There is a weapon that can be cultivated. This is really surprising. Ling Xiao had never seen such a weapon. It could be cultivated like a martial artist. I call it the Tao Tai Feast. Of course, you can call it by another name. Reverse God Sword, Reverse God, not resigned to fate. Reverse God Sword, Ling Xiao liked this name. He did not like to live under the rules set by others. He wanted to be the one who made the rules. I like it. Ling Xiao said. That's good. Take it. The Reverse God Sword was finally in Ling Xiao's hand. The moment it was in his hand, Ling Xiao seemed to see a ferocious beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, trying to devour him. Interesting. Ling Xiao laughed and woke up the sleeping Tao Tai. Tao Tai emerged from the universe of Tyrant. The mysterious man was stunned. You. Who are you? He had thought of many things and felt that Ling Xiao was a rare genius. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to possess the mountain and river martial spirit and the Taotai beast. He can be considered half a human king's successor, Ling Xiao said indifferently. At the same time, he sent the Taotai into the Void God Sword. In that instant, the Void God Sword blossomed with incomparably resplendent light. 9 dragon patterns were displayed. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that the Void God Sword was alive. He had his own cultivation base. Furthermore, he was at the first level of the divine body realm. The Void God Sword had 2 characteristics. Holding it in his hand, it was a weapon that was constantly evolving. If released, it would be a ferocious beast, a beast that constantly cultivated. Currently, it was a weapon with 9 dragon patterns. A giant beast at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Who would have thought that the effect that this old man has always wanted but never been able to obtain would actually be realized by you? Looks like this sword belongs to none other than you. The mysterious man laughed excitedly. Although he was expressionless, although his laughter was also very strange. He was really happy. This sword may have a limit, but this old man does not know where its limit is. It's better for you to experience it yourself. The mysterious man seemed to have put down a burden and was finally at ease. In theory, this sword had no upper limit. Of course, he would only know what it was in the future. Taotia's Feast, this name was not bad. It was really vivid. However, Ling Xiao still preferred the name of the Void God Sword. The mysterious man continued, when this old man obtained it, it could only be regarded as a piece of scrap iron. Later, I discovered its secret. Finally, it became an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. During this period of time, in order to save me, it turned itself into a weapon without dragon patterns. However, the Taotai entered it and revitalized it. Now, its starting point is an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. However, this old man reckons that if it wants to continue to advance, it will need to absorb more emperor weapons and essence. Where did this sword come from? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The depths of the eternal desert. The mysterious man said. In the eternal desert, there is a place that is much more powerful than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We call it the Eternal City. It is also the closest force to the eternal desert. Forget it, no matter how much I say, you can't go there for the time being. It's better to steadily increase your strength. At this point, the mysterious man suddenly stopped. Senior, please explain more clearly. Ling Xiao longed to know the secret of this world. Forget it, there's no harm in telling you. Speaking of which, the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are actually like ants compared to the eternal desert. Even if an ant looked up at the sky, it was impossible for it to see how big the world was. However, the ants of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are also working hard. Finally, in the eternal desert that is closest to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, we found the Eternal City. It is called the Eternal City, but it is very big. It is bigger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds combined. The Eternal City controls tens of thousands of powerful forces around it. Some of these forces are countries, while others are sections. Countless experts are proud to be able to enter the Eternal City. Because only by reaching the Eternal City can they find the key to the second reincarnation. Only then can they become the strongest on this continent. Perhaps, it is their legendary god. There is a legend about the Eternal City. It is said that the 12 beast gods came from there. That is their home. Therefore, the Eternal City is also called the Black Tortoise Domain by many people who worship the beast gods. It means that the Black Tortoise continent is where the gods live. Why were the beast gods born and why were they destroyed? These are all mysteries. This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of the Eternal City. He only knew of the Eternal Desert. Now, it seemed that the mystery of the Eternal Desert was gradually being unveiled. Ling Yixue, Grandpa Hong Qi, and the secret of the 12 beast gods. Perhaps all of them could be revealed in the Eternal City. Thinking about it made him a little excited. Let's try to feed this guy first and see if it can level up. Ling Xiao took out a pile of monarch weapons. They were basically 3 or 4 dragon patterns. No, these are useless. If you want it to level up, at least let it devour monarch weapons of the same level. The mysterious man smiled. It. Can't be. Ling Xiao felt a little heartache. It actually wanted to devour monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns. This was too exaggerated. But thinking about it, he now had 200 monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns. He could only accept it. Hey, feed it crazily. The reverse god sword turned into a Tao Tai and continuously devoured the monarch weapons. After devouring 100 monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns, it finally had one more dragon pattern, monarch weapon with 10 dragon patterns. 10 dragon patterns was already the most powerful monarch weapon of the mortal grade. How extravagant. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. However, the fact that this thing could evolve was finally confirmed. Return. He let the reverse god sword return to the universe of Tyrant and turned into a Tao Tai beast to rest. Come and read Senior, do you know that there's a cultivation technique in this reverse god sword? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Cultivation technique? I don't know. The mysterious man was a little confused. I see. It seems that only by fusing with Tao Tai can the cultivation technique appear. This cultivation technique is the reverse god art. It seems that I can't cultivate it for the time being. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He knew this cultivation technique, but he couldn't cultivate it. It seemed that he could only slowly explore it. However, he was much better than this old senior from the Golden Sky region. The other party didn't even know that there was a cultivation technique like the reverse god art. Senior, is there anything I can help you with? Ling Xiao felt that this old senior had helped him too much. Not to mention anything else, just this reverse god sword had benefited him a lot. One had to have some conscience. Little guy, you're a conscientious person. However, I don't seem to have anything to entrust you with. Things have changed with the passage of time. I don't know if my family is still alive. If you reach the Golden City, please take this memory medal and find this person. I haven't been married in my life. I owe this woman a lot. She said that she would wait for me. If she's doing well, don't disturb her. If she's not doing well, please help her. Take the things in my storage ring. As he spoke, he tossed out a storage ring. Ling Xiao picked it up and put it into his Dongxing Emperor ring. He bowed 3 times to the mysterious man. Farewell. He turned to leave. Suddenly, he heard something shattering behind him. He stopped, but he couldn't bear to look back. Tears had already fallen from the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and ran out. Don't worry, Senior. I'll definitely complete your entrustment. Taking a deep breath, he walked in the direction of Yushin's aura. It was still a door. After stepping through the door, they arrived at a magnificent hall. In the hall, there was a shining ball. Yushin's remnant soul was sealed inside. Including these remnant souls, Yushin's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were only left with 3 spiritual souls. The 7 physical souls were all collected. Keep. For others, it could be said that it was very difficult to collect this thing. However, he had the spirit seed of the young god, so he didn't have to do it deliberately. The remnant soul would automatically return. As the 7 spirits of Yushin separated, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that Yushin's soul was getting stronger. Rumble. Oh no, this place is going to collapse. Let's go. Yuan Venerate said anxiously. This is a different dimension. If you are trapped inside, you may never be able to get out. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. It was just that where they were going to leave this place was a problem. Just as he was feeling anxious, the U-God Beast soul appeared and guided him. Go. He sped away. At the same time, outside, Lotus Flower saw a shocking scene. The dark space-time corridor actually began to crumble. No. What the hell is this guy doing in there? Lotus Flower was furious. What he wanted was the good stuff in the space-time cloister, the Void God sword that he had been dreaming of. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The door was completely shattered. The space-time corridor completely disappeared. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lotus Flower was extremely angry and irritable. Kill all the martial artists that came in. The dead spirit emperor's anger was burning wildly. It had reached the limit. Emperor, do we have to do it too? 10 Yama Kings? No need. After collecting so much blood and souls, I have already opened the seal here. Come with me to find my other two avatars. As for those bastards, leave them to the dead spirit king and the guards. Lotus Flower gradually calmed down. Although the Void God sword was something that he was determined to get, now that it had disappeared, there was no need to think about it anymore. It was better to focus on his own matters. Yes. Lotus Flower and the 10 Yama kings left at the same time. However, what the dead spirit emperor didn't know was that a minute or two after he left, Ling Xiao appeared in the world of souls. This seems to be the shelter that I have been to before. Interesting, I didn't expect this place to be connected to the space-time corridor. Ling Xiao looked at the situation around him and smiled. Almost all the undead creatures here had been slaughtered. It should be the work of the Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods Alliance. The problem now was what to do next. According to the rules, he had to hand over half of the things to the Patriarch Society. Before he came in, he didn't take this rule seriously. The world of souls was originally an ownerless place. Whoever had the ability could take the things. Now that the Patriarch Society had forcefully occupied it, they made others work for them. Ling Xiao was very unhappy. Although he had already fed the Void God sword 100 Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns, there were still 100 Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. There were also thousands of Emperor armaments with 3 dragon patterns and 4 dragon patterns. If he had to hand over half, he would die of heartache. Based on what, I fought with my life on the line, but in the end, you have to take advantage of me. No way. Cold Plum, Little Gold, and Dong Huangyu were all released. Little Gold had Death and Withering, and Dong Huangyu had Ghost Lamp. They were all Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao gave the Black Tortoise token to Cold Plum. In this way, the 3 of them each had an Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. Their strength would definitely increase greatly. This was because Ling Xiao knew that he was about to face a very fierce battle. Not against the undead race, but against the Patriarch Society. He was now at the 4th level of the core fragmentation realm, and his body had 8 dragon patterns. There were also divine venerables and demon venerables. And the Void God sword could also transform into a 1st-level divine physique echelon Tao Tai to fight. It could be said that its combat strength was extremely strong. So he didn't care about those guys at all. Run, the undead race is rioting. Suddenly, a group of warriors rushed over from afar. These people were being chased by 11 undead kings and the undead army led by the black and white impermanents. The undead emperor's aura seems to have disappeared? Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the city of no return. The aura there had become much weaker. If the undead emperor was here, he might choose to escape. But now, it was time to release those trapped souls. Little Gold, Cold Plum, follow me and kill the undead race. Ling Xiao could choose to escape, but he didn't. He was almost killed by the undead emperor's scheme. He had to take revenge. Anyway, the undead emperor wasn't here now. It was a good time to stain the Void God sword with blood. The interesting thing about the Void God sword was that you could see its dragon patterns, but others couldn't. In this way, even if you took it out, it wouldn't be too eye-catching. Yes. Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Dong Huangyu had been bored out of their minds in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. When they heard this, they all cheered in unison. The 4 of them turned into 4 streaks of light, moving in the most beautiful reverse direction. Most people were running, but they pounced on the undead race. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. Who are those 4? Do they want to die? Idiot, don't you know Prince Jin and Kai Dai from the Savage Beast region? And that Dong Huangyu is a fugitive wanted by the Patriarch Society. Who's the other one? I think he's the one who killed Yu Hua Tianrui and Yu Hua Tianma. The appearance of Ling Xiao and the others clearly gave the human ancient martial art practitioners a huge advantage. The human martial artists originally had Xingyu, Lang Qingqing, Zi Lin, and Bai Yingzi Long, who were all at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. With the addition of Ling Xiao and the rest, the undead spirit tribe was completely suppressed. The most powerful undead spirit king was only at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. Also, because they had different souls and bodies, they couldn't unleash their true strength. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be disagreements in the battle. Therefore, the 11 undead spirit kings were basically at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao faced the black and white deities. Facing two divine physique echelon powerhouses, he wasn't afraid at all. It was also his first time using the combination of three bodies. Demon Lord, Divine Lord, and True Lord, perfectly fused into one. It allowed Ling Xiao's combat strength to reach the third level of the divine physique echelon instantly. With the reverse god sword in hand, the black and white deities were forced to retreat. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Ling Xiao consecutively activated the Sun God's Blood Formation, the Dragon God's Frost Formation, and the Ocean God's Underworld Formation. The three formations combined into one. This caused the black and white deities to suffer. Of course, outsiders didn't see this battle because Ling Xiao used the martial soul barrier. He didn't want others to know that he had the Demon Lord and Divine Lord. Damn it, he actually got the reverse god sword. Even the Emperor didn't get it, but he got it. The black and white deities were terrified. Not only was Ling Xiao's combat strength off the charts, but the reverse god sword in his hand was also an Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Even a 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist would be defeated, let alone a 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist. You two bastards, under the dead spirit Emperor's instigation, you actually made us kill each other. Today, I'll let you have a taste of death. Ling Xiao's attacks became more and more ferocious and powerful. Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Suddenly, he used the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. With the enhancement of the undead beast soul, the power of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist also became more terrifying. At that moment, the black and white deities seemed to have entered a standstill. A look of extreme fear appeared on his face. Kill one first. The Cosmic Light Godly Fist found White Impermanence's head and smashed down. With just one punch, the head exploded. After killing White Impermanence, Ling Xiao had the Void God Sword absorb his essence. In that instant, the Void God Sword's strength increased. He had reached the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. As expected of an opponent at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon, Black Impermanence saw that White Impermanence was killed. He frantically pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and used the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow to appear behind the Black Impermanence. The Void God Sword in his hand didn't need to use any technique. It simply stabbed down and pierced through Black Impermanence's head. In a battle of the same level, he would never lose to anyone. The feeling of being a powerhouse was really great. However, even though it felt good, it didn't help him improve his strength. Therefore, after killing Black Impermanence, Ling Xiao withdrew his Demon Lord and Divine Lord bodies. The Void God Sword once again absorbed Black Impermanence's essence. But this time, there was no improvement. It seemed that after the Void God Sword's cultivation improved, it needed more essence. If he wanted to improve again, he would have to kill at least one 4th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist or many 3rd-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. He removed the martial soul barrier. Ling Xiao found that the human martial artists, who were originally at a disadvantage, had gained the upper hand. Of the 11 Death Spirit Kings, the Corpse Ghost King had quietly disappeared. Only 10 were left. 2 were killed by Little Gold. Cold Plum killed 2. Demonic Flood Dragon killed 2. Of the remaining 4, 3 were killed by Xingyu, the Silver Dragon, and Zi Lin. The last demonic infant king wanted to escape but was killed by Lang Qingqing and Dong Huangyu. At this point, of the 13 Death Spirit Kings, only the Corpse Ghost King was left. The Black and White Impermanents were also killed. If the Death Spirit Emperor came back, he would probably explode in anger. When the rest of the Death Spirit clan saw that the Death Spirit Kings were killed, they retreated like the tide. They entered the City of No Return and didn't come out. Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. The structure of the City of No Return was extremely complicated. There were some traps that even he couldn't predict. If he really went in, it would be hard for him to survive. However, even though the Death Spirit clan was defeated, Ling Xiao's troubles weren't over. The martial artists from the Patriarch Assembly and Beast Gods Alliance who were no longer in danger had their eyes on Ling Xiao and the others. Why are they so strong? They must have treasures in their hands. That's right. We can't let them take the treasures for themselves. We should have a share too. That's not good. If it weren't for them, we would have lost our lives. That's right. They saved our lives. The crowd was divided into two factions. More than half of them were blinded by greed and wanted to snatch the treasures from Ling Xiao and the others. The other small group chose to side with Ling Xiao and the others because they were indebted to Ling Xiao and the others for saving their lives. If I knew, I wouldn't have saved them. Dong Huangyu pouted. I just wanted to kill the spirit clan. I didn't mean to save them. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, saving them was just a matter of convenience. Even so, I didn't expect some people to be so shameless. They just drank milk and turned around to curse. There are many scumbags in the Patriarch Assembly and Beast Gods Alliance. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. The white silver dragon sighed. I won't hand over the treasures I obtained. Whoever wants them can come and take them. Ling Xiao looked coldly at those people who were trying to snatch the treasures. He was never one to be afraid of trouble. His heavenly empire didn't need evil beings like the Death Spirit Emperor. He also didn't need these ungrateful dogs. Everyone, listen to me. According to the rules of the Patriarch Assembly, the treasures must be handed over and not for you to fight over. Even if you manage to snatch them now, they won't belong to you. Xingyu's attitude was much gentler than Ling Zhao's. After all, he was a well-known figure in the heavenly sacred ground. He didn't want to betray them. That's true. It's useless for us to snatch the treasures now. We will have to hand them over sooner or later. Everyone felt that Xingyu's words made sense. The greedy aura seemed to have decreased by a lot. No. What if they run away after leaving? It's best to imprison all of them. There were always people who fanned the flames. Yes, imprison them. More and more people supported this decision. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a cold smile. If these people listened to Xingyu obediently, they could still live. But now, they actually wanted to imprison them. Did they really think that they were made of mud? A bunch of idiots. These trash didn't even consider that Ling Xiao and the others could kill the Death Spirit Emperor. Black and white impermanence. Who were they to make such a request? Perhaps in their eyes, Ling Xiao and the others wouldn't dare to attack them. After all, they were cultivators of the Patriarch Assembly and Beast Gods Alliance. Once they attacked them, they would be publicly declaring themselves enemies of the Beast Gods Alliance and the Patriarch Assembly. He looked at the cultivators who were clamoring to imprison him. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He unsheathed the Void God sword. A terrifying aura filled the entire space. The broad blade exuded the ferocity of an ancient beast. There was even the ferocious roar of a Tao Tai. Boss is still the most direct. Little Gold smiled. Blazing flames enveloped his entire body. He originally had the bloodline of both beasts and demons. He also liked to use battle to solve problems. Ling Zhao's method was to his liking. The phantom of an ancient war tree appeared behind Cold Plum. The towering ancient tree's powerful aura made countless people tremble. Dong Huangyu held the ghost lamp in one hand and the 9 revolutions gourd in the other. She was extremely excited. This little girl's cultivation had broken through again. She was now at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. No one could compare to her cultivation speed. Even Ling Xiao couldn't compare. Perhaps it was because she had benefited a lot from following Ling Xiao during this period of time, so the speed of her cultivation had become even more terrifying. The silver dragon sighed. A spear appeared in his hand. Although he didn't want to do this, it was impossible for someone to imprison him. Xingyu, Lang Qingqing, Zi Lin, and Mo Jiao were all geniuses. They were all arrogant. How could they imprison them? What? Are you going to resist? A voice came from the crowd. Resist? Do you think that you can do anything to us just because you're a bunch of good-for-nothing? Xingyu didn't want to fight before, but he didn't expect these people to take advantage of him. Ling Xiao held the Void God sword and sneered. You trash were all saved by us. Although I didn't want to save you at all. Now you're biting the hand that feeds you and trying to target us. Fine, let me use this sword to send you trash into the abyss of death again. The things that I have on me were earned with my own ability and my own life. You want it? Exchange it with your life. Cold and arrogant, supercilious, this was Ling Xiao. He now had the right to be arrogant. He could look down on the 4 regions and 9 worlds. A few Tom, Dick, and Harry actually wanted to threaten him. Was that even possible? Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would actually be arrogant to such an extent. They didn't give face to the Patriarch Society or the Beast Deities Alliance. It was so overbearing that it was shocking. What was even stranger was that the rest of the people were actually going crazy with him. Xingyu, Lang Qingqing, are you going to betray the holy lands of heaven? An old man from the Heaven Holy Land questioned loudly. Even though he was only a half-step divine body realm martial artist, his qualifications were there for all to see, so he was pretty cocky. Betrayal? Haha, who do you think I am? You want to imprison us? I, Xingyu, will definitely be the next Holy Lord. Even the Heaven Holy Land has to listen to me. Who do you think you are to question me? Those who disobey me should be killed. In the past, Xingyu was one of the most popular candidates to be the successor of the Holy Lord. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, his strength had increased, and he had a powerful ally like Ling Xiao. That would make him even more confident. These old fogies, whose cultivation was not even as strong as his, actually dared to order him around. Silver Dragon, do you have the same opinion? The old man from the Golden Firmament frowned and asked. That's right. Even though I'm not interested in Huang Jindi's position, Ling Xiao is the most outstanding martial artist in the Golden Firmament. He shouldn't be treated like this. Silver Dragon shook his head and said. People of the Savage Beast region, listen up. You'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, if you anger me and the Kaidai Saintess, you'll be killed without mercy. Xiao Jin revealed her true form. The huge golden crow circled in the air, its blazing flames making the faces of the surrounding martial artists ugly. Retreat. The martial artists from the Savage Beast region retreated. Most of the martial artists from the Heaven Holy Land also retreated. Both Xingyu and Lang Qingqing had the potential to become the Holy Lord of the Heaven Holy Land in the future. They couldn't afford to offend them. Some of the martial artists from the Golden Firmament also retreated. Although Silver Dragon's status was not as high as Huang Jinlan's, he was still one of the top 5 geniuses in the Golden City. Most importantly, his master was revered. They couldn't afford to offend him either. People of the Beast Deities Alliance, follow me. Mo Jiao was even more overbearing. In the Beast Deities Alliance, he was the only successor that the Alliance Master had acknowledged. Who dared to disobey him? They were courting death. In the end, almost half of them left. Those who stayed were mostly martial artists from the Deep Sea Dragon region, Eternal Emperor region, and the other 9 realms. There were also some old people from the Golden City who refused to leave. Perhaps he wanted to rely on his qualifications to show off. Ling Xiao, you better think carefully. You're still in the observation stage. If you make a grave mistake, the Golden City will not let you join. An old man sneered, young man, for your own future, you better not be rash. Chi, a sword light cut through the void and pierced the old man's throat. I'm going to try today. If I kill you, will the Golden City not want me anymore? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Actually, with his current strength, the Golden City was no longer attractive to him unless the Golden Emperor was willing to accept him as a disciple. If the Golden City did not want him, there would be a place for him to stay. He was also not that desperate to join the Golden City. You dare to kill me. The old man had never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually be so audacious. He actually dared to kill him. Although his cultivation level was not high, he was highly respected in the Golden City. He had even guided the warlord, Huang Jinlan, in his cultivation. Although he was not a master, he was still a teacher. This brat actually dared to kill him. This brat is crazy. Everyone, let's work together and kill him. The martial artists from the 9 realms, Deep Sea Dragon region, and Eternal Emperor region realized that if they let Ling Xiao and the others out, they would not even be able to get a single treasure. Even if they handed it over, it would have nothing to do with them. Therefore, they were emboldened and pounced on Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. Void God Sword, you can eat your fill this time. Ling Xiao did not even need to use the array diagram to deal with these trash. He directly used the holy ground demonic shadow and dashed into the crowd. He did not use any moves either. He just used the Void God Sword's normal attacks to kill. You're the first. In front of Ling Xiao was a half-step divine body realm martial artist from the Deep Sea Dragon region. The Void God Sword stabbed out. There was no sympathy in his eyes. Brat, you're looking down on me too much. How dare you use normal attacks like this? The martial artist roared and punched out with both fists. The force of the punch was simply unstoppable. Oh no, if he kills Ling Xiao, the treasure will fall into his hands. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was still a martial artist at the 4th level of the Shattered Core stage. After all, they did not see Ling Xiao kill the black and white deities. Therefore, they were not sure how strong Ling Xiao was. They all rushed over. However, in the next moment, the Void God Sword pierced through the half-step divine body realm martial artist's arms and stabbed into his body. Roar, Taodia's roar resounded. The poor guy who was hit by the Void God Sword was directly sucked dry. He didn't even have time to scream. The surrounding people looked at this scene in horror, and their expressions changed drastically. The might of Ling Xiao's combat power was truly beyond their expectations. At the same time, Little Gold, Cold Plum, and the others had already launched their attacks. The scene was a mess. Some people tried to deal with the weaker Dong Huangyu, but they didn't expect to be killed by Gui Deng and the 9 Revolution Gourd. When Dong Huangyu was in the chaotic desert ocean, she was more soft-hearted and was almost killed. Ever since she received Ling Zhao's guidance, she became more decisive. If her enemies wanted to kill her, she would never be soft-hearted. If she had to kill, she would kill. She would never give her enemies a chance to kill her. Damn it, why are these people so terrifying? Don't be afraid. They have fewer people. They will get tired sooner or later. Some people were timid, while others were still excited. They were blinded by greed and didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know what stupid things they had done. The martial artists from the Deep Sea Dragon region and Eternal Emperor region attacked Ling Xiao the most ferociously. They probably knew that Ling Xiao killed Wang Quan under the heavens and the Deep Sea Dragon region. The Thunder Astral Realm, Tempest Astral Realm, Raging Flame Astral Realm, and Abyss Devil region also surrounded him. Ling Xiao guessed that these people might have used some special method to find out that their dead geniuses were related to Ling Xiao. No matter what, they were already here. Ling Xiao didn't need to retreat. There are so many of you. Looks like if I don't go all out, you won't know fear. 12 Divine Beast Technique, 11th level. Ling Zhao's 12 Divine Beast Technique was already at the 11th level. He fused the Hell Nightmare's demonic beast core into it. When he released it, it actually had an extremely strong soul-threatening effect. Many martial artists seemed to be frightened and fled in all directions. They were completely defenseless. Immediately after, the huge sword chi formed by the 11 giant beasts landed on the crowd. With just one sword strike, he had killed more than 100 core fragmentation realm martial artists. Among them, there were even 7 or 8 half-step divine physique realm martial artists. The 12 divine beasts technique from the Void God Sword seemed to be even more terrifying than the Dongxing God Demon Sword. Its power had increased by at least 10 times. No, I can't block it anymore. This guy is simply a freak. He's only at the 4th level of the Shattered Core stage. How can his attacks be so powerful? Many people were killed to the point that their hearts turned cold. The sword in Ling Zhao's hand clearly did not have a single dragon pattern, but the attack it released was terrifyingly powerful. This could only be explained by Ling Zhao's own strength. At the same time, Xiao Jin had already killed dozens of people. This guy had been with Ling Xiao for a long time, and he had never shown any mercy before. Everywhere it passed, it was simply scorched earth. There were countless casualties. Cold Plum's attacks were even more terrifying. Countless roots suddenly protruded from the ground. Any martial artist that was entangled by the roots actually became like marionettes. He was easily controlled by Cold Plum. He began to kill his own people. Silver Zilong, Lang Qingqing, Xing Yu, and the others, on the other hand, were gentler. Because they all thought they were from the Council of Patriarchs, they only repelled or injured their opponents. They had no intention of killing them. We surrender, we surrender, we don't want to fight anymore. Suddenly, cries of surprise came from the crowd. Many people began to beg for mercy. They were really scared of being killed. Not only Ling Xiao, but Xiao Jin and the others were also very terrifying. They finally realized that they were doing a stupid thing. They actually dared to challenge a divine body realm martial artist. They were really reckless. Silver Zilong, Xingyu, Lang Qingqing, and even Mo Jiao stopped. However, Ling Xiao did not stop. Xiao Jin did not stop. Cold Plum did not stop. Dong Huangyu did not stop either. Kill as you please, stop as you please. Did they think this was a game? From the moment Ling Xiao decided to raise his butcher's knife, he had no intention of letting these people go. He would kill them all first. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Do you really want to kill us all? We are all from the Council of Patriarchs, martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The martial artists who were arrogant and wanted to imprison Ling Xiao and the others just now only felt fear. Now you remember that we are family? What did you say just now? That you want to kill us? That you want to imprison us? Haha, do you think you can live as long as you beg for mercy? I already gave you a chance before, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You can't blame anyone else. Speaking like gold, he killed the person who spoke with a sword. Then, he disappeared. When he reappeared, another 2 or 3 lives were lost. The Void God sword frantically absorbed essence. However, perhaps because these people were too weak, they did not advance. It seemed that he had to let it drink more of the blood of experts. Ling Xiao, do you want to stay in the world of souls forever? Don't forget, once you go out, the experts outside will definitely not let you go. Someone was bluffing. So what? Do you think I'm afraid? There was no fear in Ling Xiao's eyes at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be very excited. It was as if encountering experts was simply a gift to him. The feeling of being powerful was really good. No matter where you went, as long as you had strength, you would have dignity. Otherwise, not only would your dignity be lost, but your things would also become someone else's. Just like this time, if he did not have strength, he would probably have been killed by these people. How would there be a chance? Finally, the crazy killing ended. The martial artists who previously clamored to imprison Ling Xiao were all killed. Even the corpses were burned to ashes. The things on them were all put away by Ling Xiao into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Perhaps to him, these things were no longer considered much. But to the Heavenly Empire, to the Battle Alliance, these were priceless treasures. With these things, they would become even stronger. One person's strength was not really considered strong. After all, the strength of one person was ultimately limited. But if the entire Heavenly Empire became stronger, it would be a different story. Xingyu, Baiyin Zilong, Lang Qingqing, and even Mo Jiao looked at Ling Xiao. There was actually some fear in their eyes. Some admiration. Previously, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was just a small figure not worth mentioning. But after the trip to the world of souls, it seemed that everything had changed. Ling Xiao was no longer a weakling. Instead, he was a true powerhouse, a powerhouse who was far above them. However, is it really wise to choose him? Xingyu smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao's current actions were simply making an enemy of the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. Wise. Lang Qingqing said, since you've made your choice, don't regret it. No matter what the result is, just persevere. In this world, the most disgusting thing is repeated villains. Haha, I don't see it as clearly as you. Xingyu smiled, that's true. That kid has already broken out of the city of no return. What else can't he do? Just follow him. You can leave now. Go back and tell the other factions that no one can take away what belongs to me. Ling Xiao, Baiyin Zilong, you should go back too. Don't ruin your great future in the Golden Sky region because of me. Also, remind the people in the Golden City that with me, Ling Xiao, the Golden Sky region will definitely prosper. Don't force me. Otherwise, I'll leave the Golden Sky region. I believe some people will regret it. These words really made the remaining people turn pale with fright. Even the Baiyin Zilong was shocked. Because Ling Xiao's words were a warning to the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. How did he have the guts to do that? What did he gain? Ling Xiao naturally didn't fear the 4 regions and 9 worlds. At worst, he could go to the Beast Deities Union. If worst came to worst, he could take the Battle Alliance and occupy the World of Souls. This place was very safe. In short, Ling Xiao already had the qualifications to challenge the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That was why he dared to say that. Who would dare to snatch something from the hands of an eternal life emperor? Was it because they didn't want it? Was it because the eternal emperor was powerful? Although Ling Xiao couldn't compare to the eternal emperor now, he wasn't someone who could be bullied by just anyone. Let's go. The Baiyin Zilong left with the Golden Sky region's martial artists. Mo Jiao left with the Beast Deities Union's martial artists. Xingyu and Lang Qingqing left with the Heaven Sacred Grounds martial artists. Zilen left with the Savage Beast region's martial artists. However, the one thing that would never change was his blood contract. Even if he was unconvinced by Xiao Jin, it didn't mean anything. We'll wait for you in the chaotic desert. Qi Niming and the others also left. This was just a small disturbance. An even bigger one would probably start in the chaotic desert. Ling Xiao wanted to see if the Golden City would protect him or work together to deal with him this time. This was a test for the Golden City. It would also determine his future strategy. Would he appease them or kill them? Watching the crowd leave, Ling Xiao revealed a smile. Boss, are we going back? Going back this time was like going into a wolf's den. Those old fellows must be eager to get their hands on all the good things you have. Xiao Jin asked. Scared? Ling Xiao smiled. Scared? Why would I be afraid? As long as I follow boss, there's nothing to be afraid of. Little Gold said, I just don't understand. Boss, what are you after? With your current strength, even if you follow me to the Savage Beast region, no one will dare to fart. You think too simply. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, if I go to the Savage Beast region, I might make things difficult for you. If the Beast Emperor also wants my things, what will you do? What's so difficult about that? Of course I'm on your side, boss. Xiao Jin said. Thank you very much, but this is not fair to you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, well, whether it's you or Cold Plum, I really appreciate your support. But now, I am still a disciple of the Golden Sky region. There were also many friends and relatives there. I can't just walk away like that. That's true. Little Gold nodded. Men have to be responsible. They can't only care about themselves. Ling Xiao looked at Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Dong Huangyu. You don't have to worry. When the time comes, just stay in the Dongxing Emperor ring. You have me. If I dare to go, then I have the ability to protect myself. This time, the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds will not dare to look down on me. Let's go. Ling Xiao lifted his feet and walked towards the exit. Why are you still here? After walking for a while, when he was about to reach the exit, Ling Xiao saw Mo Jiao waiting there. However, the Beast Gods Alliance's martial artists were already gone. I'm waiting for you. Mo Jiao smiled and said, I'm waiting here because I want to tell you something. Oh? Ling Xiao looked at Mo Jiao and was a little confused. I'll say the same thing again. If you can't stay in the 4 regions and 9 worlds anymore, come to the Beast Gods Alliance. Although as you said, the Beast Gods Alliance might not be that good. But after all, I'm only second to the Alliance Master there. I have a way to protect you. Mo Jiao said. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little touched. At this point, Mo Jiao still dared to take him in. It was obvious that he was not worried about becoming enemies with the Patriarch Society. Although the Beast Gods Alliance was very strong, it was still not as strong as the combined strength of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It required courage to extend an olive branch at this time. Can I not answer? Ling Xiao did not reject or agree. Up to you. Mo Jiao did not force him. After all, he was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Then I won't say. Mo Jiao smiled and said, however, if you leave here, there will be Divine Body Realm experts outside. You will be surrounded. No matter how strong you are, it's useless to be afraid. It's fine. I just want to establish my power in front of him. Ling Xiao had already observed before he came in. The strongest Divine Body Realm experts outside was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. He did not need to be afraid at all. How dare you? Is there anything you need me to do? Just tell me. Mo Jiao was really impressed by Ling Xiao. I want to take a look at the place known as the First Secret Realm. Ling Xiao said. The second secret realm was the world of dead souls. The first secret realm was in the territory of the Beast Gods Alliance. It was known as the Eternal Historical Site outside. However, it obviously had a real name. It was called the Graveyard of the Gods. Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Graveyard of the Gods because he was absorbing the remnant soul of Yu Xin. According to the guidance, there was not only Yu Xin's soul in the Graveyard of the Gods, but also the remains of Yu Xin's son. Therefore, it was obvious that he had to go to that place. If he obtained those things, his strength would only become stronger. He would also have more authority in the future. You actually want to go to the Graveyard of the Gods? Let me remind you that there is no restriction on strength in the Graveyard of the Gods. In other words, the people who go in are likely to be divine body realm experts. If you want to obtain a complete victory like this time, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Mo Jiao reminded him, moreover, you are not an expert of the Beast Gods Alliance. It will be difficult for you to enter the Graveyard of the Gods. Cut it out. Don't tell me that as the young master of the Beast Gods Alliance, you don't even have this bit of authority. Ling Xiao laughed. Hee, I like what you said. However, I have to remind you that the news of you killing Tiger Soul has not spread out yet. Don't expose it. Although Tiger Soul is arrogant, he has a powerful father. He is also a Vice Alliance Master in the Beast Gods Alliance. Although you might not be afraid, it won't be a good thing if you provoke him. Mo Jiao reminded him. Understood. I won't get myself into trouble. Ling Xiao nodded. That's for the best. I'll take my leave first. Our paths are different. If you come to the territory of the Beast Gods Alliance, remember to contact me. I will look for you personally. After Mo Jiao finished speaking, he turned around and left. The Beast Gods Alliance is quite powerful. They actually found another path to the world of dead souls. No wonder so many experts could enter. Looking at Mo Jiao leaving, Ling Xiao lifted his leg and continued to walk forward. In his opinion, although the Beast Gods Alliance's overall strength was not as strong as the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were more united. The exit or the entrance. Walking on the way, Ling Xiao felt a little emotional. Although the time spent in the space-time corridor had been returned because Yu Xin's remnant soul was collected. It had been more than 10 days since he entered the world of souls. These 10 days were indeed not long. But it allowed Ling Xiao to make huge progress. Especially after obtaining this Void God sword, it really opened up his heaven-defying path. What would be waiting for him outside the exit? I'm guessing that some people can't wait to kill you, boss? Xiao Jin laughed. Who are you, from Yuhua Divine Sect? Ling Xiao frowned. This was really possible. When he entered the world of souls, Yuhua Jun did not do anything to him because he was injured. Moreover, he was also responsible for the mission of the Board of Patriarchs to seize the treasure. It was not easy to do it. But the situation now was completely different. Ling Xiao had already spread the word that he would definitely not hand over the things he obtained. The Board of Patriarchs could not protect him at all. Therefore, the sect master of Yuhua Divine Sect would definitely take this opportunity to kill him. The moment he stepped out of the world of souls, Ling Xiao laughed. Xiao Jin, you really jinxed it. The people outside were all from the Jade Flower Divine Sect. Apart from the thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists, there were actually as many as 7 divine body realm powerhouses. 2 of them had even reached the 2nd level divine body realm. They were all old monsters. He did not expect that this time all of them would come out. It seemed that this Yuhua Divine Sect was also very ambitious. Aren't you all from Yuhua Divine Sect? You all are filial to actually come here to welcome me? Ling Xiao looked at Yuhua Jun with a smile. He knew better than anyone else the purpose of the other party here. It was just that no matter what, he would not be able to escape a battle. He did not have the thought of escaping. Boss, what should we do? Xiao Jin asked. What can we do? Of course, we'll do it. Ling Xiao laughed and said, I've waited for so long, I can't wait for nothing, right? He killed Yu Hua Divine Sect's heavenly demon Yu Hua and Yu Hua Tianrui. No matter what the reason was, this old thing would definitely not let him off easily. Yu Huajun requested an order from the Council of Patriarchs to capture Ling Xiao with all their might. That was why they had replaced the people here with the Yu Hua Divine Sect. The Council of Patriarchs seemed to have a lot of trust in him and entrusted this important task to him. But then again, these 7 Divine Body Realm experts and over 1,000 Core Fragmentation Realm martial artists. It was definitely a terrifying combination. Wouldn't capturing Ling Xiao be as easy as reaching out his hand? Perhaps the Council of Elders had miscalculated Ling Xiao's strength. They had no idea what Ling Xiao had experienced in the world of souls and how strong he had become. You're still so relaxed even after seeing me. Even I have to admire you. Yu Huajun stood there as her subordinates blocked all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. He knew very well that this was his only chance for revenge. Originally, he thought that it would take a long time, and that Ling Xiao couldn't have grown so quickly. However, Ling Xiao created one miracle after another, miracles that shocked him greatly. He couldn't wait any longer. The pain of losing his son had to be avenged. You admit that you killed my 2 sons, right? Yu Huajun asked. Yes. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I've always admitted it. It's just that you people from Yu Hua Divine Sect seem to have some problems with your brains. You just don't believe it. It's one thing for Yu Hua Tianrui to make things difficult for me everywhere, but he actually dared to send people to assassinate me. I could only kill him. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua thought that he was infallible and saved Yu Hua Tianrui, trapping me. He wanted to use the 9 underworld water to kill me, so I killed him too. It's that simple. It's the father's fault for not teaching them well. They courted death, that's also because Yu Huajun, didn't teach them well. You can't blame me. What's the use of saying all this? My son was wrong, so I'll teach him. It's not your turn to kill him. Yu Huajun said coldly. If I knew it would be like this, I would have killed them. Because it's impossible for you to side with an outsider. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boom, Yu Huajun suddenly released the terrifying aura of a Divine Physique Realm martial artist. This guy was probably the strongest Divine Physique Realm first-level martial artist that Ling Xiao had ever seen. That aura was much more terrifying than Yu Chen, Zi Lin, and the others who had just broken through. When that aura was released, the surrounding environment seemed to be affected, becoming incomparably hot. The scorching aura enveloped Ling Xiao, Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Dong Huangyu. If it was before, they would probably only be able to run away. But now, each of them had a calm expression on their faces, without the slightest hint of panic. Poor Yu Huajun, if we made a move before we entered the world of dead souls, you might still have a chance. But now, you no longer have a chance. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, do it. As he gave the order, Li Yundong's expression changed. Little Gold and Cold Plum pounced out at the same time. Each of them held back a second-level Divine Physique Realm Elder. These 2 old men were the key this time. Even if Little Gold and Cold Plum were no match for them, as long as they could hold them back for 10 minutes. Then, they would win. Dong Huangyu also pounced towards a first-level Divine Physique Realm martial artist. Out of the 7 Divine Physique Realm martial artists, they had taken 3 of them. There were still 4 left. One of them was the strongest Yu Huajun. At the same time, Ling Xiao released the Demon Sovereign Body and charged into the thousands of shattered core realm martial artists. He released the Divine Sovereign Body and held back 3 first-level Divine Physique Realm martial artists. The only one left was Yu Huajun. You want to take revenge? Here's your chance. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he could have a good fight with Yu Huajun. A senior like this would definitely benefit him a lot after a battle. There was no end to cultivation. No matter if it was the Void God Sword or him, they both needed to train and improve through battles. You're really daring. A Divine Core Realm martial artist defeating a Divine Physique Realm martial artist, I've never heard of such a thing. Ling Xiao's choice seemed to be exactly what Yu Huajun wanted. He gathered all the aura that was leaking out and aimed it at Ling Xiao. I've never heard of it. That's because you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. It wasn't the first time he killed a first-level divine physique realm martial artist with his divine core cultivation. Why aren't you afraid? Why aren't you trembling? Why are you so calm? Yu Huajun was really unhappy. He wanted to see Ling Xiao trembling, he wanted to see Ling Xiao terrified. He hated Ling Xiao's current expression. You'll find out soon enough, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Stop trying to act mysterious. I'll kill you right now, divine palm of the great sun. Following his cold shout, Yi Zichen shouted. A golden sun appeared behind him. A terrifying heat was emitted. A terrifying palm seal was formed on his hands. A huge palm wind broke through the air and attacked. Everywhere it passed, it turned into a mess. Trees were broken, rocks were shattered. That's it? This is so disappointing. Ling Xiao quickly transformed into his peerless heavenly rat beast soul form. A powerful fist energy was blasted out. Tyrannical Divine Fist. This was a fist technique that was developed from the Golden Lotus Scroll. The principle behind it was the same as the Divine Fist and Devil Fist. Mobile version update website, Boom, the Great Sun Divine Fist and the Domineering Divine Fist collided. Yu Huajun obviously had the upper hand. Ling Xiao was blasted into a pile of rubble and didn't move for a long time. Yu Huajun only retreated 2 to 3 meters. Don't play dead. I know you won't die so easily. Yu Huajun roared, come out. Ling Xiao stood up from the rubble and patted the dust off his body. He smiled and said, as expected of a divine body realm martial artist. If I don't think of ways to increase my strength, I won't be a match for you. You're not hurt? Even though Yu Huajun knew that her punch wouldn't have been able to kill Ling Xiao, Yu Huajun knew that her punch wouldn't have killed him. However, he couldn't accept that Ling Xiao wasn't hurt at all. At the same time, the battle on the other side of the battlefield was also intense. The most relaxed one was Ling Xiao, the Demon Lord. Facing thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists was simply a massacre. The Dongxing demonic sword in his hand was stained with blood and released terrifying roars. The Dongxing demonic sword and Dongxing heavenly sword were originally made from materials from ferocious beasts. Although the ferocious beasts were dead, their ferocity was still there. Ling Xiao, the ultimate god, also had the upper hand against 3 first-level divine body realm martial artists. The battle was probably going to end soon. After all, a second-level divine body realm martial artist was much stronger than a first-level divine body realm martial artist. Dong Huangyu and the first-level divine body realm martial artists were evenly matched. It wasn't going to be easy to end the battle. Cold Plum and Xiao Jin were in a bit of trouble. The 2 old men were more experienced and stronger than them. Their advantage was their youth and stamina, as well as their spirit of never giving up. Although they were at a disadvantage, it shouldn't be a problem for them to stall for 10 minutes. Prince Jin, you're already so outstanding. Why are you following that Ling Xiao? You'll destroy yourself. The old man wanted to take down Xiao Jin quickly, but the result was much more difficult than he expected. Helpless, he started to attack mentally. Old man, stop talking nonsense and save your energy. Don't tire yourself out. Xiao Jin sneered. Although he was at a disadvantage, he felt great. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. This time, he had to perfect his fighting style in battle. The experience of the old guys was very helpful. Because of this, he did not use the 9 Dragon Inscriptions Emperor weapon, Death and Wither. If he used it, the battle would probably end very quickly. A 9 Dragon Vein Monarch weapon was extremely terrifying in the hands of a Divine Physique realm martial artist. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the Divine Physique echelon would have to be wary, let alone a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. On the other side, Cold Plum was in a similar situation, but Cold Plum was clearly stronger than Xiao Jin. After all, he had broken through to the Divine Body realm earlier. Cold Plum didn't use the Monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns either. Because it wasn't time yet. Hehe, it seems like your people are not good enough. It's been half a day and they still haven't been able to kill my people. Ling Xiao floated into the air with a smile. He looked at Yu Huajun and said, Brother, you miscalculated again. It's no use. You want to mess with my emotions? Dream on. Yu Huajun sneered. Fine, you can think whatever you want. Anyway, I've already said what I wanted to say. If you still insist on killing me, then I won't hold back anymore. Ling Xiao sneered. So what if you won't hold back? I'll kill you right now. Yu Huajun pounced on Ling Xiao again. Sun God's blood formation. Ling Xiao didn't plan to fight this guy head-on. It was obvious that he couldn't win. He had better methods. The formation opened, and all three effects appeared. Ling Xiao used the second level of the bloodthirsty rat right away. It increased his combat strength by 10 times. At the same time, the bloodthirsty rat in the formation kept weakening his opponent's strength. However, he didn't use the Void God sword. It felt like bullying. The Void God sword was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. If he took it out, Yu Huajun would be completely suppressed. This was not in line with his plan. So Ling Xiao only took out the Ghost King sword. This monarch armament with 4 dragon marks was quite powerful. Seeing this, Yu Huajun didn't dare to be negligent and also took out her weapon. It was also an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. After all, she was the leader of the Yuhua sect. It wouldn't make sense if she didn't have an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. Yu Huajun's weapon was very strange. It was round and about 2 feet in diameter. The edges were jagged. Above the center of the circle was a fiery red crystal. Below it was a handle that could be grasped. This weapon could be used to attack and also as a shield for defense. It was really good. Today, I want to see you, the genius who is admired by the Golden Prince and Kai-Dai Sanctus. What are you capable of? Yu Huajun took out her weapon and seemed to be instantly confident. She was really a frog at the bottom of a well. Was it worth it to give up an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns? I have a lot of them in my Dongxing Emperor ring. Stop talking nonsense, just hurry up and come. Although Ling Xiao didn't seem to care, he didn't dare to underestimate his enemy. Facing Yu Huajun, not only did he use the second level of the Bloody Rat Devil art, he also unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant. He had no choice but to do this when facing a divine physique realm warrior. As long as he was still a divine core warrior, it would be troublesome. After all, there was a huge difference between true Yuan and divine Yuan. Although the quality of his true Yuan was much stronger than others. Of course, this time, the martial soul of Tyrant merged with his body. Kill. Yu Huajun attacked once again. The sun wheel in her hand suddenly shone with a dazzling light. In an instant, Ling Xiao lost his vision. After that, he could sense a terrifying killing intent approaching. Flee. Within the child god's blood formation. The earth-crossing golden light technique could be used at will. However, it couldn't control the direction. It was a technique to escape from the enemy. It was different from the Saint Ground Devil Shadow. The Saint Ground Devil Shadow could control the direction. However, in terms of speed, it was slower than the earth-crossing golden light technique. Within the child god's blood formation, the earth-crossing golden light technique could be considered as teleportation. Flee. While fleeing, Ling Xiao regained his vision. The Ghost King sword unleashed a sword beam. Slash, it pierced through Yu Huajun's clothes. A layer of golden armor was revealed. Ha ha ha, you. Didn't expect this, did you? I'm wearing an emperor weapon grade armor with 4 dragon marks. With your strength, you won't be able to pierce through it. Yu Huajun let out a wild laugh. Fuck, you think you're invincible just because you're wearing a turtle shell? Why is there such an idiot? Ling Xiao shook his head. If Yu Huajun was wearing an emperor weapon grade armor with 10 dragon marks, he might have a headache. But now, he was having a headache. It was just an emperor weapon grade armor with 4 dragon marks, and his Ghost King sword could still pierce through it. Residual blood. Ignoring Yu Huajun's smirk, Ling Xiao continued to attack. The residual blood was much stronger than the fleeing light technique. At this moment, Yu Huajun chose to dodge. Don't you dare dodge. Don't you think your armor is awesome? Ling Xiao mocked Yu Huajun while attacking. Yu Huajun felt really awkward. He was confident that his golden armor could block all of Ling Xiao's attacks. But, when he was about to die, he still chose to dodge. Because he was scared, Ling Xiao's residual blood through the Ghost King sword made him feel the pain of being cut apart. Solar storm. Angry, the red crystal on Yu Huajin's sun chakram started burning. After that, a crimson gale swept towards Ling Xiao, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. So strong. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Even though he had the black tortoise divine body, which was equivalent to 8 dragon marks, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Yu Huajin did have some tricks up his sleeve. After being strengthened by the sun chakram, this attack was really powerful. Divine Dragon Freezing Formation. Because the solar storm had filled the entire divine blood formation, Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it. Therefore, he thought of a good idea. Following the release of the freezing formation, the solar storm slowed down. A few seconds later, it completely froze, turning into ice crystals that filled the sky. Ha ha ha, Yu Huajun, your solar storm is nothing special. Ling Xiao let out a wild laugh. Hearing Ling Xiao's laughter, Yu Huajun felt really annoyed. Why was he so conflicted when dealing with a divine core warrior? He was simply being played like an idiot by his opponent. Damn this guy, because he was relaxed, Ling Xiao had the time to pay attention to the other battles in the airport. The sovereign Ling Xiao's battle was coming to an end. The hierarch Ling Xiao had killed 2 first-level divine physique realm warriors. Dong Huangyu's battle was still going on, and it seemed like neither side could do anything to the other. It was obvious that Dong Huangyu was learning through battle. Or else, once the ghost lantern was used, her opponent would die instantly. Right now, Xiao Jin had transformed into a huge golden crow. With just his human form, it was hard for him to be the old man's match. Right now, he looked like a bright sun. His entire body was covered in terrifying flames. These flames could be controlled by him at will. Slowly, he recovered some of his disadvantage. The old man's frown deepened. Everyone knew that the battle prowess of beasts would increase drastically after they reverted to their original forms, but Xiao Jin's increase was simply too much. Behind Cold Plum, a towering tree suddenly appeared. Her figure disappeared before the old man's eyes like a ghost. Only the ancient war tree was left, releasing a terrifying aura and continuously attacking the old man. This girl is really hard to deal with. The old man frowned. Although he had the upper hand in the beginning, it was only because he was experienced. However, as the battle progressed, his experience gradually became insufficient. Moreover, the other party's learning ability was extremely strong. Basically, she had completely adapted to his rhythm. Sect leader, you don't have any skills in battle? We're in trouble now. Yu Huajin was also depressed. He even released his martial soul. He even took out his monarch armament. However, he was completely unable to suppress Ling Xiao. In a fit of rage, he swallowed a pill. Insane demon life-reducing pill. Ling Xiao could not help but cry out in surprise. This insane demon life-reducing pill was very famous in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture. To increase one's battle prowess by several times, one would have to reduce one's lifespan by several years. This Yu Huajin was crazy. Yu Huajin's current age was already more than 200 years old. He still had more than 100 years of age left. Although it was impossible to use all of it, it was still possible to use it for more than 90 years. His strength had increased by more than 90 times. Ling Xiao was really in trouble. Old lunatic. Ling Xiao cursed. That's right, I'm a lunatic. I'm completely crazy. I didn't expect that not only are you talented, but your strength has also grown to such an extent. I'm no match for you, at least I can't kill you. Therefore, I had no choice but to use the insane demon life-reducing pill. Yu Huajin had consumed 10 years of his lifespan in one go, increasing his battle prowess by 10 times. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this old man was still a person who cherished his life. Otherwise, he would really have to invite the Divine Lord and the Demon Lord back. It's time to end the battle. Ling Xiao had gained enough experience from Yu Huajin. Ling Xiao had already memorized some of this guy's battle techniques. Of course, the key was that Ling Xiao was worried that this guy would convert all of his lifespan into battle prowess. At that time, it would be difficult to end the battle. Therefore, it was safer to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao, Golden Prince, Kai Dai Sanctus, and Dong Huangyu, haha, If you're alive, you'll only cause chaos in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill all of you, not leaving a single one alive. Yu Huajun sneered. Don't flatter yourself. A bunch of F**king people are guarding outside the world of dead souls, but they don't know that there's a dead soul emperor scheming inside. Just you, I'm afraid the 4 regions and 9 worlds will be destroyed. Ling Xiao curled his lips, and the Ghost King sword in his hand was replaced by the Void God sword. Yu Huajun saw Ling Xiao change his sword, but he did not care. He could not see the dragon patterns on the Void God sword. Therefore, other than the sword's ferocious appearance, he did not feel anything special about it. So he did not care. Haha, is that so? Then have a taste of my Black Sun disaster. Behind Yu Huajun, the golden sun turned black. A terrifying storm began to blow ferociously. I have to stop him. Ling Xiao held the Void God sword in his right hand. 11 ferocious jade hands appeared behind him. At the same time, he pointed with his left hand. Void shattering finger, shatter space. The space where Yu Huajun was suddenly shattered like a mirror. But Yu Huajun did not die because of this. During the accumulation of his Black Sun disaster, he could actually resist the divine power of the void shattering finger. The space shattered extremely slowly, and even showed signs of recovering. However, this was not a problem. Because Ling Xiao did not expect the void shattering finger to kill Yu Huajun. His left hand clenched into a fist again. He punched out. Cosmic Divine Fist, time stop. Time stopped at that moment. Yu Huajun had no time to react. At the same time, the real killing move that Ling Xiao had prepared was unleashed. The Void God sword released the 11th level sword chi of the 12 divine beasts technique. Like a bloodthirsty beast, it turned into a huge Tao Tai and passed through Yu Huajun's body. The Black Sun disaster came to an abrupt end. Even Yu Huajun's essence was completely absorbed by the Void God sword. The dignified Yu Hua divine sect master had died. He had completely disappeared from this world. In the end, there was not even a scream. I still haven't advanced. Holding the Void God sword, Ling Xiao sighed. As expected, the Void God sword still needed to kill stronger warriors. This was far from enough. After putting away Yu Huajun's storage ring, Ling Xiao did not look at it. No matter how rich the things inside were, they could not compare to what Ling Xiao had brought back from the spacetime corridor. There were hundreds of warriors of the same level as Yu Huajun, or even stronger, who had turned into bones, leaving only storage rings behind. He turned his head to look. The Demon Lord Ling Xiao had finished his battle. The Divine Lord Ling Xiao had finished his battle. Xiao Jin had also completely gained the upper hand. The same went for Cold Plum. Dong Huangyu had broken through to the half-step divine body realm in the middle of the battle. She had finally killed her opponent. Everyone read Yu Huajun's death brought a great shock to the 2 old men of Yu Hua divine sect. Their shock gave Xiao Jin and Cold Plum an opportunity. Don't kill them, let me do it. Ling Xiao raised the Void God sword and leapt forward. He killed the 2 severely wounded old men. Although the Void God sword hadn't broken through, its energy had obviously become stronger. Perhaps if he killed a few more of these experts, it would break through for real. With the death of the 2 old men, Yu Hua divine sect was basically finished. Even if they were struggling at death's door, they wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. All Divine Physique Realm warriors were killed. All Core Fragmentation Realm warriors were killed. Were they going to rely on ordinary Divine Core warriors to revive their sect? Furthermore, most of Yu Hua divine sect's treasures and properties were in the hands of these 7 Divine Physique Realm warriors. Now, all of them had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. The 3rd strongest power in the chaotic sand ocean was gone just like that. They wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. Boss, this feels so good. If people were to find out that even a big shot like Yu Huajun was killed by us, we would really become famous. Xiao Jin laughed. Although this victory was a little difficult for him and Cold Plum, the harder the victory, the more beneficial it was. Ling Xiao's harvest was great as well. Not only did he get a huge amount of properties and treasures, he also got a lot of rare pills and cultivation techniques. If he brought these things back, the Battle Alliance's strength would definitely increase greatly in a short period of time. Of course, more importantly, his cultivation base was about to break through again. Although this battle wasn't a difficult one, the Heart of Gold was able to absorb his opponent's combat experience. It increased the energy in Ling Zhao's cultivation C by 30%. This speed was off the charts. This is nothing. We still have something bigger to do. Ling Xiao smiled. Killing Yu Huajun was just the first step. Next, he had to go to the Patriarch Assembly. He knew what awaited him there, but there was no reason for him to be afraid. Because he needed to be stronger. He wanted to obtain Yu Fenghua openly and avenge his father in this life. One must have the strength to defeat the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperors were the strongest existences in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Holy Master of the Heaven Holy Land and the Beast Emperor of the Savage Beast region. The Golden Emperor of the Golden Sky Domain and the Flame Emperor of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary were no match for him. The others were even worse off. As for Wang Quan and Tian Ming, he no longer cared about them. That person had no right to compete with him for Yu Fenghua. If you know what's good for you, take the initiative to withdraw. If they had to fight to the death, he would definitely make the other party regret it. Let's go to the Patriarch Society. You guys stay in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. If it's necessary, I'll ask you to come out and help. Go and comprehend the benefits you gained from this battle. Ling Xiao put Xiao Jin and the others into the Dongxing Emperor Ring and walked towards the Patriarch Society. He didn't care if the other forces bullied him or even opposed him. What he cared about now was the attitude of the Golden Sky region. Hopefully, he wouldn't be disappointed. After all, he still had deep feelings for the Golden Firmament. Inside the tower where the core of the Board of Patriarchs was located, many experts and geniuses from the 4 regions and 9 worlds had gathered. They were waiting for news from Yu Huajun. In the corridor outside the 10th floor of the tower, Bai Yinzilong looked into the distance anxiously. This time, he had obtained a lot of benefits from the world of souls. But at the same time, his mentality had undergone a huge change. He used to be proud and self-righteous. He thought that other than Huang Jinlan and Yang Shui, no one in the Golden Sky region was worthy of his admiration. However, Ling Zhao's appearance caused him to completely change his mind. Ling Xiao was the most brilliant star of this era. He used to look down on this young man. But now, there was only admiration and anticipation in his heart. Hearing that the Board of Patriarchs had actually sent people from the Yu Hua divine sect to capture Ling Xiao, and regardless of life or death, he was extremely anxious. He wanted to help, but he was stopped by the people of the other 3 regions and 9 worlds. They didn't let the martial artists of the Golden Sky region leave this place. Even the Board of Patriarchs of the Golden City were trapped here. No matter how strong the Board of Patriarchs of the Golden City was, they couldn't fight against the other 12 Board of Patriarchs. Now, they could only wait. Suddenly, Yinlong became excited. Because he caught sight of a figure in his eyes. That figure was extremely fast, shuttling through the streets like a ghost, and his target was the high tower here. He activated his vital essence and condensed it in his eyes, looking carefully. Only then did he realize that it was an extremely confident and domineering figure. He ran as if he was taking a stroll, but he was astonishingly fast. What kind of movement technique is it? It's so terrifying. Until now, Yinlong still hadn't seen that person's appearance clearly. He only felt that the other party was extremely fast. And it seemed to be a young man. Finally, that person arrived near the White Tower, and Yinlong saw his face clearly. There was a confident and domineering smile on that face, as if he was here to denounce him. Ling Xiao. Yinlong was shocked. Ling Zhao's speed was obviously much faster than before. He almost couldn't see him clearly. Run! Bai Yinzilong shouted at the people below. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked up at the silver dragon. He actually revealed a sunny smile at the silver dragon. I'm not running. This was his answer. Obviously, he heard Yinlong's words clearly, but he didn't have the intention to run. In the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Golden Sky region was once a giant, an absolute overlord. But their strength had been declining over the years, and they had fallen from the top to 4th or 5th place. And they were still declining. Because of this, Golden Sky Region's martial artists were ridiculed. Even if they were ranked lower than Golden Sky Region, at least they were constantly rising. Only Golden Sky Region was getting worse year by year. Therefore, many true geniuses would choose Eternal Emperor Region, Heaven's Sacred Ground, and Savage Beast Region. Or Inferno Astral Region. They wouldn't choose Golden Sky Region. However, Golden Sky Region's martial artists had shocked the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds in this trip to the world of death. They had suffered the least loss. They had obtained the most treasures. This made the 4 regions and 9 worlds focus their attention on Golden Sky Region. The Golden Sky Region's Patriarch Society also felt great pressure. The moment they heard the news, they had already contacted Golden City through special means, requesting backup. They couldn't give away the treasures they obtained. But if they didn't, others wouldn't be satisfied. There would definitely be a fight. Therefore, they had to find help. Next, it was up to the heavens. If help came in time, everything would naturally be solved. After all, no matter how weak Golden Sky Region was, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Other than Eternal Emperor Region, no other force dared to say they could win against Golden Sky Region. If they really fought, everyone would suffer great losses. Moreover, even if there were many treasures in the world of death, it wouldn't make the 4 regions and 9 worlds go to war. Everyone was just certain that Golden City wouldn't dare to start a war with other forces for Ling Xiao's protection. Therefore, they wanted to get some benefits. And most of these forces were just here to watch the show. Only the Deep Sea Dragon Realm was trying the hardest to find trouble with the Golden Firmament region. The other forces more or less had people who survived. Only the Deep Sea Dragon Realm team was completely wiped out. And someone saw Ling Xiao kill the people of the Deep Sea Dragon Realm. In addition, Ling Xiao had a grudge with the Deep Sea Dragon Realm in the past, so this grudge was formed. They even cried and shouted for the Patriarch Society to uphold justice and kill Ling Xiao. They also wanted to compensate for their losses. To put it bluntly, they still wanted Ling Xiao's treasures. The martial artists of the Golden City actually knew what happened, but the people of the Deep Sea Dragon Realm didn't believe him at all. He even turned around and accused them of being protective of their own people. This made the people of the Golden Firmament region very angry. Both sides were now in a confrontation. No one was willing to admit their mistake. At this moment, a figure entered the tower. For the sake of the treasures, the tower didn't even have a guard today. They all ran in to watch the show. Everything was not normal anymore. If there was trouble, the Patriarch Society would probably be finished. The one who came in was naturally Ling Xiao. Anyway, it's useless for your Golden Firmament region to protect your own people. There are the 7 experts of the Jade Flower sect. Ling Xiao will definitely not be able to escape this time. An elder of the Deep Sea Dragon Realm sneered. You guys are really shameless. Are you planning to start a war with my Golden Firmament region? The elder sent by the Golden Firmament region to the Patriarch Society. He was a kind old man named Bailey Fingxing. His hair and beard were all white. He usually had a good temper and didn't like to cause trouble. But today, he was truly infuriated. Elder Bailey, why are you angry? I think your Golden Firmament region won't go against our Deep Sea Dragon Realm for an unknown kid. Besides, even if that Ling Xiao is dead, the one who killed him is the Jade Flower sect. It has nothing to do with our Deep Sea Dragon Realm. The Deep Sea Dragon Realm's elder sneered. Humph, I'm afraid you guys will be disappointed. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Everyone turned to the source of the voice. Many people didn't recognize Ling Xiao at first. After all, most of the people here had only heard of Ling Xiao's name and didn't know what Ling Xiao looked like. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Deep Sea Dragon prisoner sneered. Senior Yuan, he's Ling Xiao. Finally, someone shouted. After all, there were still warriors who came out of the world of souls alive. It was normal for him to recognize Ling Xiao. Upon hearing that this kid was Ling Xiao, everyone in the Deep Sea Dragon Realm was shocked. No, to be exact, apart from the Golden Sky region, the people from the other 12 forces were all looking at Ling Xiao. It exuded an intimidating aura. It looked like he was going to denounce him. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry. Someone in our team let it slip. In the end, Scarlet Sea and Devil Ape, those two bastards, spread the news. He even fabricated some groundless things. I was going to kill those two bastards. Who knew that they would side with the Eternal Emperor's region? White Silver Dragon prisoner sighed. Scarlet Sea, Devil Ape. Hee, they're just two clowns. Ling Xiao still remembered those two. They were only at the first or second stage of the Shattered Core realm. They actually dared to betray him. Did they think that no one would dare to kill them after they joined the Eternal Emperor's region? Senior Yuan, does this happen often in the Senior Yuan Society? 12 Senior Yuan Society actually joined forces to deal with one Senior Yuan Society. If that's the case, the Senior Yuan Society should have ceased to exist long ago, right? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. They naturally wouldn't dare. However, they must have received the tacit approval of their respective forces. Only then would they have the guts. The Senior Yuan Society exists to plunder resources in the chaotic desert ocean. Now that they've suffered losses, they must be unwilling to accept it. Bailey Fingxing sighed. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to escape the pursuit of Yuhua sect. How did that idiot Yu Huajun do it? No one believed that Ling Xiao had killed Yu Huajun. Naturally, everyone thought that Ling Xiao had used some sort of method to avoid the encirclement of Yuhua divine religion. It's useless even if he avoided them. They're all from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. How shameless of him to kill his own people. Plundering the treasures. How shameful, if we don't kill him today, we won't be able to appease the anger of the commoners. Kill him. He escaped Yu Huajun's pursuit and still dared to return to the Senior Yuan Society. This brat is fearless. Everyone spoke one after another as if they were injected with chicken blood. Not only did they want Ling Xiao's treasures, but they also wanted to kill Yu Huajun. They wanted to avenge the martial artists of their forces by killing Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed. He stood there and looked coldly at the room full of people. He laughed in disdain. Ling Xiao, you still dare to laugh? One of them said angrily, you don't know how to repent after killing someone. Do you know that you've committed a heinous crime? Even if Huang Jindi comes personally, he won't be able to save your life. These guys completely disregarded the feelings of the Golden Sky region and directly convicted Ling Xiao of a crime. It seemed that they felt that they didn't have to fear the Golden Sky region if they joined forces. Heinous crime? Why don't I know about it? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, why don't you tell me about it? You're playing dumb. The person who accused Ling Xiao of a crime sneered and said, the purpose of the Senior Yuan Society's activity this time is to let everyone work together to seize the treasures. But you actually killed the disciples of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You've committed a heinous crime, that's not all. You obtained the treasures and refused to hand them over. That's the second punishment. Even if you die 100 times, it'll be enough. You said that I killed the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Where's the evidence? As for the treasures, even if I hand them over, I'll hand them over to the Golden City. What does it have to do with you? Your disciples are useless and came here to make a fool of themselves. Ling Xiao chuckled, but there was a hint of coldness in his laughter. The evidence is simple. Qi Hai and the demonic ape have already admitted it. Do you still want to deny it? That person asked. That's even more laughable. Those 2 trash didn't even go to the world of dead souls. Is their testimony useful? Ling Xiao mocked. But they learned it from the members of the Golden Sky region. That person said again. Who said that? Ling Xiao looked behind him. At this time, a martial artist walked out and said, I was just bragging. Those 2 idiots took it seriously. They showed it off as if they had obtained a treasure. There's actually an idiot who used this as evidence. You all heard that? Ling Xiao mocked, this is your so-called evidence? What a joke. Nothing else to say? It seems that you don't want to take revenge. The only thing you want to do is to become enemies with the Golden Sky region. Start a war with the 4 regions and 9 worlds, right? Do you want the Deep Sea Dragon realm to disappear? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, which were as sharp as a knife stabbing at the people of the Deep Sea Dragon realm. This guy is too talkative, isn't he? With just a few words, he actually made the people of the deep-sea dragon realm speechless. Those guys don't dare to start a war. I'm afraid that today's matter will end here, right? Baifan looked at Blackpeak and asked. It's useless. No matter how powerful your mouth is, it still depends on your strength. If you're not strong enough, not only will the people from the deep-sea dragon realm find trouble with him, the other forces will also find trouble with him. Blackpeak shook his head. Baifan was still too naive. In this world, strength was the most important. Whoever was strong enough had the right to speak. Otherwise, it would be nonsense. Just as Blackpeak finished speaking, Deep-Sea Dragon Realm's elder Deep-Sea Cholong sneered. No matter how eloquent your tongue is, don't even think about escaping today, you have to confess whether you want to or not. Haha, old fart, are you threatening me? Ling Xiao mocked. If it was before, Ling Xiao might be afraid of this idiot. But now, there was no need for him to be afraid. Bastard, how dare you say that elders are old farts, simply disgraceful. The person from the deep-sea dragon realm who convicted Ling Xiao earlier roared. So what if I say he's old fart? You can convict people as you wish, but I can't scold people. What a joke. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, probably because the martial artists from the Golden Skies region are too kind, causing the kind to be bullied. Now, I'll give you a chance to get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone from the deep-sea dragon realm today, not leaving anyone alive. Crazy, arrogant, awesome, unparalleled arrogance. In front of 13 elders, he actually said that he would kill all the martial artists from the deep-sea dragon realm. Other than Ling Xiao, there was probably no one else. Even Elder Bailey Fengxing didn't dare to say that. Haha, I'd like to see how you'll kill the martial artists from the deep-sea dragon realm. A martial artist walked out of the crowd. He wasn't an elder, but a genius martial artist from the deep-sea dragon realm. Half-step divine body realm cultivation. He probably didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill a divine body realm martial artist. That was why he dared to stand out. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare even if he had 100 guts. You overestimate yourself. Ling Xiao sneered, then raised his right hand. He stretched out a finger. Void-shattering finger, beyond the void, this was the first level of void-shattering finger. The most terrifying thing about it was its attack speed. It could transcend the void and not be bound by space. In that instant, a ray of light shot out from his fingertip. He pointed at the person who spoke. That person did not react at all. This finger shot right between his eyebrows. Then it came out from the back of his head. Even his soul was instantly killed. Someone actually made such a strange request. How despicable. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it as he pointed his finger out. He just sneered. There was actually someone who wanted to die. Then he would fulfill her wish. In an instant, the entire place was dead silent. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so overbearing. He actually dared to kill someone just because of a disagreement. Wasn't he afraid that the Dragon Emperor of the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm would come looking for trouble? Everyone was dumbfounded. The warriors of the Deep-Sea Dragon Field froze in place. Although this person was not the strongest person in the Deep-Sea Dragon Field, he represented the Deep-Sea Dragon Field. He was killed just like that. How could he tolerate this? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. All the martial artists of the Deep-Sea Dragon Field are here today, right? Haha, just nice. Ling Xiao took out the Void God sword. A terrifying aura was released from the sword. Some people even had the illusion that Ling Xiao was holding a giant beast in his hand. The Child God's blood formation, after all, the other party had more people, so Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He directly activated the Child God's blood formation. Then his figure suddenly disappeared. The Holy Ground demonic shadow was also at ease in the Child God's blood formation. Chi, there was the sound of something being pierced. Everyone turned to look. A martial artist's body was pierced by Ling Xiao's longsword and instantly turned into a dried corpse. Whoosh! Whoosh! Every time Ling Xiao appeared, he would take away one or two martial artists. There were no fancy moves. All of them were normal attacks with the Void God sword. Since someone had come to help his Void God sword improve its strength. Why wouldn't he be happy about it? During the attack, Ling Xiao deliberately avoided divine body realm martial artists. He started with the weak. These people did not have the ability to resist at all. Moreover, Ling Xiao appeared and disappeared like a ghost. They could not catch him at all. In the child god's blood formation, they were uneasy and terrified. For the first time, they felt fear. The martial artist from the golden heavenly domain was also stunned. Including Elder Bailey Fingxing. He heard some things about Ling Xiao from the white silver dragon. He already had a higher opinion of Ling Xiao. However, seeing Ling Xiao attack today, he was still shocked. Not to mention other things, just the child god's blood formation alone was a divine skill that could fight against many. Stop! Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon shouted. Ling Xiao's figure appeared and looked at him. Why, Elder Bailey, have you thought it through now? Kid. Aren't you afraid of revenge for killing the Deep Sea Dragon region martial artists like this? Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon roared. Revenge? Haha, is that all you want to say? If you're done, can I continue? Ling Xiao mocked. Kid, die. Just as Ling Xiao and Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon were talking, two first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists suddenly attacked from both sides. A hint of ruthlessness flashed past Ling Xiao's eyes. He originally thought that this was the end. As long as the other party was willing to apologize, he would just scram. However, the other party actually set him up like this. Then he would not be polite anymore. Dragon God's Ice Formation. A huge formation suddenly appeared. It was freezing cold, the temperature in the entire formation space plummeted. The two first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists attacking Ling Xiao actually slowed down instantly. It was as if their bodies were about to freeze. One must know that this Dragon God's Ice Formation had even tricked the Ghost Fire King, who was at the second-level Divine Body Realm. Not to mention the first-level Divine Body Realm. Die. Ling Xiao did not use any other moves. He still stabbed out with the Void God Sword. The Void God Sword was an Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Killing first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists was like slaughtering dogs. The two first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists were still nervously defrosting. They had already been stabbed by the Void God Sword. At this moment, the Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon defrosted and charged. Over. However, Ling Xiao had already sucked their bodies dry and used the Sex Golden Light to escape. The Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon could only stare helplessly. There was nothing he could do. They were completely killed by you. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon and said, originally, I only wanted an apology. However, you guys forced me to do so. You can't blame me. Kill. Ocean God Yellow Springs Formation. Ling Xiao felt that killing was too slow. He directly released the rolling yellow springs. All the martial artists who were touched by it had their bones corroded and their souls eroded, instantly turning into the yellow spring. Those who managed to survive were only Divine Body Realm martial artists. The rest were all killed. Stop. Quickly stop. The Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon shouted in horror. What tricks are you playing this time? Ling Xiao asked contemptuously. What exactly do you want for you to spare them? The Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon asked. Kneel down and apologize. Perhaps I can consider it. Ling Xiao smiled. You've gone too far. The Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon roared angrily. Asking him to kneel down and apologize was only a consideration. Without a definite answer, wasn't it obvious that he was toying with him? So that's all there is to you. For your laughable dignity, you're actually willing to sacrifice the lives of your own people. TSK, Grand Elder, if all the higher-ups of the Patriarch Society were like you, it would be terrible. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop. He knew very well that even if he let these people go, the Deep Sea Dragon Realm would not let him go. These people would still find trouble with him in the future. He was a person who hated trouble the most, so he only asked them to die. Ling Xiao, that's enough. For this old man's sake, please spare those people. Bailey Fingxing could not stand it anymore. After all, they were all from the Patriarch Society. He could not bear to. Forget it. Since Grand Elder Bailey said so, I'll give you face. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he had killed almost all of them. There were only a dozen left of the hundreds of people. It was nothing to give Bailey Fingxing face. Get lost. Ling Xiao looked at the battered and exhausted deep-sea dragon realm martial artists and said coldly. In this battle, Ling Xiao was unscathed from beginning to end. And the deep-sea dragon realm had suffered a crushing defeat. The deep-sea dragon prison stared at Ling Xiao viciously. Just you wait, the deep-sea dragon realm will never let you go. After saying that, he turned and left. The other forces had been watching from the sidelines. They seemed to want to use the deep-sea dragon realm's power to test the Golden Sky region's attitude. This way, it would be easier to formulate their strategy. Seeing Ling Xiao's power today, many people did not feel good. But they did not make a move. Let's wait for the headquarters to send people over. Almost all the forces thought so. As a result, the originally noisy hall suddenly became deserted. Those who had come to denounce him had basically all chosen to leave. Ling Xiao, although you've vented your anger by doing this, you've given the deep-sea dragon realm an excuse to take revenge on you. Bailey Fingxing sighed and said, you'd better leave quickly and go to the Golden City. These people definitely won't dare to cause trouble in the Golden City. Thank you, Senior, but I don't plan to leave. Ling Xiao smiled and said, no matter what I do today, they'll still find trouble for me. It was better to make things clear in person. Backing down is not my style. Bailey Fingxing shook his head and said nothing more. He had seen plenty of geniuses with stubborn tempers. It seemed that he could only think of a way to protect Ling Xiao. He wondered what kind of experts the Golden City would send. Since there was nothing to do for the time being, Ling Xiao returned to his room to rest. He pondered over some of the problems he had encountered in the previous battles. He liked it very much. Every time, he would be able to find the problem in his battle and solve it. He wouldn't make the same mistake in the next battle. Just like that, the day passed peacefully. Everyone had already recovered to their peak. Ling Xiao, come out and face your death. Early the next morning, an angry roar came from outside. His voice was like thunder. It was clearly far away, but it shook the entire tower. It's finally here. I wonder how many surprises it will give me this time. Ling Xiao smiled, stood up, and walked outside. In an instant, he disappeared from the door. The holy ground demonic shadow was that powerful. When he came outside, Ling Xiao saw that the white silver dragon and the other Golden Sky region martial artists had already arrived. However, he didn't see Bailey Fingxing. He suddenly had a bad feeling. But he couldn't figure it out. So he decided not to think about it. He looked up at the opposite side. He didn't see the deep-sea imprisoned dragon. Instead, it was a young man less than 100 years old. His cultivation had already reached the first level of the divine body realm, and his aura was quite strong. However, it felt like he had just broken through. Compared to Yu Chen and Zi Lin, he was still a lot weaker. Compared to Yu Huajun, he was even weaker. The experts from the deep-sea dragon region aren't here yet? Ling Xiao yawned, feeling dispirited. He thought that the people from the deep-sea dragon region were here to pick a fight. Who knew that it was such an ignorant kid? It seemed like the other party was older than him. However, his mental maturity was too low. You are Ling Xiao? That person looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, what an arrogant kid. Not only did you kill the martial artists from the deep-sea dragon region, but you also dare to make our elders kneel. You are so arrogant that you don't know who you are. I am arrogant. What can you do? Ling Xiao laughed. What? I'm here today to teach you a lesson, you arrogant bastard. Before the young man finished speaking, he had already soared into the sky. He pounced toward Ling Xiao. The aura of a divine body realm martial artist was naturally extraordinary. The group of underlings behind him shouted as if this kid could really take down Ling Xiao. The white silver dragon and the others shook their heads. This group of people from the deep-sea dragon region was really hopelessly stupid. Even your elders, the deep-sea imprisoned dragon, couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. You were just a piece of trash who just broke through. You actually clamored to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. What are you thinking? If this young man fought with all his might, he might still be able to fight with Ling Xiao for 100 rounds. But he underestimated the enemy so much and did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. This was incomprehensible. Senior apprentice Brother White Silver, don't you know him? He is the personal disciple of the Deep-Sea Dragon region's Dragon Emperor. A peerless genius. Because he was in closed-door seclusion, he did not go to the world of souls. All along, this guy has been able to jump ranks to challenge. So he is rather conceited. Bai Fan said with a laugh. Then it's no wonder that he developed such a bad habit of not even being able to see the enemy's strength clearly. He is going to be taught a lesson this time. The White Silver Dragon sighed and said to Ling Xiao, better spare this guy's dog life. Just cripple him will do. He is the Dragon Emperor's disciple after all. When the young man heard the White Silver Dragon's words, he was instantly enraged. He felt that he was completely underestimated. The other party actually told Ling Xiao not to kill him and just crippled him. Didn't this mean that he was nothing in front of Ling Xiao at all? I'm going to kill you. The young man had arrived in front of Ling Xiao, and his ferocious attack suddenly became stronger. This was an attack that no divine core warrior could withstand. But Ling Xiao didn't do anything. You're so arrogant. Watch me smash your head. Finally, the punch brought forth a strong wind, and like a comet falling from the sky, it smashed onto Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao still didn't move. However, the young man revealed a dumbfounded expression. Impossible. He knew best how terrifying the power of his fist was. When he was just a half-step Divine Physique Realm warrior, he could already fight with a first-level Divine Physique Realm warrior. Although he couldn't win, his opponent wouldn't dare take his punch head-on. Now that he was at the first-level Divine Physique Realm, the power of his punch was naturally stronger. But why couldn't he kill a fourth-level Shattered Core warrior? He couldn't understand. Hee, you fought, now it's my turn. Ling Xiao sneered. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying energy gathered on his index finger. A strong wind brought forth by the law of space caused the young man to be terrified. The energy felt like it could shatter space and destroy everything. Before Ling Xiao even attacked, the young man's face had already turned pale. End of chapter. Oh no. The young expert tried to retreat. But it was too late. Ling Xiao pointed his finger. The space was torn apart. Apart from his head, the poor young man's entire body was torn apart along with the space. Seeing that you're the Dragon Emperor's disciple, I'll spare your life. Get lost and complain to your master, the Dragon Emperor. Ling Xiao smiled and kicked the other party's head away like he was kicking a ball. Get lost, all of you. Bring some stronger people. You're not enough. Ling Xiao felt the increase in energy in his cultivation sea. He wanted to fight with an expert even more urgently. The Deep-Sea Dragon Realm martial artists fled again. But this time, they didn't leave for long. About half an hour later, the situation that Ling Xiao had been waiting for happened. Not only the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm, but all the other forces appeared again. Different from the previous time, the number of Divine Body Realm martial artists among them had increased greatly. Just in the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm alone, there were more than a dozen elders. This time, it was obvious that they wanted to destroy Ling Xiao completely. They didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance. An expert was an expert after all. His aura was like that of a tiger. He was just standing there. That aura terrified many martial artists from the Golden Heavens region. Bai Fan, Black Peak, and the others couldn't take it at all. The White Silver Dragon was still fine. After all, he was a Divine Body first-level martial artist. The terrifying aura enveloped Ling Xiao's surroundings. Like a spider web, it bound Ling Xiao's freedom tightly. Terrifying killing intent was released without any concealment. They wanted Ling Xiao's life. Not only did they want his life, but they also wanted the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao. One of them roared like a dragon. Many people's ears were bleeding from the shock. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was already prepared to fight against these strong people. So, he entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation in advance. He also integrated the power of the tyrannical martial soul into his body. The sun god's blood formation was also activated. In the formation, the second level of the bloody devil rat was also activated. It was just that the formation diagram was not visible at this time, so others could not detect it. However, the effects of the child god's blood fiend array diagram had always been present. You don't have to be so loud. I'm not deaf. If you have something to say it quickly. Facing this first-level divine physique echelon martial artist whose strength was almost on par with Yu Huajun's, Ling Xiao still maintained a calm attitude. If he could kill Yu Huajun, then he could kill all the first-level divine physique echelon martial artists. He was confident. Moreover, as his strength increased, this would become easier and easier. Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? F*CK, it's the same trick again. I don't want to answer the same question a second time. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes, that's good. I'll take you back to the deep-sea dragon domain and interrogate you properly. From the other party's actions, it could be seen that these people didn't just want to kill Ling Xiao. What they wanted even more was to obtain the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. As he spoke, the man suddenly stretched out his hand. Divine essence condensed into a heavenly hand in the void. It directly grabbed at Ling Xiao. It seemed like he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive. Earth vertical golden light technique. In the child god's blood fiend array diagram, the earth vertical golden light technique could be used at any time, and the consumption was not great. Ling Xiao disappeared from the spot. That giant hand also fell at the same time. For a moment, a terrifying loud sound was heard, and the tower's ground was almost directly shattered. One had to know that this tower was built through special processing. For a moment, strong winds blew. Several warriors from the golden heavenly domain were blown away. Some were even directly torn apart by the strong winds. They died tragically on the spot. How dare you kill my golden heavens domain martial artists? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly became cold. A coldness that seemed to be able to freeze everything. It sent chills down one's spine. So what if you killed them? Didn't you also kill my deep-sea dragon domain martial artists? That first-level divine physique echelon martial artist said disdainfully, not only do I want to kill them, but I also want to kill you. Come with us obediently, and perhaps we can still spare your life. As he spoke, that terrifying giant hand attacked again. Since that's the case, none of you from the deep-sea dragon domain can leave, all of you will die here, no one will be left alive. Ling Xiao let a few people go the first time, but he didn't kill anyone the second time. That was because the other party was only looking for him. So he didn't care. But it was different this time. The other party actually targeted the ordinary Golden Heavens domain disciples. The nature of this was completely different. In other words, the other party would make a move on innocent people. He had to consider the battle alliance and the safety of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Only by completely destroying the deep-sea dragon domain could he be at ease. Ha 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 ha. Kill us all? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? That first-level divine physique echelon martial artist laughed wildly. I alone can take care of all of you trash. If Huang Jindi doesn't come today, none of you will live. Is that so? Facing the sky-covering giant hand, Ling Xiao didn't dodge this time. Instead, he stood on the spot. His entire body was shining with golden light. The Emperor's power of the Golden Lotus Scroll was constantly blooming. A golden lotus platform appeared behind Ling Xiao. This lotus platform was shaped like a dragon throne. On the dragon throne, an emperor sat high up. It was the Emperor's shadow condensed by the Golden Lotus Scroll. Domineering divine fist. That golden power was all integrated into Ling Xiao's hands. The Emperor's shadow clenched his fist and punched out at the same time. It blasted towards the sky-covering giant hand. I even killed Yu Huajun. You're not even as good as Yu Huajun. What right do you have to be arrogant here? Boom, the domineering divine fist and the sky-covering giant hand finally collided. Ling Xiao could retreat. But he didn't. Standing on the ground, his body was as stable as a mountain. He actually blocked the giant hand directly. A terrifying gust of wind scattered wildly. Blood seeped out from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. But only a little. After all, although the other party was stronger than him, his physical body was incomparably strong. It was equivalent to the divine demon black tortoise body with 8 dragon patterns on it. It couldn't be broken so easily. There was a hint of mockery in Ling Xiao's eyes. Fire of the Phoenix. Although he couldn't make the strange fire and immortal fire leave his body to attack. But Ling Xiao could wrap his fists. At that moment, the sky-covering giant hand seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. The first-level divine physique echelon expert let out a miserable shriek. The terrifying giant hand had been completely burned. Bastard! That person was completely enraged. How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. So what if I hurt you? This is still considered light. Ling Xiao smiled. As expected, it felt good to fight with an expert. The energy in his cultivation C increased by another 10%. Now, it was already 50%. He didn't know if his cultivation could break through to the 5th level of the course-shattering realm after dealing with this bunch of trash from the deep-sea dragon domain. After all, every level up would increase his combat power by 10 times. His strength would only become stronger and stronger. In the future, when he faced divine body first-level martial artists, his chances of winning would only increase. Arrogant, you're really too arrogant. I must kill you, kill you. That divine body first-level martial artist was about to go crazy. I will definitely kill you. That divine body first-level martial artist seemed to have been injured by Ling Xiao because he failed to kill Ling Xiao. Feeling humiliated, he instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. Berserk True Essence was completely released with a loud rumble, preparing to blast Ling Xiao into pieces. The experts from the other forces stood there to watch the show. No one knew what they were thinking. Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? At this moment, a majestic voice resounded. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a smile. This voice was way too familiar. In an instant, the entire tower became extremely hot. That deep-sea dragon region martial artist also retracted his aura in fear. He was forced by the other party's aura. If he didn't do so, he would probably be killed. Fire Emperor. Ling Xiao saw the person who came. He was dressed in a loose red robe. His entire body was emitting a scorching aura, causing everyone present to feel the scorching heat. There were more than 10 people who came with the Fire Emperor, and all of them were experts. Xianxia is here too. Ling Xiao had fought with this Valkyrie before, so he naturally recognized her. In fact, he even became Xianxia's groom during the spouse finding martial arts competition. However, at that time, he didn't know Xianxia's true strength. From the looks of it now, Xianxia was indeed a divine body realm expert. If she really attacked at that time, no one would be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao noticed that there was an extremely cold gaze in the crowd that was filled with murderous intent. He couldn't help but frown. Then, he saw a face that looked familiar. That's Huang Jinlan. Bai Yinzilong reminded. Warlord Huang Jinlan. Understood. The 9 revolutions gourd was Huang Jinlan's. When Ling Xiao erased a trace of Huang Jinlan's divine consciousness back then, he had seen Huang Jinlan's face. Huang Jinlan quickly retracted his gaze. Now wasn't the time to be calculative about personal grudges. The deep-sea dragon region was too much. He didn't dare to stir up internal strife at this time. How dare the deep-sea dragon region look down on the golden skies? Do you really think that there's no one in my golden sky region? This floor seems to be our territory. You guys came here to behave atrociously. Have you asked for my permission? The Flame Emperor had no time to catch up with Ling Xiao. Moreover, now was not the time to reminisce. He stood in front of Ling Xiao, looking at the experts of the deep-sea dragon realm with a gloomy face. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He wanted to see how the Golden City treated him. Fire King, Ling Xiao has killed the innocent. We didn't come here to become enemies with the Golden Sky region. I just want to seek justice and kill this fellow with my own hands. The deep-sea imprisoned dragon said calmly, please understand, Fire Emperor, and don't stop us. Understand? Understand your mother's lackey. When has it been your deep-sea dragon domain's people's turn to discipline our Golden Heavens region's martial artists? He killed the innocent. I've also heard about this. You can't even produce any evidence, yet you insist on convicting him. Haha, looks like I haven't come out all these years. you guys have treated me as heir. The Flame Emperor was clearly here to uphold justice for Ling Xiao this time. Don't say that those people deserve to be killed. Even if they didn't deserve to be killed, he would still protect Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a genius that he had always thought highly of. Not only was he extremely outstanding in martial arts, but his alchemy skills were even better than his. If such a talent was killed by others, then the heavens would punish the Golden City. Speaking up to here, the Flame Emperor looked at the remaining 11 forces. He sneered, "You guys don't have to hide your purpose of coming here. It's nothing more than wanting treasures. I'll make it clear today. What Ling Xiao obtained is his. No one can snatch it away. Dizun has already spoken on this matter. If you guys still dare to think about it, then you're becoming enemies with the Golden Sky region. I'll let you know how powerful the Golden Sky region that once ruled the 4 regions and 9 worlds is." Fire Emperor must be joking. We just saw that the Deep Sea Dragon realm was coming aggressively and came to mediate. A martial artist from the Heaven's Sacred Grounds said with a smile. Of course, these words couldn't be taken seriously. Who wasn't a little greedy? It was just that the Heaven's Sacred Ground wasn't that desperate. Fire Emperor, many of our Eternal Palace's geniuses died tragically. It's said that it's all related to Ling Xiao. Let's get to the bottom of this. If it's really him, then you must hand him over to us today. The Eternal Emperor Realm's expert said coldly. His attitude was very unyielding. After all, this time, it could be said that they were completely wiped out. Although Yu Qin survived, she was kidnapped by the Death Spirit Emperor and her fate was unknown. The other forces experts didn't say anything. Although they had many reasons, their purpose was basically the same. Firstly, it was for the treasures. Secondly, it was to suppress the Golden Sky region's momentum. After all, only the Golden Sky region had profited this time. That's right. The Deep Sea Dragon realm is also here for this matter. No matter what, you, Ling Xiao, can't wash away the suspicion of killing our Deep Sea Dragon realm's martial artists. After we bring you back and interrogate you, we'll know the truth. The Deep Sea Dragon prisoner sneered. What a joke. You want to take away our Golden Sky region's martial artists? How arrogant. The Flame Emperor roared and his entire body seemed to have turned into a blazing sun. Standing there, the terrifying heat made the Deep Sea Dragon realm's martial artists feel extremely uncomfortable. Many of them even let out shrill screams. Their bodies were burnt black. Now, I've also killed your Deep Sea Dragon realm's martial artists. Bring me back for interrogation too. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The Flame Emperor mocked. He's really going to make a move. The onlookers secretly exclaimed. The Flame Emperor was indeed as hot-tempered as the rumors said. If you dare to provoke the Golden Sky region, I'll make you suffer. I heard that the Flame Emperor seems to have some relationship with Ling Xiao. That's why he's so protective of him. Someone said. The Flame Emperor alone is enough to make the Deep Sea Dragon realm suffer. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to capture Ling Xiao today. Someone sighed inwardly. After all, apart from the Flame Emperor, even the Valkyrie and Warlord were here this time. The importance that the Golden Sky region attached to this matter was far beyond their imagination. Flame Emperor, you've gone too far. Do you really think there's no one in the Deep Sea Dragon realm? The Deep Sea Prisoner Dragon was completely enraged. As an elder, he had to stand up for him. So what if I've gone too far? What can you do? Let your Dragon Emperor do it. Otherwise, it'll be useless no matter who comes. The Flame Emperor sneered. Overbearing. Ling Xiao sighed. No wonder he got along so well with the Flame Emperor. This guy's temper was really to his liking. Flame Emperor, do you think there's no one in the Deep Sea Dragon realm? Suddenly, a voice came from the void. So it's you, the octopus. Since you're here, why are you hiding? When did you learn from the Tortoise King? The Flame Emperor looked out of the window. There was no one there. However, there was a terrifying aura coming from outside. I'm not an octopus. I'm an octopus, how many times have I said it? Finally, that person's figure appeared. He appeared in the Deep Sea Dragon Realm's camp. The Octopus King of the Deep Sea Dragon Realm. The white silver dragon introduced him to Ling Xiao in a low voice. In fact, even without him, Ling Xiao could guess that this guy had the natural fishy smell of the sea race. Moreover, he actually had 6 hands. Yes, plus 2 legs. Wasn't he still an octopus? Fire King, how dare you bully the people of the deep-sea dragon realm? You're too shameless. The Octopus King said. You're really going to bite back? You elders are bullying the juniors of the Golden Sky region. You're really shameless. The Fire King sneered and said, even if a stinky fish like you is here, it's meaningless. I'll still burst your chrysanthemum. Ah, I'm so angry. The Octopus King's face flushed red. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. It was like a tide. The aura soared into the sky, and the entire hall suddenly became incomparably smelly. F*CK, stinky fish, you're farting. The Fire King covered his nose, and the blazing flames rolled. He forced the stench back. Behind him, a fire god appeared with a solemn look. Whoosh! Without needing to make a move, the flames seemed to have a life of their own and turned into a phoenix that pounced on the Octopus King. Everyone hurriedly dodged. They were afraid of being affected by the battle between these two terrifying kings. Humph! The Octopus King snorted coldly, and his vital energy condensed into a ferocious sea beast that pounced on the huge phoenix. The sea beast and the phoenix actually fought in mid-air as if they were living creatures. One side was water, and the other side was fire. Logically speaking, water countered fire, and the Fire King should be at a disadvantage. However, the phoenix didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. On the contrary, it was extremely ferocious, almost suppressing the sea beast. The Octopus King's expression suddenly became ferocious, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Obviously, he was inferior to the Fire King. They were both king-level experts, but he was obviously at a disadvantage in front of the Fire King. Stinky fish, you actually dare to stand up for others with such little ability. You're really embarrassing. I've already said that if the Dragon Emperor doesn't come, no one in the deep-sea dragon realm is my match. The Fire King's attacks became more and more domineering and unreasonable. He didn't give the Octopus King any chance. Rip, the huge phoenix actually tore the sea beast apart and pounced towards the Octopus King. Ah! The Octopus King let out a miserable shriek as it was completely engulfed by the crimson fire phoenix. Clearly, the Flame Emperor's attack wasn't simple. Oh my god, the Flame King is still as domineering as before. Luckily, we didn't make a move. In the crowd, the experts of the other forces secretly rejoiced. There had been rumors in the past that the Fire King's strength was actually very close to that of the 13 rulers. It was even possible that he had already achieved it. But that was just a rumor. Many people did not believe it at all. But now, they had no choice but to believe it. The horrifying strength of the Fire Emperor was truly terrifying. Boom! The Octopus King was blasted far away by the flames and fell to the ground. The flames gradually extinguished, but the Octopus King was already seriously injured. He struggled to get up from the ground. His entire body was charred black, and his eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. Ah! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Several warriors from the deep-sea dragon field hurried over to support him. Scram! After all, he was a king, and he wanted to save face. He directly shook off the warriors who were supporting him. He just looked at the Flame Emperor ferociously. What? Do you want to eat me? The Flame Emperor said disdainfully, no matter how big your eyes are, it's useless. Trash like the deep-sea dragon field, how dare you provoke the Golden Heaven's domain? You've really forgotten how terrifying it was when you were once dominated by us. If the previous Golden Emperor was still here, how could he allow you to behave so atrociously? He would have killed you long ago. You want to regain your face? Sure, go and invite the Dragon Emperor over. The Flame Emperor's words really humiliated the Octopus King. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He could not defeat the Flame Emperor. If it were not for the fact that the two of them had worked together before, the Flame Emperor might have really killed him. The Flame Emperor was already giving him a lot of face by sparing his life. If he didn't know what was good for him, the Flame Emperor could really kill him. F***ck, I don't think there are many people who can suppress the Flame Emperor. He's really powerful and domineering. In the crowd, someone was afraid. Others might reason with you, but the Flame Emperor wouldn't. You couldn't hurt his people. Unless you're stronger than him, don't even think about getting any benefits from him. What kind of dog luck did this Ling Xiao have to be so protected by the Flame Emperor? If it weren't for the Flame Emperor, he would have been taken away long ago. Even Bailey Fengxing couldn't protect him. Everyone was thinking about this matter and felt that Ling Xiao was too lucky. The Flame Emperor didn't hesitate to become enemies with the other 12 forces to protect Ling Xiao. They were weighing the pros and cons, whether they should mess around with the deep-sea dragon field. The Flame Emperor is right. If the Dragon Emperor doesn't give us an explanation today, don't go back, otherwise, you'll really think that there's no one in our Golden Heavens domain. Valkyrie Xianxia also stood out. She looked coldly at the people from the deep-sea dragon field. She was the most outstanding person of the younger generation of the Golden Heavens domain. She was even more outstanding than the War King. She actually fought Ling Xiao, which surprised many people. But Ling Xiao wasn't surprised at all. In fact, Xianxia was the wife that he won from the martial arts competition. Although the situation was special, the two of them didn't take it seriously. But after all, they had worked together. They had feelings for each other. Damn it, the Golden Heavens domain is going too far. The Octopus King was furious. He had already been injured by the Flame Emperor. Now that the Valkyrie had come out, she actually wanted all of them to stay. Unless the Dragon Emperor personally came to apologize. How was that possible? Going too far? Xianxia said coldly, so what if you're going too far? Has your deep-sea dragon domain forgotten how our Golden Sky region treated our enemies in the past? Kill. Just this one word, all these years, because the Golden Heavens domain's strength had declined. Dizun wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to cause trouble. It made you guys forget how terrifying our Golden Heavens domain is. You all want to ride on our heads and piss on us? No way. Huang Jinlan was a little embarrassed. He actually wanted to send Ling Xiao out and bury the hatchet. For a disciple, it was not worth becoming enemies with the 12 major forces. But now, the Flame Emperor and Xianxia's words made him unable to say these words. He could only shut his mouth. Ling Xiao was quite touched. For the first time, he truly felt that he belonged to the Golden Heavens domain. Although it was the same in the past, he didn't have such a strong sense of belonging. He didn't expect the Golden Heavens domain to support him this time, especially with the appearance of the Flame Emperor and Xianxia. They really gave him enough support and face. Whether it was the Valkyrie or the Flame Emperor, they had never fought at the same time. Because any one of them was enough to move the 4 regions and 9 realms. This time, the two of them appeared together. It was actually for him. How could he not be touched, especially the Flame Emperor? He even injured the Octopus King. Xianxia even wanted to keep everyone from the deep-sea dragon domain. Ha 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 ha, Fire Emperor, Valkyrie, Warlord, what a powerful lineup, good. Very good. Suddenly, a burst of laughter that made one's eardrums hurt was heard. Then, 4 figures appeared in the void. 3 men and 1 woman. The leader was a young-looking man. But his divine soul was clearly more than 200 years old. It was the strongest ruler of the deep-sea dragon realm, the Dragon Emperor. The man and woman beside him were the Dragon Emperor's right-hand men. The Gorgon Demoness and the Killer Whale King. The man behind them had a divine soul that was less than 50 years old. But his strength was not weak. He had already reached the 2nd level of the divine body realm. He was not inferior to Little Gold and Cold Plum. It was the Dragon Emperor's proudest and most outstanding disciple, the deep-sea flood dragon. Seeing these 4 people, the deep-sea dragon realm people hurriedly bowed. No one expected that the Dragon Emperor of the deep-sea dragon realm would actually come personally. This was truly inconceivable. Was it really worth it for a Ling Xiao? The one who spoke just now was naturally the Dragon Emperor. Fire Emperor, you're really impressive. Not only did you injure the Octopus King, but you also want to keep so many people from the deep-sea dragon realm. All these years, the deep-sea dragon realm and the Golden Sky realm have been on good terms. Why get angry over such a small matter? Do you really want the 2 forces to fight each other? That's not too good. The Dragon Emperor's voice was calm but domineering. As expected of the most powerful existence in the deep-sea dragon realm. A small matter, Dragon Emperor, are you blind? This is the office of the Golden Sky Realm. This is the territory of the Golden Sky Realm. You brought people here to behave atrociously and even wanted to kill our disciples. This is a small matter, why don't I cripple your disciple? What do you think about this matter? The Fire Emperor sneered. Even if the Dragon Emperor came, the Fire Emperor did not give him face at all. Fire Emperor, you're wrong. After all, Ling Xiao is suspected of killing the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm disciples. We also need to give the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm martial artists an explanation. So, Ling Xiao needs to follow us to the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm. If you're worried, you can follow us. The Dragon Emperor said slowly. His nonchalant attitude was overbearing and confident. He, the Dragon Emperor, had personally stepped in. If he still could not take Ling Xiao away, it would be a great loss of face. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to make a trip to the deep-sea dragon domain no matter what. Don't bother. At this moment, Ling Xiao stepped out from the crowd. Xiaochen looked at the Dragon Emperor and said indifferently, listen carefully. I killed the cultivators of the deep-sea dragon domain when I was in the small purple spirit nation. He had killed them in the heavenly demon ghost realm. He had also killed them in the world of souls. They deserved to die. As for Sea Lion Hero and Ghost Fish, they were killed by the Death Spirit Emperor's personal guards because they didn't have the strength. Alright, I've already asked what I wanted to ask. Now, let's talk about the matter between us. It's time to settle the score. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, when I was in the small purple spirit kingdom, I didn't know your deep-sea dragon region's martial artists at all, but wanted to rely on your strength to kill me. He even dared to have dirty thoughts about my woman, Yu Fenghua from the Eternal Palace. Of course, I killed them. When I was in the heavenly demon ghost realm, it was your deep-sea dragon region's martial artists, and they were even divine body realm martial artists. They colluded with the enemy to kill me. Of course, I killed them. It was the same in the world of souls. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I want to ask, since your deep-sea dragon region treated me like this, should I kill my way to the deep-sea dragon region and destroy all of you? No one had expected Ling Xiao to make such a move. Even the Fire Emperor and Yang Shui were confused. Ling Xiao was even more unreasonable than them. Not only did he want to prove his innocence, but he also wanted to condemn the deep-sea dragon region. Ha 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 ha. What a reckless and stupid little guy. What right do you have to condemn the deep-sea dragon region? The Dragon Emperor laughed wildly. Do you think you can do whatever you want with the Fire Emperor and Yang Shui as your backers? You're right. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I didn't find trouble with you, but you came to find trouble with me. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Today, let the deep-sea dragon region be destroyed here. What? Many people thought they heard wrong. Ling Xiao actually wanted to destroy the deep-sea dragon region. Was he serious? Even if the Fire Emperor was on par with the Dragon Emperor, Yang Shui could block the snake-haired demoness, the warlord could block the killer whale king, but there were dozens of deep-sea dragon region divine body realm powerhouses present. How could he block them alone? He was simply crazy. Senior Fire Emperor, is it okay for you to block the Dragon Emperor? Ling Xiao said indifferently. No problem at all, the Fire Emperor said. He already knew that this little guy was crazy, but he didn't expect him to be so crazy. He was even more impressive than him. Shui, block that snake-haired demoness for me. Sure. Yang Shui nodded. She believed that Ling Xiao wasn't an impulsive person. Since Ling Xiao made such arrangements, he must have his reasons. Basically, except for these three people, Ling Xiao didn't care about the rest. Silver Dragon, the Octopus King, is seriously injured. Is it okay for you to handle him? Ling Xiao continued to make arrangements. Don't worry. Ling Xiao didn't give Huang Jinlan any tasks. Because even if he did, the other party wouldn't do it. That would be a waste of time. Haha, do you think it's okay for you to make such arrangements? Don't tell me you want to fight all of us alone? The deep-sea imprisoned dragon looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer. Aren't you overestimating yourself? There are at least 31st level divine body realm martial artists here. There are also 2 second-level Divine Body Realm martial artists. How are you going to fight them? By bragging. Ling Xiao ignored him. He directly released Cold Plum, Little Gold, and Dong Huangyu from the Dongxing Emperor ring. Golden Prince. Kaidai Saintus. Many people exclaimed when they saw the two of them. Who didn't know that these two were the top geniuses of the Savage Beast region? Little Gold, I'll leave that arrogant deep-sea flood dragon to you. Cold Plum, I'll leave that stupid deep-sea imprisoned dragon to you. My good disciple, let's work together to deal with the rest. If we don't destroy the deep-sea dragon region today, I'll write my name backwards. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit after he finished arranging the battles. This was a battle to protect their dignity. This was a battle to show off their strength. If they lost, they would lose everything. If they won, they would get everything. It was that simple. Sun God's Blood Formation, Dragon God's Ice Formation, Ocean God's Yellow Springs Formation. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and attacked immediately. In an instant, the 3 formations surrounded the 31st level Divine Body Realm martial artists. At the same time, he released his martial soul barrier. He didn't want others to see what happened inside. After all, both the Sky Tyrant martial soul and the Void God sword were too attractive. Just in case, it was better not to expose them. Ha ha ha, Dragon Emperor, let's fight outside. The Fire Emperor laughed. Let's go. The Dragon Emperor didn't seem to be worried about his own people at all. No matter what, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao, a 4th level core shattering stage martial artist, and a half-step Divine Body Realm martial artist. To be able to fight against 31st level Divine Body Realm martial artists. What a pity. If he knew about the existence of Demon Venerables and Divine Venerables, he probably wouldn't think so. Inside the martial soul barrier, the deep-sea dragon field martial artists looked at Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu with disdain. Kid, you're digging your own grave. Ling Xiao ignored them. Instead, he released the Divine Venerable and the Demon Venerable. Even if he and Dong Huangyu worked together, they would not be a match for 31st level Divine Body Realm martial artists. Therefore, the Divine Venerable and the Demon Venerable were used to clear the field. Seeing the Divine Venerable Ling Xiao and the Demon Venerable Ling Xiao. When the deep-sea dragon field martial artists saw these 2 powerful beings appear, they were stunned. They were instantly stunned. We've been tricked. Everyone realized that the deep-sea dragon field had been tricked by Ling Xiao. It turned out that Ling Xiao had cultivated such a terrifying technique. It could actually create an avatar. And the avatar was even stronger than the original. Kill. Ling Xiao would not give them a chance to regret. The Demon Venerable and the Divine Venerable were like wolves in a flock of sheep. They started a massacre. Dong Huangyu also joined in. With the Ghost Lantern's protection, she was no weaker than a 1st level Divine Body Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao's original body was not idle either. He held the Void God sword and started to harvest. This should be enough to feed the Void God sword. Let's kill Ling Xiao's original body first. That was what everyone thought. However, everyone was dumbfounded again. It was not easy to kill Ling Xiao's original body in the Sun God's Blood Formation. Although the original body was not as strong as the Divine Venerable and the Demon Venerable, it was very mysterious. However, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably, making it impossible to guard against him. The most terrifying thing was the Void God sword in his hand. As long as it touched someone, they would feel their essence being forcibly sucked away. That kind of feeling was really F***ing unpleasant. At the same time, the battle outside had already begun. Neither the Fire Emperor nor the Dragon Emperor was weaker than the other. It was hard to tell who would win. This was also one of the most fascinating battles. Almost everyone was paying attention to it. They ignored Ling Xiao's battle. The battle between Yang Shui and the snake-haired demon was also very exciting. The scariest thing about the snake-haired demon was her petrification ability. This fellow was a descendant of the primordial demonic beast Medusa. Yang Shui was also having a headache, so she was very careful in the battle. However, the Valkyrie was the Valkyrie after all. Naturally, she wasn't weak. The battle between the Silver Dragon and the Octopus King was not that intense, but it was equally thrilling. The Octopus King was a starving camel that was still bigger than a horse. Although he was seriously injured. However, it wasn't that easy to kill them. The white-silver dragon knew very well that Ling Xiao had given him this opponent so that he could evolve in this battle. Although the possibility of a breakthrough was not very high. However, it was entirely possible for his combat ability to increase. In the battle between Xiao Jin and the deep-sea flood dragon, Xiao Jin basically had the upper hand. The deep-sea flood dragon was considered a strengthened version of Purple Qilin. Xiao Jin was too familiar with the way this creature fought. If the deep-sea flood dragon did not have any special abilities, it would definitely lose. The most surprising one was Cold Plum. She had learned a lot from the battle with the old man from the Jade Flower sect. He actually managed to suppress the deep-sea imprisoned dragon who was at the second level of the divine physique echelon realm. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. The deep-sea dragon prisoner was also very depressed. He was already a few hundred years old, but he was actually suppressed by a little girl. It would not sound good if word got out. At this moment, Huang Jinlan was also a little depressed. He thought that Ling Xiao would ask him for help sooner or later. That way, he could consider himself as Ling Xiao's benefactor. However, the battle had been going on for so long. Ling Xiao did not show any signs of asking for help. Could this kid really be able to fight against 31st level Divine Body Realm martial artists? Even he couldn't do it. The martial artists from the other forces were also very surprised. At first, he thought that Ling Xiao would come out very soon. However, it seemed that the situation was not right. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. The martial spirit barrier was still not open. In other words, Ling Xiao was still not defeated. Of course, the deep-sea dragon region was not defeated either. At this moment, within the barrier, Ling Xiao had already recalled the Demon Lord and the Divine Lord. He even put away the Void God sword. It was too wasteful to kill them like this. Therefore, he left the 4 strongest first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists for his main body to practice. In the distance, Dong Huangyu was still fighting with a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao did not have to worry at all. He just needed to kill the 4 people in front of him. Martial spirit possession of the sky, bloodthirsty demonic rats activated the second layer, in addition to the corrosion of the bloodthirsty rats for half an hour. In fact, these Divine Body Realm martial artists were already much weaker than before. Ling Xiao shut down the bloodthirsty rats directly. If this continued, there would be no need to fight. The Dragon God Frost Formation and the Ocean God Underworld Formation were also shut down. There was no need. Come, I won't use my avatars. I'll give you 4 a chance. Kill me, and you can leave this place. Are you not going to fight? Ling Xiao curled his finger and smiled. You're too arrogant. A voice was heard. A first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist in blue suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Along the way, he threw out a palm strike. This palm strike was extremely powerful. Even the space trembled from the palm strike. Ling Xiao even had an illusion. What he faced was not a palm strike, but a collapsed space. This space was pressing down on him, trying to crush him to death. The attack of a Divine Body Realm martial artist was not weak at all. And it was very powerful. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the bloodthirsty rat's power every time. His cultivation was still too weak. Almost every time, he used his full strength. This was not Ling Xiao's usual style. According to Ling Xiao's previous fighting style, he would always leave 1 or 2 trump cards. At the same time, the other 3 attacked at the same time. The one in black held a long sword. The one in white threw out a punch. The one in green held a long saber. The 4 of them had different fighting styles. But at the beginning, they were just probing attacks. They did not use their full strength. Because they were not sure if Ling Xiao was telling the truth. Was he really not going to use the God and Demon Venerables, the attacks of 4 Divine Body Realm martial artists? Immediately, Ling Xiao felt an extremely oppressive feeling. As if he was about to suffocate. His body was about to be crushed. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in the cultivation sea in his body was increasing crazily. He did not dare to fight head-on. He directly used the vertical golden light technique to dodge. In just an instant, he escaped from the attack range of the 4 experts. Just like before. But these 4 guys were not to be trifled with. They seemed to be used to Ling Xiao's fighting style of suddenly disappearing and suddenly appearing. Each of them took a part of the space and completely locked onto Ling Xiao. The power of their will even locked onto Ling Xiao. They did not give Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Ice Divine Fist. This was not a high-level fist technique, but together with the ice fighting will, it could slow down the enemy's movements. It was obvious that this was targeted at Ling Xiao. As long as they could slow down Ling Xiao's speed. If the 4 of them attacked together, they would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Although they did not understand why Ling Xiao gave up the god and demon venerables attacks, this was definitely an opportunity. They would not give up. They would first kill Ling Xiao, then kill Dong Huanyu, and they would win. Frost Divine Fist. One of them roared and punched out with both fists. The air suddenly became cold. This felt a little like the effect of the dragon god's frost array diagram. However, it was much stronger. As expected of an attack from a first-level divine body realm martial artist. A ferocious cold aura rushed toward Ling Xiao. It was obvious that they wanted to freeze Ling Xiao. At the very least, they wanted to slow down Ling Xiao's speed. This way, the 4 divine body realm experts would have a chance to kill Ling Xiao. However, they seemed to have thought of things too simply. Ling Xiao didn't use the earth elemental golden light technique. Instead, he used the holy ground demonic shadow. Although the earth elemental golden light technique was faster now, it couldn't control the direction and could only stay away from the enemy. It was good for escaping, but in a battle, the holy ground demonic shadow was obviously more useful. Ling Xiao flashed in the air like a demonic shadow. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Every time he took a step, he could skillfully avoid the opponent's attack. The cold aura couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. What kind of movement technique is this guy cultivating? It's actually so magical? The 4 first-level divine body realm martial artists naturally didn't understand. Ling Xiao had learned a saint-level technique that was very difficult for them to come into contact with. Boom, suddenly, Ling Xiao's speed increased sharply. He wasn't just dodging anymore. He started to counterattack. His target was one of them. Golden light flickered on his body, and the Dizun illusion was about to materialize. The person who was targeted had a look of horror in his eyes. However, he didn't retreat. Gritting his teeth, he activated the divine origin in his body and punched out crazily. He tried to block Ling Xiao's ferocious punch. However, to his horror, Ling Xiao was clearly only at the 4th level of the Shattered Core realm. However, this terrifying attack was like that of a divine body realm martial artist. The fist that came crashing down was like a falling planet. He couldn't breathe under the pressure. Boom, a terrifying sound of collision rang out. That person was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. He rolled more than 10 times on the ground before he could regain his footing. However, his arms were trembling violently, and blood was flowing out of his perlicule. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Everyone, be careful. This kid is strange. That person stood up and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He thought that Ling Xiao would not use the Supreme God and the Demon Supreme. He would definitely have the advantage. At least he wouldn't lose in a one-on-one. However, it seemed that this idea was unreliable. Ling Xiao's attack power was completely not inferior to theirs, and was even stronger than theirs. At this moment, the other three's attacks. However, Ling Xiao's attack Ling Xiao. He easily dodged the attack and appeared in the distance. The 3 of them were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Brat, aren't you very awesome? Why do you only know how to run away? Idiot, if you have the ability, don't learn movement techniques, don't use movement techniques. No, in my opinion, movement techniques are the most important. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to survive in the face of strong opponents was because his movement skills were better than the others. His speed was faster. Therefore, he valued his movement skills very much. Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. Ling Xiao dodged again. Be careful. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would attack the injured person. Therefore, they all shouted at that person to be careful. However, no one expected that. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared beside another person. It was the person who said that Ling Xiao only knew how to run. Try my palm strength, domineering divine fist. The moment the roar sounded, Ling Xiao was like a god. He was wrapped in the golden body of an emperor. The huge fist fell with a loud bang. At that moment, the guy who said that Ling Xiao only knew how to run felt as if the sky was falling down. His body was about to be bent from the pressure. That violent power made him at a loss. However, the power that erupted from a person in fear was not weak. He threw out his fists with all his might, trying to repel Ling Xiao. Boom! Violent power rose with a loud bang. Terrifying airwaves rolled and roared in the void. It was like a monstrous wave on the sea. Boom! The entire martial spirit barrier seemed to shake. The other three had no time to react. They saw that half of the warrior's body was knocked into the ground. When they reacted and wanted to come over to help, Ling Xiao had a reverse god sword in his hand. The reverse god sword was unsheathed and drank blood. It killed the warrior completely. Seeing the remaining three people attacking, Ling Xiao did not run this time. He thought of a good thing. A good thing that could condense the body of an emperor. Boom! The three people's attacks hit Ling Xiao at the same time. However, what came was the buzzing of a bell. It was like a long sound from ancient times. This sound even spread from inside the martial spirit barrier to the outside. Everyone heard it. Everyone who heard this sound stopped their attacks for a moment. This sound was filled with the aura of an ancient powerhouse. It was filled with the aura of an emperor. It was like the arrival of a human king. What's going on? The Dragon Emperor frowned. He knew very well that he definitely did not have such a person under his command. Could it be that kid? What are you looking at, Dragon Emperor? Are you worried now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Today, the Golden Heavens and the Deep Sea Dragon region will fight to the death. Kill. The Fire Emperor was still a little worried about Ling Xiao. Hearing this voice, he was completely relieved. Ling Xiao, this brat, was indeed full of mystery. Sometimes, even he could not see through this kid. He wondered how many secrets this kid had. This voice made the Golden Heavens fighting spirit and morale soar. In the martial spirit barrier, the three divine body realm warriors were all sent flying. Not only was Ling Xiao not injured at all, but he also sent them flying. The most terrifying thing was that a fourth Ling Xiao appeared beside Ling Xiao at this time. The Emperor Ling Xiao. He still looked like Ling Xiao. But he was wearing a dragon robe, as if he was the emperor. I didn't expect it to really succeed. I forged the human king cauldron into the emperor. Because of this, the sovereign became the most powerful existence among the three. Third-level divine body realm cultivation. But he had an indestructible golden body. Dizun's body was much stronger than Ling Xiao's original body. In the 4 regions and 9 realms, it was practically an indestructible existence. Seeing the terrifying venerable sovereign soaring heavens, the three people were so scared that their legs and stomachs cramped. They clearly wanted to escape, but they couldn't. Don't worry, it's too much of a waste to use this emperor's incarnation against you. Ling Xiao put away the emperor's incarnation. At this point, he had cultivated all 3 volumes of the Lotus Sutra to greater mastery. He formed the god, demon, and emperor bodies. And he had the ability to merge them. The 3 merged with his original body. His strength could be greatly improved in a short period of time. This would definitely become his trump card. If you don't want me to dodge, then come at me one by one. You're all divine body realm warriors, don't tell me you don't even have this bit of confidence. If you're willing to come at me one by one, I won't use my movement technique. Ling Xiao said loudly. Alright, then let me test your strength. One of them stepped forward. That injured person had already taken a pill just now, and his injuries were basically healed. He wasn't seriously injured in the first place. Although he had suffered a loss that time, this person firmly believed that it was because he didn't use a saint-level cultivation technique. It wasn't easy for a divine body realm martial artist to obtain a saint-level cultivation technique. However, a first-stage saint-level cultivation technique wasn't a problem for him. As he walked out, his aura also changed. His clothes fluttered without wind. They were blown by the aura of divine essence, making rustling sounds. With every step he took, his body would become a little bigger. That kind of heavy feeling made Ling Xiao frown slightly. He had already separated from his Dizun body. There was no longer god power, demon power, or emperor power in his body. He could only rely on himself now. After 10 steps, that person's body had already grown to about 10 meters. His huge body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Not only did he grow taller, but his strength also increased by a lot. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ling Xiao not only didn't feel afraid, but he also revealed an extremely high fighting spirit. If the other party was a mountain, he would split it apart. If the other party was a planet, he would also blow it up. At this moment, that person was only 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. With his huge body, he could basically reach Ling Xiao in one step. In the distance, Dong Huangyu noticed this scene, and her small face revealed a look of shock. Giant Spirit Divine Fist. Finally, that person roared. He punched out crazily with both fists. In front of his huge body, an unprecedented power suddenly burst out. He wanted to completely smash Ling Xiao into pieces. He didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance of survival. I didn't expect him to use the saint-level cultivation technique, Giant Spirit Divine Fist. A divine body realm martial artist exclaimed, saint-level cultivation techniques are very difficult to control. Only divine essence can unleash its power. Once it's used, Ling Xiao won't be able to resist at all. As long as that kid doesn't act shamelessly and doesn't use those 3 avatars from before, he will definitely be finished. Another person also said. Kill. Ling Xiao shouted angrily. He actually also punched out. This was an ordinary punch. It was a punch that relied purely on the strength of his physical body. This was because Ling Xiao believed that his divine demon Xuanwu body, which had 8 dragon inscriptions on it, was not something to be trifled with. In that instant, his body was enveloped by the phantom of the black tortoise. Black and white energies fused into one and blasted out. Boom, a terrifying explosion rang out. The whole martial spirit barrier started shaking again. The 3 divine physique realm martial artists heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Ling Xiao being sent flying. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was an idiot and used his original body to take on the saint-grade cultivation technique. Otherwise, they really didn't know what to do. With this punch, even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he should be seriously injured. Don't give him a chance. Kill him. The other 2 shouted. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Ling Xiao, who had fallen to the ground, stood up like a carp. Gently patting the dust off his body, he smiled and said, Sage-grade cultivation technique? I think it's just SOSO. What kind of physical body is this? It can actually take a mighty spirit divine fist without any injuries? The other 2 divine physique realm martial artists were so shocked that they wanted to vomit blood. The martial artist who transformed into a mighty spirit was also stunned. However, after a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. I don't believe it, I can't kill you. He gathered a crazy amount of energy again. This time, he went all out. In the air, roars and roars could be heard continuously. The whole martial spirit barrier shook. The people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. However, when they saw the martial spirit barrier shaking so violently, they knew that the battle inside must be extremely intense. I didn't expect that Ling Xiao could really take on the attacks of 30 divine physique realm martial artists. Yeah, he's too strong. Strong? He's just borrowing the power of a treasure. Do you really think he's that strong? Some people were impressed, while others were disdainful. However, it seemed that this was the only reason that could explain why Ling Xiao hadn't been killed yet. Boom, suddenly, a figure fell in front of everyone. Everyone took a closer look. It was the deep-sea flood dragon, the young emperor of the deep-sea dragon field. The deep-sea flood dragon was in a sorry state. He was covered in injuries from Little Gold's attacks. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer. The Golden Prince is too scary. Why would such a strong person listen to Ling Xiao's words? What kind of ability does Ling Xiao have? Pfft. Just then, deep-sea dragon prisoner spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the sky was dyed red. He was also in a sorry state from Cold Plum's attacks. TSK, Sanctus Kai Dai is also very scary. Isn't she? That's why. It's hard to understand why they would be loyal to Ling Xiao. On the other side, Xianxia blocked the joint attacks of the snake-haired demoness and the killer whale king. She didn't give in at all. She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. That Valkyrie Xianxia seems to have a close relationship with Ling Xiao. Who is this Ling Xiao? Could he be Huang Jindi's illegitimate son? There seems to be such a rumor in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, but it was later proven to be false. On the battlefield outside, the Golden Heavens domain already had the upper hand. Therefore, the Deep-Sea Dragon domain martial artists all hoped that the battle inside the martial soul barrier would end soon. To them, this was the key to turning the situation around. If they knew that there were 30 Divine Body Realm martial artists inside, and only 4 of them were left, what would they think? What kind of interesting expression would they have inside the martial soul barrier? The gigantic spirit divine fist blasted toward Ling Xiao again. This time, Ling Xiao still didn't use his true essence. Instead, he relied on the Sky Tyrant martial soul and the bloody rat demon to forcefully counterattack with his physical strength. If 1 punch didn't work, 2 punches. If 2 punches didn't work, 3 punches. After more than 100 punches, the gigantic spirit divine fist finally fell apart. It exploded. That Divine Body Realm martial artist also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly returned to its original size. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give him another chance. He pointed his finger. Shatter the void. The space that the martial artist was in shattered like a mirror. At this point, only 3 of the 30 Divine Body Realm martial artists were left. One of them fought Dong Huangyu alone. 2 of them faced Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt that after this battle, the energy in his cultivation C had increased to 70%. This meant that there was no problem with his battle strategy. Only the 2 of you are left. Ling Xiao grinned. Again. I'll go. A first-level divine physique echelon martial artist in white walked out. Then, he secretly transmitted his voice to the last person. Long Qing. Listen, if we fight one-on-one, I'm afraid none of us will be a match for this lunatic. Also, he seems to be treating us as sparring partners. We can't let him have his way. When I attack, think of a way to use your treasures to suppress him. Among us, only you have an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry, I will. Long Qing took a deep breath and gently stroked his storage ring. There was an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns inside. Even a Divine Body Realm martial artist would fear it. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could still be so arrogant. The white-clothed Divine Body Realm martial artist charged at Ling Xiao. His goal was to stall Ling Xiao and create an opportunity for Long Qing to use his Dharma treasure. Therefore, he didn't plan to use his full strength. Every time he attacked, he would stop while he was ahead. But such an attack wasn't what Ling Xiao wanted at all. You're bored. Ling Xiao suddenly said, since I can't achieve my goal, then die. What? The white-clothed martial artist was stunned. He saw Ling Xiao take out the Void God sword. Then, the 11 giant beasts condensed into a dark sword light. It suddenly slashed out. The Void God sword was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns, which greatly enhanced martial skills. If it was an ordinary weapon, this attack might not be able to hurt the white-clothed martial artist at all. But the Void God sword could. Long Qing, quick! The white-clothed martial artist sensed the terror of Ling Xiao's attack. He was frightened and shouted loudly. At this moment, a pleasant flute sound rang out. Ling Xiao felt his soul tremble, and his body stiffened. As the sound kept coming, his soul seemed to be about to leave his body. It was actually trying to break free from his body. What was that? Ling Xiao looked at Long Qing. Long Qing was holding a flute in his hand. On the flute, there were 3 dragon patterns. Soul-guiding flute. The Tai Chi told Ling Xiao what that thing was. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, right? You're finished this time. Under the soul-guiding flute, even a 3rd-level Divine Body Realm martial artist can't escape. Let's see what else you can do. The white-cloaked martial artist laughed wildly. Naturally, he wouldn't waste this opportunity. He finally activated his terrifying ultimate move and attacked Ling Xiao. He didn't know if the soul-guiding flute could draw out Ling Xiao's soul. But to be on the safe side, he had to kill Ling Xiao to prevent future trouble. Although this soul-guiding flute wasn't targeted at Dong Huanyu was clearly affected. She felt very uncomfortable. Of course, it was just uncomfortable. Her soul wasn't in danger. Do you think you can deal with me like this? A trifling emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. You are too naive. Hell, nightmare beast soul, nightmare hour. Behind Ling Xiao, the phantom of a nightmare lord suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura filled the entire martial spirit boundary. The next moment, the sound of the flute stopped. The white-clothed warrior and Long Qing had actually fallen asleep. This was the effect of nightmare time. Hypnosis can last up to 30 seconds. 30 seconds was enough for Ling Xiao to do a lot of things. Kill. The 11th layer of the 12 divine beasts' secret art that he had prepared beforehand was slashed out. The white-clothed warrior was chopped into minced meat. Another one died. Only Long Qing was left. Ling Xiao did not continue to attack because he felt the shackles in his body being broken once again. Perhaps it was because of the huge pressure caused by the soul-guiding flute. This allowed him to finally break through to the 5th level of the core-shattering realm. Another tenfold increase in combat power. He could feel the power surging out of his body. Ling Xiao put away the Void God sword. It was time for this battle to end. 30 seconds passed, and Long Qing returned to normal. However, he was horrified to find that all his teammates had died in battle. Even the soul-guiding flute was restrained by the opponent. He had no other choice but to think of escaping. Let me send you on your way, void-shattering finger, creation of the void. Behind Long Qing, a pitch-black space appeared. In an instant, Long Qing's legs were sucked in. This was the 3rd layer of the void-shattering finger, the most terrifying and magical layer. No. I don't want to die, Dragon Emperor, save me. His screams directly spread outside the martial spirit boundary. Everyone's expression changed drastically. I heard the sound of the soul-guiding flute just now. Why is he asking for help at this moment? Everyone was puzzled. When they heard the sound of the soul-guiding flute, they thought that Ling Xiao was finished this time. Encountering such a treasure was an extremely troublesome matter. But the strange thing was that it was completely different from what they had imagined. Long Qing let out a mournful scream, which was terrifying to the ears. I heard that Long Qing is the illegitimate son of the Dragon Emperor. He is more loved by the Dragon Emperor than the deep-sea flood dragon. If anything happens to him, the Dragon Emperor will go crazy. Qing-er. The Dragon Emperor pounced toward the martial spirit boundary without caring about anything. He even took a palm strike from the Fire Emperor and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Oh no! The Fire Emperor chased after him. He wanted to stop the Dragon Emperor from destroying the martial spirit boundary. However, the strange thing was that the Dragon Emperor was not obstructed at all. He entered easily. The Fire Emperor followed closely behind. Everyone only saw a shocking scene. In a corner of the martial spirit boundary, there was a large bloodstain on the ground. There were corpses everywhere that had their essence sucked dry. What evil thing did Ling Xiao get? It's so terrifying. Many people's hearts were trembling. Unfortunately, they could no longer see clearly. The martial spirit boundary was completely closed. Inside, Ling Xiao and the Fire Emperor stood together. Dong Huanyu's battle had also ended. The last divine body realm martial artist completely lost his fighting spirit because of the death of his companion. He was killed by Dong Huanyu. You, go out and help. Work together with the Silver Dragon to deal with the Octopus King. Ling Xiao sent Dong Huanyu out. Then, he faced the Dragon Emperor. Do you know why I let you in? Why? The Dragon Emperor was also confused. Because I want to kill you. But there are some things that I don't want to expose. Only this martial spirit boundary can do this. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You want to kill me? Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Emperor laughed maniacally. Even the Fire Emperor is not my match. You? Sigh, that Long Qing seemed to have said the same thing at the start. Unfortunately, he has become a dried corpse now. Ling Xiao sighed. He clapped his hands and a black vortex appeared in the air. Long Qing's corpse was thrown out. As expected, he had become a dried corpse. You really killed him. How is this possible? The Dragon Emperor couldn't believe it at all. The Fire Emperor couldn't believe it either. Kid, what happened? The Fire Emperor asked in shock. You will know the answer very soon. Ling Xiao smiled. At the same time, he released his 3 incarnations, the Supreme God, the Supreme Demon, and the Supreme Emperor. Seeing this scene, the Fire Emperor could no longer keep his mouth shut. Oh my God, what kind of cultivation technique did you cultivate? You can actually condense the legendary incarnations. There is no such martial art in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Fire Emperor was shocked. Has the Fire Emperor heard of the Lotus Sutra? Ling Xiao said indifferently, it's something from the Eternal Desert. Kid, your luck is simply heaven-defying. The Fire Emperor could only say so. If he had known that Ling Xiao had so many powerful incarnations, he wouldn't have been worried. Humph, even so, you can't kill me, although I'm the weakest among the 13 emperors, I'm still at the 5th level of the divine body realm, with just these few incarnations of yours, it's useless even if there are 100 of them. The Dragon Emperor was actually very shocked. However, he was the Dragon Emperor after all. He still had to show his calmness and strength. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Fuse. Ling Xiao smiled. In the next moment, black, white, and gold colors formed a huge vortex. The 3 figures disappeared. A tricolored pattern appeared between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. It looked like a lotus platform. And his strength had temporarily advanced to the 4th level of the divine body realm. How about now? Ling Xiao laughed. Ha 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 ha, you little guy, you're quite capable. Fire Emperor was laughing from ear to ear. 4th level of the divine body realm, that's nothing. Dragon Emperor felt a little pressured. The Fire Emperor was already at his level. With the addition of the monster like Ling Xiao, he was no match for them at all. And Ling Xiao seemed to be deliberately provoking him. He released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Fire Emperor had become one of his most trusted people. Therefore, he didn't care about releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit in front of Fire Emperor. In an instant, the space in the martial spirit barrier turned into a deep universe. The 3 of them seemed to be standing in the universe. Ling Xiao seemed to be the ruler of this universe. His strength had advanced again. His combat strength was close to the 6th level of the divine body realm. Against Dragon Emperor, it was completely crushing. This is impossible. What kind of martial spirit is this? How can it be so powerful? Dragon Emperor was about to collapse. He was scared out of his wits. Mountain River martial spirit, have you heard of it? Ling Xiao laughed. At the same time, he threw out a formation refining stone to block the sound inside. He didn't want the people outside to know this secret. Mountain River martial spirit. Hearing these 4 words, not only did Dragon Emperor's breathing become rapid, even Fire Emperor revealed an expression of disbelief. I really didn't expect that the martial spirit that the entire mystic world was looking for would actually be in your hands. This is really too unexpected. Fire Emperor smiled bitterly. How many more secrets does this kid have? Alright, you've seen it. It's time for you to die. Ling Xiao glanced at Dragon Emperor indifferently. Senior Fire Emperor, do it. Outside the martial spirit barrier, the deep-sea dragon was lying on the ground like a dead dog. There was only exhalation, no inhalation. The deep-sea dragon prisoner was also heavily injured. The Octopus King was already heavily injured. After Dong Huangyu and the Silver Dragon joined forces, the Octopus King was once again heavily injured by the Ghost Lantern. He was already on the verge of death. Then, Xiao Jin, Long Mei, and Yang Shui worked together to heavily injure the Gorgon Demoness and the Killer Whale King. Whether or not to kill these people depended on Ling Zhao's decision. Therefore, they did not take action for the time being. When Warlord Huang Jinlan saw this, his face turned ugly. Before he came, he did not put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. But today's scene shocked him greatly. Disregarding everything else, the strength of Ling Xiao's friends was much stronger than his people. Looks like I have to do the Deep Sea Dragon realm a favor. Let these guys from the Deep Sea Dragon domain become my subordinates. That way, we'll have a greater chance of winning the fight for the Venerable Emperor position. Huang Jinlan had an idea. He looked at the crowd and said, as the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. After all, the Deep Sea Dragon region is one of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We've already fought, so why don't we stop here? What a joke. Since when are you in the position to tell me what to do? At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice sounded. The martial spirit barrier directly shattered. The Dragon Emperor's corpse was thrown out. It had also been sucked dry. As expected of the corpse of a 5th-level Divine Body Realm expert. It directly raised the Reverse God Sword's cultivation to the 3rd-level Divine Body Realm. This mouthful of experience points was full. Ling Xiao even moved all the things in the Dragon Emperor's storage ring into his Dongxing Emperor ring. The Dragon Emperor's things were more valuable than Yu Huajin's. It could definitely make the Heavenly Empire stronger. Since the Deep Sea Dragon Realm has declared war on the Golden Heavenly Domain today, there's no possibility of a truce. I just want everyone to see. What will happen to those who dare to provoke the Golden Heavenly Domain? Ling Xiao walked over. The Reverse God Sword killed the Octopus King first. Then, it was the Gorgon Demonis, the Killer Whale King, and the Deep Sea Dragon Realm. Wait, don't kill me, you can't kill me, Bailey Fingxing is still in my hands. The Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon shouted. No wonder Grand Elder Bailey didn't appear today. So he was kidnapped by a shameless person like you. Ling Xiao snorted. Now you understand, right? You can't kill me, only I know where he is. If you can't find him in a day, he's dead. Ha ha ha. The Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon was a little proud. Chi, the Reverse God Sword still stabbed in. 4th-level Divine Body Realm. Ling Xiao could feel that the Reverse God Sword's combat power had already reached the 4th-level Divine Body Realm. It was even more terrifying than his 3 avatars. Its ability to absorb essence was too terrifying. Why? Before he died, the Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon didn't know why Ling Xiao dared to kill him. I hate it when people threaten me the most. Little Gold, please bring Grand Elder Bailey back. He's at XXXX. Before killing the Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon, Ling Xiao had already found out where Bailey Fingxing was trapped through the God Demon Eye. That was why he dared to kill the Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon. Alright, is there anyone else who wants to take revenge on me, Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao looked at the cultivators of the other 11 forces and asked with a smile that was not a smile. No one said a word. F*CK, he actually killed the Dragon Emperor. What on earth had happened in the martial spirit barrier? They wanted to know, but it was impossible. If you're so capable, don't ask for help. Let's fight fair and square. A martial artist from the Eternal Emperor region walked out. 1st-level Divine Body Realm. He was an adult over 100 years old. They were both at the 1st-level Divine Body Realm, but his combat power was inferior to Long Qing's. What do you mean by fair and square? Ling Xiao smiled. We can't use the martial soul barrier. We have to fight in front of everyone. Moreover, we can't use artifacts with 3 dragon patterns. After all, you've obtained so many treasures from the world of souls. I'll be at a disadvantage. That person said again. Sure, I'll let you do it. We won't use Emperor weapons with more than 3 dragon patterns. Speaking of which, you're already at the 1st-level Divine Body Realm. Although I've just broken through, I'm only at the 5th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Forget it, I'll let you take advantage of me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing how confident Ling Xiao was, that person wanted to back out. Don't worry, I won't kill you, we'll stop when the time comes. You just want to test my strength, right? Ling Xiao saw through his thoughts and smiled faintly. All right. We'll stop when the time comes. That person finally clenched his teeth and decided to fight. He was the one who suggested the fight. He thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to agree. Who knew that Ling Xiao would actually agree, if he didn't dare to fight, it would be a disgrace to the Eternal Palace. He wouldn't have a good time when he returned. That's more like it. Otherwise, I would think that everyone in the Eternal Emperor region other than Yu Fenghua is a coward. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't even draw his sword. He just instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Then, he activated the Sun God's blood formation and activated the second level of the bloody rat devil. However, he didn't let the martial soul possession this time. He just wanted to see how strong he could be without the martial soul possession. Come and read. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao stepped forward and pounced on the Eternal Emperor region's divine body realm expert. A terrifying aura erupted. This caused the martial artist to furrow his brows. He had to fight. Not only did he have to fight, but he also had to fight with all his might. Whistling divine essence was released from the martial artist's body. Kill. He couldn't retreat. Retreating would be a disgrace to the Eternal Emperor region. No matter how disgusting it was, he had to swallow the consequences of his actions. Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Ling Xiao agreed to fight with this person to establish his might in the first place. Therefore, he didn't intend to waste any time. He directly used the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. A look of shock appeared on the warrior's face. The time around him stopped moving at that moment. The fear on his face was still there. Boom, an unreasonable punch landed on the martial artist's body. The violent fist force even caused the time to become chaotic. The surrounding martial artists thought they were hallucinating. But it wasn't. Time had really stopped. When they came back to their senses, the Eternal Emperor region's divine body realm expert had already been smashed to the ground. Ling Xiao promised not to kill him. But he didn't promise not to torture him. A divine body realm martial artist's resistance to attacks was still very strong. A single cosmic light divine fist couldn't seriously injure him. Therefore, Ling Xiao's subsequent attacks were basically continuous. Terrifying divine essence wrapped around his fists. He kept attacking his opponent. The martial artist wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. Because of a miscalculation, he had no chance at all. Cracks appeared on the floor of the tower as a result of the impact. The cultivator continued to scream miserably. Ling Xiao's fists didn't stop. So pitiful. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Ling Xiao was clearly trying to show off his power. But this kid bumped into him. How pitiful, they fought for more than 10 minutes. Until the martial artist kept begging for mercy. Ling Xiao only stopped when the martial artist couldn't fight back anymore. He looked at the rest proudly and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to try? I won't kill you." An evil smile appeared on his face. Many people shuddered at the thought. Even if you don't kill him, it's still AF** King tragedy. You don't want to try? Then why aren't you scramming? Are you here to watch the show? Ling Xiao snorted coldly and said, "Remember, I, Ling Xiao, am not easy to bully. If there was a next time, you will end up like the deep-sea dragon domain. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Scram. Go, go, go." The people from the other forces all fled. Even the chief elders of the Council of Patriarchs didn't dare to act arrogant in front of Ling Xiao. Even the Dragon Emperor of the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm had personally appeared, but in the end, hadn't they all been annihilated? With the death of the Dragon Emperor, the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm was basically finished. Their territory would be quickly occupied by the nearby forces. There was no need to even think about it. "Boss, I'm back." At this moment, Xiao Jin brought Bailey Fengxing back to the tower. Bailey Fengxing looked at the Fire Emperor and shook his head in shame. "Thank you, Lord Fire Emperor. This old man is really useless. I've actually dragged you guys down with me. The people of the Deep Sea Dragon region are too shameless. However, you're thanking the wrong person. The one who saved you is Ling Xiao. If you want to thank someone, you should be thanking him," the Fire Emperor said. Bailey Fengxing was stunned. He couldn't believe it. However, the Fire Emperor wouldn't lie. He cupped his fists at Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, little brother. If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. Chief Elder Bailey was willing to speak for me yesterday. It's only right that he saved you, Ling Xiao said calmly. Everyone was happy and harmonious. Only the War Emperor, Huang Jinlan, didn't look too good. Previously, he had been rebuked by Ling Xiao, so he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He really wanted to tear Ling Xiao apart. However, he was a sensible person. In this situation, it was best for him to do nothing. If he really did something, what awaited him would be a fate even worse than the Dragon Emperor's. Senior Fire Emperor, should I hand over the item I obtained to Huang Jinlan? Ling Xiao looked at the Fire Emperor. This was a crucial question. If you hand it over, it's kindness. If you don't, it's your duty. No one will dare to force you. The Fire Emperor smiled and said, of course, this is a privilege brought by your strength. If you didn't have this strength, I'm afraid you would have to hand it over. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. It was naturally best if he didn't have to hand it over. Any one of the 100 Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns would cause a huge commotion in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After all, the strongest treasure in the 4 regions and 9 worlds was the Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. Huang Jinlan is willing to send people to help me this time. I, Ling Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. Senior Fire Emperor, please take this item back. As he spoke, he took out a sword. There were 9 dragon patterns on the hilt of the sword. The sword was cold and gave off an extremely cold aura. A Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns, you're actually willing to part with it? The Fire Emperor said in surprise. Senior Fire Emperor, you're all willing to save me. If I can't even bear to part with this item, I'll be too stingy. Ling Xiao smiled and then called the Fire Emperor, Xianxia, and Bai Yinzalong to the side. That sword is for the Huang Jinlan. And these 3 items are for you. He took out 3 more Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao was a very simple person. He would be good to whoever was good to him. Whether it was Xianxia, the Fire Emperor, or Bai Yinzalong, they were all people who would risk their lives for him. These people would also be the cornerstones of the Heavenly Empire in the future. Naturally, he had to give them good things. My God, you're too generous, aren't you? You're making me cry. The Fire Emperor was a little touched. Xianxia's hands were trembling. As the Valkyrie, she didn't have an Emperor armament of this level. Now, she had received it from Ling Xiao. Bai Yinzalong was even more touched. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Senior brother Bai Yinzalong, your strength is inferior to the Fire Emperor and Shui. You should hide this item first and use it at a critical moment. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if someone sees it. My Ghost King sword is an Emperor armament with 4 dragon patterns. Take it and use it first. Ling Xiao gave the Ghost King sword to Bai Yinzalong. Then, he gave the Emperor armament golden armor with 4 dragon patterns that he obtained from Yu Huajun to Bai Yinzalong. If I, Bai Yinzalong, have let down Ling Xiao, I will die a horrible death. Everyone had feelings. If others were good to you, you would naturally be touched. Unless it was someone who was naturally cold and ungrateful. Bai Yinzalong wasn't that kind of person. Therefore, he would naturally remember Ling Xiao's kindness. There's no need to be so grand. Ling Xiao helped Bai Yinzalong up. This matter was avoided from the War King Huang Jinlan. Ling Xiao's attitude was clear. He wasn't on the same side as Huang Jinlan. This was also a signal to the Fire Emperor, Xianxia, and Bai Yinzalong. Kid, I'll accept your gift. I won't say anything else. This old man's life is yours from now on. There's something I almost forgot to tell you. The Fire Emperor suddenly said, there seems to be an expert coming from the Eternal Emperor region. The Eternal Emperor domain wouldn't come looking for trouble, right? Who did they send? Ling Xiao looked at the Flame Emperor and asked. I'm not sure about the rest, but you might know 3 of them. One of them is an old rival of mine. His name is Wang Quanzhen. The second is the number 1 genius of the Eternal Palace, Wang Quanzhen. Just like you, he's a beast god. The third is the person you've been thinking about day and night, Yu Fenghua. It's them. Ling Xiao's breathing suddenly quickened. He had thought that Wang Quanzhen would come looking for him after he killed Wang Quanzhen, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Moreover, Wang Quanzhen and Yu Fenghua had come together. It seemed like he had made the right choice in coming to the chaotic desert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to meet Yu Fenghua so soon. Wang Chuanzhen, haha, I might be able to get my revenge. It was Wang Chuanzhen who went to the western region to kidnap Yu Fenghua. Wang Chuanzhen had already been killed. There was only Wang Chuanzhen left. As for Wang Chuanzhen, he didn't hate him. After all, Wang Chuanzhen didn't do anything to him. His marriage with Yu Fenghua was also forced by the Eternal Emperor. Of course, Wang Chuanzhen probably didn't think so. After all, Ling Xiao had killed his brother, Wang Chuanzhen. And he still wanted to get Yu Fenghua. Even if Wang Chuanzhen didn't like Yu Fenghua, he was a proud man. It was impossible for him to not say or do anything. I was planning to go to the Eternal Ruins, but it seems like I'll have to postpone it. The Eternal Ruins was also known as the Graveyard of the Gods. It was even more terrifying than the World of Souls. Once he went in, he didn't know how long it would take him to come out. He didn't want to miss the chance to meet Yu Fenghua again. Moreover, he was now qualified to compete with the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even if his original body was weaker, he would still be one of the top geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the chaotic desert, his fame far surpassed Huang Jinlan, Wang Quan, and Tian Ming. After all, he was a madman who had even killed the Dragon Emperor. Now, when the chaotic Sand Sea's martial artists mentioned his name, which one of them wasn't filled with reverence, since the Deep Sea Dragon domain was looking for trouble with him, he directly destroyed the Deep Sea Dragon domain. Was there a second person who could do such a thing? I knew you wouldn't be afraid. Don't worry. I will also stay here to supervise the battle for you. Kill anyone who refuses to comply. The Flame Emperor laughed. Lord Fire King, Brother Ling, are you done talking? Suddenly, Bailey Fingxing's voice rang out. Elder Bailey, is something the matter? Ling Xiao asked. It's just a small matter. This trip to the world of souls isn't just about fighting for the treasure. It's also a competition between the 4 regions and the 9 realms. Your Battle Alliance team has unquestionably obtained first place. Logically speaking, the Board of Patriarchs has to fulfill all 3 of your conditions. Therefore, you might have to participate in another Patriarch assembly. Bailey Fingxing said carefully. During this period of time, he had heard about the earth-shattering things Ling Xiao had done from others. It was truly frightening. Therefore, he became very careful when speaking to Ling Xiao. Someone who could even kill the Dragon Emperor was really not to be trifled with. Of course, with your current status, you can totally not go. This old man will get the reward for you. Of course, you can also choose to go. I heard that a young expert came from the Eternal Palace. It's a girl who claims to be Yu Fenghua's best friend. She said she wants to meet you. Bailey Fingxing continued. Ling Xiao was definitely a big shot now. No one was willing to offend him. Although most people believed that the Flame Emperor was the one who killed the Dragon Emperor. However, with the Flame Emperor backing Ling Xiao couldn't afford to offend him. Oh? Yu Fenghua's best friend? If you want to meet her, then go. It's just a routine. Ling Xiao smiled and said. After such a long time, the experts of the various major forces should have all arrived. He really wanted to meet them. Boss, why are you going there? Some rascals will probably provoke you. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Xiao Jin said. What's there to be afraid of? If they provoke me, then I'll just send them to their deaths. It just so happens that I haven't killed enough. At that moment, the terrifying killing intent released by Ling Xiao made even the Flame Emperor tremble. This little guy has really grown up. If he becomes a venerable emperor, I believe the Golden Sky region will definitely be able to return to its former glory. It might even unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Flame Emperor was extremely excited when he thought of this. He had decided on Ling Xiao. In the past, he was only protecting him as an elder. But now, he was following him as a subordinate. It was a completely different mentality. Ha ha ha. That's true. Xiao Jin scratched his head. As the boss, who was he afraid of? Whoever was not convinced, he could just kill them. If he could destroy the Deep Sea Dragon realm, he could destroy the other forces. Who was afraid of who? When will the meeting begin? Ling Xiao asked. Tomorrow. Bailey Fingxing said. Got it. The next morning. The Senior Elder Tower became lively again. Because today was the day of the Senior Elder Assembly to give out rewards to the martial artists who performed well in the World of Souls mission. There was also the matter of the dead Spirit Emperor to be discussed. The atmosphere was a little tense. Everyone seemed to be discussing the treasures and rewards. Instead, they were indifferent to the dead Spirit Emperor. Ling Zhao's name appeared frequently in these people's mouths. This name had now become a miracle. But there were also people who were disdainful. Those who were disdainful probably didn't see the scene of Ling Xiao killing 30 divine body first-level martial artists. Therefore, they were naturally unconvinced. He just has the Flame Emperor as his backer. What's so great about that? He really thinks he's a top expert of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That's right. There are more experts participating in the Senior Elder Assembly this time than yesterday. Sooner or later, the fox's tail will be exposed. Let's wait and see that kid make a fool of himself. The higher he climbs, the worse he will fall. Ling Xiao sat there with his eyes closed, resting. His seat was actually the same as the Flame Emperor. Even the Warlord and Valkyrie were a level lower than him. Valkyrie Yan Shui didn't think much of it. But the Warlord Huang Jinlan was very unhappy. But he could only hold it in. Boss, I'll go and kill those trash who are gossiping. Little Gold was annoyed. Alright, their mouths are on their bodies. If they want to say something, let them say it. They're just frogs in a well. If I kill every single one of them, I'll die of exhaustion. Ling Xiao was calm. He had heard such words many times, so he didn't take it seriously. Today was different from yesterday. Those who survived yesterday like Xingyu, Lang Qingqing, and Zilin didn't appear. But today, they were all here. As long as they survived, they would receive a reward, although it might not be very good. But it was also an encouragement for the young people. The 4 regions and 9 worlds were also very particular about the seating arrangements. The Eternal Emperor region was at the top. The Heaven Sacred Ground and the Savage Beast region were at the left and right respectively. The other forces were all equal. There was no difference in strength. Although the Eternal Emperor region was at the top of the list, it showed how powerful they were. Unfortunately, they were a little embarrassed today because none of them came back alive from the world of souls. As for the Savage Beast region, only Zilin was left. Of course, Little Gold and Cold Plum were also counted. The Heaven Sacred Ground had Xingyu and Lang Qingqing. These 2 forces performed well, but they paled in comparison to the Golden Heavens region. And the key to this gap was Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a piercing gaze. It was an extremely unfriendly gaze. He turned his head and saw an unfamiliar face. She didn't appear yesterday. It was an old woman. Her face was as old as tree bark, but it was filled with a dense killing intent. She was like a ferocious poisonous snake sitting there, ready to devour Ling Xiao. She was at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon, but she was much stronger than ordinary 2nd-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. She should be a Doyen from the Eternal Emperor region in the Doyen Society. She was quite strong, but unfortunately, she was nothing in front of the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor was in existence second only to the 13 sovereigns. This old woman was no match for him. The old woman looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly released a terrifying soul pressure. Like a ferocious beast, it rushed into Ling Xiao's soul realm. It wanted to devour Ling Xiao's soul. Humph. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. A solemn treasure image appeared in his soul realm. It was a demonic Buddha sitting on a black lotus. This was the black lotus treasured light he got from the lotus flower. It could be used to attack, but its greater effect was to protect the soul from being invaded. Pfft, the old woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression changed drastically. Ling Xiao looked at the old woman with contempt and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you put me down like this? I even killed the Dragon Emperor. Do you believe that I won't kill you too?" The old woman was furious. She didn't believe that she was injured by Ling Xiao at all. He attributed this injury to the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Not only did he fail to learn his lesson, but he also failed to do so. Instead, they were even more obsessed with Ling Xiao's treasures. The eyes of a young girl beside the old woman flickered with a strange light. Her name was Wang Quan Feng Shui, and she was Yu Fenghua's best friend. She was also the most outstanding female genius of the royal family. This time, she was here to see what the man Yu Fenghua could not forget looked like. The old woman exerting pressure on Ling Xiao was also her idea. Seeing that the old woman was at a disadvantage, she gave the old woman a pill. His impression of Ling Xiao immediately improved. Whether or not Ling Xiao relied on the treasure to make the old woman suffer, his aura was still very strong. She was a little tempted. It didn't take long for the Council of Elders to begin. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't care about this at all. Today, he was here to meet Wang Quan and Feng Shui. Since she was Yu Fenghua's best friend, she must have a lot to say to him. He really wanted to know if Yu Fenghua was doing well during this period. The reward given by the Patriarch Society was only an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. It might be a treasure to others. But to Ling Xiao, it was worthless. Even though he had already given a few things away, there were still nearly 100 emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. After receiving the emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns, Ling Xiao directly started refining it on the spot. He merged the emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns and the 9 turns gourd into one. This made the 9 turns gourd have 4 dragon patterns. Generally speaking, a treasure could be upgraded 1 to 3 times. Of course, the success rate was very low. For others, refining a treasure like this might only succeed once in 100 times. The more it was upgraded, the lower the success rate. So, it was basically useless. But to Ling Xiao, there was no possibility of failure. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he could succeed in one try. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Ling Xiao's talent was outstanding, and his strength was terrifying. He actually had such miraculous refining ability. How was he going to let others live? Other than envy, there was only envy. The Fire Emperor was grinning from ear to ear. It was a great blessing for the Golden Sky region to have such a genius. Alright, the Patriarch Society is over. Let's go. Ling Xiao stood up and spoke in a superior tone. Even the Fire Emperor and Yang Shui listened to him. Needless to say, the others. Other than the War Emperor, Huang Jinlan, who felt uncomfortable, the others were full of admiration for this young man. The Fire Emperor is getting worse. They actually allowed a yellow-haired brat to boss them around. Isn't it embarrassing? At this moment, the old patriarch from the Eternal Emperor region made trouble again. Ling Xiao looked at the old patriarch with a faint smile. He didn't expect that after yesterday's incident. The deep-sea dragon region was destroyed, and there were still people who dared to make trouble. It was obvious that people's greed was bottomless. It could make people go crazy. Haha, I really don't find it embarrassing. But you, old patriarch, sneak attacked a junior. Instead, you got injured. That's really embarrassing. The Fire Emperor sneered. The old patriarch's face alternated between red and white. Everyone saw the scene of her being injured, but many people still didn't know that she sneak attacked Ling Xiao. Being exposed by the Fire Emperor, she immediately felt incomparably embarrassed. Alright, Senior Fire Emperor. I'm the Eternal Emperor region's #1 force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds after all. Give me some face. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? The old patriarch saw Ling Xiao being so calm and composed, and felt even more indignant. You're just relying on your magic treasure and the Fire Emperor's protection. What qualifications do you have to sit here and talk to me? Hurry up and stand up. The old patriarch snorted coldly. This time, she didn't use soul force. After all, she suffered a loss previously. Instead, she fused her divine essence into her voice in an attempt to take Ling Xiao down a notch. Unexpectedly, her voice was blocked by the Fire Emperor before it could reach Ling Xiao. Damned old woman, if you dare to act recklessly again, I'll kill you. Just like how I killed the Dragon Emperor. The Fire Emperor was furious. Do you dare? The deep-sea dragon region is the weakest of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You dare to destroy the Eternal Emperor region, but can you destroy the Eternal Emperor region? If the Eternal Emperor makes a move, everyone in the Golden Sky region won't be a match for him even if they work together. The old patriarch snorted coldly and was very smug. The smell of gunpowder in the air gradually became stronger. Wang Quan Feng Shui suddenly stood out and said with a bell-like laughter, "Don't hurt the harmony. Actually, I just want to say, junior brother. You're of humble birth and aren't worthy of our Princess Feng Hua. If you insist on pursuing her shamelessly, you'll probably anger the Eternal Emperor. It won't be good then." Wang Quan Feng Shui's words were already unpleasant enough. The old patriarch's words were even more unpleasant. She seemed to have found an opportunity to vent. She looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "I hate people who curry favor with those in power the most. You're just an insignificant bug. Don't think about provoking the phoenix flying in the sky. That'll only bring trouble to yourself. A lowly person will always be a lowly person. You're not worthy of our princess noble bloodline." Hearing the old patriarch's words, the killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes grew stronger. Before you Feng Hua came, Ling Xiao didn't want to have too much conflict with the Eternal Emperor region. However, the old woman was so rude and actually said such malicious words in public. Others could tolerate it, but he couldn't. In the end, he was still a hot-blooded young man. "Senior elder, that's enough. We're just passing on a message. There's no need to be so nasty." Wang Quan sensed the strong killing intent from Ling Xiao. The other party had the Fire Emperor by his side. They couldn't afford to offend him, so it was better to say less. Although she didn't believe that the Golden Heavens region martial artists would dare to kill them, the Eternal Emperor region was different from the Deep Sea Dragon region. However, the old woman didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Seeing the killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes, she felt very pleased instead, and her voice became louder and louder. "People like you are the so-called Phoenix Man. You come from a lowly background and want to find a great force's daughter to marry. In exchange for a reversal of your background. Haha, Princess Feng Hua is innocent and naive, and she was deceived by you. However, I won't. Why don't you take a look at yourself? You're actually a toad lusting after a swan. Our Princess Feng Hua is already betrothed to young Master Wang Quan. Compared to young Master Wang Quan, you're just a pile of sh*t. What right do you have to fight with him for a woman? Are you done?" The first to speak wasn't Ling Xiao, but Yang Shui. She looked at the old woman coldly. "What kind of lowly thing are you? How dare you humiliate my husband like this? No matter how bad I, Yang Shui, am, I'm still a Golden Heavens region king. No one dares to look down on my Valkyrie title. You're just a small senior elder. A second-level divine body realm trash actually dares to do this. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." Yang Shui might not like Ling Xiao, but she did have a good impression of Ling Xiao. She definitely wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate Ling Xiao like this. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying aura was released. The old woman was actually sent flying, and she spat out blood. The old woman struggled to stand up. She looked at Yang Shui in horror. She did not understand why Yang Shui, who had such a high status, would fall in love with such a lowly person. "Well done." At this moment, Cold Plum also stepped forward. She looked at the old woman who had just climbed up from the ground and said angrily, "You should know me, right? Savage Beast Region, Saintess Kai Dai of the Saintess Palace, you dare to humiliate my master, which is the same as humiliating my Saintess Palace. I want to see how many lives you have." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the old woman was sent flying again. Originally, the old woman's cultivation was about the same as Cold Plum's, but the problem was that she had been injured by Yang Shui. How could they resist? The old woman lying on the ground was stunned. Was Valkyrie Yang Shui not enough, another Kai Dai Saintess? No matter which one of them was, their status wouldn't be lower than Yu Feng Hua or Wang Quan Tianming. Ha ha ha, well done. Old fart, listen up. I am the Golden Prince of the Beast Emperor Palace. You dare to humiliate my boss today, which is the same as humiliating me. I will burn you to death. Little Gold also came out to join in the fun. A ball of flame burned the old woman until she screamed in pain. This scene left everyone dumbstruck. Ling Xiao, that brat's luck is too good. Yeah, why don't I have so many people protecting me? How sad. Come on, are you as handsome as Ling Xiao? As talented as him, he was able to come out of no return city alive and even obtained so many treasures. He doesn't just rely on other people's trash. That Grand Elder of the Eternal Emperor region is too stupid. Maybe he was just angry, which is why he said something so unpleasant. Hee, I want to play too. How dare you bully my master, you old woman. Dong Huangyu scurried over. She slapped the old woman's face more than a dozen times. The old woman was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She was actually humiliated by a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. She wanted to kill herself. You, come back. Ling Xiao waved his hand at Dong Huangyu. Dong Huangyu obediently returned to his side. Then, he looked at the battered and exhausted old woman and smiled. Should I say that you are an idiot, or should I say that you are stupid? Status? Power? Haha, those are just illusory things. In the end, it's still about strength. If I am strong enough, I can destroy the Deep Sea Dragon region. I can also destroy the Eternal Emperor region. So, old woman, be careful when you speak. Don't bring a calamity to the Eternal Emperor region. As for Feng Hua, she belongs to me, Ling Xiao, when she is alive. She will also belong to me, Ling Xiao, even if she dies. No one can snatch her away. Not even the Eternal Emperor can. To be honest, the high and mighty heavenly mandate that you speak of is just a bug that can be killed at any time in my eyes. As for you, you are just a stubborn dog. What's the use of background and status in front of strength? If I want to kill you now, who dares to stop me? Who can stop me? Ling Xiao stepped on the old woman's body. His eyes revealed a mocking and cold gaze. At this moment, Wangquan Fengshui spoke. Ling Xiao, don't be rash. If you kill her, you will really be finished. The Eternal Palace won't let you off. How about this? I have a Saint-tier cultivation art here. I will give it to you. Let her go. Also, don't mention about pursuing Feng Hua anymore. There are some people that you really can't afford to offend. Ling Xiao looked at Wangquan Fengshui with contempt and said, I heard that you are Feng Hua's best friend. So, I came to take a look today. It's a pity that you have disappointed me too much. Your best friend really doesn't understand Feng Hua at all. Saint-tier cultivation art, haha, just burn it to Wangquan Fengshui. I don't want it. You are too much. How can you joke about a dead person? Wangquan Fengshui said angrily. My words are too much? Aren't your words too much? Ling Xiao said with contempt. Then, he looked at the old woman and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you today. Humph, I'm afraid you don't dare to. Our Eternal Emperor region isn't something that you dare to go against. The old woman snorted. Haha, is that so? I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. I'm keeping your lowly life so that you can see how I will torture that insufferably arrogant genius that you speak of. Wangquan Fengshui, I will make him kneel before me and sing conquer. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly made his move. Ah! The old woman let out a shocking scream. Her qi was destroyed and her cultivation was crippled. She was completely crippled. Moreover, this kid was extremely vicious and vicious. With her cultivation level, it was likely that no panacea would be able to cure her. Crazy, this is crazy. Wangquan Fengshui was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually dared to cripple their doyen. Was this guy really not afraid of the Eternal Emperor region? Ling Xiao, you've really been too stupid in this matter. Of course, I know that Feng Hua likes you. However, your sweet nothings are ultimately no match for the might of the Eternal Emperor region. Wangquan Fengshui will arrive in 2 or 3 days at most. At that time, you will understand how laughable you are compared to him. Wangquan Fengshui roared in shock and anger. Haha, I'll be waiting. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and left. Some people would never shed tears until they saw the coffin. When he defeated Wangquan, they would all know how terrifying he was. He arrived at the office of the Golden Sky Domain. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was strong enough and didn't need to work hard. But they didn't expect that. After Ling Xiao returned, he entered a state of cultivation. Because Ling Xiao was very clear-headed. Whether it was the three sovereigns or the void god sword, they were only auxiliary items. If he couldn't improve his main body's strength, these things would one day be taken away by others. Just like the tenebrous demon king. Therefore, he had to improve his own strength. There was a set of void god art in the void god sword, which Ling Xiao hadn't had the time to study before. Now, he finally had the chance. He sat alone in the room. The void god sword floated in the air. Ling Xiao's soul power slowly seeped into it. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. In the sky, there was a sword. Surrounding this sword was a group of extremely terrifying existences. These people's strength definitely didn't exist in the 4 realms and 9 realms. Suddenly, something strange happened. Everything in the world, including the group of experts, turned into all kinds of symbols and merged into the void god sword. Dense runes appeared on the void god sword. Ling Xiao couldn't remember these words. With a glance, he felt that his soul had been damaged. He didn't dare to look anymore and locked his eyes on the first word. This was probably the simplest word, 1, although he still felt dizzy when he looked at this word, it was bearable. Ling Xiao forced himself to continue reading. Gradually, a small person appeared in front of him. He began to use sword moves. All the sword moves seemed to be writing the word 1. But each move had a different way of writing it. The power of each move was incomparably terrifying. After a full half an hour, Ling Xiao grasped all the sword moves of the little person. Is this the void god art? Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Was the void god sword just a sword technique? It was just a single word, yet it had so many variations. It was truly terrifying. It didn't matter if it was the god-defying art or not. This sword move felt even more profound than the 12 divine beasts technique and the holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao, someone's looking for you. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao stopped thinking. This sword technique had to be tested in a real battle. Just learning it was far from enough. He couldn't even be considered a beginner. Ling Xiao got up and opened the door. Bailey Fingxing was standing outside. I'm sorry for disturbing your cultivation. However, the people who came were special. They were the Eagle King from the Beast Palace and the Golden Silkworm Queen from the Saintess Palace. This matter is of great importance, so I can only disturb you. Bailey Fingxing was very polite in front of Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao wouldn't do anything to him, he also understood Ling Xiao's current strength and status. Therefore, he did not want to offend him. Thank you. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Bailey Fingxing couldn't help but exclaim, I'm good at movement techniques, but I can't see through what movement technique he's cultivating. This young man is incredible. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived outside. The Fire Emperor was drinking tea with the two of them. These two guests' appearances were very unique. The Eagle King had a pair of wings on his back, and his eyes were extremely sharp. He wore a black robe, and his aura was extremely powerful. The Golden Silkworm Queen's clothes were more gorgeous, and she looked more like a human. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum stood there, as if they were arguing with the two of them. The Fire Emperor just watched from the side. Boss, you're here. Xiao Jin saw Ling Xiao and hurriedly said, the Eagle King wants me to return to the Beast Palace. Cold Plum sighed and said, the Golden Silkworm Queen wants me to return to the Saintess Palace. Ling Xiao looked at the two king-level experts indifferently. He walked to the side and sat down. Then, he said, why are the two of you in such a hurry to ask them to return? He was strong. Everyone's mentality was different. Ling Xiao now felt like he was on equal footing with these king-level experts. Why is this kid so rude? The Eagle King frowned. Eagle King, Ling Xiao's current status is nobler than mine. If he's lower than you, then what about me? The Fire Emperor said indifferently, speaking of which, the two of you bowed and greeted me when you saw me. But when you saw him, you didn't even greet him. Who's the one with the bad attitude? What? The Eagle King and the Golden Silkworm Queen were both surprised. The Fire Emperor actually admired a young man so much. The two of them were people who were used to seeing great storms. So they stood up and cupped their hands to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally returned the greeting and waited for them to answer the question. To tell you the truth, sir. Our beast palace recently discovered the last remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. If we can obtain it, it will definitely greatly increase the strength of the Golden Prince. So, we can't miss it. I hope you can understand. The Eagle King replied, moreover, the Golden Prince has been out for a long time. The Beast Emperor misses him. Since that's the case, Little Gold, you can go back. You can't delay your cultivation because of me. If your cultivation can break through again, it will be of great benefit to you and me. Boss, you're in trouble now. How can I leave? Little Gold said. Trouble? Are you talking about King Quan and the others? They're not enough to be my trouble. Little Gold, I'm very grateful for your feelings for me. But you have to consider my feelings for you. You want to help me, but I don't want to drag you down. If you still recognize me as your boss, then listen to me and go back. Xianxia said indifferently. Indeed, if Little Gold was willing to help, it would definitely be a good thing for him. But it wasn't necessary. He didn't want to delay Little Gold. All right then. Little Gold sighed helplessly. What about you guys? Why did you let Cold Plum go back? Xianxia looked at the Golden Silkworm Queen and asked. Why? Do I need to explain to you why I'm bringing our Sanctus back? The Golden Silkworm Queen wasn't as cooperative as the Eagle King. Haha, Cold Plum is one of my people. What do you think? Xianxia sneered. If others respected him, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them. But if others didn't put him in their eyes, why should he put them in his eyes? Sanctus Kai Dai, you have to think carefully. This is the Palace Master's order. You know best what the consequences of disobeying the Palace Master's order are. The Golden Silkworm Queen didn't look at Xianxia, but looked at Cold Plum instead. You should discuss this matter with Master. If Master tells me to go back, I'll go back. If he doesn't, I won't go back. I respect the Palace Master and the Golden Silkworm Queen, but I hope you respect my master too. Cold Plum said indifferently. The Golden Silkworm Queen was stunned. She didn't expect Cold Plum to disobey orders and listen to Xianxia. Golden Silkworm Queen, how are you compared to the Dragon Emperor? Xianxia said indifferently. Why do you ask? The Dragon Emperor was disrespectful to me, so I killed him. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Can't you get along with each other peacefully? Why do you have to oppose me? Xiao's tone suddenly became stern. Come and read Get Lost. If the Sanctus Palace can't learn to respect an expert, then Cold Plum won't be the Sanctus anymore. The reason why Xianxia was so rude to the people of the Sanctus Palace. In addition to the Golden Silkworm Queen's arrogant attitude. The most important reason was because of Cold Plum's injury. Although Cold Plum didn't tell him, his Tai Chi was not to be trifled with. Cold Plum's injury was definitely related to the Sanctus Palace. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you know what it means to offend the Sanctus Palace? The Golden Silkworm Queen's anger was burning. I don't know. Tell me. Xianxia asked indifferently. You will die, and you will die miserably. Moreover, Cold Plum will always be the colorful butterfly Sanctus of the Sanctus Palace. She can't escape this fate. You'll understand before long. You are not qualified to be her master. The Golden Silkworm Queen said coldly. Is that so? Then I really want to see. Xianxia smiled faintly. The Golden Silkworm Queen frowned. She really didn't understand where this kid got his confidence from. Why wasn't he afraid of the Sanctus Palace at all? It was hard to understand. Get lost. Xianxia said coldly. Humph, let's wait and see. The Golden Silkworm Queen turned and left. Her eyes were cold. Then we will take our leave too. The Eagle King cupped his hands at Xianxia and the Fire Emperor. Okay. Xianxia sent him and Little Gold away. He looked back at Cold Plum and said, Cold Plum, immediately returned to the Sanctus Palace quietly. I suspect that something might have happened to the Sanctus Palace. Also, take this set of Emperor weapons with you. It will be useful to you. The Sanctus painting was the 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon in Cold Plum's hand. But this thing couldn't be used often. So Xianxia gave Cold Plum a set of 4 dragon pattern Emperor weapon. It included armor and weapons. Although this set of Emperor weapon was not comparable to the 9 dragon pattern Emperor weapon. However, in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there were very few cultivators who could possess a set of monarch armaments with 4 dragon patterns. After all, even a big shot like Yu Huajun was only like this. Also, I want to remind you that you must act in secret. If you find that you can't solve it, don't hesitate. Or you can come here and find me. Or go find Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao exhorted repeatedly. Can I not go back? Master, you're about to face a great battle. But I suddenly left. What was the point? Whatever happens to the Saintess Palace has nothing to do with me. Cold Plum had been forcibly brought to the Saintess Palace, so she did not have a good impression of it. Wrong. The change in the Saintess Palace is your chance. If you control the Saintess Palace, you will be able to obtain even better things. You might even have a breakthrough in your cultivation. When you and Little Gold become stronger, I still need you to accompany me to the Eternal Desert. Ling Xiao smiled. All right then. Cold Plum nodded and left quietly. How can you be like this? We're about to face a great battle, and you actually sent out all the experts around you. Fire Emperor smiled bitterly. Isn't there still you, Senior? Ling Xiao said indifferently, don't worry, Senior Fire Sovereign. If I can't even deal with this little problem, then I'll definitely be in trouble. If I can't deal with this problem, I'm really not worthy of you, Feng Hua. And me? Yang Shuyi leaned against the wall and said indifferently. Yang Shuyi was the kind of person who did not speak much. But she was really good to Ling Xiao. He did not know if it was because of the ill-fated relationship during the martial arts competition. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. What are you thanking me for? You're my man. Although you might not have any feelings for me. But I want to see if that Yu Fenghua is really worthy of you. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. He really could not understand a woman's thoughts. Forget it, let's just go with the flow. There were some things that were better left unexplained. By the way, kid, let me tell you a piece of good news. Fire Emperor seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a little awkward and suddenly said, the news of you and I working together to destroy the deep-sea dragon domain has spread to the Golden City. Even sovereigns have appeared because of this. And they personally said that you're the most outstanding genius in the 4 regions and 9 worlds in the past 10,000 years. They asked the higher-ups of the Golden City to protect your safety if they have time. Today, these guys who have nothing to do are all here. Do you want to meet them? Of course. Ling Xiao had long known that his destruction of the deep-sea dragon domain would become explosive news. Even Huang Jindi would be shocked by this. It was just that he did not know what Huang Jindi would do. Would he cut ties with him or protect him? Now, it seemed that there was a result. Huang Jindi seemed to be a bold person. He actually publicly asked all the martial artists in the Golden Sky region to protect Ling Xiao. In this way, whoever wanted to kill Ling Xiao would really become the enemy of the entire Golden Sky region. He followed Fire Emperor out of the Senior Elder Tower and arrived at a courtyard in the city. Ling Xiao saw many experts. There were more than 100 Divine Body Realm martial artists. There were more than 1,000 half-step Divine Body Realm martial artists. That was not all. The Golden City was just that scary. Standing in front of everyone, Ling Xiao was a little excited. But his performance was neither servile nor overbearing. Suddenly, a figure dashed out of the crowd. It pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt that the other party did not have any killing intent. He probably just wanted to test his ability. So he did not kill him. This was a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. He planned to meet force with force. He sank his chi into his dantian and activated his true origin. The Sky Tyrant martial soul possessed his body and the unbounded heavenly rat transformed. He met the other party's fist head-on. Obviously, the other party only used 70% of his power. So this time, he was at a disadvantage. He was actually sent flying. F*CK, this kid is indeed powerful. I'm convinced. Fire Emperor really didn't lie. Seeing is believing. When I heard sovereigns praise this kid, I was still a little unconvinced. But now that I've seen it, he is indeed powerful. A 5th-level core fragmentation realm martial artist can actually fight a 1st-level divine body realm martial artist. Just based on this point, it's amazing. Kid, don't worry. We are not here to find trouble with you. We are here to cheer for you. I heard that the #1 genius of the Eternal Emperor region, Wangquan Tianming, is here to snatch your woman. You must beat that kid into a pig's head. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, friendliness, and appreciation. This made Ling Xiao feel very comfortable. It had been a long time since he felt like home. This time, he made the right bet. The Golden City did not disappoint him. He also hoped that it would not disappoint him in the future. He noticed that among the 100 Divine Body Realm martial artists, there were 20 at the 2nd-level Divine Body Realm. There were also 7 or 8 at the 3rd-level Divine Body Realm. There were actually 2 4th-level Divine Body Realm martial artists. So many martial artists were his backers. How lucky was this? However, Ling Xiao was also very clear that this was exchanged with his own strength. If he did not have such talent, if he did not destroy the deep-sea dragon region, he probably would not have received the treatment today. Seniors, thank you for coming to support me. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and was still neither servile nor overbearing. Although he was touched, he was also very clear-headed. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but it was difficult to provide timely help. The Fire Emperor and Yang Shui were truly timely help. And these people could only be considered as adding flowers to embroidery. However, there was no need to reject them. After all, they had good intentions. End of chapter. Fire Emperor, Brother Ling, Wang Quanjing is here. Just as everyone was joking around, the white silver dragon came in with a serious expression. Where's Yufenghua? Ling Xiao was naturally most concerned about Yufenghua. The Moon Lady fell into the 10 cycles of reincarnation because of him. Yufenghua was the reincarnation of this life. He once swore to protect her and never let her get hurt. She's not here yet. Wang Quanjing isn't here either. Their strength naturally can't be compared to Wang Quanjing. Wang Quanjing is a king-tier existence. The white silver dragon answered. However, Yufenghua and Wang Quanjing should be here soon. Perhaps today. Where are they? Ling Xiao asked again. The Eternal Emperor region also has a courtyard here. Moreover, it's much bigger than ours. They are there. The white silver dragon answered. Also, I was discovered by Wang Quanjing. He asked me to pass a message. Speaking of this, the white silver dragon didn't look too good. Speak. Ling Xiao was already used to hearing unpleasant words. After all, the people from the Eternal Emperor region had always been like this. It wasn't a big deal. He said to ask Ling Xiao, that stinking bug, to crawl over here and die. The white silver dragon finally said. Hee, you're still as unskilled as before. Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone, I'm going to meet Wang Quanjing. Are you guys willing to come along? Of course. Of course you have to go. This isn't just about you anymore. It's a battle between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region. Yes, the other forces are watching the show. Whoever loses in this battle will probably have a hard time in the future. They might even be beaten up while they're down. These people really have nothing better to do. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, let's go. To me, this is also a battle that I can't lose. Everyone walked out of the courtyard. They walked towards the residence of the Eternal Emperor region. The villas of the 4 realms and 9 realms were all built around the Elder Tower. There was a large open space in the middle, covering an area of more than 1,000 acres. It would also be convenient for him to organize activities. At this time, a group of people who had eaten their fill and had nothing to do were waiting there to watch the show. Would Ling Xiao, who had destroyed the deep-sea dragon region, have the guts to face the Eternal Emperor domain? They were looking forward to it. There were about 100,000 people in the bustling crowd. There was no space for more than 1,000 mu of land. Many people simply stood in the air or on top of the buildings. After all, they were all martial artists. This was something that could be done. About 10 mu of land in the center had been emptied. The Crown Prince and I sat there waiting. He was surrounded by the experts of the Eternal Emperor domain. This included Wang Quan, Feng Shui, and the elder who had been crippled by Ling Xiao. What a grand display, Wang Quanjing. Am I planning to avenge their founding elder? Isn't that obvious? Ling Xiao actually dared to cripple that founding elder. As the strongest force in the 4 realms and 9 realms, the Eternal Emperor domain will definitely not let this go. That's not all. I heard that he killed Wang Quanjing's son, Wang Quanjing. This brat is really arrogant. It seems like the Golden City is prepared to protect him with all their might. The Golden City isn't as good as the Eternal Palace. It's still unknown if they can withstand it. Anyway, I feel that Ling Xiao won't be able to withstand it if he doesn't have the protection of the Golden Prince, the Kai Dai Sanctus, the Fire Emperor, and the Valkyrie. He can't even defeat me. A half-step divine physique realm martial artist was unconvinced. That's because he's capable. Almost everyone felt that Ling Xiao's success wasn't because of his own strength. It was because someone had helped him. Therefore, if Ling Xiao wanted to snatch Wang Quan Tianming's woman, there was no way he could win. Speaking of which, Wang Quan Tianming had been extremely talented since he was young. He had always been the #1 genius in the Eternal Emperor domain. Moreover, as a high-level beast god martial artist, he had also received the full support of the Eternal Palace. It was rumored that his cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the divine physique realm. His cultivation was on par with the warlord, Huang Jinlan. In terms of strength, after the beast god transformation, he was obviously stronger. Moreover, since he started cultivating, he had never lost to a martial artist of the same generation. He had even defeated super geniuses like Huang Jinlan and Beimeng Ba. One should know that Huang Jinlan was the warlord of the Golden Sky region. Beimeng Ba was the same as Little Gold. They were both princes of the Beast Palace. He was much older than Little Gold. Such a genius would naturally shine brightly like the moon surrounded by stars. If Ling Xiao didn't suddenly rise, no one would think that Ling Xiao could fight with this person. It was the same even now. Many people didn't think that Ling Xiao was strong. They had always thought that Ling Xiao relied on the help of others. If it's a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao doesn't even have a 10% chance of winning. That's right. This kid has always been arrogant. I'd like to see how he will face Wang Quan and Tianming's challenge. Losing face in front of the woman he likes is absolutely fatal. Maybe Yu Fanghua is just playing with that silly kid. Why would the Eternal Emperor's daughter like such a kid? It really doesn't make sense. In the end, Ling Xiao was still too low-key. Whether it was killing Yu Huajun or the 30 divine physique realm powerhouses from the Deep Sea Dragon region. He even joined forces with the Fire King to kill the Dragon Emperor. He didn't let anyone see all of this. Therefore, many people doubted him. Even the Golden Sky region martial artists present didn't have much confidence in Ling Xiao. Black Peak, isn't Ling Xiao too anxious? It's not a good thing to face Wang Quan and Tianming now. Bai Fan was naturally on Ling Xiao's side now. After all, not only did Ling Xiao save his life, he also represented the Golden Sky region. I don't know either. Black Peak shook his head. He couldn't understand it anymore. These lunatics and geniuses were advancing too quickly. He listened to the discussions around him. Wang Quan gave me a smug smile. Everyone knew that his son, Wang Quan Tianming, was the strongest genius in the 9 worlds. This time, he wanted to let Ling Xiao know what it meant to be strong. What was fear? Let Ling Xiao pay the price. There were hundreds of divine body realm experts around him, including those who were originally in the chaotic sand ocean and those he had brought from the Eternal Palace. In addition, there were tens of thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists. This was called imposing manner. He wanted to scare that Ling Xiao to death. Whenever he thought of Ling Xiao, Wang Quanjing would feel extremely displeased. Back then, he had been chased by Ling Xiao and had fled into the archaic divine tomb. They didn't dare to show themselves. Feng Shui, is it really Ling Xiao who crippled Elder Yuan? Wang Quanjing suddenly asked. He was still terrified of that terrifying figure. It was indeed him who crippled him. However, Elder Yuan was severely injured by Valkyrie Yang Shui, Saintess Cold Plum, Golden Prince Little Gold, and a little girl called Dong Huangyu. Wang Quanjing replied. Who are you talking about? Dong Huangyu. Wang Quanjinghua suddenly revealed a shocked expression. It's Dong Huangyu, Ling Zhao's female disciple. Wang Quanjinghua didn't know why Wang Quanjinghua was so agitated. Everyone read. Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Wang Quanjinghua shook his head. How is that possible? I must be overthinking. Who exactly is this Dong Huangyu? Wang Quanfengshui couldn't help but ask. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. The key question now is Ling Xiao. Wang Quanjinghua really didn't expect this. An ant back then actually grew to such a level today. How terrifying was this guy's talent? If he didn't kill this little guy now, he probably wouldn't have a chance in the future. Only 4 years had passed since then. Ling Xiao was only 19 years old now. What a crazy kid. Most people wouldn't be able to reach Ling Xiao's current cultivation level even after 400 years. Even a genius like Wang Quan Tianming only broke through from the first level of the Divine Body Realm to the second level of the Divine Body Realm in 4 years. Could it be that Ling Xiao had eaten some sort of miracle pill? It was really strange. However, as long as that monster doesn't appear, that kid still won't be able to turn the tables. Wang Quanjinghua was still most afraid of the Black Demon. The Black Demon appeared without any warning and directly destroyed his son's body. Even he wasn't his match. Just as he was thinking, the group suddenly opened up a path. Wang Quanjinghua looked up. He instantly frowned. Ling Xiao actually didn't come alone. There were actually tens of thousands of people following him. There were hundreds of Divine Body Realm martial artists around Ling Xiao. There were also tens of thousands of Core Fragmentation Realm martial artists. In terms of strength, they weren't inferior to the Eternal Imperial Domain at all. As expected of the veteran number 1. Although they had declined, their foundation was still there. The person at the front was actually Ling Xiao. Even people like the Fire Emperor and Valkyrie were only worthy of standing beside him. Who exactly was this kid? How could he be respected by so many experts? This extravagance wasn't inferior to Wang Quan Tianming at all. Wang Quanjinghua stared at Ling Xiao with extremely complicated emotions in his eyes. There was anger, fear, and a strong murderous intent. However, Ling Xiao seemed very calm. He even had a disdainful smile on his face. He looked at him mockingly. When they reached the center of the square, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Quanjinghua with a smile. Yo, back then you were chased by me into the primordial divine tomb. You didn't expect me to chase you, did you? You desperately urged those experts of the western regions to kill me. Unfortunately, I was lucky enough to survive. And you even came here. Ling Xiao opened his mouth, his tone full of sarcasm. Wang Quanjing's expression didn't look good. Although Ling Xiao's words were ambiguous, they were basically true. When he was being hunted down, he didn't even dare to look back. They didn't even dare to kill Ling Xiao personally. They could only ask the forces in the western region for help. But in the end, he didn't succeed. Bullshit. You think you can hunt down my second uncle with your strength? What a joke. Wang Quanfengshui cursed. This woman was becoming more and more unsightly. Ling Xiao said indifferently, whether it's true or not, I, Wang Quanjing, know best. It's not worthwhile for me to lie. Alright, there's no need to talk nonsense. This time, you came to me with great fanfare, wasn't it to avenge your idiot son? That's right, I killed Wang Quanjinghua. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and shook their heads. This brat is really fearless because he has the backing of the City of Gold. Wang Quanjinghua didn't look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at the Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor, are you really going to let this kid behave atrociously here? Or is the Golden Sky region preparing to challenge the Eternal Emperor region's rule? Don't try to frame me. I'll tell you the truth. Ling Xiao is now one of the candidates for the Emperor region. His status in the Golden City is higher than mine. Whatever he says, he represents the Golden Sky region. Do you understand now? The Flame Emperor sneered. What? Wang Quanjinghua's expression turned even uglier. In the past, he had always mocked Ling Xiao for not having a powerful identity and status. Now, the identity of the Emperor region's candidate wasn't inferior to his son, Wang Quan Tianming. How could this brat have such a good life? Wang Quan Fengshui suddenly whispered in Wang Quanjinghua's ear. Wang Quanjinghua immediately smiled. He looked at the Flame Emperor and said, "How about this? Let the youngsters settle their matters. When Tianming arrives, how about having a death match with Ling Xiao? Since you guys are so confident in him, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Or are you guys really going to start a war between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region?" "Sure." Before the Flame Emperor could say anything, Ling Xiao had already agreed. After all, the Eternal Emperor region wasn't the Deep Sea Dragon region. He couldn't get the people from the Golden Sky region to fight for him. If they died, he wouldn't feel good about it. Now that the other party had proposed a deathmatch, this was exactly what he wanted. "Flame Emperor, aren't you going to stop him?" The experts from the Golden City hadn't seen Ling Xiao's true strength. Therefore, they were worried. Wang Quanjinghua and Wang Quanfengshui were also stunned. This was obviously a decision to send Ling Xiao to his death. Ling Xiao actually agreed. What a retard. No need. The Flame Emperor chuckled and said, "You guys don't understand his strength." Thinking about what happened in the martial spirit barrier, the Flame Emperor was still very agitated. Ling Xiao was even stronger than him when he unleashed his full strength. This was his confidence. Although everyone still didn't understand. Since the Flame Emperor had said so, they couldn't say anything else. Since it's a death match, there has to be a rule. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "No one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, it will be initiating a war between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region." "Sure." Wang Quanjinghua smiled. "Besides, a deathmatch is boring. Let's make a bet." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If I win, Wang Quanjinghua, you have to kill yourself on the spot. Also, I want that earring on your body." When he arrived, Ling Xiao had already noticed that the earring on Wang Quanjinghua's ear seemed to be related to the Seal of Eternity that he had cultivated. He had been using the Seal of Eternity less over the years. It was mainly because he realized that it wasn't complete. If he used it forcefully, it might cause him to go berserk. However, Wang Quanjinghua's earring might be closely related to the Seal of Eternity. It might even be the complete Seal of Eternity. The bet before was just a joke. Wang Quanjinghua would never kill himself. The latter was the key. "You're really greedy. Dream on." Wang Quanjinghua sneered. "So you don't dare to? You don't have confidence in your son, forget it. Since the Eternal Emperor region admitted defeat, I don't want this bet." Ling Xiao said sarcastically, everyone heard it. "Wang Quanjinghua doesn't even believe in his own son. You guys are pretty confident in Wang Quanjinghua. Humph, then do you dare to bet with the Flame Emperor's life?" Wang Quanjinghua snorted. A big shot like him still wanted to save face. Besides, Wang Quanjinghua was very confident in his son, Wang Quanjinghua. Of course. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, the Flame Emperor spoke first. End of chapter. I believe in Ling Xiao, so I dare to bet my life. Many people were dumbfounded by the Fire Emperor's attitude. Was it really good to have such confidence in a 5th-level core-shattering realm martial artist? Not enough. Wang Quanjinghua looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You have to add one more thing. Then add an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. Your ear stud is just an ordinary thing. An emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns should be enough, right?" Ling Xiao said. "Deal." Wang Quanjinghua nodded. It seemed that this person did not know the mystery of the ear stud. Perhaps only those who had cultivated the Eternal Seal would understand the preciousness of the ear stud. "Alright, I believe that the king of the Eternal Palace is not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Since you have agreed, then let's wait for Wang Quanjinghua." Ling Xiao sneered. "As long as you don't go back on your word." Wang Quanjinghua also said coldly. Next, they just had to wait. It didn't take long. About an hour later, 2 figures appeared on the horizon. The moment he saw Yu Fenghua, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. But he didn't say anything. Yu Fenghua and Wang Quanjinghua appeared at the same time. One was a genius. The other was a peerless genius. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was simply a match made in heaven. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. Today, he was going to beat up Wang Quanjinghua so that the world would know that identity and status were all fake. The most important thing was still strength. Wang Quanjinghua looked very similar. He was wearing a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. That domineering aura made many people exclaim in amazement. If Wang Quanjinghua didn't appear, people felt that Ling Xiao might have less than a 10% chance of winning. After Wang Quanjinghua appeared, the chances of winning were completely zero. Although Ling Xiao's aura didn't lose to Wang Quanjinghua's, and his handsomeness didn't lose to Wang Quanjinghua's. However, there was still a huge difference between their strength and status. Simps always felt that the arrogance and disdain of upper-class people were a symbol of status. It was a symbol of nobility. Even if they were scolded by this kind of person, they would still kneel like a pug to express that they were scolded well. Ling Xiao was arrogant, but he was not arrogant. He would not look down on ordinary martial artists. Unless it was an enemy. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao did not have the temperament of a superior. How despicable. Neither of them looked at Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao did not exist. Instead, he landed in front of the Eternal Emperor Regents group. He nodded at Wang Quanjinghua. It was understandable that Wang Tianming didn't look at Ling Xiao. After all, in front of this prodigy, Ling Xiao was just a small fry. However, it was strange that Yu Fenghua did not look at Ling Xiao. Of course, this was the opinion of others. Ling Xiao seemed to accept this reality very calmly. Because he found something interesting. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He was very excited. His heart was even more excited than his face. Unfortunately, there was also a strong sense of disappointment in this excitement. The Eternal Emperor Regent's martial artists did not notice the change in Ling Xiao. They were happily welcoming Wang Tianming and Yu Fenghua. "Young miss, someone said that he wants to fight with my son for you. Do you know him?" Wang Tianming suddenly asked. The originally chaotic square suddenly became quiet. Because this matter was very important. Ling Xiao had always declared that he liked Yu Fenghua. Then what was Yu Fenghua's attitude towards Ling Xiao? Yu Fenghua glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. There was only indifference and ridicule in her eyes. "Who is he?" "I don't know him." This was not a lie. Ling Xiao saw the truth in her eyes. This woman really did not know him. And he didn't know this woman either. A person's appearance and figure could be the same. But their soul would never be the same. This was the reason why Ling Xiao was not that happy when he saw Yu Fenghua. He was very confused. Who was this woman? Why was she pretending to be Yu Fenghua? At this moment, everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Perhaps they wanted to see shock, sorrow, and pain on this young man's face. But they were disappointed. Ling Xiao's expression was still as calm as before. It was as though he did not hear Yu Fenghua's voice. "Alright, there's no need to play such boring games. You have to understand that this battle is not about fighting over a woman. Because my woman is not an object to be fought over. This is just an agreed life and death battle. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you." Ling Xiao stood up straight and looked at Wang Quanjinghua as he said calmly. "Haha, very good. You're actually not affected. I really did not expect this. Missy, there will be a life and death battle next. Just sit here and watch the show. The chaotic sand sea is very big. After watching the show, Missy wants to go somewhere to play. Let Tianming take you there." Wang Tianming was a little disappointed. He wanted to see Ling Xiao in a sorry state, but the other party was much stronger than he expected. He doesn't have a chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Wang Tianming, you don't seem to understand what a life and death battle means. Today, Wang Tianming will die, and so will you. The grudges of the past have been dragged on for long enough. It's time to see the results." What a big mouth. What an arrogant person. Do you want me to kill him? Yu Fenghua smiled. "Missy, you don't have to do it. Tianming is here." Wang Tianming smiled and said, "After all, this is an agreement. If we break the agreement, it will be bad for the Eternal Palace's reputation." "Nonsense. Wang Tianming, if you can't kill him, I'll kill you." With that, Yu Fenghua turned around and sat on the prepared chair. Wang Tianming nodded. Then he looked at Ling Xiao. An ant actually dared to challenge him. Father, why did you agree to such a boring battle, just to let me trample an ant to death? Wang Tianming couldn't be bothered to look at Ling Xiao. With his status, his fame, and his strength. In the 4 regions and 9 realms, no young genius was worthy of his battle. Maybe Valkyrie Yang Shui could. But why this ant? He's the one who killed your brother. Wang Tianming said indifferently, also, he's not weak. Don't underestimate him. In just 3 to 4 years, he came all the way from the western region. He has reached the 5th level of the core fragmentation realm. You can't underestimate him. Although Wang Tianming also looked down on Ling Xiao, it involved his son's life. He didn't dare to be careless. He didn't dare to let his son underestimate the enemy. Oh? Hearing his father's words, Wang Tianming reevaluated Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. You're a beast god. No wonder. Wang Tianming began to find it interesting. Beast god martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 realms were extremely rare. If they really cultivated, they would be very powerful. No wonder Ling Xiao could kill Wang Tianming. It was normal for a beast god martial artist to challenge someone of a higher level. End of chapter. But beast god martial artists are also divided into different grades. You're so weak, you're probably an intermediate god at most. As for me, I'm an advanced god. Wang Tianming said indifferently, you saw it just now. Fenghua doesn't even know you. How laughable that you chased her all the way here. It's just wishful thinking on your part. You're a laughingstock for the world. You're not just embarrassing yourself, you're embarrassing the Golden Sky region. Are you done? Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'm done. Wang Tianming nodded. Since you're done, it's my turn. I've always heard that Wang Tianming is an amazing genius. Number 1 in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But today, I see that you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. The world is so big. How many experts have you seen? How dare you call yourself number 1? Ling Xiao said as he walked toward Wang Tianming. Shut up. Before Wang Tianming could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao interrupted, since you're done, let's go. Since you've said so, shut your mouth and listen to me. Do the martial artists of the Eternal Palace not even have this bit of credibility? You've not only lost your face. You've also lost the face of the Eternal Emperor domain. You. What about you? How dare you call yourself the number 1 genius when you're so weak? As far as I know, the Golden Prince of the Savage Beast region, the Rainbow Butterfly Saintess Cold Plum, and the Divine Dragon Palace's Prince Long Chen are all stronger than you. I know. It's fine if you don't admit it. Today, in front of so many people, I'll pull a piece of trash like you down from your position as the number 1 genius in the world. I don't want you to think that you're so powerful. Ling Xiao interrupted Wang Tianming again. I'll kill you. Wang Tianming finally said a complete sentence. Nonsense. This is a battle of life and death. Even if you don't kill me, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Facing Wang Tianming's terrifying killing intent, Ling Xiao remained calm as usual. People couldn't help but admire him a little. I don't know where this kid gets his confidence from. Does he really think he can defeat Wang Quan? A battle between beast god martial artists, just thinking about it makes me excited. However, he did not know if they could transform into beast gods to fight. If it's just a beast soul transformation, it won't be interesting. The final form of a beast god martial artist was the true beast god transformation. So far, no one from the 9 realms of the 4 regions had seen him. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Tianming didn't intend to use his beast soul transformation. This was because he felt that he, a 2nd-level divine physique echelon expert, was facing a core fragmentation realm martial artist. Transforming into a beast soul was a little cheap. Even without the beast soul transformation, his aura was still terrifying. The expressions of many divine body realm experts present changed. Fire King, can Ling Xiao do it? Someone asked. Just watch. You don't understand what a true genius is. After seeing Ling Xiao's battle today, I believe that all of you will understand. The Flame Emperor said calmly. He had no reason to panic. Ling Xiao's combat power was not something Wang Quan Tianming could compare to. Are you looking down on me? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You don't need to transform, but I can. He knew very well that he was no match for Wang Quan Tianming without the beast soul transformation. Not only did he need to transform, he also needed to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He also needed to use the Sun God blood formation. As Ling Xiao's combat power continued to rise, Wang Quan Tianming's face was still full of contempt and disdain. East Victory Sky Sword. East Victory Demon Sword. Ling Xiao took out the East Victory Sky Sword and the East Victory Demon Sword. He held the swords with both hands. He attacked with both hands. The East Victory Sky Sword and the East Victory Demon Sword did not have any special effects. They were pure swords. Their sharpness was not inferior to the Void God Sword. Without using the Demon Venerable and the God Venerable, he could borrow these two swords for the time being. The two swords emitted a sharp sword intent. The sword intent pierced through the void. Everyone finally realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. This sword intent seemed to pierce into their hearts, causing them to feel sharpness and fear. Interesting. Wang Quan Tianming only smiled faintly. Sorry for calling you an ant. You're stronger than an ant. At least you're a monkey. Ling Xiao did not speak. He only smiled contemptuously. This made Wang Quan Tianming even more angry. He hated Ling Xiao's smile. Facing him, the number one genius of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, everyone should be in awe. It wasn't Ling Xiao's expression. This Ling Xiao is not weak. He should be stronger than a half-step divine body realm martial artist. So what? It's just an egg hitting a rock. Wang Quan Tianming can't even transform. He can easily kill him. That's true. Almost no one thought highly of Ling Xiao. There were even many people who wished for Ling Xiao to die. They did not have a grudge against Ling Xiao. They just hated that a lowly country bumpkin was stronger than them. He dared to challenge someone they did not dare to challenge. Facing such mockery, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. They would soon bow down to him. After today, the number one genius of the 4 regions and 9 worlds would no longer be Wang Quan Tianming. It would only be him, Ling Xiao. Let's fight. I'll give you 3 moves. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. You're too arrogant. I don't need 3 moves. I can kill you in 1. Wang Tianming's anger had reached its peak. He felt that he had been seriously underestimated. This was simply intolerable. Dragon Fist. Suddenly, Wang Quan Tianming threw a punch. The shadow of a dragon flashed behind him. A 5-clawed golden dragon. It turned out that Wang Quan Tianming's beast god martial soul was a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the primordial era, the 5-clawed golden dragon was considered a mid-tier divine dragon. It was indeed powerful to have such a martial soul. When the punch was thrown, the divine dragon roared. The huge shadow of the fist directly smashed towards Ling Xiao. It wanted to kill Ling Xiao with 1 punch. 12 Divine Beast Technique, 11th level. Facing Wang Quan Tianming's dragon fist, Ling Xiao did not show any weakness. He stabbed out with his right sword. The 12 Divine Beast Technique that had been condensed exploded. It turned into a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the air. It almost tore the divine dragon apart. 11 terrifying beasts fused into one, and the effect produced was quite shocking. Boom, a terrifying collision erupted in the void. Ling Xiao's body was directly sent flying. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul and the 2nd level of the Bloody Rat Devil, Ling Xiao was still no match for Wang Quan Tianming. Even if Wang Quan Tianming did not use his beast soul transformation, he was still a 2nd level divine physique echelon expert. The martial artists of the Eternal Emperor domain showed a mocking smile. However, their smiles did not last long. Wang Quan Tianming soon paid a heavy price for underestimating his opponent. Void-shattering finger, transcending the void. Ling Xiao used the 12 Divine Beast technique with his right hand. The East Victory Devil sword on his left and right had been put away without him noticing. A sharp finger force instantly cut through the void. This attack directly pierced through Wang Quan Tianming's head. If Wang Quan Tianming's reaction was not fast enough and avoided the attack, then this strike would be enough to take his life. As for Ling Xiao, although he was sent flying, he was not injured at all. End of chapter. Had he underestimated Ling Xiao, Wang Quan Tianming had paid a heavy price for underestimating his opponent. That heart-wrenching scream caused the scalps of everyone present to go numb. Those who had truly studied Ling Xiao's cultivation process would never underestimate Ling Xiao. If anyone still thought that he was easy to bully with that terrifying cultivation speed of his, they deserved to be annihilated. Ling Xiao had only used one move to make everyone look at him in a different light. He made everyone understand that he wasn't just a lucky kid who had survived under the protection of the Fire Emperor, the Golden Prince, and the Kai Dai Saintess. His strength was equally terrifying. Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming was almost scared to death. The smile on his face froze and stopped abruptly. Everyone from the Eternal Life Palace thought that the battle would end immediately. It would end with Ling Xiao's death. But they didn't expect that the person who was almost killed would be Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming. Genius, haha, in my eyes, you're just a piece of trash protected in swaddling clothes. You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to call yourself the #1 genius of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? As Ling Xiao spoke, he pounced again. The Dongxing demonic sword appeared in his right hand again. His 2 swords constantly unleashed different attacks, crazily attacking Wang Quan Tianming. He used the Holy Ground demonic shadow's unpredictability to start a crushing attack. He didn't even give Wang Quan Tianming time to heal. Seeing this scene, the Eternal Emperor Domain's cultivators were all stunned. The Golden Sky Domain's cultivators cheered excitedly. On the other hand, the Fire Emperor was as calm as ever. Because he knew that this was just a small demonstration of Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao's true strength was much more terrifying than this. I really didn't expect Wang Quan Tianming to be suppressed. This is the fault of underestimating his opponent. If Wang Quan Tianming didn't underestimate his opponent, the situation would definitely be different. Many people still firmly believed that Wang Quan Tianming had underestimated his opponent. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was powerful. Ling Xiao was just better at seizing opportunities. Beast Soul Transformation. Wang Tianming, who was covered in wounds, finally let go of his pride. He had said he wouldn't use his Beast Soul Transformation, but he had no choice. If he didn't use it, he would definitely be tortured to death by Ling Xiao. The moment he transformed, a terrifying golden light exploded, and Ling Xiao was directly sent flying. Wang Tianming's body was covered in golden scales. The transformation of the 5-clawed golden dragon was indeed quite cool. But that was not the point. More importantly, not only had Wang Quan Tianming recovered from his injuries, his combat prowess had also skyrocketed. Golden Dragon Demon Slaying Claws. With a roar, Wang Quan Tianming launched a counterattack. It was as if a golden dragon had descended from the sky. The huge claw covered the sky as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. The golden light was extremely dazzling, causing many people to be unable to see anything clearly. However, the pressure brought about by the huge dragon claw was extraordinary. Everyone could feel it. Those who were slightly weaker vomited blood on the spot and had no choice but to flee into the distance. Many of the buildings in the square were destroyed by this terrifying pressure. That kid is dead meat. That's right. Wang Quan Tianming will no longer underestimate his opponent. Ling Xiao won't have any chance at all. In the face of such a powerful and terrifying attack, Ling Xiao stood there with determination in his eyes. It was only interesting when the attack was powerful. If the attack was too weak, it wouldn't be fun. Anyway, his physical body was extremely strong, so he wasn't afraid of being smacked to death. Therefore, he was already prepared for his counterattack. The East Victory Heaven sword in his right hand suddenly blasted out a 12 Divine Beast Technique's 11th stage sword aura. Is this kid stupid? There's no way he can block this move. Perhaps that's his strongest move. It's time to return to normal. Wang Quan Tianming suppressing Ling Xiao is the right thing to do. The 11 giant beasts condensed into a terrifying sword aura and collided with the huge dragon claw. A terrifying explosion bloomed in the void. People didn't even take a breath. Many first-level divine physique echelon martial artists felt that if they were in Wang Quan's shoes, they would definitely not dare to take this attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao actually dared to take it head-on. He was really courting death. The power of the golden dragon devil-slaying claw was indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao's sword aura only lasted for a moment before it was shattered. The martial artists of the Eternal Emperor region cheered loudly. However, in the next second, they felt awkward. The cheers seemed to be for Ling Xiao. The East Victory Devil sword in Ling Xiao's left hand blasted out an attack with almost the same move. Ling Xiao had the ability to execute different moves or the same move with both hands at the same time without reducing the power of the move. He had already learned this a long time ago. This advantage had been maintained until now. In any case, no one had seen anyone else who could do this. This seemingly simple technique was, in fact, extremely difficult to execute. The requirements for soul power and true origin control had reached the pinnacle. Even the top martial artists of the Immortal Court continent might not be able to do this. Ling Xiao could only do this because he had the Tai Chi Eye and the tyrannical martial soul. Boom, the second 12 divine beast technique sword aura collided with the huge dragon claw. Finally, they both exploded at the same time. While everyone was lamenting how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao's attack wasn't over yet. Black Lotus Treasured Light. After executing the move with both hands, a demonic Buddha suddenly appeared above Ling Xiao's head. A pitch-black light shot straight at Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming didn't underestimate his opponent this time. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a move. The attack of a soul mystic art was even harder to dodge than the void-shattering finger. Another hysterical scream rang out. Wang Quan Tianming lost consciousness in midair and crashed to the ground. Although it was only a momentary loss of consciousness. However, his soul had already suffered heavy injuries. Below, everyone was dumbfounded. Those who insisted that Ling Xiao wasn't as good as Wang Quan Tianming were slapped in the face again and again. They couldn't find a way out. If Wang Quan Tianming was injured the first time because he underestimated his opponent. But this time, Wang Quan Tianming was still injured even after entering the Beast God transformation. Ling Xiao's attack was simply unpredictable and impossible to guard against. In terms of battle experience, Wang Quan Tianming is far inferior to Ling Xiao. Fire Emperor laughed. Ling Xiao is right. Compared to him, Wang Quan Tianming is a frog at the bottom of a well. Those who have seen and fought with him are too few. That's right. Wang Quan Tianming has been known as a genius since he was young. The people of the Eternal Palace have high hopes for him. So he doesn't want to fail. Therefore, when choosing opponents, he is very careful and won't challenge someone he can't beat. That's why he has an undefeated record. Moreover, he is from the Eternal Palace. There aren't many people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds who dare to attack him. Ling Xiao isn't the same. He doesn't care about this at all. He has encountered all kinds of enemies. Moreover, he constantly encounters powerful opponents who want to kill him. Ling Xiao has many more opportunities to face danger than Wang Quan Tianming. That's why he has honed such terrifying battle skills. Yang Shui nodded and said. Even the people from the Eternal Emperor domain had to admit this. From the start of the battle, it was obvious that Ling Xiao's combat strength was inferior to Wang Quan Tianming's, but Wang Quan Tianming was completely led by the nose. It was too awkward to have strength but not be able to use it. However, they believed that techniques were only supplementary. Wang Quan Tianming would definitely be able to win this battle. What a pity. If Ling Xiao could survive, he would definitely become a terrifying existence. He might even be able to go to the Eternal City. Finally, someone started to admire Ling Xiao and praised Ling Xiao. This was the praise that Ling Xiao obtained with his own strength. Wang Quan Tianming got up from the ground again. His handsome face became extremely ferocious. Terrifying golden light bloomed crazily from his body. It was as if a divine dragon had come to life. He was about to go crazy. He was ambushed by Ling Xiao twice, which made him suffer unspeakable pain. Ling Xiao, I have to admit that up until now, I've underestimated you. Your strength is indeed qualified for me to be serious. You're talking as if I can't do it if you're serious. Don't flatter yourself. Ling Xiao mocked, show me what you're capable of. To be honest, you're far inferior to Yu Huajun. When I killed him, I at least used my artifact. However, you're not even qualified for me to use my artifact. How dare you underestimate me? Wang Quan Tianming was furious. He turned into a ray of golden light and pounced towards Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. The speed of a second-level divine physique echelon martial artist was indeed terrifying. Moreover, he was a beast god martial artist. His speed was even comparable to the Holy Ground Spectre. At the same time, Wang Quan Tianming took out his weapon. He didn't use his weapon earlier because he felt that it wasn't necessary. However, he had no choice but to take out his weapon now. He had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be drowned in humiliation if Ling Xiao lived a moment longer. His weapon was also a sword. This sword was actually an emperor weapon with 6 dragon patterns. As expected of the number 1 genius of the Eternal Palace. This treasure was the strongest item Ling Xiao had seen apart from the 9 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon. This sword is called World-Defying Golden Dragon. Once the sword is out, you will not have any chance. Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura condensing on his opponent's sword. This aura was definitely more terrifying than the Golden Dragon Demon Vanquishing Claw from before. From the looks of it, he wasn't completely boasting when he said that he hadn't used his full strength before. He could feel the terrifying power of the sword. The expressions of many second-level divine body echelon martial artists changed. Facing this attack, they did not dare to take it head-on. In their opinion, dodging was the best choice. Dodge! Bailey Fengxing shouted. He was a martial artist at the second level of the divine physique echelon. He hurriedly shouted at Ling Xiao when he sensed the overbearing power of Wang Quan Tianming's attack. Retreat? You won't have the chance. Wang Quan Tianming sneered. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The number 1 genius of the 4 regions and 9 realms seemed to have found his own dignity and pride. In the Golden Firmament region, everyone except the Fire Emperor had their hearts in their throats. They were extremely nervous. Although Ling Xiao had managed to injure Wang Quan Tianming the previous 2 times, Wang Quan Tianming wasn't a match for Ling Xiao. That was just the use of his skills. Between the 2 of them, Ling Xiao was more like an experienced assassin, but his strength was weaker. Wang Quan Tianming was inexperienced, but his combat power was terrifying. He could take Ling Xiao's attacks many times and not die. However, Ling Xiao could not. If he was hit, he would be finished. Of course, this was just their wishful thinking. If they knew that Ling Xiao's physical body was equivalent to an 8 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon, they would definitely not think so. No matter how powerful he is, it's just a joke. Those who didn't like Ling Xiao finally found a chance to mock Ling Xiao. Alright, shut your stinky mouth. He can fight Wang Quan Tianming to this extent with his 5th stage core-shattering cultivation. Can you? If you can't, then shut up. That's right. If you say less, no one will think you're mute. More and more people began to support Ling Xiao. Even if this young man was really killed, at the very least, he had won respect with his own strength. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this kind of respect. What he wanted was victory. In this hardy battle, he still needed to break through. At this moment, the energy in his cultivation C had increased to 30%. This was all thanks to Wang Quan Tianming. The stronger Wang Quan Tianming was, the stronger his attack power, and the faster his cultivation C energy increased. Ling Xiao, you might really be a genius. But you have made the most stupid mistake by making me your enemy. With a cold laugh, Wang Quan Tianming's world-defying golden dragon sword had already stabbed out. This sword did not have such a vast aura. Because the terrifying destructive power was concentrated on the tip of the sword. The moment it stabbed out, it even pierced through space. World-defying sword. A dragon roar sounded. Golden light flickered, and a terrifying five-clawed golden dragon flew out from the world-defying golden dragon sword. It swallowed Ling Xiao. This move, I don't know if it was Wang Quan Tianming's most powerful move, but it was definitely the most terrifying move that he had displayed so far. I'm afraid that even if his left and right hands used the 12 Divine Beast technique at the same time, they wouldn't be able to block it. Obviously, Wang Quan Tianming wanted to end the battle quickly. Under the violent sword intent, Ling Xiao was like a drop in the ocean, floating on the surface of the sea. It seemed that he couldn't control his body at all. At any time, he could be swatted away by the terrifying waves. Hee, is it stupid to be your enemy? Is it a mistake? Then you're really unlucky to have met me. You must have been possessed by the god of misfortune. Others were nervous, but Ling Xiao still laughed. Under that terrifying move, he was calm as if he had not encountered any threat. To be honest, I can't bear to bully you, I think you're pitiful. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The sword in both hands was suddenly put away by him. Both hands pointed out at the same time. Void-shattering finger could only be used once every 5 minutes, but if used at the same time, then there would be no problem. How terrifying was the power of the double void-shattering finger, even Ling Xiao himself didn't know. Double void-shattering finger shatter the void. Just at the moment when the world-defying golden dragon sword was about to stab Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's 2 fingers finally pointed out. Originally, when Ling Xiao put away his 2 swords, people thought that he had given up, or prepared to avoid. However, he did not expect that he would actually fight back. He actually used a finger technique. The terrifying power of the double void-shattering finger even scared Ling Xiao himself. The golden dragon that was pouncing over was torn into pieces in the void. The terrifying power extended out. Even Wang Quan Tianming couldn't escape the fate of bad luck. His entire left hand was also shattered by the void. Blood dripped. But he escaped fast enough. Otherwise, his entire person would have been involved. Dead silence, everyone was dumbfounded. The hundreds of thousands of people in the entire square were silent. Only the sound of the void shattering could be heard. And Wang Quan Tianming's third miserable scream. Everyone read. Who would have thought that Wang Quan Tianming would be the one to initiate the attack 3 times in a row? Wang Quan Tianming's left hand was covered in blood, although it was recovering at a visible speed. However, the pain was real. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him. After a series of actions, he was also a little tired and needed to catch his breath. Wang Quan Tianming glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, but he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. He was a genius in the 2nd level of the divine physique realm, and a beast god martial artist. He was obviously stronger than Ling Xiao, but he couldn't gain any advantage in front of Ling Xiao. Instead, he was tortured badly by his opponent. Wang Quan Tianming probably didn't realize that the sun god's blood diagram was constantly devouring his essence. It was weakening his strength. He couldn't win now, and it would be even more impossible for him to win as time passed. Should he complete the beast god transformation? Wang Quan Tianming was thinking about this. After completing the beast god transformation, his combat strength would increase by at least 10 times. However, the problem was that what he lacked now wasn't combat strength. With his current combat strength, he could already crush Ling Xiao. The key was that he couldn't hit him. He used to look down on combat skills, thinking that skills were useless, because his previous opponents could easily win with his powerful combat strength. However, today was a little troublesome. He looked at Ling Xiao opposite him. This hateful kid had a mocking expression in his eyes. And he seemed to be very relaxed. The key was that he didn't use the Emperor weapon. He had already used the world-defying golden dragon sword with 6 dragon patterns. It was too embarrassing. Tianming, don't care about that boring face. Let him understand that the Eternal Palace's genius has the advantage of being an Eternal Palace's genius. Seeing Wang Quan Tianming hesitating, Wang Quanjingyi said loudly. He knew very well that his son had many Emperor weapons on him, although they weren't as good as the world-defying golden dragon sword. However, they were still Emperor's weapons with 5 or 4 dragon patterns. How could Ling Xiao compare? If he knew that Ling Xiao had close to 100 Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns, would he be scared to tears? Got it. Wang Quan Tianming gritted his teeth. Since the world-defying golden dragon sword. Then, he would use another emperor weapon. No matter what, he could not lose to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would lose a lot of face. How was he going to survive in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Ling Xiao, I will now let you understand what it means to be a genius of the Eternal Life Palace. My monarch weapon is not something you can compare to. Wang Quan sneered and touched his storage ring. When the surrounding people heard this, they could not help but feel sorry for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had obtained some treasures in the world of souls. However, they should be monarch weapons with 3 or 4 dragon patterns. It could not be compared to the Emperor's weapon of the heavenly mandate. These people didn't know what Ling Xiao truly possessed. Ling Xiao is really in trouble this time. He's rich and overbearing. What can you use to compete? I feel like it's not a glorious victory for Wang Quan and Destiny. So what if it's not glorious? As long as he can win, he will still be the #1 genius of the 9 realms. Don't forget, treasures are also a type of ability. Ling Xiao doesn't have such a good background. This is the reason why Wang Quan and Destiny looked down on him. They thought this was the end of the battle. However, it seemed like something new had happened. In the next moment, Wang Quan Tianming took out a mirror from his storage ring. The mirror floated above his head, and 5 dragon patterns appeared on it. Compared to the world-defying golden dragon sword, it had 1 less dragon pattern. However, the world-defying golden dragon sword was a weapon, and most of its power was in its attack. This mirror was a little strange, and its special effect was something the world-defying golden dragon sword couldn't compare with. Normally, only a 5th-level divine physique realm warrior could fully unleash the power of a 5-dragon pattern emperor weapon. However, geniuses were always an exception. Wang Quan Tianming was a genius. With his 2nd-level divine physique realm cultivation base, he could unleash 90% of the power of a 5-dragon pattern emperor weapon. This was a genius. He was different from ordinary people. However, if the others knew that Ling Xiao could control a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon with his divine core cultivation base, and could unleash 30% of its power, what would they think? If it was Wang Quan Tianming, with such a cultivation base, he might not even be able to control it. Geniuses had their differences too. When the mirror was taken out, it immediately shone with a dazzling golden light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw this. An emperor weapon with 5 dragon patterns was already an extremely precious treasure. Only a top genius like Wang Quan Tianming would be able to obtain one. Yang Shui and Huang Jinlan both had 5 dragon pattern emperor weapons. However, Bai Yinzi didn't have one. This was the difference between them. It's the heavenly golden dragon mirror. Someone down below recognized the mirror. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, Wang Quan Tianming even took out this mirror. Rumor has it that this heavenly golden dragon mirror can borrow the energy of the heavens and transform into a golden dragon to attack its enemies. No one below the 5th-level divine physique realm can withstand a single attack from it. As expected, Wang Quan Tianming is going all out. It's also because Ling Xiao is strong enough. Otherwise, Wang Quan Tianming wouldn't have been forced to use such a treasure. Listening to everyone's discussion, Ling Xiao looked at the heavenly golden dragon mirror calmly and couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. The heavenly golden dragon mirror was indeed terrifying. However, it still couldn't kill him. His physical body was equivalent to an 8-dragon pattern emperor weapon. Even if Wang Quan Tianming's strength combined with the heavenly golden dragon mirror could bring even more terrifying destructive power. At most, it could only destroy Wang Quan Tianming's physical body with 6-dragon pattern emperor weapon. In the face of 8-dragon pattern emperor weapon, there was no threat to speak of. This was the key to Ling Xiao's invincibility. You're strong, but if you can't kill me, I can play you to death. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, Wang Quan Tianming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, can't you be a little more nervous? I'm about to use such a powerful Dharma treasure, and you're still looking at me with disdain. Ignorant fool, I'll let you see the effect of the world-defying golden dragon sword and the heavenly golden dragon mirror. Wang Quan Tianming snorted coldly. Holding the world-defying golden dragon sword in his hand and the heavenly golden dragon mirror above his head, he began to circulate his true essence. A golden dragon from the world-defying golden dragon sword broke through the air and entered the heavenly golden dragon mirror. At that moment, the heavenly golden dragon mirror broke through the air. It rapidly grew larger in the sky. It almost covered the entire sun god's blood fiend array diagram inside. The mirror seemed to have turned into a nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless golden dragons circled and danced in it. The martial artists in the square felt their scalps go numb. Any one of the golden dragons inside was enough to kill a 4th-level divine body realm martial artist. Not to mention tens of thousands. Ling Xiao is dead for sure. Wang Quanjing was sneered. The old woman who was crippled by Ling Xiao also revealed an excited expression. Previously, when Wang Quan Tianming was suppressed, she was very unhappy in her heart. Now, she could finally hold her head high. Yu Fenghua was still sitting there calmly, as if nothing had happened. As if she didn't care about Ling Xiao's death. As if she didn't know this person at all. End of this chapter. Boom, with a loud sound, a golden dragon suddenly blasted towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was extremely fast, almost catching up to the speed of the escape light. Ling Xiao had no time to use the holy ground demonic shadow. The only thing he could use was the golden light technique. Fortunately, the golden light technique could be used infinitely in the sun god blood evil diagram. The reason why he had to dodge was because Ling Xiao discovered that the power of the world-defying golden dragon sword and the heavenly golden dragon mirror combined. It should be able to hurt him. So he had to dodge. Even if it was a light injury, he didn't want to. He wanted to kill Wang Quan Tianming without any injuries. Only then would it be shocking enough. Only then would he be able to better humiliate the other party. What a fast movement technique. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a move. At this moment, the second golden dragon shot over. Ling Xiao still chose to dodge with the golden light technique. Although his movement technique is fast, his advantage is gone. I'm afraid the next question is how long he can last. This kind of movement technique probably consumes a lot of energy. I dare say that it won't take more than 3 times. Wang Quanjin said self-righteously. However, he was quickly slapped in the face. The 3rd golden dragon, the 4th golden dragon, all the way until the 10th golden dragon. Ling Xiao used the same method to open all of them, without any signs of weakness. And it was very easy. Ha ha ha, Wang Quanjin, your eyesight isn't very good. Fire King laughed. He had already seen Ling Xiao's movement technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. Wang Quanjin's old face flushed red, and he didn't say anything else. He only hoped that his son could kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Only then would he not lose all his face. However, the battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Ling Xiao was still running. Wang Quan Tianming was still attacking. Wang Quan Tianming was still unable to take down Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also didn't have a chance to counterattack. The two of them seemed to be stalling for time. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy of his cultivation base C was under the attack of the heavenly golden dragon mirror. It was obviously increasing rapidly. Now, it had increased from 30% to 60%, the speed of increase was terrifying. Damn it. He only knew how to hide, looks like I have no choice but to use that move. After attacking for a long time, he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Wang Tianming's expression darkened. He had already used 2 monarch weapons. Yet, he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. If news of this were to spread, he would really be laughed at. In his fury, the tens of thousands of golden dragons in the sky came out of the golden dragon mirror. It was as if the entire sky was filled with golden light. Incomparably terrifying. This was the most powerful attack of the golden dragon mirror. The radiation covered a radius of 1 mile. It's over. Someone sighed. Ling Xiao had already performed very well. Regardless of whether it was his previous combat skills and experience, or his current movement techniques, Lin Fan was able to see through them. This was something that many divine physique realm martial artists couldn't compare to. But at this moment, even with such a movement technique, he could not avoid it. Everyone could see that the earth elemental golden light technique could only move within a radius of 1 li. On the other hand, Wang Tianming's attack covered a radius of 1 kilometer. Ling Xiao could not escape at all. Fire Emperor. Yang Shui became nervous. Don't worry, he can do it. Fire Emperor smiled. Ling Xiao still hadn't used his most terrifying trump card. It could only be said that he still had a way. Go to hell, 10,000 dragons descend. Wang Tianming roared crazily. Finally, the tens of thousands of densely packed golden dragons blasted down at the same time. That terrifying and spectacular scene made countless people suck in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Many second-level divine physique realm martial artists were trembling. They knew very well that as long as they stood below, they would definitely die. There was no possibility of survival. They would definitely be blasted into smithereens. There wouldn't even be a complete corpse. At this moment, Wang Tianming was like the dragon god in the sky, incomparably arrogant. Incomparably powerful. Facing this godlike opponent, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. Is he crazy? I think he's crazy. Maybe he can't dodge at all even if he wants to. This golden dragon's attack speed is too fast. Right at this moment, a cold aura suddenly rose in the air. Behind Ling Xiao, a frost divine dragon appeared. Dragon God Frost Formation. A pure white formation suddenly appeared and superimposed on the blood-red formation. The descending speed of the tens of thousands of golden dragons instantly slowed down. They were even frozen into ice cubes. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was simply dumbfounded. This was 2F** King exaggerated. There was actually such a move? Humph, he's just prolonging his last breath and slowing down the time of his death. Wang Tianming snorted coldly. He was right. Ling Xiao just wanted to delay the attack. But to say that he was prolonging his last breath, that would be ridiculous. Ling Xiao wanted to take this move in front of everyone. Behind him, a huge divine ape appeared. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. The golden array diagram appeared once again, superimposing itself on top of the blood-red and ice crystal array diagrams. This was the formation after the fusion of the two special skills of the Divine Ape Beast Soul. The special skills of the Divine Ape Beast Soul were indestructible and impervious to fire and water. This Divine Ape Invincible Formation could fuse the two abilities into one. And as long as the formation was not removed, the effect would be maintained. Whether it was a physical attack or an elemental attack, they would all be blocked. Of course, this was not true invincibility. The Divine Ape Invincible Formation did not completely block the opponent's attack. Instead, it directly weakened the opponent's attack by 70%. In this way, the tens of thousands of dragons could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. Originally, even if they directly hit Ling Xiao's body, the damage would be very limited. Now that the Divine Ape Invincible Formation had weakened it, it was basically like scratching an itch. At this moment, the ice cubes shattered, and the tens of thousands of dragons blasted down again. After passing through the golden light of the Divine Ape Invincible Formation, it suddenly became weak and powerless. Ling Xiao just stood there and let the golden dragons continue to fall. He felt the energy in his sea of cultivation rising rapidly. A disdainful smile bloomed on his face. Finally, the tens of thousands of golden dragons had all fallen, and Ling Xiao's sea of cultivation energy had also increased to 90%. He was very close to the next breakthrough. Of course, the others did not know this. In their eyes, Ling Xiao had been completely surrounded by the tens of thousands of golden dragons. He must have turned to ashes. When the golden dragons finished falling, there was no trace of Ling Xiao. Ha 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 ha, finally dead? Serves you right, this is the result of offending me, you will never be a match for me. Wang Tianming laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with himself. The reason why he underestimated the enemy so much was because he trusted his magic treasure and felt that Ling Xiao could not escape. He's still dead, not even a speck is left. The crowd let out a sigh. Sigh, this is the result of going against the Immortal Palace. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead. It was not that their eyes were not good. It was just that there was no trace of Ling Xiao's aura in the air. Wang Quan was laughing even more crazily. He finally got rid of this kid, but it still felt a little unreal. End of chapter. The old woman beside Wang Quan Jinyo even started doing a weird dance that she had learned from somewhere. She was so excited that she looked like a happy old witch. However, no one noticed that when the golden diagram appeared, there was another diagram on top of it. This diagram was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was the Mao God Nether diagram. The Nether Ghost Rabbit's two special skills were Shadow Dancer and Hell Shadow Strike. Originally, when Hell Shadow Strike was used, the user would be exposed. But it wouldn't be in the diagram. Ling Xiao could completely retract his aura as if he had disappeared. He could remain in his Shadow Dancer form all the time, even when he was attacking. Hell Shadow Strike could be used continuously without any interval. That was how terrifying diagrams were. They greatly increased the effect of the Beast Soul's special skills. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. The clamor of the crowd suddenly stopped. Wang Quanzhigno's head was pierced through like a watermelon. Hell Shadow Strike was terrifying because it was silent. However, Wang Quanzhigno was really something. He still managed to avoid Ling Zhao's sneak attack from his soul realm. For a divine body realm martial artist, there was only one vital point in the body. That was the soul realm in the head. It looked like a thumb-sized stone. As long as it wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. Wang Quanzhigno managed to avoid this vital point in the nick of time. Although his head was completely pierced, he didn't die. Of course, if Ling Xiao had used the Void God Sword, it would have been different. The Void God Sword would have sucked him dry, including his soul realm. The moment he was pierced, Wang Quanzhigno thought of saving his life. His body suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. This was the movement technique he cultivated. Although it wasn't as good as the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, because his cultivation was higher than Ling Zhao's, his speed was actually faster than Ling Zhao's. However, Ling Xiao had won such a great opportunity to counterattack. Naturally, he would beat the dog while it was down. The Holy Ground Demonic Shadow was used. Although it wasn't as fast as his opponent, it wasn't much different. The distance between the two of them was only about 1 meter in a short period of time. This distance was perfect for the Cosmic Light Godly Fist. Ling Xiao put away the Dongxing Devil Sword in his left hand. He unleashed the Cosmic Light Godly Fist. In that instant, the surrounding time froze. Although it was only for 3 seconds. However, it was enough for Ling Xiao to launch another fatal attack. However, Wang Tianming seemed to have learned his lesson and no longer cared about his reputation. He took out another monarch weapon with 5 dragon patterns and released it. This was a defensive Dharma treasure that could protect his entire body. And all of this happened before Ling Xiao used the Cosmic Light Fist. Maybe it was because the other party was too strong. The time-stop effect of the Cosmic Light God Fist only lasted for 2 seconds. However, the ferocious fist energy still landed on Wang Quan's body. With a violent punch, Ling Xiao condensed black, white, and gold light in his hand. It directly shattered the defense of the Emperor weapon with 5 dragon patterns. In the end, the fist landed on Wang Tianming's back. Crack, the golden scales on Wang Tianming's back broke inch by inch. He was sent flying. He lost his balance. Ling Xiao continued to chase. The void-shattering finger condensed again. Wang Tianming was scared out of his wits when he sensed the spatial distortion. He revealed an extremely terrified expression. Because at this moment, he had no other choice. He was an expert at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon and a beast god martial artist. He was played by Ling Xiao like a fool. In the end, he was faced with the inevitable outcome of death. Boom! At this critical moment, an attack shot out from the crowd of Eternal Palace and landed on Ling Xiao. It sent Ling Xiao flying. Wang Tianming finally escaped the disaster. Wang Tianming, you're shameless! The Fire King was furious. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. No one expected that Wang Tianming, a king-level figure of the Eternal Palace, would sneak attack a junior. Bastard, who told you to sneak attack me? Wang Tianming turned around and killed a 2nd-level Divine Body Realm martial artist beside him with a slap. When the martial artist was dying, he didn't expect Wang Tianming to kill him. It was clearly Wang Tianming who did it. He just did it secretly. He actually made him the scapegoat. Fire King, please calm down. I didn't expect someone to do this either. I've already killed this person. Don't ruin the harmony between us because of such a shameless person. Wang Quan Tianming looked at the Fire King with a sincere expression. Why would the Fire King listen to his nonsense? He was about to attack. However, at this moment, a figure climbed up from the ruins. It stopped him. Senior Fire King, keep an eye on those shameless people from the Eternal Palace. My life and death battle with Wang Quan Tianming hasn't ended yet. Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. This caused everyone to feel shocked. Even if that wasn't Wang Quan Tianming's attack, it was still a second-level Divine Body Realm martial artist's sneak attack. What exactly was this guy's body made of? How could it be so tough? Ling Xiao didn't want the two sides to fight. That was because once chaos ensued, it wouldn't be easy to kill Wang Quan Tianming. As long as the Fire King and the others kept an eye on the people from the Eternal Palace, they wouldn't have to be afraid of another sneak attack. I don't care who did it. What you did only delayed Wang Quan Tianming's death. What's the point? Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. He faced Wang Quan Tianming again. When everyone saw this scene, they felt deep respect for this young man. They knew very well that if it wasn't for the sneak attack from the Eternal Palace, Wang Quan Tianming would definitely be dead. He wouldn't even be able to use his last beast god body. Many people felt sorry for Ling Xiao. He didn't manage to kill Wang Quan Tianming with such a good opportunity. If he wanted to do it again, he probably wouldn't have another chance. Wang Quan Tianming would definitely use his beast god body. In their opinion, Ling Xiao had already used up all his trump cards. There wouldn't be any more accidents. But Ling Xiao just smiled in disdain. Although the sneak attack just now wasn't good, it successfully helped him raise the energy in his sea of cultivation to 100%. The door to the breakthrough had opened a crack. He now hoped that Wang Quan Tianming could enter the beast god body. This would provide some reference for him to enter the beast god body. On the other side, a terrifying golden light suddenly appeared around Wang Quan Tianming. The golden light wrapped around him and began to transform. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he had never suffered such a loss. He had never been in such a sorry state. After saving his life, he wanted to madly retaliate and counterattack. The blood in his body was boiling. Every cell in his body was calling for the beast god to appear. Ling Xiao, I admit that you're strong. You're the most terrifying opponent I've ever seen. But you didn't kill me. Now, it's all over. I'll show you how terrifying a real beast god martial artist is. Unfortunately, you can only use the beast soul possession. You can't really use the full power of the beast god. Otherwise, I'd really cry today. Wang Quan Tianming stood there, and the golden light shot wildly into the sky. Everything around him was cut off. Ling Xiao found that all his diagrams had temporarily disappeared in that area. Thus, he simply kept the child god's blood fiend array diagram and put away the rest. The more diagrams he activated, the greater the consumption. Even with his vital essence, he had to take it easy. After all, he had already begun to absorb potential. His vital essence had long been used up. Wang Quan Tianming's body gradually floated up. More and more scales appeared on his body, and many strange incantations appeared. Terrifying dragon aura was released. Many warriors couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure and fell to the ground. Many people continued to flee. If they didn't, their hearts would explode. The five-clawed golden dragon represented imperial power in the mortal dynasty of the ancient era. It represented the throne. So at this time, in this terrifying space, Wang Quan Tianming was like a king of the ancient era, ruling the world. Ling Xiao stood there quietly, looking at Wang Quan Tianming. Incantations kept flashing in the Taiji eye. Others thought he was stunned, but they didn't know that he was crazily absorbing his opponent's experience. The Heart of Gold and the Taiji eye were a perfect match. That Ling Xiao has been promoted to a top genius of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Yes, to be able to fight with Wang Quan Tianming to this extent, he deserves the respect and awe of the world. He's too strong. I even suspect that he can be stronger. Don't joke. Wang Quan Tianming is even going to use the beast god body. Ling Xiao is already at his wit's end. Is that so? I don't think so. stop talking, look at the beast god body. In the sky, a five-clawed golden dragon that was dozens of meters long was circling. Its huge head looked down at Xianxia, releasing a dragon aura that shocked everyone. This was the power of the beast god. The strongest power of the Black Tortoise continent. A power that hadn't appeared in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time. Once the beast god body was used, Xianxia had no chance of winning. No matter how good his skills were, no matter how good his tactics were. But in the face of this terrifying power, there was only one result. That was death. Do you think you're the only one who has an array diagram? I have it too, and it's even stronger, sovereign formation diagram. The golden array diagram was a huge circle, covering an area with a radius of 1 mile. You won't be able to survive in the sovereign spirit diagram. Because I am the king, I am the emperor. When the emperor is angry, millions of corpses will fall and rivers of blood will flow. Wang Tianming was no longer as timid as before. He had become a confident and powerful person once again. All of this was given to him by the beast god physique. Xianxia was still standing there, as if he had been scared silly by this turn of events. Wang Tianming revealed the joy of a victor. He really regretted that he had underestimated this kid. If he had used the beast god's body from the very beginning, he would have been able to defeat the beast god. Where did all this trouble come from? In the end, he had been too confident and underestimated his opponent. He had thought that he could kill Xianxia without using his beast soul transformation, but he had been suppressed by Xianxia the entire time. He was forced to use his final trump card. Xianxia had become his inner demon. If he didn't kill Xianxia, he was afraid that his martial path would be stagnant in the future. This guy might even become his nightmare day and night. I don't care about killing ants. But today, you've been promoted. You're qualified to be the one I kill. You shouldn't feel pain when you die. You should be proud because you died at the hands of the #1 genius of the 4 regions and 9 realms. Wang Tianming's voice became more and more excited. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Wang Tianming frowned. I'm laughing at you for being a fool. From the beginning to the end, you didn't have the slightest advantage over me. Who exactly gave you the confidence to kill me? You think I'm qualified to be killed by you? Bah, you really think too highly of yourself. Xianxia smiled as he felt the joy of a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had to admit that the beast god physique was terrifying. The terrifying pressure made his cultivation break through to the 6th level of the core fragmentation realm. His strength increased tenfold. His opponent became stronger, and so did his strength. No, the stupid Wang Tianming still didn't realize that the sun god's blood formation had weakened him a lot. Originally, the 5-clawed golden dragon would be even more terrifying. But now, it was at least 10 times weaker. Haha, I don't blame you for being so arrogant. After all, you've injured me repeatedly before. This may have given you an illusion. It was an illusion that he could kill me. Now, let's return to reality. Look at the Emperor's fury. As his huge claws danced gently, the Emperor's blood formation began to spin wildly. It was like a windmill, and it was getting faster and faster. Xianxia couldn't control his body at all. Although the sun god's blood formation could still be used, no matter where he ran, he couldn't escape the influence of the Emperor's blood formation. As the Emperor's blood formation spun faster and faster, Xianxia found that his body was being crazily torn apart. If his body wasn't strong enough, he would have been torn to pieces by now. In this Emperor's blood formation, even space became fragile and began to collapse. It was simply an enhanced version of the void-shattering finger. It's really too scary. Once the Emperor's blood formation is out, there's really no opponent. It's such a pity for Xianxia. Is there really no hope? Many of Xiao's supporters felt a little disheartened at this moment. If the Eternal Palace hadn't interfered in this battle, the result might not have been like this. Unfortunately, there weren't so many ifs in this world. Yu Fenghua looked at the Emperor's blood formation and revealed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Otherwise, Wang Tianming would be too useless. Yang Shui nervously gripped the spear in her hand. If the Eternal Palace could interfere in this battle, why couldn't she? She definitely wouldn't allow Xianxia to die. This was the first man she approved of. Don't be nervous. Flame Emperor glanced at Xianxia and said, your current mission is to keep an eye on the Eternal Palace and don't let those guys shamelessly sneak attack. Believe me, I saw some of Ling Zhao's secrets. You can't imagine how strong he is. A mere Wang Tianming is just a pitiful stepping stone in his eyes. Xianxia was stunned. She believed that Flame Emperor wouldn't lie, but was Ling Xiao really that strong? No one could see Ling Xiao anymore. Because the Emperor's blood formation had turned into a golden vortex. Everything that was sucked in was torn apart. Many people in the crowd lowered their heads. As expected, a miracle didn't happen. Since it was already like this, Ling Xiao was definitely dead. Ha 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 ha, now you understand. Don't think that just because you hurt me a few times, you have the strength to fight me. You're still far from it. In front of my beast god physique, you're nothing. You're just a lowly bug. It's time for you to wake up from your beautiful dream. Wang Tianming laughed wildly. Whether Ling Xiao heard it or not, he was very happy. He finally got his revenge. This kind of feeling was really satisfying. End of chapter. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud noise. The sovereign array diagram, which had been spinning at high speed, exploded. Wang Tianming's laughter stopped abruptly. A figure stood there like a deity. He was unharmed. Haha, is this your strongest trump card? Isn't it a little too funny? Ling Xiao stood there with the Void God sword in his hand. This was his first time testing the power of the Void God art. That strike only had the word one. But it contained the power of the Void God art. It was terrifying and domineering. Just one strike had shattered the sovereign array diagram. Of course, this was also due to the power of the Void God sword. The Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns was the strongest Emperor weapon in the 9 realms. It wasn't something that anyone could have. Impossible. The golden dragon in the sky spoke in human language. He couldn't believe this was real. He had already entered the beast god body. He had even unleashed his strongest attack. Ling Xiao was still unharmed. He couldn't accept this at all. Go to hell, it's time for this battle to end. Since Ling Xiao had taken out the Void God sword, this battle should be over. Furthermore, Wang Quan's mandate had been greatly weakened by the child god's blood fiend diagram. He couldn't exert the power of a second-level divine body realm cultivator. There was no point in continuing the battle. Holy ground demonic shadow, Ling Xiao instantly appeared in front of Wang Quan Tianming and stabbed his sword into his head. This time, he didn't miss. Instead, it hit his soul realm. But something strange happened. Wang Quan Tianming's wound spat out a terrifying golden light. Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was pierced. What the hell? The Void God sword emitted an angry aura. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quan Tianming and found that he was wrapped in a golden light like a cocoon. He could clearly sense the aura of the dead spirit race from Wang Quan Tianming's body. Could this guy be a dead spirit race cultivator? He stood there, his wound healing quickly. Even though the death chi was rapidly corroding his wounds, it still couldn't keep up with the speed of recovery. This strange change stunned everyone. The people from the Eternal Life Palace were already prepared to make a move. However, when they saw this scene, they stopped. They all looked at the cocoon like Wang Quan and the heavenly mandate. I really didn't expect that the sovereign spirit diagram actually couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Instead, it was Wang Quan who was almost killed. This is too surprising. Does this Ling Xiao have an immortal body? No matter how strong Wang Quan and Destiny became, they couldn't do anything to him. What a scary guy. But what's going on with Wang Quan Tianming? His aura seems to be getting stronger. Is he breaking through? Another breakthrough? If he reaches the 3rd level of the divine body realm, then all of Ling Xiao's previous efforts will be wasted. Many people were worried about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, kill him. Yang Shui shouted. No hurry. Ling Xiao shook his head. It was meaningless to kill Wang Quan Tianming now. It would be even more shocking to kill this guy when he broke through and was proud of himself. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Eternal Life Palace. To be exact, he was looking at Yu Fenghua. Imposter, come up here and die. Ling Zhao's words confused many people. Imposter? Could it be that Yu Fenghua wasn't the real Yu Fenghua? Hee, what makes you think I'm an imposter? Yu Fenghua stood up and slowly walked toward Ling Xiao. What a joke. I'll recognize my woman even if she turns into ashes. Do you think you can confuse me by changing into her appearance? What I hate the most in my life is being teased. Are you going to change back to your original appearance, or are you going to die? Ling Xiao said coldly. When he said this, the people of the golden firmament suddenly understood. No wonder Ling Xiao didn't look excited at all after Yu Fenghua arrived. It turned out that she was just an imposter. Humph, do you think I'm an imposter just because you said I'm an imposter? Yu Fenghua snorted and said, you're just unhappy because I rejected you. You deliberately put a label on me to save your face. Stubborn? You'll soon expose your dirty original appearance. Ling Xiao didn't argue. He walked toward the imposter step by step. No one could joke about the face of the woman he loved and respected the most. No one could, this was his reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would die. Die. The imposter suddenly stabbed out with her sword, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't use his sword. The demonic eye suddenly emitted a terrifying light. At that moment, Yu Fenghua stopped moving. She couldn't move at all. In her eyes, her surroundings were pitch black. Her body was being entangled by countless poisonous snakes, and she was being strangled. In the eyes of the people around her, she was still in the posture of stabbing out with her sword, struggling desperately. Her eyes were filled with extreme fear. Speak, who are you? Where's Fenghua? Ling Xiao stood there, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind. If one were to say that he was like a god before, then that would be the case. Then the current him was simply a demon god. Especially his right eye, it was definitely a terrifying demonic eye. Anyone who looked at it would be terrified. Ling Xiao's spiritual realm had already broken through to the third level of the divine body realm. In other words, it was easy for his demonic eye to deal with people at the second level of the divine body realm. The reason why he didn't use it was the same as the supreme gods and the demon lords. If he relied too much on his soul power, it would cause his cultivation to stagnate. If his body couldn't improve, his spiritual realm naturally couldn't break through. I'll speak. I beg you to let me go, I know I was wrong. I'm not the real Yu Fenghua, I'm just a fake existence created by the Eternal. Palace through the Gemini mystic art. Spare me, I don't want to die. Her words were heard by everyone present. The truth was revealed. Wang Quan's expression was very ugly. He really wanted to stop Ling Xiao. But this time, the Fire Emperor and the others wouldn't give him the chance. Where's Fenghua? Ling Xiao asked coldly. I don't know, I really don't know. The imposter shouted in fear. You don't know? Then go to hell. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He stabbed out with the Void God sword, and the imposter instantly became a dried corpse. This was the consequence of playing tricks on him. This was the consequence of using his woman's face to cause trouble. The two of them faced each other until the end of the battle. In less than a minute, Xianxia had arrived. This imposter was also at the second level of the divine body realm, although she was much weaker than Wang Quan Tianming. But she was killed by Ling Xiao just like that, which still shocked everyone. Including the martial artists from the Golden Sky region. They simply did not dare to believe that Ling Xiao was powerful to this extent. Just when everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, Ling Xiao's expression changed. The golden cocoon that wrapped around Wang Quan Tianming shattered. A golden dragon roared out. However, this golden dragon's eyes were filled with a gray aura of death. Mobile version update website. It was obvious that Wang Quan Tianming had not only recovered from his injuries, but his strength had also increased greatly. He had broken through from the second level of the divine body realm to the third level of the divine body realm. Originally, the death of the fake Yu Fenghua made the Eternal Life Palace's martial artists feel somewhat humiliated. However, Wang Quan Tianming's breakthrough had given them hope and something to be proud of. Do you see that, Ling Xiao? You puny ant. No matter what you do, you're still nothing in front of a powerhouse. Wang Quan Tianming roared. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and looked at the golden dragon in the sky. It was Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming's body was bigger than before. He was at least 100 meters tall. He hovered in the sky and looked down at Ling Xiao. You should have chosen to run away. Why didn't you? You know that the gap between our strength has increased. I fell for your trick just now and didn't know that my strength had been weakened. But now, all your hard work has gone to waste. You've exhausted a lot of your strength. However, I'm at my peak now. Puny ant, just crawl on the ground and accept your death. Wang Quan Tianming's question was actually the same as many other martial artists. The third level of the divine body realm and the second level of the divine body realm were two completely different concepts. A third-level divine body realm martial artist could easily kill 10 second-level divine body realm martial artists. That was the difference. Moreover, Wang Quan Tianming was a beast god martial artist. He would be even more terrifying and powerful after advancing to the next level. Haha. Ling Xiao laughed. What are you laughing at? Wang Quan Tianming was furious that Ling Xiao was still laughing at a time like this. This was intolerable. I'm laughing at how no matter how strong you become, you're still an idiot. Have you forgotten your lesson so quickly? Aren't you afraid that the same thing will happen again? Ling Xiao said mockingly. Don't mention it to me. I only underestimated you just now. Of course, I admit that you're very strong. You're the first martial artist of my generation to defeat me after I entered the beast god body. However, everything is different now. Prepare to die. I want to completely destroy you, tear you apart, and leave nothing behind. That's because you're too strange, too terrifying. I'm afraid that you'll become a nuisance if I keep you around. Wang Quan had originally thought that crippling Ling Xiao's cultivation and making Ling Xiao suffer for the rest of his life wasn't a bad idea. But after this battle, he understood. This Ling Xiao was even harder to kill than a cockroach. If he was allowed to live, even if he had already become a cripple, he would not be able to survive. It would also make people unable to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. Are you done? Then you can go die. Ling Xiao suddenly exploded. Many people didn't notice any changes in Ling Xiao. His body shone with the golden light of an emperor. Only the Flame Emperor saw it. The Flame Emperor knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to continue fighting. He was prepared to end this battle once and for all. He didn't want to give Wang Quan any hope. You're courting death. Wang Quan didn't know about this strange change in Ling Xiao's body. He waved his huge claws at Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. The martial artists from the Eternal Life Palace also looked at Ling Xiao and felt that this guy was really reckless. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to pounce on her. He was truly courting death. However, in the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Ling Xiao's figure directly pierced through the golden dragon. Just one sword. The golden dragon's body suddenly shrank. Wang Quan returned to his true form. In the end, his surprise was sucked dry by the void god sword. By the time everyone reacted, a dried corpse had fallen to the ground. No! Wang Quan Jinghua let out an earth-shattering roar. He pounced on his son. To be exact, it was his son's corpse. No one noticed that a gray light had entered Wang Quan Jinghua's body. Ling Xiao didn't even notice it. You killed Tianming. You killed Tianming. Wang Quan Jinghua wasn't even this excited when he knew that Wang Quan Jinghua was killed by Ling Xiao. It could be seen that Wang Quan Jinghua's position in his heart was much higher than Wang Quan Jinghua's. So what if I killed him? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quan Jinghua indifferently. He's allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill him? I'm going to kill you and avenge Tianming. Wang Quan Jinghua's violent aura continued to rise. He finally released his true aura. 4th level Divine Body Realm. Although he wasn't as strong as Fire King, his combat strength was still very terrifying. Kill him? Who dares to kill him? In the distance, a ray of moonlight shot over at an extremely fast speed. Before the person arrived, the voice had already arrived. Hearing this voice, Ling Xiao's entire body trembled. He was so excited that all the cells in his body were jumping. Feng Hua, the real Yu Feng Hua had arrived. Ling Xiao's eyes blurred. The difference between a real person and an imposter was indeed too big. Only a real person could make him feel sincere. Big Sister Moon Maiden. Compared to Feng Hua, he preferred to call her Big Sister Moon Maiden. Of course, he wouldn't force Yu Fenghua to accept this title. After all, Yu Fenghua had temporarily lost the memories of her previous life. She would only be able to regain these memories after 10 reincarnations. Ling Xiao's feelings were actually very fragile. When the woman that he yearned for appeared in front of him, he was already sobbing. Ling Xiao. The moment Yu Fenghua landed, she stood in front of Ling Xiao and looked coldly at Wang Quanjinghua. If you dare to touch a single hair of his, I'll kill you. But he killed my son, your fiancé, Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quanjinghua was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he was a coward. Facing Yu Fenghua, he didn't dare to do anything. This was because Yu Fenghua was the daughter of the Eternal Emperor. Whoever hurt her would face the terrifying wrath of the Eternal Heavenly Emperor. So what if I killed him? I never intended to marry Wang Quan Tianming. Moreover, I heard about it before I came here. They had a life and death bet. Life and death are up to fate. Moreover, this bet seems to have been set by you personally. Yu Fenghua said coldly. Wang Quanjing choked on his words. He could only suffer in silence, unable to say anything. At that time, he really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Until now, he still didn't understand how Ling Xiao killed his son Wang Quan Tianming. Seeing that your son is dead, you don't have to kill yourself. Give me your ear studs. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't push your luck. Wang Quanjinghua roared. Hee, the reputation of the Eternal Palace will be ruined by people like you. You can refuse, but you'll have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao sneered. The 4 regions and 9 worlds were all righteous people. Their reputation was more important than their lives. If Wang Quanjinghua did this for an ear stud, he would really be despised. Even the Eternal Emperor wouldn't let him off. Especially when his son was killed, he didn't seem to have much value anymore. What would the Eternal Emperor do if the Eternal Life Palace caused such a big trouble for him? Here. Wang Quanjinghua gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to kill himself. It was just a broken ear stud. He didn't care about it. It was given to him by the previous Eternal Emperor. Although it was precious, it wasn't a treasure. End of chapter. They watched as Yu Fenghua completely ignored Wang Quan Tianming's death and protected Ling Xiao with all her might. The people around them finally understood that the relationship between the two of them was probably real. It was the Eternal Palace who used their power to break them up. Ling Xiao completed a perfect counterattack. From an ant in the eyes of the Eternal Palace to being able to casually kill Wang Quan Tianming, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Body Realm. He won the beauty's heart. This was practically a miracle. Even a miracle couldn't express this great counterattack. Ling Xiao, are you okay? Yu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and asked. I'm fine. You, on the other hand, didn't suffer in the Eternal Palace during this period of time? Ling Xiao grabbed Yu Fenghua's hand. It was hard to imagine how much pressure this girl had to endure in the Eternal Palace. I wasn't in the Eternal Palace during this period of time. Yu Fenghua shook her head and said, I've been hiding in a place. This time, it was a friend from the Eternal Palace who told me that something happened to you. That's why I came. She originally wanted to hide until Ling Xiao went to the Eternal Palace to find her and marry her openly. However, when she heard that something happened to Ling Xiao, she hurriedly came out. Even if she was exposed, she couldn't let anything happen to Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao looked fine. And he seemed to have become stronger than before. He could even kill Wang Quan Tianming. It's been hard on you. Ling Xiao gently wiped Yu Fenghua's tears with his hand. This woman was actually very strong. Now, she was crying emotionally. Young mistress, you're finally willing to show yourself. A middle-aged woman walked out of the darkness. She had been here all along. Even when Wang Quan Tianming was killed, she didn't show herself. Because she only cared about Yu Fenghua and only waited here for Yu Fenghua. Aunt. Seeing this woman, Yu Fenghua couldn't help but smile bitterly. This aunt of hers was one of the 4 experts in the Eternal Palace. She was even more terrifying than Wang Quan Tianming. The Eternal Emperor only gave her one mission, which was to find Yu Fenghua and bring her back to the Eternal Palace. Greetings to the Queen of the Heavenly Eye. Eternal Palace martial artists all knelt down. There was a third eye on the woman's forehead. It seemed to be a natural ability. Queen of the Heavenly Eye Yu Qiushui nodded. Then, she looked at Yu Fenghua and said, Fenghua, go back with Aunt. Auntie, I will go back, but not now. Yu Fenghua grabbed Ling Zhao's hand and looked at Yu Qiushui, as the princess of the Eternal Life Palace. If I don't even have the right to pursue my true love, then I would rather not be a princess. Yayuyu's Tianming's. Yayuyus he yayuyu. Fenghua had always been obedient to her aunt, but today, she was afraid that she would have to disobey her aunt. The Eternal Life Emperor is my father. He has no right to interfere with my marriage. Since the day I was born, I have not seen him 3 times in all. He didn't deserve to be a father. She has never taken care of me, but now she wants to force a marriage on me. Fortunately, Ling Xiao killed that Wang Quan Tianming. I think father should give up now. Yu Qiushui let out a sigh and said, Good child, don't throw a childish tantrum. You should be very clear. It was pointless for others to change the Thearch's decision. No one in the 4 regions and 9 worlds dared to disobey his orders. Even if Wang Quan Tianming is dead, the Grand Emperor will still find another man for you. But it was definitely not him. If you go back now, he can still live. But if you are so stubborn, I'm afraid he won't live for long. This was already a threat. Of course, what Yu Qiushui said was also the truth. The Eternal Life Emperor was a very domineering person. Whoever dared to kidnap his woman, the consequences could be imagined. Yu Fenghua lightly shook her head. If he wants me, his only daughter, to die, then so be it. Back then in the western regions, I was forced to make an extremely unwilling decision. This time I won't compromise. If he wants to kill me, then come and kill me. If he wants to kill Ling Xiao, he will have to step over my dead body first. Someone who never cared about her life and death, what right did he have to interfere with her love? Even if this person was her father, it was still not okay. Hearing Yu Fenghua's words, the surrounding people admired Ling Xiao more and more. He could actually make the Eternal Life Palace's princess love him to death. She didn't even hesitate to offend the Eternal Life Palace and the Eternal Life Emperor. Although they felt that this was a bit foolish and naive, they couldn't help but admire the courage of these 2 people. Yu Qiushui's expression was very ugly. Wang Quanjingyi's expression was even uglier. After all, his son's body hadn't even turned cold yet, and this woman was actually whispering sweet nothings to another man. No matter how he put it, he felt very unhappy and humiliated. However, he didn't think that the so-called marriage was just forced on Yu Fenghua by someone. Yu Fenghua had never admitted it. Moreover, Wang Quanjingyi didn't like Yu Fenghua. He only treated Yu Fenghua as a tool to climb up the social ladder. Looking at this golden couple, the people from the Eternal Life Palace really don't know how to flirt. What's wrong with letting them be together? If they succeed, the relationship between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region will be closer. They might even become a force in the future. The Fire Emperor laughed. Yu Qiushui, Wang Quanjingyi, be sensible. Don't be so petty. That's right. Men and women should get married when they are of age. Now, Yu Fenghua and Ling Xiao have already expressed their feelings. You guys are simply demons trying to force them apart. The Eternal Emperor is awesome, but does he dare to look down on our prince? Ling Xiao's current status was already the prince of the Golden Sky region. This wasn't a low status. Ling Xiao grabbed Yu Fenghua's hand and felt very sweet. In his previous life, they were very close. In this life, no one could break them apart. Even if he had to risk his life, he wouldn't let Yu Fenghua marry someone else. He looked coldly at Yu Qiushui. Senior, go back and tell the Eternal Emperor. Yu Fenghua is my woman, Ling Xiao. I'll kill anyone who dares to marry her. There's no possibility of compromise. I'll say it here today. If anyone wants to die, marry into the Eternal Life Palace. When the time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Quanjingyi is a good example. Shut up. Insolent brat, believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Yu Qiushui said angrily. Kill me? Hee hee, I'm now the prince of the Golden City. I have so many seniors protecting me. Whether you can even touch me is another matter. Even if it's one-on-one, you might not be able to kill me. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiushui with contempt. Don't talk nonsense. Soon, I'll bring Feng Hua to the Eternal Life Palace to propose marriage. The Eternal Emperor has to agree whether he's willing or not. It just so happens that I still have a blood debt to settle with him. When these words were said, many people were stunned. This guy was too arrogant. He even dared to provoke the Eternal Emperor. One had to know that even the Flame Emperor trembled when he heard the Eternal Emperor's name. Who in the 4 regions and 9 worlds wasn't afraid of him, however, looking at Wang Quanjingyi's corpse? However, no one doubted his words. End of chapter. Ling Xiao, this brat, had created such a terrifying miracle today. Then one day in the future, he might really charge into the Eternal Life Palace. Next, it was the Eternal Life Palace's turn to worry instead. Yu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao and hugged his arm blissfully. In the past, she would still worry that this man would be killed. Because at that time, Ling Xiao was really too weak. But now, she could feel that terrifying to the extreme power contained in Ling Xiao's body. Now, she could finally be together with the man she loved openly. No one could separate them. No matter what happened today, she would bear it together with Ling Xiao. They knew that the Eternal Life Palace's people would not possibly allow them to be together. Even if Yu Qiushui used force, she would definitely bring Yu Fenghua back. But the two of them would not be afraid. The two people's willpower together was incomparably powerful. Yu Qiushui looked at Yu Fenghua and said, "This brat's mouth is full of shameless nonsense. Your father has already exited seclusion now. Do you think he'll give you guys time? Once he arrives, even Huang Jindi can't stop him. You guys still have to be forcefully separated. If he still has the slightest trace of feelings for me, the best thing to do is to bless me. And not force me." Yu Fenghua shook her head and said, "It's already at this point. Nothing can make her change her mind. Not even death." Yu Qiushui, you heard it all. Don't waste your effort anymore. My woman is ultimately mine. None of you can snatch her away. Even if the Eternal Life Emperor comes, it also won't work. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiushui without any respect anymore. He had already said so much, but these people still insisted on separating them. This made him very angry. Since that's the case, then we can only use force. The Eternal Life Palace's martial artists listened. Don't hurt eldest Mississippi. As for that Ling Xiao, kill him without mercy. Yu Qiushui finally became ruthless. Not a single word was too much. No matter how much they said, it looked like it was also useless. He might as well make a move. The moment Yu Qiushui called for Ling Xiao, all the martial artists in the Eternal Emperor domain started to move. The other forces that were watching the show dispersed one after another. They didn't want to get involved. Feng Hua, you should return to the Dongxing Emperor ring. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Ling Xiao knew that Yu Fenghua was a sentimental person. Although the Immortal Palace didn't treat her well, she still didn't want to kill the people of the Immortal Palace. No, I said that I would fight alongside you. Yu Fenghua shook her head and said, I've been investigating my mother's death, and I've made some progress recently. Her death is most likely related to my father, the Eternal Emperor. Although I didn't want to admit it. But this man, there is a 90% chance that he is the one who killed my mother. Perhaps the only person I don't want to kill is my aunt. If it wasn't for my aunt, I'm afraid I would have died at a young age. Other than her, there's no one else in the Eternal Life Palace that I have any feelings for. Okay, I won't kill your aunt. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Wang Quanjing, you stop the Fire Emperor. The rest of you, stop the martial artists of the Golden Sky region. Don't let them interfere with our work. The reason why Yu Qiushui dared to make a move directly was because they had more experts on their side. Even if all the martial artists of the Golden Sky region made a move, there was still one person left. They still had one free person on their side, and that was Yu Qiushui. Yu Qiushui slowly walked towards Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua. Fenghua, I don't want to make things difficult for you. But this is an order from the emperor. You know the consequences of not obeying it. She sighed. I don't want you to hate me, so I won't kill this kid. But you have to go back with me. Aunt, have you forgotten how they bullied me in the past? In order to heal my injuries, I had no choice but to hide in the western region. If I hadn't met Xianxia, I might not even know how I died. You want me to abandon the people who love me and be with those who can't wait for me to die? What on earth are you thinking? The person Yu Fenghua didn't want to be enemies with the most was Yu Qiushui. The Eternal Emperor was right to send her to capture Yu Fenghua. Because you're from the Eternal Palace. You're a human in life and a ghost in death, but you can't leave the Eternal Palace. Yu Qiushui's voice turned cold. Yu Fenghua felt unfamiliar with this voice. I've always protected you and raised you. Now that you've grown up, you want to abandon me? Yu Qiushui said as she walked. Yu Fenghua shook her head. I'll always remember your kindness, but I won't go back today. Since that's the case, I'll have to use force. Yu Qiushui released a terrifying aura belonging to the 5th level of the divine body realm. She wanted to kill Xiao. Xiao was also prepared to use the fusion of the 3 martial artists. But at that moment, Yu Qiushui suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Her body was trembling crazily. What's with that ring of yours? Yu Qiushui asked. This one? Xiao thought she was talking about the Dongxing Emperor ring. No, not that one. It's the ring on your left hand. Yu Qiushui shook her head. Oh, this is what my father left me. Xiao said indifferently, you seem to recognize it? To be honest, Xiao didn't know much about his father in this life. He only knew that he was the true heir of the Eternal Palace, but he was assassinated by his own brother. He was lucky to not die, but he lost almost all his power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to a small place like Yuhua Town and become a son-in-law. His father changed his name to Ling Tai. But this was definitely not his real name. Did he die in the end? Back then, let's not talk about it. Yu Qiushui suddenly became gentle. Child, do you know the surname of the previous generation's Eternal Emperor? What? His surname is Ling. Not you. It's a pity that history has been distorted beyond recognition. Even if someone knows, they don't dare to speak carelessly. The current Eternal Emperor had indeed usurped the throne of the Great Emperor. It's a pity that very few people know about it. Yu Qiushui sighed and said, my surname is also not you. My surname is Ling like yours. It's just that I changed my surname in order to survive. As for Fenghua, she's the current Eternal Emperor's flesh and blood. It's a pity that her mother was just a woman forcefully taken by the Eternal Emperor. In order to erase the stain, the Eternal Emperor killed Fenghua's mother and even wanted Fenghua to die. I could only protect this poor child in secret. When Yu Qiushui said this, she concealed her voice. Xiao directly used martial spirit barrier. He didn't want outsiders to know. This child was later discovered to have extremely high talent. Only then did the Eternal Emperor gradually start to pay attention to her. And betrothed her to Wang Quan Tianming. Yu Qiushui continued, the reason why I risked my life to let Fenghua go back was because I didn't want the Eternal Emperor to kill her in a fit of anger. That person is extremely heartless. He didn't obtain the true eternal seal, so he cultivated another terrifying absolute art of the Eternal Palace, the Heartless Saint technique. Cultivating this martial art, he became more and more heartless. He basically cut off all 7 emotions. He only maintained 6 desires, he was basically a combination of desires. Go as far as you can, don't let the Eternal Heavenly Emperor find you. Yu Qiushui looked at Xiao and Yu Fenghua and suddenly attacked, injuring herself with a palm strike. I know you're not afraid, but there are some things that you can't imagine. The further you hide, the better. That way, neither you nor the Golden Sky region will be in danger. You don't understand how terrifying the Eternal Emperor is. Xiao sighed. This Yu Qiushui was truly a sentimental person. In order to let them escape, he actually injured himself. What was the point of doing this? In the next moment, Xiao opened the martial spirit barrier and flew away. Chase them. Don't let them escape. Yu Qiushui shouted hoarsely. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Yufenghua were already heading towards the Beast Deities Alliance. The Beast Deities Union was able to contend with the Board of Patriarchs for so many years in the chaotic desert. The combined forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds couldn't destroy them. Naturally, they had their own strengths. That was perhaps the best place for them to hide. And it just so happened that Ling Xiao was also preparing to make a trip to the Immortal Ruins to see what the graveyard of the gods looked like. And to find something that belonged to him. If he unleashed the holy ground demonic shadow with all his might, no one would be able to catch up to him. Without the 2 of them, the battle between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region was over. Ling Xiao had escaped. However, he had actually injured Yu Qiushui. This shocked everyone so much that they were dumbfounded. However, they didn't dare to enter the Beast Deities Alliance's territory. Once there was a conflict with the Beast Deities Alliance, it would be a huge problem for the Eternal Emperor region. Ling Xiao immediately went to look for Emojiao. After all, he had the demonic flood dragon's keepsake in his hands. Unfortunately, the demonic flood dragon was currently in seclusion. He would probably only come out after 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Ling Xiao and Yufenghua were arranged to stay in the guest room temporarily. However, Ling Xiao could still wait for 2 or 3 days. In the room, Ling Xiao and Yufenghua sat hand in hand. The 2 of them did not speak for a long time. They only looked at each other greedily, as if they wanted to engrave each other in their minds forever. After a long time, Yufenghua said, "Ling Xiao, I have a lot to say to you. The days when I can't see you are really torturous." "Me too. I miss you day and night." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with happiness. For a moment, he even felt that it would be great if time could stop at this moment. But after all, he was a rational person. Yufenghua was not the only person in his life. He still had family, friends, and a country. Moreover, all these things told him that if he wanted to be a free person, he had to have great strength. If he didn't have the strength, he would have died in Yuhua Divine Sect. If he didn't have the strength, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many good things. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to kill Wang Quan Tianming. Everything was because of strength. If he wanted to obtain true happiness, strength was too important. Of course, he could still indulge for 2 or 3 days. During these 2 days of waiting for Emojiao to come out of seclusion, Ling Xiao and Yufenghua really let go. The 2 of them gave their all to each other. They were so intimate that they did not go out for 2 days and 2 nights. Until someone came to tell them that Emojiao had come out of seclusion. The 2 of them hurriedly packed up. In order to avoid trouble, Yufenghua hid in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. At this moment, only Yufenghua was left in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. This time, they left in a hurry and Dong Huangyu was left in the plaza. But with Fire Emperor and Yang Shuyi around, Dong Huangyu wouldn't have any trouble. Moreover, this disciple of his was an extremely outstanding genius. Even if she was alone, she could live very well. It wasn't like she couldn't live without him. When Emojiao heard that Ling Xiao had come, he was very happy. He hurriedly asked people to prepare wine and dishes. The 2 brothers drank a few cups first and then started to talk about business. "Brother Ling, you've really been in the limelight this time. You actually destroyed the Deep Sea Dragon region. Impressive." Emojiao raised his cup. "Brother, let me toast you." The 2 of them drank for a long time. Emojiao stood up and said, "You still don't plan to join our Beast Deities Alliance?" This brat had been thinking about this all along. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "I have no choice. The Golden Sky region has treated me well. I can't abandon them." "Forget it, it's fine to be friends. I'll bring you to see the Alliance leader now. He's also a forthright person, so he probably won't refuse. It's just that there might be a fee to enter the Eternal Ruins." Emojiao said. "That's only right." Ling Xiao nodded and said. He was hiding in the Beast Deities Alliance now. He didn't want to incur the Beast Deities Alliance's hatred. If it was just a fee, it wouldn't matter. After all, they had been guarding the Eternal Ruins. They had to take some money. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the Beast Deities Alliance Leader Palace. They met the Beast Deities Alliance Leader. This Alliance Leader was just as Ling Xiao imagined. Just by looking at his appearance, one could tell that he was a very domineering person. His face was ferocious. Even when he smiled, it gave off a sinister feeling. Don't be afraid. This is the Alliance leader's appearance. It's the same to everyone. Mo Jiao smiled. Greetings, Beast Deity's Alliance leader. Ling Xiao bowed slightly. After all, the other party was a senior. He still had to be polite. Moreover, he had to trouble someone temporarily this time. He couldn't be reckless. You're welcome. Mo Jiao has already agreed to this small matter. I don't need to ask too much. It's not a problem for him to let his friends enter the Eternal Ruins. However, I heard that you destroyed the deep-sea dragon region in the Elder Tower. I'm really interested in you. That's why I wanted to see you. You're indeed a talented person. You're also a genuine Beast Deity's martial artist. It's a pity that you didn't join the Beast Deity's Alliance. Although the Beast Deity's Alliance leader looked ferocious, his words were pleasing to the ear. Old man, what are you nagging about? My brother wants to enter the Eternal Ruins. He's not here to listen to your nagging. You've seen him. Moreover, you promised me that you wouldn't make things difficult for him. Mo Jiao said in a carefree manner. You little brat. You're so rude. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The Beast Deity's Alliance leader shook his head and smiled bitterly. All right. There's nothing else. It's already late. Tomorrow morning, Mo Jiao will bring you into the Eternal Ruins. Go. Treat this place as your home. Don't worry. Old man, are you sure? He offended someone from the Eternal Emperor region. Mo Jiao smiled and said, I just received news that this kid actually killed Wang Quan. Tian Ming. I knew about it earlier than you. The Beast Deity's Alliance leader glanced at Ling Xiao. The title of the #1 genius in the 4 regions and 9 worlds has changed hands today. The two of you can go back and rest. If anyone from the Beast Deity's Alliance finds trouble with you, just tell Mo Jiao. I'll make the decision for you. Thank you, Alliance leader. Ling Xiao was slightly puzzled. The Beast Deity's Alliance leader was actually so generous. He was actually willing to offend the Eternal Emperor region for him? Ling Xiao felt that the Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's Alliance was being too generous, so he was a little suspicious. Maybe I'm overthinking. I shouldn't measure the heart of a gentleman with my own yardstick. He shook his head and suppressed the suspicion in his heart for the time being. However, he still had his guard up. As the saying went, don't harm others, but don't let your guard down. Then, he walked out of the Alliance Master Palace and returned to the guest room to rest. He just had to wait for the Eternal Ruins to enter tomorrow. Things were much simpler than he had imagined. After Ling Xiao left, the Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's Alliance looked at Mo Jiao and said, Kid, don't you think there's something wrong? Old man, you're overthinking things. He just wants to take a look at the Eternal Ruins. After all, the Eternal Ruins is known as the #1 ruin in the chaotic Sand Ocean. Who doesn't want to go in? Anyway, you usually sell some slots to the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Why are you suspicious when he wants to go in? Mo Jiao frowned. You're too naive. This Ling Xiao is more mysterious than you think. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's Alliance said calmly, you should really learn from him. Alright, cut the crap. What do you want me to do? Just tell me directly. I'm old, so I know how to be long-winded. Mo Jiao waved his hand. Go with him to the Eternal Ruins in the name of protection, but in reality, it's your duty to monitor. I want to know what exactly this kid is looking for in the Eternal Ruins. No matter how I look at it, he doesn't look like someone who would shoot without thinking. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's Alliance said. F***CK, old man, you want me to monitor my friend? I can't do it. Mo Jiao rejected right away. Besides, you have to be clear that Ling Xiao can kill Wang Quan Tian Ming, who broke through to the 3rd level of the Divine Body Realm. His strength is unfathomable. It won't do the Beast Deity's Alliance any good to offend someone like him. Old man, you're only at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. To be honest, you might not be his match even if he goes all out. He even injured you, Qiu Shui. Little brat, since when did you have the guts to lecture me? If you don't go, I'll ask Tiger Soul's father to go. Don't blame me if anything happens. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance said, we're not asking you to kill him, we're just entering the eternal ruins together. Look what he's done. You didn't even agree. Are you trying to rebel? Then I'll go. Although Mo Jiao had said that Ling Xiao was very powerful, he had only heard about it and had never seen it with his own eyes. He didn't know the truth either. If Tiger Soul's father were to monitor Ling Xiao, there would probably be a bloodbath. He might as well go. Scram, you think I can't deal with you? Bring him in tomorrow morning. The Alliance Master of the Beast Gods Alliance scolded. Mo Jiao made a face before turning around and leaving. Back in the guest room, Ling Xiao did not linger with Yu Fenghua. Instead, he began to cultivate. After being ridiculous for 2 days and 2 nights, it was time to get serious. Yu Fenghua stood guard for him. He began to cultivate the last layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. In fact, Ling Xiao had already collected enough materials to practice the 12 Divine Beast technique. It was just that he didn't have the time to focus on it. Too many things had happened in the past few days. Now, he could finally have some peace. He believed that one night was enough. The 12 Divine Beast technique could not be considered a complete technique until it was cultivated to the last layer. Only by cultivating all 12 layers could one unleash the full power of the 12 Divine Beast technique. It wasn't just a small improvement. The 12 beasts were perfectly combined to form a peerless technique. It was called Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. It gathered all the power of the 12 beast gods and allowed the 12 beast god martial souls to work together. It could unleash a power 100 times stronger than before. Even among Saint-class martial arts, it was an extremely terrifying technique. This was the true 12 Divine Beast technique. The attacks that Ling Xiao had used earlier couldn't be counted. Originally, Ling Xiao's most powerful technique should have been the one stance of the god-defying art. However, if he could successfully cultivate the Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash and use it together with the god-defying sword, its power would definitely be more terrifying than the one stance. Normally, martial arts would become harder to cultivate as one progressed. However, this was just common sense. For Ling Xiao, the beginning was more difficult. Once he started, the later stages of cultivation would be easy. Hence, it was very easy for him to cultivate. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao had successfully cultivated the Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. Of course, it was just the beginning. If he wanted to unleash its full power, he had to continuously train in actual combat. After cultivation, it was time to cuddle with Yu Fenghua. Ling Xiao didn't want children now, so he took some measures. The lifespan of a martial artist was too long. Every reincarnation could increase one's lifespan by 300 years. It didn't matter if he had children in the future. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao wanted the Moon Maiden to go through 10 reincarnations before asking for the crystallization between them. After all, that was the real Moon Maiden with the memories of 10 reincarnations. Memories that belonged completely to them. When he woke up in the morning, Mo Jiao was already waiting outside. Brother Ling, those guys from the Eternal Emperor region tried to barge into the Beast God Alliance last night, but we chased them out. However, I'll give you a hint. The old man won't sacrifice his brothers in the Beast God Alliance for an outsider like you. Now, it's just some trash from the Eternal Emperor region. He can help you stop them. If the Eternal Emperor comes personally, the old man will definitely give up on you. You understand, right? After entering the Eternal Ruins, it's best to stay for 10 or 20 years. Come out when you have enough power to fight against the Eternal Palace. Mo Jiao said with a heavy heart. I understand. Ling Xiao didn't hate the Beast God Alliance's leader, because he would do the same if it were him. After all, he didn't belong to the Beast God Alliance. Others had no reason and no obligation to shed blood for him. Alright, as long as you understand. Come with me. Although I don't know what you're looking for in the Eternal Ruins, I have to remind you that the danger in there isn't inferior to the Death World. After Mo Jiao finished speaking, he started walking forward. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid of danger. Moreover, his current power was much stronger than when he entered the Death World. No matter how scary this place called the Graveyard of the Gods was, it couldn't scare him. Instead, he was thinking about when would he be able to fully awaken the bloodline power and beast soul power of the Sun God, when would he be able to obtain the complete bloodline and beast soul of the Undying God, as the only primitive beast god. Martial artist in the Black Tortoise continent. He had a unique advantage. However, it was obvious that he hadn't fully utilized this advantage. If he could enter the beast god body like Wang Quan Tianming, his battle power would increase even more. Perhaps his primitive beast god deity position was too powerful. As a result, he couldn't fully awaken the power of the beast god. He hoped that this trip to the Eternal Ruins would allow him to gain more. He was looking forward to it. Mobile version update website. Do you know why the Eternal Ruins is also called the Graveyard of the Gods? Mo Jiao suddenly asked as they chatted on the way. It's probably where the so-called gods are buried. Ling Xiao thought for a while. On the surface, this should be the answer. Actually, we don't know if there are gods or not. But the things buried there are terrifying existences that we have never seen before. There are giant beasts that are hundreds of feet long. There are humans with 3 heads and 6 arms. There are also races that look very strange. They all have the same characteristic, which is that they are very powerful. Even though they have been dead for many years, their aura still makes it hard for us to get close. Speaking of which, the establishment of the Beast Deity Alliance is related to these corpses. Ling Xiao didn't interrupt and listened quietly. He could understand more about the Graveyard of the Gods from Mo Jiao. Rumor has it that the first leader of the Beast Deity Alliance discovered the Graveyard of the Gods. He entered and obtained a powerful high-level beast god position. He used this high-level beast deity position to create the Beast Deity Alliance. Mo Jiao continued, this high-level beast god position was obtained from the corpse of a giant beast. It has been passed down for 3 generations. It has always been inherited by the leader. As for my beast deity martial soul, I only discovered it about 10 years ago. I obtained it from the corpse of another giant beast. The treasures in the Graveyard of the Gods are not magic treasures or techniques. It was this kind of legacy treasure trove, as well as some natural treasures. These powerful existences have been here for a long time and the environment inside has changed. You will know when you enter later. Mo Jiao's words gave Ling Xiao confidence. Maybe he could find the remains of the beast deity here. But it would be difficult. Although the Beast Deity Alliance was powerful, it was still far from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. So, it was impossible for them to monopolize the Eternal Ruins. If the Patriarch Society's warriors wanted to enter, they could pay a fee. This could be considered the Beast Deity Alliance's compromise. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, the 4 regions and 9 worlds wouldn't act rashly. This was because the leaders of the Beast Deity Alliance all knew a secret. This secret was the Beast Deity Alliance's greatest reliance. Whoever wanted to destroy the Beast Deity Union would most likely be annihilated. Because of this, the balance had been maintained until now. The Beast Deity Alliance was built at the entrance of the Immortal Ruins. Therefore, it didn't take long for the 2 of them to arrive at the entrance. Just like the World of Souls, there was a giant portal at the entrance. The only difference was that the portal in the World of Souls was gloomy, while this place was filled with the air of primeval times. It made people feel an ancient and powerful existence. There were more than 100 divine physique realm martial artists guarding the area. This was also the majority of the Beast Deity Alliance's elites. However, low-level divine body realm martial artists no longer posed any threat to Ling Xiao. Even his true self could defeat a martial artist at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible to win as long as one's maneuvering was perfect. Furthermore, as his cultivation continued to increase, the difficulty of this task would also become lower and lower. Thinking back to when he had just arrived at the chaotic desert sea, a mere core-shattering realm martial artist was enough to give him a headache. Only a little more than a month had passed. His strength was increasing at a godly speed. Those who knew him would naturally know how terrifying he was. As the young master of the Beast Deity Alliance, no one dared to stop Mo Jiao. With Ling Xiao following him, it could be said that there was no obstruction along the way. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. Perhaps, he would have to use the fusion of 3. Actually, when he came to the Beast Deity Alliance, he had already prepared for the worst. However, the reality seemed to be easier than he had expected. He arrived in front of the giant portal and felt the strong wind blowing from within. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Although he was already very strong now, the fusion of 3 could only be used for half an hour. However, the cooldown time was a full 24 hours. It could save his life during critical moments, but he couldn't use it frequently. In the end, he still had to increase his own strength. It would be best if his cultivation could reach the divine physique echelon. At that time, he would have more confidence when he went to the Eternal Palace. The graveyard of the gods is much bigger than the world of souls, so you have to be mentally prepared. If you really want to find something, you might not be able to find it. Mo Jiao reminded him. I understand. Let's leave it to fate. Ling Xiao smiled. Alright, go in. Mo Jiao stepped into the portal right away. Ling Xiao followed closely behind. In the momentary darkness in front of him, there was suddenly light. Ling Xiao almost shouted out loud. The graveyard of the gods was really much more beautiful than the world of souls. The world of souls gave off a gloomy feeling. However, the graveyard of the gods was like a brand new world. There were mountains, rivers, and scenery, even the sunlight was real. He really didn't know where the sunlight came from. No wonder the Patriarch Society was jealous that the Beast Deity Alliance controlled the graveyard of the gods. If I died and was buried in this place, it would also be great. Ling Xiao sighed. You're wrong. According to the records of our Beast Deities Alliance, they once found some written records here. The original graveyard of the gods was a real graveyard. It was desolate and gloomy. There was no such scene at all. However, due to some changes, the scenery here became beautiful. Many martial artists came here not to look for treasures but to cultivate in seclusion. You have to be careful. Many martial artists came here and never came out. It's not clear whether they're dead or alive. Mo Jiao explained. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. Here, his Tai Chi eye wasn't restricted. He could see up to 10 miles away. Anyway, he couldn't see the end of it. According to Mo Jiao, the Beast Deity Alliance had studied it for thousands of years but still couldn't figure out how big this place was. Maybe it was bigger than the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, this was just a guess. However, Ling Xiao guessed that this guess wouldn't be wrong. The moment he entered this place, he felt a majestic aura. It was very similar to the feeling he had when he first came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. As expected of the number 1 relic in the chaotic sand ocean. It was even more mysterious than the world of souls. What dangers are there in the graveyard of the gods? Ling Xiao asked. Dangers? It depends on how you want to put it. If you're just here to look at the scenery, there might not be any danger at all. The old man said that the graveyard of the gods is a space with its own consciousness. It can recognize the intentions of those who enter. If you want to destroy the things here, then you'll receive terrifying revenge. There are 2 kinds of things. One is a guardian beast. It's similar to demonic beasts, but it won't take the initiative to attack martial artists. Unless you do something bad and disturb the graveyard of the gods. The other is the wrath of the gods. The name sounds mysterious, but to put it bluntly, it's all kinds of inexplicable disasters. It's possible that a large amount of quicksand suddenly appeared on the originally flat ground. It's possible that a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It's possible that it's a black storm. In short, all the unlucky things you can imagine can happen here. Mobile version update website. If it's that scary, then what did I do to offend the graveyard of the gods? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If it's just crushing a leaf, then it's naturally fine. But if you break a tree, then the revenge might come. The bigger the mistake you make, the more terrifying the disaster will be. Anyway, the most powerful disaster here is one that even the old man is terrified of. Thus, if you don't have to make a move here, then try your best to endure it. Mo Jiao replied. It seems like I was right to let you in. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He knew nothing about this place. If Mo Jiao didn't tell him, he really didn't know how many mistakes he would have made. What are you looking for? Why don't I help you look for it? Mo Jiao suddenly said. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's look around first. Although Mo Jiao was his friend, Ling Xiao still wanted to hide some things. Maybe Mo Jiao wouldn't hurt him, but it didn't mean that the Beast Gods Alliance wouldn't. Caution is the parent of safety. He couldn't be careless. Thinking about it, a mere high-level Beast God position gave birth to the Beast Gods Alliance. Moreover, it became a terrifying force that wasn't inferior to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If the Beast Gods Alliance knew that Ling Xiao was here to look for the Sun God and Yu God's relics, it would probably cause a lot of people to go crazy. Mo Jiao didn't ask much. He wasn't stupid. He obviously realized that the thing Ling Xiao was looking for wasn't simple. He sighed helplessly. The old man was his master and also his adoptive father. He couldn't betray him. But Ling Xiao could be considered a friend who had gone through life and death together. Ling Xiao even saved his life. He didn't want to have any conflicts with either side. Forget it. Let's take a look first. Mo Jiao felt a headache coming on. This guy wasn't good at hiding his feelings. Ling Xiao could tell what he was thinking at a glance, but he didn't say anything. He had his own way. When the time came, he could just get rid of Mo Jiao. As long as he didn't let Mo Jiao know what he got, all the problems would be solved. For the time being, he wasn't sure where the thing he was looking for was. But the moment he entered, the Sun God and Yu God's martial spirit had a reaction. It was obvious that there was indeed what he was looking for inside. This could not be faked. He could only wander around aimlessly, as long as he didn't destroy anything. There wouldn't be any danger. But sometimes, it was really impossible to guard against it. Once, when he was looking around from a high vantage point, he accidentally stepped on a branch and broke it. This was troublesome. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It directly bombarded his head and face. Fortunately, his current speed was fast enough, and he easily dodged it. The lightning struck down 9 times in a row before it finally stopped. Ling Xiao was worried that it would continue to bombard him. That would be too troublesome. F***ck, isn't this too accurate? Ling Xiao was speechless. However, after dodging the wrath of the gods once, Ling Xiao actually became bolder. He tried to pick a complete stock of spirit medicine. As a result, a terrifying storm was created. The power of this storm was much stronger than the previous lightning strikes. But this time, Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. The storm destroyed his body, but it tempered his physical body, and there seemed to be signs of advancement. However, just picking a stock of spirit medicine caused such a huge commotion. He really didn't know what would happen if he snatched the skeleton of a giant beast. Just thinking about it was terrifying. F***ck, kid, you're simply a madman. Are you purposely triggering the wrath of the gods? Mo Jiao started to regret following Ling Xiao. The things that this kid did made him very depressed. The storm just now scared him so much that he fled in a sorry state. It couldn't be helped. His physical body wasn't as abnormal as Ling Xiao's. Wait, there's something strange. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. What's wrong? Mo Jiao didn't have a keen sense of smell like Ling Xiao, and he couldn't help but ask. There's the smell of the dead spirit race. Ling Xiao frowned. Impossible, this is the graveyard of the gods. How can there be the smell of the dead spirit race? The dead spirit race only stays in the world of dead spirits. Mo Jiao shook his head and said, in these thousands of years, nothing like this has ever happened. Ah. Just as Mo Jiao was shaking his head to deny it, a shrill scream suddenly came from afar. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly rushed forward. About 1 mile away, they found a few corpses of the Beast Gods League's martial artists. The corpses died in an extremely ugly manner. It was as if the dead spirit race had dug out their hearts and lungs. The corpses were a mess. It was disgusting to look at. Fortunately, the two of them had seen many corpses like this in the world of dead spirits, so they didn't have much of a reaction. It's indeed the smell of the dead spirit race, and it's very strong. Ling Xiao frowned. Could it be related to the appearance of the city of no return? After all, nothing like this has happened for thousands of years. It must be a recent change. Mo Jiao didn't think it was possible, but the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. It's possible. When we were in the world of dead spirits, I felt that the dead spirit emperor suddenly disappeared. Do you think it's possible that he came here? Ling Xiao asked. That's impossible. I'd rather believe that the dead spirit race has always existed here. It's just that they never appeared. Mo Jiao shook his head and said, after all, this place is too big. No one can be sure. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and burned the corpses. If they were left to rot here, there would definitely be a big problem. Then, the two of them continued forward. Mo Jiao was more and more certain that Ling Xiao was looking for something. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of hiding. This made Mo Jiao feel even more conflicted and awkward. He really regretted following them in. It was painful to carry this troublesome matter on his own. There's someone ahead. Ling Xiao saw a group of people about 10 miles away. And these people seemed to be watching something. From that direction, he could feel the smell of natural treasures. And the quality of those treasures was probably not low. Ling Xiao was an apothecary, so he had to rely on himself to refine his own medicine. Therefore, these natural treasures were very important to him. Let's go take a look. Without waiting for Mo Jiao to say anything, Ling Xiao had already pounced in that direction. Mo Jiao had no choice but to follow. However, Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. Mo Jiao suddenly felt powerless. This guy's strength has indeed become stronger. It seems like the matter of him killing Wang Quan Tianming is true. When they were in the world of souls, Mo Jiao felt that Ling Xiao was strong. However, he thought that he could definitely defeat Ling Xiao. But now, he didn't have such confidence. One must know that he was a beast god in the second level of the divine physique echelon. He was in existence on the same level as Wang Quan Tianming. Although he hadn't fought with Wang Quan Tianming before, it should be about the same. The two of them soon arrived near a volcano. On top of the volcano, there was a blazing flame. It looked like a huge lotus flower. Ling Xiao once saw in the eternal divine pill scripture that the lotus on top of the snow mountain was called the snow lotus. The lotus on top of the volcano was the fire lotus. End of chapter. Of course, for any kind of treasure, the older it was, the better it was. It's actually a 1,000-year fire lotus. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I already determined the lotus flower's quality and could not help being delighted in his heart. A 1,000-year fire lotus could be used to refine a 1,000-year fire lotus pill. After ordinary people swallowed it, ordinary flames could not hurt them at all. When martial artists swallowed it, it could greatly increase fire resistance and increase the amount of fire attribute true essence or divine essence. It might even prompt a breakthrough. As for Ling Xiao, this thing might not have that great of an effect on him, but it could also greatly increase his potential. Recently, the great battles were endless. Cultivation breakthroughs were rather fast. His potential depletion was also tremendous. There was already only around 10% left. This was a tremendous hidden danger. If it could not be replenished in time, it would be very troublesome. Even cultivation and fighting would be affected. And natural treasures were the best thing to replenish his potential. This 1,000-year fire lotus could probably replenish at least 30% of his potential. Crap, why is it him? Mo Jiao frowned. There were more than a dozen martial artists in front. This was not a problem. They were all martial artists from the Beast Deity Alliance. They had to give him face no matter what. What was troublesome was that leader. He was Tiger Soul's father, Hu Lai. Let's go. Mo Jiao said to Ling Xiao in a low voice. Why? Since he discovered the treasure, how could he not go and fight for it? Moreover, this 1,000-year fire lotus was very important to him. Mo Jiao was just about to explain the reason when Hu Lai suddenly turned his head. Clearly, a martial artist recognized Ling Xiao and already told Hu Lai. A surge of berserk killing intent pounced towards Ling Xiao. Hu Lai glared fiercely at Ling Xiao and said, "You're that murderer who killed my son. Your son attempted to kill me, so I killed him. Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao looked at Hu Lai. The other party's cultivation was on par with Mo Jiao. But his combat power should be inferior to Mo Jiao. He could defeat him, therefore, he did not have the intention of being afraid at all. It was just that because the other party was a martial artist from the Beast Deity Alliance, he did not want to make a move for the time being. Fine kid, admitting it is good. Hu Lai sneered and said, no matter what the reason is, you killed my son is a fact. If I can't tear you to shreds today, I'm not fit to be a father. Hu Lai, Ling Xiao is the Alliance Master's guest. If you dare to attack him, I won't be polite. Mo Jiao said coldly. Humph, I don't care whose guest he is. Since he killed my son, he must die. This Hu Lai is a sentimental person, unlike Wang Quan Jinghua who is fickle. However, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao would not let him do as he pleased. He could only fight back. Just as Ling Xiao and Hu Lai were confronting each other, he suddenly felt an evil and cold aura spying on him. This definitely did not come from Hu Lai. This aura was too dangerous. He turned his head to look, but he didn't see anything. But that feeling still existed. Somewhere 10 miles away, a black shadow was spying on them. His eyes were scarlet and cold. From his body, one could smell a foul stench. If Ling Xiao were to meet this guy face to face, he would definitely be able to recognize him. This guy was one of the personal guards of the Death Spirit Emperor. Other than special experimental subjects, the personal guards of the Death Spirit Emperor were all ranked according to their number. The smaller the number, the stronger they were. The number on this undead guard was actually 13, in other words, his strength was ranked 13th among the undead guards. Is that Ling Xiao? He actually killed the black and white impermanents, that's my master. I thought that the time to take revenge would have to wait until the Emperor's plan was completed. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to come in and die. Undead Guard 13 looked coldly at Ling Xiao in the distance, and he revealed a wisp of ghastly killing intent. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. The only thing he felt was that terrifying killing intent. This made him even more certain of his judgment. This damned place definitely had the existence of the undead race. However, he did not know when or how he came in. However, this also served as a reminder for him. Hu Lai didn't make a move in the end. Because of the existence of the demonic flood dragon, Hu Lai realized that even if he made a move, he wouldn't be able to pose a threat to Ling Xiao. The demonic flood dragon would definitely interfere. Since that was the case, he could only look for another opportunity. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed that Hu Lai didn't make a move. Although he wouldn't kill him, this was a good opportunity to train his strength. With his current cultivation, his chances of winning against a second-level divine physique echelon martial artist weren't high, perhaps only 20%. Wang Quan Tianming's failure was purely because that idiot was too conceited. It wasn't that he wasn't powerful. Many geniuses who had a smooth journey had that problem. They had never failed before, so once they encountered a setback, they wouldn't be able to display their strength at all. Now that Ling Xiao's beast god sky-devouring flash had reached the entry level, he really wanted to train in actual combat. After all, this was his strongest move at the moment. Ling Xiao, if there's any danger, let me out to help. Yu Fenghua said in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Her cultivation had already reached the terrifying third-level divine physique echelon. If she really wanted to help, Hu Lai wouldn't be her match at all. Yu Fenghua was indeed an expert from the primordial era. Even though she had reincarnated, the power in her soul didn't disappear. The genes in her body were also innate. Her cultivation speed couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's and Dong Huang Yuemon's at all. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded. Right at that moment, the flames on the volcano suddenly soared into the sky. Let's do it. Hu Lai also shifted his target to the 1,000-year fire lotus. He headed towards the 1,000-year fire lotus. He waited here for an entire hour for the 1,000-year fire lotus to fully mature. Of course, he had to get it. Almost at the same time, Ling Xiao soared into the sky. He pounced towards the treasure almost side by side with Hu Lai. Although Ling Xiao was a bit further away, his speed was a bit faster. Stop him. Sensing Ling Xiao's intention, Hu Lai roared angrily. Initially, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. However, Ling Xiao's speed was obviously faster than his. This exceeded his expectations. Therefore, he quickly ordered his subordinates to stop Ling Xiao. Among his 15 subordinates, 3 of them were first-level divine physique echelon martial artists. The rest were also half-step divine physique echelon martial artists. Although they might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao, it was definitely possible for them to obstruct Ling Xiao and prevent Ling Xiao from getting close to the 1,000-year fire lotus. All of them pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time. They really caused some trouble for Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, don't kill them!" Mo Jiao shouted. He knew Ling Xiao's temper very well. If he encountered such a situation, he might start a massacre. However, this was the Beast Deities Alliance's territory. As the young master of the Beast Deities Alliance, he naturally didn't want to see his men die. Moreover, if Ling Xiao killed these people, he might anger the Alliance master of the Beast Deities Alliance. Even if they managed to get out of here, they might not be able to leave the Beast Deities Alliance. Understood. Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill them. He just wanted to knock them out. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios knocking someone unconscious was much more difficult than killing them. Burn? Wen Xiao? Say? W? 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 R? A? N? W? E? N? A? Calm, after all, he could kill them without any qualms. He couldn't hit them too hard if he knocked them unconscious. But this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. With the Tai Chi Eye, he could use as much strength as he needed and where he needed to attack. Ling Xiao had already transformed into his beast soul. And he was using the Universal Light Tiger Beast Soul transformation. It could let his speed reach the extreme. During the surprise attack, he directly started the Dragon God Frost formation. A Frost Divine Dragon appeared behind him. The huge formation spread out. The surrounding air instantly froze. Those who pounced toward Ling Xiao were all frozen in an instant. Even Hu Lai was covered in ice shards. One had to know that Ling Xiao's Universal Light Tiger Beast Soul had already advanced to the first level of the Divine Body Realm. The power of the Frost diagram released was naturally not weak. But Hu Lai was a martial artist at the second level of the Divine Body Realm after all. Even if he was frozen, he was able to escape in an instant. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already caught up. And the other martial artists were left far behind. Seeing that his subordinates actually couldn't stop Ling Xiao, Hu Lai was instantly enraged. Anyway, the thing was right behind him. It wouldn't be too late for him to get it after killing Ling Xiao first. Moreover, Mo Jiao wasn't participating in the fight for the 1,000-year fire lotus at this moment. This gave him an excellent opportunity. Of course, it was only because he felt that it was excellent. Suddenly, a huge white wolf appeared behind him. Then, he punched out with both fists, and each punch turned into a wolf shadow. A total of 32 wolf shadows pounced toward Ling Xiao. They let out a shocking howl. "You want to stop me with this? What a joke!" Ling Xiao sneered. He could tell that Hu Lai was still underestimating him. Or maybe the other party wanted to save his strength to fight for the 1,000-year fire lotus, so he didn't dare to go all out. Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. Ling Xiao held the East Victory Sky Sword and released the Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. A ray of light suddenly shot out. It was like a Beast God bullet condensed by 12 Beast Gods together. But unfortunately, it was only entry-level power, so it wasn't very big. Even so, he was still able to easily destroy the 32 wolf phantoms. It made Hu Lai. He was a martial artist at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon, even though this attack wasn't his full strength. However, Ling Xiao was able to easily break through his defenses. He was furious. "Bastard!" Hu Lai flew into a rage, his fists once again condensing terrifying divine essence. His power had obviously increased by 30%. It had already reached 70%. The fist that was condensed with 70% of his strength exploded with a loud bang. In that instant, a huge white wolf appeared in front of Hu Lai. Although there was only one of them, the ferocity of this white wolf was definitely more terrifying than the previous 32 wolves. This Hu Lai had perfectly combined the white wolf martial spirit with his own martial skill. This move was probably not weaker than the Emperor formation that Wang Quan Tianming once used. This was the terror of the older generation. Although their cultivation was the same, their power was more profound. Under normal circumstances, the older the ancient martial art practitioner, the stronger they were at the same level of cultivation. Of course, there were some exceptions. For example, Ling Xiao was an exception. Go to hell. Hu Lai had no intention of stopping. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. He took out the Void God sword. The other party's attack was so powerful. If he didn't use the Void God sword, he would probably die. Moreover, there was always a terrifying aura spying on him, so he didn't dare to fight. Holding the Void God sword in his hand, Ling Xiao condensed the Beast God Sky-Swallowing Flash again. Just the first time he used it, his Beast God Sky-Swallowing Flash had already reached lesser mastery. Its power had increased greatly. Coupled with the fact that he was using the Void God sword, the power increase was even more terrifying. The power of the 12 beasts all condensed on the Void God sword. The power of the beasts formed a circular formation in front of the Void God sword's tip. On each foot of the formation, there was a behemoth. There were a total of 12 beasts. At the center of the formation was a terrifying Taotai beast. This was the Taotai in the Void God sword. All the power condensed into one. At the core of the formation, a dot of light appeared. That dot of light contained an incomparably terrifying power. Facing Hu Lai's apocalyptic white wolf fist, the white dot finally grew into a white light. And then it instantly shot out. Even though the Beast God Sky-Swallowing Flash was only at lesser mastery, its terrifying power still completely suppressed Hu Lai's apocalyptic white wolf fist. The sword light instantly tore the white wolf into pieces. Then it pierced through Hu Lai's body and sent him flying. Even then, it still didn't stop and shot directly into the distant mountain range. It actually blasted the top of a small mountain. This terrifying power gave Hu Lai a fright. In the distance, Mo Jiao was also dumbstruck. He calculated for a moment. If Ling Xiao used this move to deal with him, he was afraid that he would have to use all his strength to be able to block it. And he would have to be injured. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what he was thinking. He directly grabbed the 1,000-year fire lotus on the volcano and swallowed it in one gulp. His body was a furnace, able to directly refine the most outstanding 1,000-year fire lotus pill. To replenish his body with enough potential. He simply sat cross-legged at the peak of the volcano and digested the medicinal effects of the 1,000-year fire lotus. Hu Lai didn't die. He wanted to take the opportunity to seize the 1,000-year fire lotus. But right at this time, a hand emitting a fishy smell appeared from the depths of the darkness. Ah! Hu Lai only had enough time to let out a blood-curdling scream, and no longer had any other reaction. Everyone jumped in fright and looked in that direction. They only saw a terrifying existence dressed in white with a deathly pale face. On his forehead, there was a clear number 13. Undead guards. Mo Jiao shouted in surprise. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who had seen the undead guards. He had seen them too. So he recognized them at a glance. But the strength of this undead guard in front of him was too terrifying. It was actually at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. It was more terrifying than any undead king or undead guard he had seen in the world of souls. He. Undead guard 13 let out a hair-raising laugh. Then, he suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Stop. Mo Jiao soared into the sky and punched out with all his strength. He wanted to stop this undead guard from attacking Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao also launched an attack. He had always known about the existence of this undead guard, so when he appeared, the only thing he was surprised about was this guy's strength. Soon, he had already condensed his move. Holding the reverse god sword in his right hand, he once again released the beast god swallowing flash. His other hand, however, activated his vital essence and released the cosmic light divine fist. In that instant, the undead guard's body clearly stiffened for a moment. It was because of this moment that he could only hastily deal with the joint attack of Ling Xiao and Mo Jiao. He was hit by the beast god's sky-swallowing flash and Mo Jiao's fist force at the same time. Even the undead guard, who was in the 3rd level of the divine body realm, felt that it was troublesome. He tore a talisman, and a black hole suddenly appeared on the ground under his feet. he escaped in an instant. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the undead spirit personal guards caused the atmosphere to suddenly become tense. Everyone knew that the appearance of one undead spirit personal guard meant that more undead spirit personal guards were here. That would be a very scary thing. Pass down the order. All martial artists below the divine physique tier are to leave the graveyard of the gods immediately. Quickly. Mo Jiao hurriedly said to the martial artists of the Beast Gods Union beside him. Yes. These people didn't have time to feel sad. Compared to Ling Xiao, the undead spirit race was obviously more terrifying. After these people left, Mo Jiao's brows were tightly knitted. Brother Ling, I'm afraid I can't search for things with you. The appearance of the undead spirit race could cause great harm to the Beast Gods Union. I have to go and rescue them and try to minimize the losses. I'll help too. If we meet anyone who needs help on the way, I'll try my best to solve their problems. Ling Xiao owed Mo Jiao a favor, so it was only right for him to help. I just don't know how these undead spirit race entered the graveyard of the gods. Could it be that they snuck in through the entrance, or perhaps there's another entrance? My mind is really in a mess now. It's useless to think about this. No matter what, they've already entered. I just hope they don't attack the Beast Gods Union. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Mo Jiao sighed. Brother Ling, you have to be careful. I'll leave first. You be careful too. If you need help, contact them quickly. Use the sound transmission talisman. Even if I can't find what I want, I'll come and help. Ling Xiao had always been a person who valued friendship and loyalty. Although he had to find the remains of the sun god and young god, he had to have a conscience. If it weren't for Mo Jiao, it wouldn't be easy for him to enter the graveyard of the gods. Moreover, Mo Jiao obviously treated him as a friend. Between friends, there was no reason not to help. Mo Jiao nodded and turned to leave. Ling Xiao didn't stay, either. He continued to head deeper into the graveyard of the gods. Yu Fenghua wanted to help, but Ling Xiao refused. There was no need for that at the moment. If he was alone, some things would be more convenient. Anyway, Yu Fenghua could chat with him in the Dongxing Emperor Ring, so he was not too lonely. Along the way, he encountered several groups of Beast Gods League martial practitioners who had been attacked by the dead spirit race. They had all stepped in to save him. Although this would delay him for some time, he didn't care. After rescuing these people, he told them to hurry out and report to the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance as soon as possible. He continued to move forward. About an hour later, Yu Shen and Sun God Beast Souls actually reacted. Ling Xiao looked in a certain direction. The strong feeling came from that location. But at the same time, he also felt an extremely terrifying undead aura from that location. If it were anyone else, they would probably hesitate whether or not to go. However, Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and headed straight in that direction. The further they went in that direction, the fewer martial artists there were from the Beast Deities Alliance. In the end, they simply never met again. It was likely that many people had also sensed the terrifying aura of the undead spirit clan, so they had chosen to flee. This was a smart choice. That direction was very far, about 1,000 miles or so. If it was a mortal, who knew how many days it would take to reach there? But it was different for martial practitioners. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao arrived near that location. This place looked like a huge graveyard. Outside the graveyard, there was a huge skeleton that looked like a mountain range. It looked like some kind of giant beast. However, Ling Xiao couldn't tell what it was. This skeleton seemed to be alive as it stood there. Its two empty eyes seemed to be able to speak. A terrifying aura came from the skeleton. It made one's heart palpitate. Even though Ling Xiao was already very strong now. Facing this huge skeleton, he was still trembling with fear. Suddenly, he saw a small black dot. Compared to the huge skeleton, this was just a small black dot. Looking carefully, it was actually the undead spirit guard 13 who had attacked them previously. This guy was really fast. He actually arrived here before Ling Xiao. Could it be that the undead spirit emperor is also here to look for the relics of Yu Shen and Sun God? Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. A mere high-level beast god position was enough to make the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds go crazy. Primordial god position, who knew how many people would go crazy? The reason why people didn't care about Ling Xiao's identity as a beast god was because they felt that Ling Xiao was only a low or middle-level god position. After all, Ling Xiao's beast spirit transformation didn't have the original characteristics of the 12 beast gods. Instead, it was replaced by other beast spirits. This caused everyone to be confused. If the undead spirit emperor was really looking for the relics of Yushen and Sun God, then they could only fight these things. He would definitely not give up to others. Even if he gave away the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, he wouldn't give it up. This was the foundation of his strength. Ling Xiao, do you need my help? Yu Fenghua also felt the aura of the undead spirit guard and couldn't help but ask. Wait first. Ling Xiao was a madman. A madman in cultivation. After the battle with Wang Quan and Tian Ming, his cultivation rose to the 6th level of the core-shattering realm. But he felt that it was far from enough. He needed to become stronger. Perhaps this Undead Guard 13 would be a good stepping stone for him. He planned to try first. If he really couldn't win, then he would rely on the Void God Sword or the 3 Sovereigns to end the battle. The moment he landed, Ling Xiao released the martial spirit barrier. It completely covered the surroundings. In this case, it wouldn't be so easy for Undead Spirit Guard 13 to escape. It's you? The moment he saw Ling Xiao, Undead Spirit Guard 13 seemed to be shocked. Why are you here? Do you know the secret of this place? Ling Xiao was surprised. But he didn't show it on the surface. Undead Spirit Guard 13 might not be talking about the relics of Yushen and Sun God. Perhaps it was the skeleton, or perhaps it was some other treasure. He didn't need to scare himself. Moreover, the Undead Spirit Emperor would definitely come personally for precious treasures like the relics of Yushen and Sun God. Why would he send a personal guard? Wasn't he afraid that the things would be taken by this personal guard? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao gradually calmed down. He used the Tai Chi eye to look around and found that there was a black crystal in the skull of this corpse. This crystal was round and emitted a powerful undead aura. It seemed that he had misunderstood. Perhaps the other party was after this thing. Of course I know. Don't you want the black crystal in this skeleton? The moment Ling Xiao spoke, he used the holy ground demonic shadow to reach the head of the corpse and grabbed the black crystal. When he touched it, a powerful undead aura seeped into his body. The demon ancestor's incarnation seemed to be very excited. Here you go. Ling Xiao used the black crystal on the demon ancestor's incarnation. Mobile version update website. The demon lord was bathed in the black light. It was obvious that his strength was increasing. When the light disappeared, the demon lord's strength would increase again. Bastard, how dare you steal the dead soul stone that our emperor wants? Undead Guard 13 was furious. Ling Xiao smiled. He had guessed correctly. He heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that he had the primeval god position was as troublesome as having the mountain river martial soul. Once the outside world knew about it, he would be hunted down all over the world. The dead soul stone was a crystal formed by the soul power of a dead martial artist or demon beast. If used properly, it could not only increase the cultivation of the martial artist of the undead race, but also increase the soul power. The undead emperor probably wanted to use it to recover his strength. So what if I stole it? I still want to kill you. Ling Xiao looked at Undead Guard 13 and sneered. When we were in the world of undead, your undead emperor took good care of me. If I wasn't lucky, I would be dead now. I haven't settled the score yet. You? Undead Guard 13 said in disdain. If you and the young master of the Beast Deity Alliance worked together, I would be a little scared. But you're just here to die. Is that so? Then let's try it. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. At the same time, he released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. There was no need to hide it in this place. After all, there was no one else other than Undead Guard 13. Releasing the Sky Tyrant martial soul was much more powerful than possessing the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This was the best way to use it. After using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it was the Sun God's blood formation. This was Ling Xiao's routine when dealing with divine physique realm martial artists. The second level of the bloody rat increased his combat strength tenfold. The bloodthirsty rat was released at the same time. But this time, Ling Xiao took out the Void God sword immediately. Undead Guard 13 could not be blamed for showing off. The key was that he was a terrifying existence in the third level of the divine physique realm. His strength was even more terrifying than Wang Quan Tian Ming after his breakthrough. He could not be too careless. Go to hell, brat. Several black chains appeared in Undead Guard 13's hands. The chain danced in the air as it charged towards Ling Xiao. Those chains were like a part of his body, and he was able to manipulate them with great agility. Moreover, it exuded an extremely terrifying aura of death. Ling Xiao gripped the Void God sword and coldly watched as the chains shot towards him. He began to condense the Beast God Heaven Swallowing Flash. He wanted to cultivate the Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash to perfection as soon as possible, or even the transformative realm. Only then could the power of this move be fully unleashed. The violent sword chi was like a giant beast that could swallow the sky as it pounced towards the chains. Crack crack, bang bang, the sword energy and the chain met. The chains were cut off inch by inch. Other than the terrifying power of the Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash, Ling Xiao also discovered an interesting thing. The Void God sword seemed to have a restraining effect on the undead spirit race. The undead's aura was extremely afraid of the Void God sword. No wonder the undead emperor wanted this sword. It seems like this sword is his nemesis. Hee, luckily I got it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be troublesome if the Death Spirit Emperor obtained it? What? Undead Guard 13 showed a surprised expression. Looking at the sword in Ling Xiao's hand, he was really frightened. Void Shattering Finger, shatter the void. Ling Xiao took advantage of Undead Guard 13's moment of shock to use the Void Shattering Finger with his left hand. The attack arrived almost at the same time as the Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash. The Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash shattered the chains. Shattering the void caused Undead Guard 13's body to distort and deform. But perhaps the opponent was too strong. He couldn't shatter it. I'm going to kill you. Undead Guard 13 was obviously furious. He couldn't bear being injured by a warrior in the core fragmentation realm. His mouth, which was originally open, suddenly opened wide. It was extremely huge, then, a terrifying black energy condensed in it. Dead Soul Flash. Swish, the black energy was like a black light that shot out instantly. It was so fast that it was like teleportation. Even Ling Xiao didn't have time to dodge. He was directly hit by the black light. This frightening Dead Soul's flash was extremely powerful. After all, Ling Xiao had a physical body that was equivalent to 8 dragon tattoos. It was actually shattered by this Dead Soul flash. Ling Xiao avoided his head at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he would probably have to use life backtrack or rising from the ashes. A divine body 3rd level warrior was indeed terrifying. Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. Let's hurry up and finish the battle. Otherwise, I'll really die. Even though the opponent's attack had increased Ling Xiao's energy C from 0 to 50%, Ling Xiao's energy C was still extremely weak. It could be said that it was an increase faster than light. But Ling Xiao didn't dare to take such a risk. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be other undead guards appearing later? After he decided not to play anymore, his body suddenly changed into the god body. The divine power that erupted from the god body could cause greater damage to the undead race. Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash. It was also the Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash. But when it was used by the god body, its power was simply overwhelming. Undead Guard 13 was still proud when he was directly wiped out by the light. Its power was even more terrifying than the Dead Soul Flash. After confirming that Undead Guard 13 was completely dead, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. His cultivation had increased a lot just now, but his potential had also been depleted by nearly 10%. He had to replenish it again. He walked over and used the Void God sword to completely absorb the remaining energy of the undead guard in the air. He also absorbed the energy of the huge skeleton. The energy of the huge skeleton was simply too terrifying. Not only did it instantly replenish his true origin, but it also completely replenished his potential. At the same time, the upper limit of his potential was also greatly increased. It was basically equivalent to the total amount of Divine Body 6th level warrior's Divine Body 3rd level warrior. But because of this, he also provoked the graveyard of the gods and attracted the wrath of the gods. The wrath of the gods this time was too terrifying. Ling Xiao had to use all his strength to block it. He even invited the gods and sovereigns. He almost died. Looks like I can't just casually absorb the energy of these skeletons. Seeing that the surrounding terrain had been changed by the wrath of the gods just now and had become a mess, Ling Xiao was really scared. He sat there and ate a lot of healing and recovery elixirs. Anyway, he never lacked elixirs. Then, he began to rest and recover. After more than 10 minutes, he stood up again and looked at the bottom of the skeleton that had completely disappeared. There was actually a strange pattern. This is the world within a world. The voice of the Yuan Venerate sounded. The world within a world may be a good thing, but it may also be a disaster. Master can't help you avoid the disaster. You decide for yourself. Who cares if it's dangerous or lucky? Let's go in first. Ling Xiao believed that the reaction of Yu Shen and the sun god beast spirit was definitely not fake. Therefore, there might be danger in this world within a world, but there were definitely more opportunities. He must not miss it. Alright, Master will help you break this teleportation array. Seeing that Ling Xiao had made up his mind, the Yuan Venerate stopped persuading him. After all, he had always seen Ling Xiao's growth and how tenacious Ling Xiao was. He would not die because of this little trouble. Mobile version website, thanks to the efforts of the Yuan Venerate, the teleportation array was reactivated. The teleportation array, which was shining with a faint blue light, was mysterious and strange. No one knew where it would lead to. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. He swallowed his saliva. He finally stepped into the teleportation array. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. As a ray of light completely enveloped him, Ling Xiao lost his vision. His surroundings were pitch black. However, this situation only lasted for about 2 seconds. After that, Ling Xiao found himself in a room. This room was almost no different from an ordinary room. However, there was a person sitting at the table in the room who was particularly conspicuous. This person exuded a bloody and murderous aura from head to toe. He was clearly dead. However, his physical body was not damaged at all. If Ling Xiao did not have the Taiji eye, he would not have thought that he was dead. Just as he was about to approach that person and observe carefully, the eyes of that person suddenly opened. Suddenly, the body that was supposed to be dead opened its eyes. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt that his surroundings had completely changed. In front of him was no longer a small house but a huge palace. Above the palace sat a person who was exactly the same as the person he had seen in the room. However, this person was alive. You're finally here. Child of the prophecy. That person looked at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. However, because of his ferocious appearance, his smile actually looked a little sinister. Let the girl in your Dongxing Emperor ring come out too. This was the first time someone had seen that there was someone in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao frowned and let Yu Fenghua out. Although the person in front of him had a murderous aura, it was not targeted at him. It was only formed because of cultivation. You are indeed the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. That person glanced at her and said with a smile, although you can't awaken the memories of your past life, I can still help you. However, I can help you awaken the power of your past life. This power can make you incomparably powerful. Are you willing to accept it? Yes. Yu Fenghua agreed without hesitation. Ling Xiao had told her about reincarnation before. She was convinced. She could become even stronger. That way, she would be able to better protect Ling Xiao. As his elder sister, she felt that she had an obligation to do so. At the very least, he couldn't let Ling Xiao risk his life for him while he couldn't do anything. All right. The man nodded and pointed his finger. A ray of light shot towards Yu Fenghua's forehead. A moment later, a full moon appeared behind Yu Fenghua. It was cold and dazzling. This power will be continuously released as you cultivate. Thus, your cultivation speed will be much faster than others. After all, your physical body is still relatively weak, and you can't release all of your power at once. That way, you will die. That person explained. Yu Fenghua nodded. She could clearly feel how powerful she had become. He had directly advanced to the third level of the divine physique echelon. The most terrifying thing was that there seemed to be energy constantly leaking out from his body. This kind of energy could definitely turn her into a powerhouse in a short period of time. Alright, back to the topic. It's time to talk about me, the child of prophecy. That person looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. You must be very confused about who I am and why I exist here, right? I can tell you now. I am the sun god. The corpse you saw in the small house just now is my complete physical body. The physical body contains the blood of inheritance. Only by fusing it with my beast soul can I obtain the complete inheritance of the sun god. You will benefit immensely. As expected. Actually, Ling Xiao had already guessed this from the moment he entered. This was because the aura on this person was too similar to the sun god. You must know about the eternal desert, right? The sun god suddenly asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. Just as they guessed, I, including the other 11 siblings, are the 12 divine beasts. The 12 beast gods you speak of all came from the depths of the eternal desert. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, the divine quilt interrupted him. Just listen quietly. I'm only using the remnants of my strength to talk to you. I can't stay for long. There are some things that I must explain to you clearly. So listen to me. Ling Xiao nodded. The sun god continued. In the depths of the eternal desert, there is a place much bigger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You humans call it the Eternal City. But the correct name is the Eternal Kingdom. And I was born in one of the 12 holy cities of the Eternal Kingdom, the Sacred Blood City. Although they were both holy cities, Ling Xiao knew that the 3,000 holy cities of the Golden Sky domain were trash in front of the Sacred Blood City. There was no comparison at all. In the Sacred Blood City, I became the strongest person and the Lord of the Holy City. The people of the world gave me the title Emperor of Massacre. Of course, the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds still like to call me the Lord of the Beast God. The man's face was full of pride as he spoke. After all, he was the Emperor of Massacre, the Lord of the Eternal Kingdom's Sacred Blood City. Ling Xiao didn't disturb him and just listened quietly. He was also very curious about what the rumored Eternal Kingdom was like. What exactly had happened to the Sun God? The Eternal Kingdom didn't have an emperor or anything like that. The 12 great emperors of the holy cities jointly managed it. So, in that place, I was the strongest ruler. With one sentence, I could change the color of heaven and earth. I could make everyone bow their heads and listen to my orders. I was very proud of this. Until one day, I suddenly realized that we were revered as gods by the humans of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But we were just playthings raised by others. I almost went crazy. I wanted to pursue the truth, so, together with the other 11 great emperors, I pursued the secret of this world. I hoped to find the secret of those who called themselves the ancient race. Ling Xiao's breathing suddenly became hurried. It was hard to imagine. The eternal desert itself was already very mysterious and terrifying. But those people who were revered as gods of the Black Tortoise continent were just other people's pets, even slaves. What kind of existence was this ancient race? Where were they? When Ling Xiao thought that he was about to reach the peak of the Black Tortoise continent, he suddenly realized something. It turned out that this world was even more terrifying than he imagined. He gritted his teeth and didn't give up because of this. Whether it was the gods or the ancient race, he had to try to get in touch with them. If he couldn't even solve these secrets, how could he talk about unifying the mystic world? Did you succeed? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. The sun god smiled bitterly and shook his head. We failed. All 12 of us failed. We were even sowed discord by the ancient race. The 12 of us fought to the death for the so-called laughable position of the Lord of the Beast God. In the end, I was the only one who survived the internal strife. Mobile version update website. When I dragged my exhausted body back to the kingdom of eternal life, I discovered that everything had changed. Under the incitement of the ancient race, I was treated as a traitor of the kingdom of eternity. I was treated as an enemy. They said that I was disrespectful to the heavens and the gods. Right, you treated us as gods, but the people of my place treated the ancient race as gods. They tied me to the execution rack and wanted to execute me. But they didn't know that I had become extremely powerful, even more powerful than some of the ancient race. I also saw some secrets of the ancient race and was about to unveil their ugly masks. On the day of the execution, I tore apart the god that descended from the heavens in front of everyone. They were terrified. But I also knew that my life was coming to an end. So I used the last of my strength to escape and left behind a lot of guidance for you, child of prophecy. Although I didn't know if you would succeed. I've been waiting here all this time. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Why am I the child of prophecy? Ling Xiao asked. The child of prophecy smiled. The child of prophecy isn't a specific person. It's because you brought the primordial throne of the 12 beast gods here. So you are the child of prophecy. Do you understand? I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. The child of prophecy took a deep breath and his figure gradually became blurry. Child of prophecy, I don't have much time left. Remember, if one day you go to the kingdom of eternity or even the holy blood city, don't say that you know me. Otherwise, you'll become a target of public criticism. Have you never thought of revenge? The kingdom of eternity was originally your place of protection. However, those who were under your protection wanted to kill you because of some inexplicable god. Don't you have any hatred? Ling Xiao asked. To be honest, at the beginning, I wanted nothing more than to destroy the kingdom of eternity. But thinking about it, those people were just ignorant and fearful. They were afraid of the ancient race because the ancient race was the true culprit. If you want revenge, you should go to the ancient race. The child of prophecy said, I don't have the qualifications to ask you to help me take revenge. I only ask you one thing. If my family is still alive, help them if you can. The only people I've let down in my life are them. Even under those circumstances, they still believed in me and supported me. Of course, my family only refers to my parents, wife, and daughter. It is not that heartless family. I understand. Ling Xiao had never liked owing favors. If he didn't have his own protection, he wouldn't have been able to survive until today. The sun god's divine abilities had helped him overcome many difficulties and dangers. Senior, don't worry. I will make sure the people of the everlasting kingdom understand that everything you've done is for their sake. You just don't want them to continue being toys of the ancient race. As for the ancient race, I will find them and complete the unfinished business of the senior. Of course, this wasn't just for the sake of the senior. It's also for myself. Ling Zhao's great ambition was to unify the profound world, and the existence of this ancient clan was like a mountain in his path of unification. If he couldn't move the mountain, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The child of prophecy, as expected of the child of prophecy. The sun god smiled and said, do as you wish. Don't worry about what I said. I will become the soul of the sun god beast and protect you until you leave the Black Tortoise continent. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He wouldn't go back on his word. The sun god's guidance was the path he wanted to take. It was a perfect fit. Oh right, I need to remind you of something. After the disturbance we caused, the ancient race's supervision of the everlasting kingdom will be even stricter. What you're about to do will be far more difficult than you think. You must be careful. Before you have enough strength, don't reveal your thoughts. Remember. The sun god reminded. This junior will keep it in mind. Ling Xiao nodded. Alright, it's about time for me to leave. The thing you're looking for here is my heritage blood. After this illusion disappears, you will be able to obtain it from my physical body. As for my physical body, I will cremate it and bring the ashes back to my hometown, scattering them on the ground there. I also want to return to my roots. As for the other 11 great emperors' heritage blood, I brought them back along with their bodies. They should be in their respective holy cities. It won't be easy to obtain them. However, I have a part of Yushin's remnant soul. You can replenish her beast soul first. There's still time to look for the heritage blood later. Just a portion of the heritage blood will be enough for you to benefit immensely. I understand. Ling Xiao wasn't a greedy person. Being able to find the heritage blood of the sun god was already the greatest gain. Also, take good care of the white jade cat on you. That thing is very important to you. The sun god suddenly said. White jade cat? Senior, do you know what that is? Is it really a puppet cat? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure about that. The sun god shook his head and said, to be honest, I've already noticed its existence when you came in. It's indeed a puppet. But it's the most perfect puppet I've ever seen. Its aura reminds me of the ancient race. Perhaps it's something from the ancient race's world. It's very mysterious. If you want to inherit the heritage blood of the beast god, then it might be able to help you. As for whether it has any other functions, I don't know. In fact, I've met this little guy before. Because of its existence, I became the master of the beast god. I became the strongest great emperor, and my strength surpassed some ancient races. But unfortunately, I didn't know what it was even after studying it for a long time. I'm afraid you'll have to figure it out yourself. So this little guy is actually so mysterious. Ling Xiao secretly clicked his tongue. One must know that he almost wanted to give this little guy to others to raise. This little guy's appetite was too big. He had to rely on spirit stones to feed it. And only good ones. But after hearing the sun god's words, it was fortunate that he didn't give it to others. This little guy was very important for him to fuse with the heritage blood of the beast god. It was worth it no matter how many spirit stones he used to feed it. Anyway, he didn't lack spirit stones now. There's one more thing you have to remember, this heritage blood isn't mine. It's also something I inherited from the previous great emperor. So, I might be the sun god in your hearts. But I'm not the real sun god. The 12 beast gods might be existences above the ancient race. We only inherited a drop of their heritage blood, and we already have the ability to fight against the ancient race. Can you imagine how terrifying their real bodies are? The sun god, or more accurately, the great emperor of massacre, continued, the 12 of us each inherited a type of heritage blood. If you alone have 12 types of heritage blood, then even the ancient race won't be your match. Mobile version update website, Are there only 12 holy cities in the country of eternity? Ling Xiao wanted to get to the bottom of this. No, the country of eternity is basically a country formed by heritage blood, other than the 12 holy cities. There are many other cities and sections. However, only the 12 holy cities have the most elite heritage blood of the primeval beast god. Therefore, the 12 holy cities are not only the strongest forces in the country of eternity, but also the strongest. Unless they fall, it's almost impossible for them to be destroyed. The Massacre Emperor explained. I see. They are indeed powerful. Are you still confident? The Massacre Emperor asked with a smile. Of course. If they were afraid of the country of eternity, how could the ancient race fight against them? How could they step out of the Black Tortoise mainland? When had Ling Xiao ever been afraid? Good, I didn't misjudge you. The Massacre Emperor laughed. I'm going to disappear. The things I left for you are in the hut. Take good care of them. His figure became fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. Ling Xiao returned to the hut. It was the same scene, but he saw 2 streams of tears flowing down from the body. Ling Xiao bowed deeply 3 times from the body and said, Massacre Emperor, I will let your name spread throughout the country of eternity. After saying that, he walked closer to the corpse. After touching it lightly, a drop of inherited blood shot out and entered his body. It began to fuse with the primeval beast god. However, the powerful heritage blood of the primeval beast god could not be suppressed. At this moment, the white jade-like kitten's eyes actually flickered with ancient incantations. A mechanical voice came from its mouth, heritage blood discovered. Beginning fusion. Because the host is too weak, most of the power will be suppressed and released slowly. As these voices rang out, Ling Xiao immediately felt the swelling pain, as if he was about to explode, disappear. Originally, the power of the heritage blood was released fiercely like a flood. However, at this moment, it was like a small stream. His body did not feel so uncomfortable. This white jade cat is indeed not ordinary. Ling Xiao stroked the cat's soft fur. It was worth the large amount of spiritual stones he had spent to feed it. It was really effective. There was no need to worry about the legacy blood. The quantitative change would naturally develop into a qualitative change. He began to look through the rest of the things in the hut. The Massacre Emperor had said that although he had been captured, many of his things had been snatched away. But when he escaped, he managed to bring some things with him. The first item was the last piece of the puzzle of Yushin's broken soul. It was kept in a glass bottle by the Massacre Emperor. Ling Xiao absorbed it completely. After absorbing it, he could clearly feel that the Yu-God beast soul had become stronger. Not only that, but the two sacred arts under the Yushin beast soul had also become stronger. It turned out that life reversal required one to immediately revive 10 seconds after death. Otherwise, it would be ineffective. But now, with the complete Yu-God beast soul, this time was extended to half an hour. This way, it would be more controllable and safer. The cooldown time had also been reduced from 3 hours to 2 hours. The cooldown on other people had also been reduced from 30 hours to 20 hours. The Cosmic Light God Fist only had one move. Now, just like the void-shattering finger, it had 3 layers. The first level was to stop time, the second level was to reverse time, and the third level was to control the future, and its power had obviously become stronger. Other than the Yu-God's broken soul, Ling Xiao also found a sword in the small room. A sword that was nurturing a terrifying killing intent. The sword's name was Crimson Blood Demon Sword. This sword could not be upgraded like the Reverse God Sword, but the aura it released was as terrifying as the Reverse God Sword. This was a blood-red longsword. It was not as exaggerated as the Reverse God Sword. But it was terrifying. There were no dragon patterns on the sword, so he did not know what grade it was. Perhaps he did not even have the qualifications to know. Ling Xiao smiled. He stretched out his hand to grab the hilt of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, and a magical scene appeared. On the sword, a dragon pattern actually appeared, and when he picked up the sword, he could immediately connect with it. It seemed that the Massacre Emperor had really put in a lot of effort to let him control the sword. Ling Xiao transformed into the Emperor physique, and the number of dragon patterns on the Crimson Blood Demon Sword suddenly increased to 6. So that's how it is. It can actually display its power according to the wielder's strength. But this dragon pattern seems to be a bit strong. Ling Xiao returned to his original body, took out a 4-dragon pattern Emperor weapon, which was also a sword, and clashed with the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. In just an instant, the monarch armament with 4 dragon inscriptions shattered like paper. What domineering power! As expected, my feeling was not wrong. Although there is only 1 dragon pattern, the material of the sword itself has not changed. Its sharpness is incomparable to other weapons. Moreover, one of the dragon patterns on the Crimson Blood Demon Sword was different from ordinary dragon patterns upon closer inspection. Other Emperor weapons' dragon patterns do not have claws. But this one has 5 claws, and the dragon pattern is even brighter. Basically, its power is equivalent to 10 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao observed very carefully. The Tai Chi gave him a lot of help, allowing him to easily determine the power of this thing. Even the Reverse God Sword is not as terrifying as this sword. It's better to use it sparingly. After all, this is the Massacre Emperor's weapon. Ling Xiao put away the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, and then burned the Massacre Emperor's body with immortal fire. He put away the ashes. Although this physical body was incomparably powerful and was very tempting to him, it was still very tempting. However, he still had a bottom line. He would not use the Massacre Emperor's body to play tricks. The moment he burned the body, a teleportation array appeared in the small room. Obviously, it was to send him out. Ling Xiao stepped into the teleportation array and was instantly outside. The aura of the undead race was even stronger. This made Ling Xiao frown. Yu Fenghua was now adapting to her new power in the Dongxing Emperor ring. He did not want to disturb her. Therefore, he headed towards the exit. Ling Xiao, if you can hear my voice, then run away quickly. An existence more terrifying than Undead Guard 13 has appeared. Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from the voice transmission talisman. The voice came 3 minutes ago. I can't hear it below, so I saved it. I wonder how Emojiao is doing. Ling Xiao was a little anxious. He locked onto Emojiao's coordinates with the voice transmission talisman, then used the holy ground demonic shadow to quickly find him. Mo Jiao. 20 minutes later, he found Mo Jiao. But at this moment, Mo Jiao was no longer alive. His body had been torn into a mess, and pieces were all over the ground. He was already completely dead. Damn it. There was no undead race nearby. Probably because Mo Jiao was already dead, the undead race no longer paid attention to him. Mobile version update website, Life Rewind. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and used Life Rewind on Mo Jiao. Fortunately, the effect of Life Rewind increased this time. Otherwise, he would not be able to save Mo Jiao if he had to use it 10 seconds after death. Now, 24 minutes had passed. As long as it did not take more than half an hour, Mo Jiao could be saved. A large amount of True Yuan was used on Life Rewind. About 10 minutes later, Mo Jiao, who had been torn into pieces, miraculously revived. Moreover, there was not a single wound on his body. Ling Xiao. Am I not dead? The moment Mo Jiao revived, he was stunned. Sorry. Brother. I'm late. Ling Xiao sighed. You saved me. No matter how stupid Mo Jiao was, he could guess this. I hope you won't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Ling Xiao smiled. Am I, Mo Jiao, such a bad person? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Mo Jiao shook his head. At the same time, he made another decision. He could not betray a brother like Ling Xiao. Even if he was not loyal to the old man, it did not matter. After all, the old man had nothing to lose. What the hell happened? Ling Xiao asked. It's a long story. You guessed it right. The undead race had all descended to the graveyard of the gods. I even saw the undead emperor. However, he called himself Lotus Flower. Mo Jiao smiled bitterly. He was too powerful. He killed me with one move. I don't know what happened after that. What did you say? Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. That's right, if I can cultivate 3 of them, then Emperor Lianhua must also have 3 of them. The undead emperor should only be one of his avatars. He must have come to the graveyard of the gods to find another avatar. In an instant, everything seemed to be clear. However, the Massacre Emperor was the master of the Crimson Sacred City. Then, who was this Lotus Flower? Could he be the master of one of the 12 sacred cities? What a headache. You know this Lotus Flower? Mo Jiao asked. I've seen him before. I stole the Lotus Sutra from him. Ling Xiao smiled and said, there's no time to lose. Let's leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Don't you plan on staying in the necropolis of the gods to cultivate? I know of a place that the undead spirit race will never be able to find or enter. Because that place rejected death. You can go there and cultivate. It won't be too late for you to come out after you've cultivated to the point where you can defy the world everlasting palace. Otherwise, with your current strength, once you go out, I'm afraid your woman will be taken away again. Mo Jiao suggested. Who can take my woman away? Ling Xiao sneered. Now, even if the Eternal Emperor were to come in person, as long as I don't want to, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. No one could take Fanghua away. We have been separated for a long time, and I don't want to be separated again. As for cultivation, brother, you don't understand my cultivation method. I have to constantly fight against experts in order to become stronger. There's no point in staying here. Domineering. No wonder you dared to make an enemy out of experts. It's not only because you're not afraid of death. It's also because you can increase your strength like this. Mo Jiao finally understood. Alright, then I'll risk my life to accompany you. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll fight them to the death. Many thanks. Ling Xiao smiled. Every time they went to a place, they would encounter many enemies. But he would also meet many friends. Ling Xiao felt that he was truly blessed. This is for you. Previously, although Ling Xiao felt that he could make friends with Mo Jiao, to be honest, he didn't treat him as a true friend of life and death. So he didn't give Mo Jiao anything. But now, Mo Jiao would definitely be of great help to him. So, he gave Mo Jiao 2 things. One was the celestial golden dragon mirror, The other was the world-defying Golden Dragon Sword. However, Ling Xiao fused two 9-Dragon Mark Emperor weapons into it, tailoring it for Mo Jiao. Now, it could be called the 9-Dragon Mark Celestial Demon Dragon Mirror, and the 9-Dragon Mark Celestial Demon Dragon Sword. With these two things, Mo Jiao wouldn't be defeated even if he faced a Divine Physique level 4 or 5 experts. How powerful was a 9-Dragon Mark Celestial Emperor weapon? This gift is too valuable. Mo Jiao was shocked. A 9-Dragon Mark Celestial Emperor weapon was already the most powerful Emperor weapon in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao actually gave it to him. He felt that this thing was a little hot. Just take it. Didn't I say that you'll fight for me? If you don't have this thing, how are you going to fight? Ling Xiao smiled. Alright, I'll take it first. I'll give it to you when you need it. Mo Jiao thought for a while and didn't hesitate anymore. He kept the item. The three of them left the graveyard of the gods. They saw that it was chaotic outside. What happened? Mo Jiao grabbed a person and asked. Young master, the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Palace have come to the Beast Deities Union to ask for someone. That person replied, they're negotiating with the Union Master now. Is the Eternal Emperor here? Not yet. That person replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have much confidence in facing the Eternal Emperor now. Let's go. I'm afraid that the old man won't be able to withstand the pressure. The old man alone isn't a match for the 4 supreme kings. Any one of the 4 is as strong as the Fire Emperor. Mo Jiao was a little anxious. Alright, let's go and take a look. I'm the one who caused this trouble. I can't let the Beast Deities Union take the blame for me. Ling Xiao nodded. There were many people gathered at the Beast Deities Union's training field. There were a total of 3 parties. Hundreds of Divine Physique Echelon experts from the Beast Deities Union were here. The Eternal Palace also brought hundreds of Divine Physique Echelon experts. At the same time, hundreds of Divine Physique Echelon experts from the City of Gold arrived under the lead of the Fire Emperor and Xianxia. The Fire Emperor and Xianxia had long treated Ling Xiao as their prince. Whoever dared to hurt their disciple, they would fight with their lives. The City of Gold wasn't a match for the Eternal Palace alone. However, it would be a different story if the Beast Deities Union was involved. Because of this, they hadn't started fighting yet. It could be said that the Eternal Life Palace had gone to war this time. The 4 supreme kings and Wang Quan Jinghua, a total of 5 kings were here. Apart from Yu Qiushui. The other 3 didn't lose out to the Fire Emperor in terms of aura. They were very powerful. Wang Quan Jinghua looked in the direction of the Beast Deities Union fiercely. There was a terrifying hatred in his eyes. He didn't come here just to bring Yu Fenghua back. He wanted to avenge his son. Kill Ling Xiao. The person standing next to Yu Qiushui was called Wang Quan Sword. He was also from the Wang Quan family. He looked very young. He was probably just over 100 years old. He had a head of demonic white hair and silver eyes. A terrifying sword intent was constantly being released from his body. The aura made everyone feel uneasy. Wang Quan Sword was Wang Quan Jinghua's younger brother and Wang Quan Tianming's second uncle. No one could see the hatred and killing intent on his face. However, there was a strong sense of power in his demonic silver eyes. The 4 supreme kings hadn't left the Eternal Palace for over 100 years. This time all of them were mobilized because of Ling Xiao. However, as long as the Eternal Emperor didn't show up, the Beast Deities Alliance Master would still be able to control the situation. Second brother, what are we waiting for? That Ling Xiao obviously wants to hide in the graveyard of the gods and not come out. Are we just going to wait like this? That kid has already been in there for 3 days. Wang Quan Jinghua was very anxious. He had entered the graveyard of the gods before and knew how huge it was. If Ling Xiao went far away, they wouldn't know where to find him. If he really wants to hide in there for the rest of his life, that would be great. Wang Quan Jinghua sneered, then the emperor can't blame us. As a member of the Wang Quan clan, Wang Quan Jinghua couldn't be bothered to bring Yu Fenghua back. The more trouble the Yu clan caused, the better. This way, their clan would have a higher chance of being in power. Where there were people, there would be fights. It was the same for the Eternal Palace. Back then, the Yu clan could take the emperor position from the Ling clan. Why couldn't the Wangquan clan take the emperor position from the Yu clan? Big brother, just shut up and wait. Wang Quanjinghua glanced at him and said coldly. Wang Quanjinghua opened his mouth but could only shut it helplessly. Although he was the big brother, he wasn't as strong as Wang Quanjinghua. He could only act like a grandson. Mo Qianxing. Do you really want to be enemies with the Eternal Palace? Seems like the Beast Deities Alliance has been staying in the chaotic desert and doesn't know how terrifying the Eternal Palace is. Before Wang Quanjinghua could speak, a burly middle-aged man stood out. Tu Hong Tian. The Beast Deities Alliance master, Mo Qianxing, frowned. If there was anyone with the most terrifying fighting power among the four supreme kings, it would definitely be Tu Hong Tian. Tu Hong Tian was the most loyal follower of the Eternal Emperor. His fighting power was shocking. He was even stronger than the Fire Emperor. Even if the other three Supreme Being Kings worked together, they would not be his match. Mo Qianxing, why are you afraid of him? Tu Hong Tian is powerful, but I recently obtained a treasure. I'm not afraid of him. At that moment, the Fire Emperor took out the 9-dragon inscription Emperor weapon. It was a gift from Ling Xiao a few days ago. There were only 3 monarch weapons with 9-dragon patterns in the entire Eternal Palace. The Flame Emperor actually had such a powerful top-notch monarch weapon. Tu Hong Tian's face changed. The Eternal Life Palace's 3 9-dragon inscriptions monarch weapons were all in the hands of the Eternal Life Emperor. They didn't have the right to possess it. Where did the Flame Emperor get it from? His battle prowess was stronger than the Flame Emperor's, but if the Flame Emperor had such a powerful monarch weapon, he would not be able to defeat him. That would be different. Mo Qianxing smiled and said, Tu Hong Tian, I'm sorry. Even if I wanted to let you go, with the Fire Emperor blocking, you guys can't leave. If they really fought, it wouldn't be good for either of them. Why not just wait? I don't think Ling Xiao is a coward who is afraid of death. This way, with the addition of the 3 days that have already passed, a total of 10 days later, we will naturally let you in. The reason why the Beast Deities Alliance was able to remain standing was not because they were strong, but because Mo Qianxing knew how to conduct himself. He didn't want to offend powerful people. Otherwise, the Beast Deities Alliance would have been destroyed long ago. Boss 2, let's just wait. It's only 7 days. Wang Quanjian smiled and said. There's no harm in waiting. I've seen that young man before. He's not a coward. The news has already been sent in. If he doesn't want to turn this place into a bloodbath, he will definitely come out. Yu Qiushui said. Since the 2 of you have said so, then let's wait. Tu Hong Tian originally wanted to fight his way in, but the Flame Emperor's 9-dragon inscriptions monarch weapon made him feel helpless. If they really wanted to force their way in, facing the combined forces of the Golden City and Beast Deities Alliance, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. There was no need to do so. The 4th Supreme King didn't say anything. This guy was surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. It was hard to tell if he was male or female. He gave off a very dangerous feeling. Why wait for so many days? I'm here. At this moment, a voice was heard. 3 figures were rapidly approaching from afar. Ling Xiao, Mo Jiao, and Yu Fanghua. Ling Xiao's appearance surprised the people from the Eternal Life Palace. They were surprised that Ling Xiao was so stupid. In their eyes, hiding in the graveyard of the gods was the safest. He actually came out. If he wasn't courting death, then what was? Even the Beast Deities Alliance master shook his head and said, Did I overestimate this kid? Simply stupid. Only the Flame Emperor from the Golden City wasn't surprised at all. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to hide. Every time Ling Xiao was in danger, it was an opportunity for him to become stronger. This kid treated danger as cultivation. How could he be a coward? Ling Xiao held Yu Fenghua's hand. He was so confident and strong. There wasn't any fear in his eyes. It was as if the 4 Supreme Kings were nothing in his eyes. When Wang Quanjian saw the 2 of them, he was instantly infuriated. Yu Fanghua was originally his son's woman. But now, she was standing with another man and whispering sweet nothings to each other. They were even holding hands. His son was already dead. The heavens were so unfair to him. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Wang Quanjian's eyes suddenly became ferocious and crazy. I am really honored to have troubled the four supreme kings of the Eternal Life Palace. Why? Are you here to send your blessings? Ling Xiao hovered in the air and smiled at the people from the Eternal Life Palace. The four supreme kings were all at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Of course, there were differences in strength. But it wasn't to the point where he was in despair. After this trip to the graveyard of the gods, his strength had become stronger again. His physical body had reached the critical stage of upgrading. His cultivation had reached the critical stage of breaking through again. How much he wanted to fight with these experts. What an arrogant kid. You dare to joke after seeing the four of us. Only your courage is admirable. Tu Hongtian sneered. Senior, could it be that only your voice is admirable? Ling Xiao chuckled. Ha 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 ha, Tu Hongtian, you've miscalculated this time. No matter how loud your voice is, it's not enough. Your voice won't scare our emperor's son. The crown prince and your princess are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Why did you have to do such a thing that would incur the wrath of the heavens? Why did you have to break them up? The flame emperor laughed and teased Tu Hongtian. Wang Quanjian looked at Yu Fenghua and said, Missy, Ling Xiao is the emperor's son of the Golden City now. His status is compatible with yours. It's not impossible for him to marry you. But it's up to your parents. Even if you want to marry him, you have to get your father's approval. If you elope with him like this, won't your father be bitterly disappointed, regardless of whether he cared about you in the past? He is your father. Blood is thicker than water. If you elope, not only will you bring shame to the Eternal Life Palace, but you will also bring shame to Ling Xiao. Are you really willing to do that, M? It had to be said that this King Scepter Sword was really a powerful guy. Yu Fenghua had no reason to refute his words. In this world, parents were in existence that could not be violated. Violating it was unfilial. At that time, what would people think of Ling Xiao? Yu Fenghua obviously hesitated. She lowered her head and hesitated. Seeing Yu Fenghua's reaction, King Scepter Sword couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Ling Xiao. You're a man, right? You want to marry Fenghua, right? Then why not go to the Eternal Palace to marry her openly? You're just going to trick her into marrying you. You're really selfish. Have you never thought that the Golden Sky region will be humiliated because of your actions? Or do you not have the confidence to marry her openly? Do you feel that you don't have the strength to protect her? If that's the case, what qualifications do you have to live together with her? Let her live a stormy life with you all day long? Don't talk about these principles in front of me. What bullshit parents' orders and matchmaking words. The Eternal Emperor killed Fenghua's mother and ignored Fenghua. She almost died. This person is not worthy of being her father at all. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. The Eternal Emperor is worse than an evil beast, such an evil father, and Fenghua still wants to listen to him. Besides, I'm afraid you don't know, right? Wang Quantian has long colluded with the Death Spirit Emperor of the Death Spirit world. In the square, I believe everyone present can feel the death aura he released. Without distinguishing between right and wrong, he actually wants to marry Fenghua to such a person. Hee, the Eternal Emperor is really amazing as a father. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the King's Sword was speechless. He used principles to persuade Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's principles to be even greater than his. And more realistic, more bloody. Anyone who heard it would sympathize with this poor woman. She just wanted to marry the man she loved. What was wrong with that? But she was pushed into a pit by a father who didn't love her at all. Shut up. Wang Quanjian couldn't win the argument, so he became angry out of humiliation. A thunderous sound rang out. Many of the Divine Body Realm martial artists present were so shaken that their bodies trembled, and they almost vomited blood. Some people even had blood dripping from their ears. However, Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, did not react at all. He sneered at Wang Quan's sword and said, "What's the matter? You can't win, so you want to use violence? Unfortunately, the sound waves have no effect on me. You've miscalculated." Ling Xiao now had the complete bloodline and beast soul of the Sun God. His mastery of the laws of space was complete. He only needed to divert the sound waves away from the space he was in. This was very simple. This brat. The four supreme beings were shocked. Although the king's sword didn't specialize in using sound waves, it was still a 5th stage divine body realm expert. The power of the sound waves could even injure a martial artist at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao didn't react at all. Do you want to die? After losing face, the royal sword was finally unhappy. Even though he was the weakest of the four supremes, he was still the strongest. But he still wanted to save face. Idiot. In this world, unless it's someone who's heartbroken, who's willing to die, if I can get the beauty back, why should I die? Ling Xiao chuckled. Good. Good. Do you think that I won't dare to kill you with the Fire Emperor protecting you? The king's sword was really angry. After losing face in front of Ling Xiao, he was really unhappy. Therefore, he looked at the Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master and said, Mo Qianxing, I believe you won't start a war with the Eternal Palace for this young man. Of course not. Mo Qianxing shook his head. Ling Xiao wasn't from the Beast Deities Alliance. He couldn't let the Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists die for Ling Xiao. He had already done his best to stop the Eternal Palace's martial artists. Alliance Master won't, but I will. Mo Jiao looked at the king's sword and sneered, Ling Xiao is my brother. Whoever dares to touch Ling Xiao is going against me. Old man, I'm sorry. I can't just stand by and watch my brothers die. You brat. Mo Qianxing smiled bitterly. If Mo Jiao attacked, he couldn't stay out of it. He could ignore Ling Xiao's life and death. But he couldn't ignore Mo Jiao's life and death. Forget it, forget it. I promised to protect your brother, okay, I didn't expect my son to be such a loyal and righteous man. Mo Qianxing smiled bitterly. Thank you, brother. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the king's sword, the other party had 4 kings of supreme godheads. There was also the king's sword. He was obviously no match for them alone. If the Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master was willing to help, it would be great. In the Beast Deities Alliance, there were 2 top vice Alliance Masters. Although they weren't as strong as the 4 kings of supreme godheads, they weren't far off. They would definitely be able to stop 2 of them. With Mo Qianxing, the Flame Emperor, and Yang Shui, they might even have a chance of winning. Everyone could see that as Mo Jiao expressed his attitude. The advantage was slowly shifting to Ling Xiao's side. Since that's the case, we can only fight. Although they were obviously at a disadvantage, the Eternal Palace's pride didn't allow them to retreat. They had to take Yufenghua away. They had to kill Ling Xiao. Hearing that the Eternal Palace was really going to fight, Mo Qianxing frowned. Mo Qianxing frowned helplessly. No matter what, he didn't want to offend the Eternal Emperor. So, he thought of a way to solve the problem. Suddenly, he attacked, not the Eternal Palace's people, but Mo Jiao. He knocked Mo Jiao out with a palm. Then, he turned around and returned to his original position. The Beast Deities Alliance doesn't want to be enemies with the Eternal Palace. Everyone, please leave. Mo Qianxing naturally wanted to protect the Beast Deities Alliance. He wasn't wrong. But he missed the chance to make a strong ally. Ling Xiao wouldn't blame him, but he wouldn't be grateful to him either. Ha 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 ha, the Beast Deities Alliance made a smart choice. There's no need to be enemies with the Eternal Palace for an unrelated martial artist. Ling Xiao, the situation seems to have reversed. Wang Quanjian laughed maniacally as he looked at Ling Xiao. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quanjian indifferently. Facing a martial artist at the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Are the 4 supreme beings planning to attack together? Haha. Ling Xiao naturally had a way to resolve the crisis. The stronger one was, the more they cared about their reputation. This was unavoidable for many people. If a tiger wanted to kill a sheep, it would need help. Others would only think that it was old and weak and couldn't do it. There's no need for that. Do we need the 4 supreme beings to deal with you, big brother? It's time for you to take revenge. We'll help you stop those people from the Golden City. Go and kill Ling Xiao. Wang Quanjian looked at Wang Quanjian and said. Yes, this is my chance. Wang Quanjian was excited and agitated. Facing Ling Xiao one-on-one, this was the situation he was looking forward to the most. He wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's flesh inch by inch. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Only then could he resolve the hatred in his heart. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Feng Hua, leave this old thing to me. Don't interfere. Go back into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao was worried that others would attack Yu Feng Hua while he was fighting. Therefore, this was a foolproof plan. Come on, old man. Ling Xiao said provocatively. You're courting death. Wang Quanjinghua pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wouldn't waste time with him. He wanted to intimidate the people from the Eternal Palace today. As long as he could kill Wang Quanjinghua instantly, the Eternal Palace wouldn't dare to act rashly. Wang Quanjinghua's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Body realm. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the Dizun physique. Ling Xiao was also at the 3rd level of the Divine Body realm, but he was much stronger than Wang Quanjinghua. Moreover, Ling Xiao took out the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. His strength was even more terrifying. Brat, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. You're courting death today. Wang Quanjinghua activated all the true origin in his body, and a terrifying aura swept toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood there and waited quietly. If he wanted to kill him, he had to kill him in one strike. If he didn't succeed in one strike, it would be difficult. No one noticed Ling Xiao's change, and they didn't care about the Crimson Blood Demon Sword in Ling Xiao's hand that only had one dragon pattern. Until the next moment. They only realized that something was wrong when the Crimson Blood Demon Sword pierced through Wang Quanjinghua's head. However, it was already too late. Wang Quanjinghua used the last of his strength to take back the Eternal Palace's camp. Unfortunately, he died before he could even finish his last sentence. Impossible, this was what everyone thought except for the Fire Emperor. How could Ling Xiao be so powerful? He was clearly a martial artist at the 6th level of the Shattered Core stage. Just how did this guy cultivate? Could it be that he was possessed, or was it the incarnation of some powerhouse? No one believed that he could reach such a terrifying level with his own cultivation. This was too frightening. A 19-year-old little fellow was simply a brat in the 4 regions and 9 realms. One had to know that anyone below the age of 50 could be considered a youth. Anyone under 100 years old was considered a youth. It was already a miracle for him to reach the core fragmentation realm with his own ability. He was actually able to kill Wang Quanjinghua in one move. How did he do it? The sword in his hand must be extraordinary. That's right. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill my big brother. He must have borrowed the power of a treasure. Even though they had seen Ling Xiao kill Wang Quanjinghua with their own eyes, most of them did not believe that Ling Xiao had the strength to do so. They firmly believed that there was something wrong with the sword. On top of that, it was because I underestimated the enemy too much. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't explain. The more others underestimated him, the more advantageous it was for him. Even if it's not his true strength, the power of that treasure is still extremely terrifying. What should we do? Tu Hongtian frowned and asked. Do you want to continue? Ling Xiao held the Crimson Blood Demon Sword in his hand, as though he was with the Massacre Emperor. That kind of powerful confidence made him even more fearless of these people. Ling Xiao, if you don't hand over the young miss now, you will definitely regret it. 1 month later, the Overlord will come out of seclusion. At that time, even if Huang Huangdi stops him, it will be useless. Tu Hongtian shouted coldly. 1 month? That's about enough. Ling Xiao smiled and said, 1 month later, there's no need for him to come. I will go to the Eternal Palace to propose marriage. Everyone present, please spread the news. 1 month later, I, Ling Xiao, will hold an official wedding with Yu Feng Hua at the Eternal Palace. What an arrogant brat. 1 month later, you really dare to come? Tu Hongtian was stunned for a moment. He really did not expect Ling Xiao to be so daring. How dare he? He's just stalling for time. Wang Quanjinghua scolded, why don't the 4 of us join forces and kill him today to prevent endless troubles in the future? Can you do it? Ling Xiao knew that Yu Qiushui would definitely not kill him. If the other 3 joined forces, even if the Beast Deities Union did not help, the martial artists of the Golden Sky region would be able to help him stop 2 of them. If it was just one of them, he had the confidence to kill him. "Old man, you bastard." Right at this moment, Mo Jiao, who was knocked unconscious, suddenly woke up. A terrifying aura burst out. "Bastard, if you dare to treat me like this again, I will sever all ties with you." Mo Jiao really did not expect Mo Xianxia to knock him unconscious. It almost made him an ungrateful person. "Didn't you not want to offend the Eternal Palace? I will leave the Beast Deities Union." "What I have done has nothing to do with the Beast Deities Union. All Heaven Devil Dragon Mirror." Mo Jiao was furious. He used the All Heaven Devil Dragon Mirror. Tens of thousands of devil dragons flew out from the All Heaven Devil Dragon Mirror. They blasted into the Eternal Emperor Regent's camp. In an instant, there were countless casualties. Dozens of Divine Physique Realm martial artists died tragically. Even the 4 Supreme Kings were battered and exhausted. They had underestimated their enemy. They originally thought that Mo Jiao was just a second-level Divine Physique Realm martial artist and his attacks would be ineffective against them. However, they miscalculated again. Mo Jiao actually had an Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. What the hell? Why are the youngsters nowadays so terrifying? Tu Hongtian frowned. It's not that the youngsters are terrifying. Didn't you notice? It seems like those who are related to Ling Xiao all have Emperor artifacts with 9 dragon patterns. The black-clothed Supreme King who had been silent all this while spoke. "Who are you?" "That Ling Xiao is the key. Could it be that he has a treasury with 9 dragon patterns?" He frowned. "Don't forget, he went to the city of no return and came out the last," the black-clothed Supreme King said. "I have an idea. It's impossible to take down this brat today. Why don't we wait for the sovereigns to come out of seclusion, then we can send someone to deal with this brat secretly. He relies on treasures and will definitely let his guard down. Kill him and all the treasures on him will be ours." Naturally, these words were spoken through voice transmission. "Good idea." Tu Hongtian nodded, then waved his hand and said, "We will report everything that happened today to the Overlord Ancestor. No matter if it's the Golden City or the Beast Gods Union, just wait. Let's go. Everyone, take care. Remember that I will go to the Eternal Palace to ask for her hand in 1 month's time. I want to marry you Feng Hua in a fair and square way. You better decorate the wedding venue grandly for me." Ling Xiao suddenly said. "Come if you have the guts." After saying that, the martial artist from the Eternal Palace took Wang Quanjing's corpse and left. "Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, you are too fierce. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart." Mo Jiao laughed and said, "However, are you really going to the Eternal Palace in 1 month's time? That is the enemy's nest. Moreover, the Eternal Emperor will come out of seclusion in 1 month's time. It will be very dangerous." Speaking until here, Mo Jiao frowned. "Of course I will go. I, Ling Xiao, will keep my word. You can rest assured and wait to attend my wedding. When the time comes, it will definitely be a grand occasion." Ling Xiao smiled. Truly a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Mo Qianxing sneered. "Do you know how terrifying the Eternal Emperor is? You don't understand at all. In this world, nothing can be done just by being hot-blooded. Am I ignorant, or are you too cowardly? As the leader of the Beast Gods Union, you actually don't have any courage. Forget it, for the sake of Mo Jiao, I don't want to say more. We'll part ways here." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. End of chapter. Ling Xiao was ready to leave. His next stop was the Golden City. There should be many martial artists who were as strong as his original body. He should be able to reach the Divine Physique Echelon in a month. Once his original body reached the Divine Physique Echelon, that would be the day he and Yu Fenghua got married. "Fire Emperor, please return to the Golden City first. I'm going to the 3000 Sacred City. It's been a long time and I'm worried about the Battle Alliance." Ling Xiao said. "Do you want me to go with you?" Yang Shui said calmly. "Thank you." Ling Xiao didn't reject her. With such a powerful martial artist as his companion, the martial goddess who once commanded the winds and clouds in the 3000 Sacred City, it would definitely strengthen the Battle Alliance's position. "Then I'll wait for you in the Golden City." The Fire Emperor smiled. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at the crowd. Why is my disciple nowhere to be seen? He was referring to Dong Huanyu. The Fire Emperor took out a letter and passed it to Ling Xiao. She disappeared early in the morning. She only left this letter behind. Ling Xiao opened the letter and read it. The general content was to tell him not to worry and that her family had taken her to the country of eternity. The country of eternity? Ling Xiao was stunned. If it was before, he might not know what the country of eternity was. However, after obtaining the Massacre Emperor's blood, he had some understanding of that place. Wasn't Dong Huanyu's family in the Golden Sky region? What was going on? What a mess. However, this is indeed Yuyu's handwriting, and there are no signs of her being coerced. It seems like she's really fine. It's fine as long as she's fine. Ling Xiao shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well stop thinking about it. Let's go. Everyone left the Beast Deities Alliance. Then, they left the chaotic desert. However, Ling Xiao's legendary name was left here. Ling Xiao was the only one flying at high speed in the sky. Yang Shui and Yu Fenghua were chatting in the Dongxing Emperor ring. The two of them really hit it off at first sight, chatting happily with each other. Ling Xiao had been worried that they wouldn't have anything to say. At this time, Ling Xiao had already changed his appearance. Even his aura was different from before. The abilities of the Yin-Yang Demon King were indeed useful. The reason for this was that Ling Xiao did not want the people of the chaotic desert sea to know that he had gone there. After all, he had offended quite a few people in the chaotic desert ocean. Furthermore, the various major powers were probably still coveting the treasures on him. Although he wasn't afraid, he found it troublesome. The truth was just as he had expected. The moment he left the chaotic sand sea, he felt that many people were staring at him. To be exact, these people were staring at every martial artist that came out of the chaotic desert sea. She was still holding his portrait in her hand. This bunch of bastards really didn't want to give up. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance. These people definitely wouldn't recognize him. Walking out of the chaotic desert sea without changing his expression, Ling Xiao continued to fly in the direction of the Golden Heavens region. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of him. The Tai Chi I could roughly determine their strength. All of them were divine physique echelon experts. Stop. There were a total of 6 people, blocking the way from the chaotic desert sea to the Golden Heavens region. Almost every person that passed by was strictly interrogated. Ling Xiao stopped and looked at the 6 figures indifferently. Seniors, what can I do for you? You're a martial artist from the Golden Heavens region, right? Yes. Do you know someone called Ling Xiao? Of course I do. Ling Xiao made a name for himself in the chaotic desert sea this time. Where is he? The 6 people's faces suddenly turned gloomy. Why are you looking for him? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Why? That brat Ling Xiao actually dared to kill a martial artist from the Eternal Emperor region. What do you think we're going to do? One of them approached Ling Xiao with a sneer and said, Who asked you to be from the Golden Heavens region? Go to hell too. That person suddenly slapped Ling Xiao's head. However, at that moment, a sword pierced through his body. Then, his essence was sucked dry in an instant. The most terrifying thing about the Void God sword was that it could kill the opponent no matter where it stabbed. The Ling Xiao you're looking for is me. Ling Xiao released his martial soul barrier as he sneered. He definitely couldn't let these guys escape. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures dashed out at the same time. The ultimate god Ling Xiao, the demon lord Ling Xiao, the overlord Ling Xiao, Yang Shui, and Yu Fenghua. In just an instant, there was only one person left on the other side. This person was deliberately left behind by Ling Xiao. Who sent you here? Ling Xiao knew very well that these people didn't tell the truth before. Although he was also unhappy with the Eternal Emperor region. But he also couldn't let the real murderer escape. That person didn't answer and directly committed suicide. However, he thought that he could escape pain like this. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao used the heavenly demon eye at the moment he committed suicide. I see. Is it the Abyss Devil region? They really can't wait for me to die. Ling Xiao smiled. The Abyss Devil region probably hated him the most in the 4 regions and 9 realms. It was because of him that the Abyss Devil region's plan fell short. Let's go. Ling Xiao wasn't very surprised. He used the Void God sword to suck the essence of the corpses dry and then burned them. He continued to go to the 3,000 holy cities. What he did in the chaotic Sand Sea would definitely anger some people. There would be trouble. He had already expected it. Fighting Soul Sacred City, the core of the Battle Alliance, could also be considered the capital city. The current Fighting Soul Sacred City had a very high status in the 3,000 holy cities. It was also ranked in the top 10. On the streets, there were many heavenly core warriors coming and going, and there were even warriors at the extreme realm of the core realm. It wasn't like before when an Earth Core warrior could become the top warrior in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. After Ling Xiao's torment, they had become a lot stronger. And it had only been a few months. If they were given more time, they would become even stronger and more terrifying. The legend of the rise of Fighting Soul Sacred City was still being spread by the people. Ling Xiao's battle with the Divine Physique Realm martial artist was almost regarded as a legend. The entire 3,000 holy cities knew about it. Of course, it was even more widely spread in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao left the 3,000 holy cities and went to the chaotic Sand Sea. He was probably killed on the way. The news in the 3,000 holy cities was very limited. Even if Ling Xiao turned the chaotic Sand Sea upside down, the news would only spread to the Golden City. Almost no one in the 3,000 holy cities knew about it. Many people didn't even know what the chaotic Sand Sea looked like. There was a rumor saying that Ling Xiao had died in the terrifying chaotic Sand Sea. After all, it was not a place where ordinary people could go. Suddenly, on the path leading to the Fighting Soul Sacred City, a figure descended at lightning speed. His handsome face was chiseled. Although he was young, there was no immaturity on his face. There was only determination and confidence. Especially that pair of eyes, they seemed to hide many stories. This man was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who had regained his original appearance. End of chapter. Ling Xiao had already returned to his original appearance. Since he had already returned to his lair, there was no need to continue disguising himself. Standing there, Ling Xiao looked around. The Fighting Soul Sacred City had obviously been expanded, but the strange thing was that the defensive formation seemed to have been bombarded many times. Although it was not damaged, there was a great loss. Could it be that during my absence, someone actually attacked the Fighting Soul Sacred City? Ling Xiao frowned, and his face did not look too good. Originally, he thought that with Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun, even if the Fighting Soul Sacred City could not develop, it would not be bullied. But now, it seemed that something special had happened. Stop. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the Fighting Soul Sacred City, a person suddenly blocked his way. State your identity and purpose. The cultivator who blocked Ling Xiao's path had already reached the extreme realm of core. However, he should have joined the Fighting Soul Alliance after he left. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to recognize his handsome face. Zhang Fan was extremely nervous. Ever since the Great Sacred Lord left the 3,000 Sacred City, the Fighting Soul Alliance had been instigated and poached. From having more than half of the 3,000 Sacred City. Now, only the Fighting Soul Sacred City was left. If not for the powerful defensive formation of the Fighting Soul Sacred City, it would have been destroyed. It was not that they were too weak. In fact, their development was very fast. However, the enemy seemed to have invited a powerful existence from the Golden City. Such an existence could subdue Ancestor Scarlet Flame in one move. Therefore, they really had no choice. Many warriors of the Fighting Soul Alliance poured into the Fighting Soul Sacred City, unwilling to surrender to the enemy. But the city had already fallen. Now, the number of warriors in the Fighting Soul Sacred City was close to 1 million. The daily consumption of resources was a huge number. If not for the large amount of resources that Ling Xiao had left behind when he left, perhaps even cultivation would be a problem. Just a few days ago, the enemy led by Scarlet Sun Sacred City had just attacked the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although they did not take it down, it made the warriors in the city nervous. In front of him, another mysterious young expert had appeared. As a warrior guarding the city, Zhang Fan was really nervous. The other party's strength was extremely terrifying. Although he was younger than him, he gave him an unfathomable and terrifying feeling. If he wanted to, the other party could probably kill him in a single move. However, as a member of the Battle Alliance, he could not retreat. No matter how strong the enemy was, he had to hold on. Go inform the Lord Saint. Such a strong enemy could only be dealt with by inviting experts. The Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City was naturally Jiang Nan. Other than the three masters, the strongest people in Fighting Soul Sacred City were Jiang Nan, Gao Shen, Kill the Wolf, Lion Master Bao, and Yi Lingyin. Seeing that the other party was so responsible, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. He smiled faintly and said, "Get out of the way. You are definitely not my match. I can kill you with a single finger." While speaking, Ling Xiao deliberately released a terrifying aura. It made Zhang Fan tremble all over. How terrifying! This person was probably even more terrifying than the three great experts of the Battle Alliance. No. This was the rule of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Now that we are in a state of war, if you want to go in, you have to state your purpose and identity. Also, you need a guarantor. This was also a helpless action. In a state of war, it was always unreasonable, but it was necessary. Otherwise, if the enemy sneaked in, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can still go in after killing you. Ling Xiao smiled. It doesn't matter. The remaining people of the Battle Alliance are all warriors who have been through countless battles. Even if you kill me, you can't go in. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. The reason why he chose the Battle Alliance was because he worshipped Ling Xiao. He worshipped that incomparably legendary figure. We are all worshippers of the Great Lord. We exist to protect the dignity of the Great Lord. No one can disobey the rules. Great Lord? Are you talking about Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Interesting. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive, but the people of the Battle Alliance were still loyal to him. As expected of a red seedling. Most of them came from the Heavenly Empire. Your Great Lord has already died in the chaotic Sand Ocean. Do you still worship a dead person? Ling Xiao said indifferently. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt a strong battle intent from Zhang Fan. Our Great Lord won't die, who are you? How dare you spread rumors? Zhang Fan said coldly. Although I'm not your opponent, you disrespected the Great Lord. Perhaps I'll have to ask for your advice. If you attack, you'll really die. Ling Xiao still had a calm smile on his face. He was very satisfied with this guy called Zhang Fan. Fighting to protect the honor of the Great Lord, I have no regrets even if I die. Kill. Zhang Fan finally attacked. He unsheathed his long sword and wildly stabbed it at Ling Xiao. As a martial artist in the ultimate core stage, his performance was already very strong. Unfortunately, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was a bit weak. The violent sword chi suddenly vanished into thin air. It was because of those two fingers. Ling Xiao's two fingers tightly clamped the long sword. The long sword couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. What? Zhang Fan revealed a look of horror. He had already overestimated his opponent, but when he attacked, he realized how terrifying his opponent was. He used all his strength, but he couldn't make the long sword move at all. Who was this person? It was simply too terrifying. Moreover, he was so young. Although he was afraid, he didn't admit defeat. He still gritted his teeth and circulated his true essence to resist. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Crack, the weapon in his hand, a divine-grade Heavenly Emperor artifact, shattered in an instant. Zhang Fan was also sent flying by the violent force. But strangely, he wasn't injured. You're very good. It's a pity that you lack good martial skills. Ling Xiao smiled. It seemed that returning this time was absolutely the right choice. He had a large number of cultivation methods and magic treasures to leave in the Battle Alliance. The Battle Alliance had to become stronger. At least when he wasn't around, they wouldn't have to fear the enemy. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave in peace. Zhang Fan, what's the situation? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Ling Xiao recognized that this voice belonged to Kill the Wolf. He smiled. His old friend had finally arrived. Holy Lord, City Lord, this person actually said that the great Holy Lord is already dead. He even wants to barge into the Battle Soul Sacred City. Zhang Fan turned around and shouted loudly. Bastard! Before the person arrived, a terrifying killing intent had already erupted. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Kill the Wolf was still as wild as before. This violent temper. When the person came closer, he was suddenly stunned. Jiang Nan and Kill the Wolf were both stunned. Behind them were many familiar faces to Ling Xiao. All of them were stunned. Jiang Nan had become more mature and steady than before, and his strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already a martial artist at the first level of the Shattered Core realm. However, this cultivation base was actually a little behind. Mobile version website, Kill the Wolf was much stronger than Jiang Nan. He had reached the 5th level of the Shattered Core realm. This guy's cultivation was much stronger than Ling Zhao's, but now he was surpassed by Ling Xiao. If his cultivation was surpassed, there was no need to talk about his strength. The two of them were not on the same level at all. However, friends were friends, and that would never change. Kill the Wolf looked at Ling Xiao and was stunned. The tall and burly man actually had tears streaming down his face as he wept bitterly. He was an extremely ferocious powerhouse on the battlefield who made his enemies tremble in fear. Now, he was crying. He was wailing loudly. Brat, you're not dead yet. Kill the Wolf suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao and hugged him tightly. Damn you, you scared me to death. I told you, you're a cat with 9 lives. How could you die so easily? Great Saint Lord, who is that? Why is Kill the Wolf City Lord so emotional? Zhang Fan was stunned. He's your idol, and also the Great Saint Lord of the Battle Alliance. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was immediately stunned. He did not expect that the young and powerful martial artist in front of him was his idol. The Great Saint Lord of the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao. Alright, stop crying. I'm back now, aren't I? Ling Xiao patted Kill the Wolf's shoulder with a smile. He could feel that this person was under a lot of pressure and grievances. It was probably caused by the recent attack on the Battle Alliance. Brother, we're useless. We couldn't even protect the territory you conquered. Kill the Wolf wiped his tears and said with some self-blame. Don't say that. Everyone has a time when they can't do anything. It's already good that you can hold on. Ling Xiao did not blame these people at all. Even he would encounter opponents who were so strong that he could not do anything, let alone them. Then, he looked at Zhang Fan and said with a smile, this kid is not bad. Let me give you something. Ling Xiao casually gave Zhang Fan an emperor artifact with a dragon pattern on it. Monarch weapons had never appeared in the 3,000 sacred cities. Even the best items the big shots had were monarch weapons without dragon patterns. This item could be said to be the best item in the 3,000 holy city. Ling Xiao, aren't you harming him by giving this to him? Kill the Wolf was also shocked. One had to know that treasuring a jade ring was a crime. Don't worry. Soon, our Battle Alliance's elite cultivators will be able to use emperor weapons with dragon patterns. Ling Xiao smiled. These were the monarch armaments he had taken from the world of souls, the monarch armaments he had taken from the Jade Flower Divine Sect, and the monarch armaments he had taken from the Deep Sea Dragon region. Apart from the 9 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon, there were over 100,000 monarch armaments, ranging from 1 to 8 monarch armaments. If he added the monarch weapons without dragon patterns, he would have over 1 million. This was a huge amount of wealth. He believed that with these items and the cultivation methods and secret manuals, the Battle Alliance's strength would soar in a short period of time. Thank you, Great Saint Master. Zhang Fan respectfully received the dragon-patterned Emperor artifact sword. His eyes were filled with excitement. The others also looked at him with envy. Let's go in. Ling Xiao nodded at Zhang Fan, then looked at Jiang Nan and Kill the Wolf. The 3 of them stepped into the Battle Soul Sacred City together. The current situation of the Battle Soul Sacred City was not good. There were many people in the city, but resources were scarce. It was almost to the point where it could not hold on any longer. Even so, these people did not betray them. It seemed that they had really withstood the test. Jiangnan, announce my return. Also, tell everyone that their loyalty and tenacity is about to reap the rewards. I brought back a lot of resources. Not to mention anything else, just the resources in Yu Huajun and the Dragon Emperor's storage rings were enough for the entire Golden Heavens region to use for 10 years. Now, it was only a small battle alliance. These resources were simply astronomical. Yes. Jiangnan excitedly hurried to announce this matter. She could see that Ling Zhao's return this time was not only much stronger, but also a huge harvest. Kid, you're rich? Kill the Wolf laughed. Ling Zhao smiled and told him about how he destroyed the Yuhua divine sect and the deep-sea dragon domain. Why are you kneeling? After Ling Zhao finished speaking, he saw Kill the Wolf kneeling there. I want to sing Conquer for you. Kid, you're not making up lies, are you? I don't know about the Yuhua divine sect, but the deep-sea dragon domain is one of the 4 great domains. You actually destroyed it? Damn, are you trying to scare me to death? Although Kill the Wolf trusted Ling Zhao very much, this news was too shocking. To be precise, I destroyed the Dragon Emperor and other experts of the deep-sea dragon domain. Ling Zhao smiled and said, and I had the help of the Fire Emperor, Valkyrie, and others. That's more like it. Kill the Wolf stood up and slightly believed it. He felt that Ling Zhao wouldn't lie to him about this. Great Lord! The Great Lord is back. On the way, he saw a few familiar faces. When they saw Ling Zhao, they all knelt down and bowed. Rise, all of you. You've all worked hard these days. Now that I'm back, your good days are coming. Ling Zhao smiled and gently lifted his hand. Dozens of people were lifted up and stood up. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The Great Lord's strength had become terrifying. After Jiangnan announced the news of Ling Zhao's return, the entire Battle Soul Sacred City was in a jubilant mood. In the past, the Battle Alliance had been forcefully established by the first Sacred Master with her own strength. Now, he was back. This also meant that the Battle Soul Alliance's time to counterattack had arrived. However, some people were worried that the 3000 Sacred City was different from before. The newly established Battle Monarch Alliance had 12 first-level Divine Body Echelon experts, 4 second-level Divine Body Echelon experts, and 1 third-level Divine Body Echelon expert. So what if Ling Zhao was back? It seemed like nothing could be changed. Soon, Ling Zhao arrived at his old residence. Many people were there, including Hai Miangko, Lion Xiaobao, Yi Lingyan, Xianxia, Zi Long, and Gao Shen. However, only 3 people were missing. Where are Patriarch Crimson Flame and the others? Ling Zhao asked, puzzled. The 3 seniors have returned to the Golden City. Hai Miangko said calmly. Wait, are you hiding something from me? Ling Zhao frowned and said, there's no need to hide anything. Tell me what's on your mind. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I know what to do. They've been taken away. Zi Long was young and impetuous. He couldn't hide his thoughts. He said loudly, Big brother, in order to protect us, the 3 seniors went to the Golden City to complain. Because a Divine Body Echelon expert from the Golden City interfered with the 3000 Sacred Cities matter. However, just as they left the Sacred City, they were captured. The ones who took action were all Divine Body Echelon experts. The 3 of them couldn't do anything. Our spy in the Battle Monarch Alliance said that Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were sent to the Golden City to be detained. It was an order from the Battle Monarch himself. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As for General Zhao Fengyun, he was brought to the Battle Monarch Alliance and thrown into the Purple Lightning Prison to suffer endless torture. They didn't want him to die, but they wanted him to suffer every day, until his body turned into ashes. Zi Long told them everything in one breath. Xianxia glared at Zi Long. You're just adding to our troubles. The other party is a subordinate of the Battle Monarch Alliance. It's useless. Even the First Saint can't do anything about it. Who says I can't do anything about it? Ling Zhao's body released an extremely terrifying aura. This caused everyone present to tremble with fear. How can he be so strong? This aura feels like he's in the divine physique echelon. Everyone was astonished. The difference between when Ling Xiao left and now was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao, don't be rash, the Battle Monarch Alliance is no match for the Battle Monarch Alliance now. Xianxia said hurriedly. Zilong was also anxious. I shouldn't have said anything. It's all my fault. I can't control myself. Ling Xiao said coldly, don't worry. I won't throw my life away. I just want the Battle Monarch Alliance to suffer my wrath. Senior Zhao Fengyun has done me a great favor. The Battle Monarch Alliance also owes him a great favor. How dare they make him suffer in the Purple Lightning Prison? I'm going to destroy the Battle Monarch Alliance. I must. Everyone could feel his terrifying murderous aura. To put your minds at ease, let's meet the two of them. Ling Xiao didn't want the Battle Monarch Alliance to worry about him. Then, he released Yu Fenghua and Yang Shui. The two of them released a terrifying aura in an instant. Yu Fenghua was in the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon, Yang Shui was in the 4th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Oh my god, isn't that the goddess of martial arts? She's even stronger than the Battle Monarch Alliance. The goddess of martial arts, Yang Shui, was very famous in the 3,000 holy cities. She was even more famous than Ling Xiao. Her appearance immediately put everyone at ease. The other person is also terrifying. He's in the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Where did the first Saint Lord find such a helper? Everyone was shocked. It's you. Hai Miankeo was extremely excited. Back then, Yu Fenghua had gone to the immemorial tomb and saved her. She had even helped her improve her cultivation. Otherwise, she didn't know when she would be able to come here. Who is she? Many people looked at Hai Miankeo and asked. Eternal Life Palace Princess Yu Fenghua, the only woman our first saint loves. When Hai Miankeo said this, she could not help but feel bitter. What? Each of their identities was more shocking than the other. The Eternal Palace could be said to be the most powerful place in the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. The first saint was too domineering. She had actually obtained their help. Your Highness, just give the order. This time, it was the warlord who broke the rules, so he can do whatever he wants. Crown Prince, hearing this address, everyone was stunned once again. What was going on? What emperor? They were all a little confused. You might not know this, but Emperor Huangdi has officially conferred Ling Xiao as the Crown Prince of the Golden Heavens region, which means he is one of the successors of Emperor Huangdi. Yu Fenghua said with a smile. Boom, everyone present was dumbfounded. They could not imagine what Ling Xiao had done in the chaotic Sand Ocean to become the Crown Prince. This was too amazing, wasn't it? Damn, so you were telling the truth when you said that you destroyed the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm and killed the Dragon Emperor. Kill the Wolf finally believed Ling Xiao's words. This was another bombshell. Everyone was blasted to the point that they couldn't tell what was going on. Alright, now you believe that I can take revenge, right? Just stay in Fighting Soul Sacred City. I will be back soon. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he immediately flew into the air. On the way, he let Yu Fenghua and Yang Shui enter the Dongxing Emperor ring again. He wanted to settle this matter by himself. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. They looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared. Everyone in the main hall still could not believe it. They thought that this was a dream. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. Hai Miankeo said with a wry smile, it seems that there is nothing that he can't do. Even the goddess of martial arts calls him the Crown Prince. What else do we have to worry about? Pass down my order. When the Great Saint returns, it will be the time for our Fighting Soul Alliance to counterattack. We must let those traitors know that they have made a wrong choice. Yes. Everyone was extremely excited. After suffering for a few months, they could finally vent all their anger. After seeing the smug faces of those traitors, they could finally tear those guys' ugly faces into pieces. This feeling was really great. In Fighting Soul Sacred City, everyone saw the 3 figures gliding across the sky above the city. Ling shouted it deliberately. He wanted to let the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City know that following Ling Xiao was not wrong, and guarding this place was not wrong. This is the true return of a king. Yes, we didn't wait in vain for so long. Everyone eagerly watched the three departing figures, their hearts filled with hope. In the old Scarlet Sun sacred city, it had become the stronghold of Fighting Soul Alliance. A middle-aged man sat high in the main hall, surrounded by women. Obviously, he enjoyed this life. Ha ha ha, Lord Fighting Soul Alliance is worrying too much. They even sent a third-level Divine Physique Echelon to deal with a small Fighting Soul Alliance. In my opinion, 12 first-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists are more than enough. As for Zhao Fengyun, just kill him. Why throw him into the Purple Thunderbolt prison? It's a waste of time. The person who spoke was a 9th-level Shattered Core martial artist. Under normal circumstances, Divine Physique Echelon martial artists would not appear in public. They would be engrossed in cultivation. Therefore, he became the leader of Fighting Soul Alliance, the leader on the surface. His strength was not inferior to Forefather Scarlet Flame and the others. Therefore, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. You want to use Zhao Fengyun as bait to lure Ling Xiao? That kid must have died in the chaotic Sand Ocean. It was unknown whether Fighting Soul Alliance had forgotten about the 3,000 holy cities or did not have time to mention it. Anyway, these people did not know what happened in the chaotic Sand Ocean. If they knew, they would not be so smug. They might even run away immediately. Leader, you're wrong. A figure slowly walked into the main hall. The middle-aged man waved his hand and asked the women to leave. Greetings, Ice General. The middle-aged man hurriedly knelt down. Get up. The white-clothed martial artist who was as cold as ice was a first-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. The middle-aged man naturally did not dare to act rashly in front of him. Leader, you've been too relaxed these days. You even forgot that Ling Xiao is not an ordinary person. We can't be careless before we get news of his death, Ice General said coldly. The Ice General said coldly, after all, he is the champion of the Golden Battle, we can't underestimate him. The leader of Fighting Soul Alliance said with a smile, the champion of the Golden Battle is just a nobody in front of me. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. If it wasn't for the powerful formation in Fighting Soul Sacred City, we would have broken through it a long time ago. The 3,000 holy cities will also be under the control of our Warlord Alliance. The leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City was in a bad mood. In the past few months, they had attacked Fighting Soul Sacred City nearly 100 times. Unfortunately, every time, they would lose soldiers and generals, but they were unable to succeed. Leader, don't worry. The formation in Fighting Soul Sacred City is almost at its limit. It's only a matter of time before we take it down. As for that Ling Xiao, I don't know if he's dead or alive. It's so boring guarding here. Ice General said indifferently. Humph. Once we take down Fighting Soul Sacred City, I'll definitely kill everyone there. How dare they disobey Fighting King's order and refuse to submit to us? They'll only end up dying miserably. The leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City snorted coldly. At this moment, the Ice General suddenly stopped talking. After a while, he suddenly looked into the distance. He's here. Ling Xiao is here. We didn't wait in vain. When the leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City heard this, his face immediately lit up with joy. Men, bring Zhao Fengyun here. I want to play with this little guy. After a while, Zhao Fengyun was brought over. At this moment, Zhao Fengyun had been tortured beyond recognition. There was not an inch of skin on his body that was intact. Perhaps he had survived because of his strong will to live. Zhao Fengyun, Ling Xiao is here. I'll bring you to see him. The leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City sneered and then flew into the sky. Two of his core fragmentation realm subordinates grabbed Zhao Fengyun and chased after him. When Zhao Fengyun heard Ling Xiao's name, his originally lifeless eyes revealed a trace of pain. He didn't want Ling Xiao to come. Because he knew this was a trap. At this moment, there were still dozens of people hanging on the city gate tower of Scarlet Sun Sacred City. Some of them couldn't withstand the torture and were already dead. There were also many people who were on the verge of death. These were all Fighting Soul Sacred City's martial artists. After they were captured, they were directly hung on the city gate tower. They endured torture every day. No matter if they entered or left the city, the martial artists of Scarlet Sun's sacred city would play with them. As a result, not a single one of them was unscathed. It was too horrible to look at. Of course, there were also spies from the Battle Alliance in the crowd. These people had endured the humiliation and joined the Battle Monarch Alliance just to gather information. If they hadn't sent the news to Fighting Soul Sacred City time and time again, Fighting Soul Sacred City wouldn't have had the time to organize a defense. They were also unable to remove the spies from the Battle Alliance. Many of these people were discovered and hung together on the city gate tower. But death and fear did not make them submit. Therefore, there were still many people who persisted. Looking at those warriors on the city gate tower, those companions, their hearts were bleeding. Facing these people, they wanted to save them, but they were powerless. It was impossible for Fighting Soul Sacred City to send a powerful cultivator to rescue them. Their only hope was Ling Xiao. Only the return of Ling Xiao could turn the tide. First Saint, will he come? The warriors who were hung on the city gate tower seemed to have reached their limits in a daze. The first prime you've been waiting for will be here soon. Right at this moment, the Battle Alliance's leader and Bing General appeared. The Battle Alliance's leader sneered, "Too bad, even if he comes, he'll be hung there like all of you." Ha 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 ha, did you really think that a heavenly core warrior could fight a divine physique warrior? Maybe he has some secret skill that can fight one of you. But don't forget, we have 12 first-level divine physique warriors, 4 second-level divine physique warriors, and 1 third-level divine physique warrior. His arrival will only make all of you fall into despair. I'll let all of you see it. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the horizon. Right at this moment, everyone could feel it. Bing General furrowed his brows. The Battle Alliance's leader furrowed his brows. What a terrifying killing intent, who is it? Everyone, get ready for battle. Bing General said coldly. Following his voice. In Scarlet Sun Holy City, a dense crowd of powerful martial artists soared into the sky. All of their auras were extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with warriors, like a swarm of locusts. Young master. Zhao Fengyun closed his eyes in pain. He could feel that the person coming from afar was Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's aura was much stronger than before, it was still useless. Compared to the warriors from Battle King Alliance, he was too weak. This was no different from courting death. Although he was happy that Ling Xiao had come to save him, he didn't want Ling Xiao to die because of this. Finally, a figure appeared in the horizon. He wore a green robe, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was emitting a terrifying killing intent. It's really Ling Xiao. He actually dares to come to Battle King Alliance. He's still as crazy as before. But it's different this time, he's here to court death. The cultivators of Scarlet Sun Holy City gloated as they looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. They were still afraid of Ling Xiao. First Saint Lord, don't come. Someone shouted from the top of the city wall. They were already satisfied that Ling Xiao had come. However, they couldn't let Ling Xiao die here. If he died, they wouldn't be able to avenge themselves. However, since Ling Xiao had come, how could he leave? His figure was getting closer and closer. He was near the city wall. Facing tens of thousands of experts, his eyes flashed with a deathly madness. His body had already transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat. He also secretly activated the sun god's blood formation. At the same time, he entered the second level of the bloody rat. At this moment, there was only one word that kept flashing in his mind. Kill. You've all worked hard. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the people on the city wall. These people were all his loyal warriors. They wouldn't betray him even if they died. He would never let them suffer in vain. He would avenge them. Ling Xiao is here, there's no point in keeping you alive. Men, go and kill those people. Those martial artists hanging on the city gate tower were originally used to provoke Ling Xiao to appear. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, these people naturally had to be killed. The Battle Alliance's lord called out to Ling Xiao. Dozens of extreme core realm warriors leapt towards those people. They were going to end their lives. Saint Ground Demonic Shadow. Ling Xiao's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the city wall. facing the dozens of extreme core realm warriors who were leaping towards him. He disdainfully swung his sword. It was just a normal attack. A sword beam swept across. The dozens of warriors were all sliced in half, and their dantians were shattered. These divine core warriors' weak points were still their dantians. What? Everyone was shocked by what they saw. In an instant, Xianxia completed the counterattack and the rescue. Those extreme core realm warriors were like locusts in front of him. They were easily torn apart. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios come in. Xianxia put all the martial artists hanging on the city wall into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Although this would make him bear a lot of weight. However, this was the safest way to do it. The spies in the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the time for their counterattack was coming. Battle Monarch Alliance, none of you will live today. I'm going to massacre the city. Xianxia was usually very careful and didn't want to kill too much. But today, he couldn't control his killing intent anymore. Looking at Zhao Fengyun's pitiful state, he only had one thought in mind. Destroy the Battle Monarch Alliance. Ha ha ha, although you surprised me, that's all there is to it. You want to massacre the city? Let's see if you have the ability. After a moment of surprise, the Battle Monarch Alliance chief returned to normal. He thought that Xianxia only had outstanding movement techniques. He didn't need to care about that. Young lord, you shouldn't have come. Zhao Fengyun looked at Xianxia weakly and sighed. It's fine if I die. But you can't die. If you die, there won't be any hope for revenge. Big brother Zhao, I won't die. Xianxia didn't say anything else. Suddenly, he released the Dragon God Frost Array and the Ocean God Yellow Springs Array at the same time. A chilling aura was released. Everyone was frozen at that moment. Xianxia had already noticed it when he arrived here. The strongest martial artist here was only at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. It seemed like the third and second level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists weren't here. This way, his array diagram would be able to unleash its full potential. The moment they were frozen, the yellow springs filled the entire Scarlet Sun sacred city. Except for the spies with special marks on their bodies. The rest were swallowed by the yellow springs water. Everyone's face was filled with fear. No one expected Xianxia to be so powerful. A large number of martial artists were killed by Xiao's first attack. Less than 1/3 of them were left. Basically, martial artists below the half-step divine body realm couldn't survive in this world of ice and snow and the Yellow Spring River. At this moment, the 12 first-level divine physique echelon martial artists in the crowd had already recovered from the ice. However, they still needed to circulate a large amount of true essence to expel the cold chi. As for the leader of the Battle Monarch Alliance, he was still frozen. Although he wasn't dead yet, it was obvious that he was terrified. After the first wave of attacks, Xianxia put away the Ocean God Yellow Springs Array diagram. This was used to clear the area. After clearing out all the trash, it was time to do the real thing. Xianxia, who had descended like a demonic god, had taken the lives of tens of thousands of people with a single move. Furthermore, these people were all experts. Basically, all the elites of Battle Monarch Alliance had been wiped out. The rest were the best of the best, and the rest were trash. Those trash were lucky that they didn't stay in Scarlet Sun Sacred City. If they were here, they would probably end up in the same miserable state. Not good. Someone suddenly shouted because they realized that Zhao Fengyun had suddenly disappeared. In the chaos just now, Zhao Fengyun had already been saved by Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't plan to leave after saving her. He wanted to kill, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. Are you the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance? Xianxia instantly appeared in front of the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance and took the initiative to remove the ice on his body. Then, he placed the Void God sword on his neck. That's right, I'm the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance, do you dare to kill me? This guy was still acting tough even when a blade was placed on his neck. Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia sneered. I'm the leader appointed by Lord Battle Monarch. If you dare to kill me, Lord Battle Monarch will definitely not let you go. The leader of Battle Monarch Alliance said with disdain. Battle Monarch Huang Jinlan, don't worry, after killing you, I'll kill him. How dare he hurt my family? Even if he's the king of heaven, I, Ling Xiao, won't let him go. So, you should prepare to die in peace. The corners of Ling Xiao's lips curled up into a cold smile. Killing Huang Jinlan was no longer a pipe dream. He could really do it. Although his original body wasn't Huang Jinlan's match, he had the powerful combination of three. Not to mention battle Monarch Huang Jinlan, he could even fight Monarch Huang Jinlan. Ling Xiao, you really know how to brag. Although you've become extremely powerful today, you still have to die. I've waited for so long, and finally, I have a chance to kill you. This time I won't miss this chance. The person who spoke was the Sword Soul City's sacred leader. This person was really good at enduring. He had endured until now, thinking that he had found a chance to kill Ling Xiao. He believed that although Ling Xiao had killed so many martial artists in an instant, he still had a chance. Against a divine physique realm martial artist, he didn't stand a chance. It was the same even against a half-step divine physique realm martial artist like him. I didn't kill you before because you were trash. Today, you're just as trash. Do you think that you can ride on top of me, Ling Xiao, just because you've become a half-step divine physique realm martial artist? Ridiculous and stupid. Ling Xiao looked at the Sword Soul City's sacred leader with disdain. Since you want to die, after killing the so-called Alliance Master, you'll be next. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Don't talk big. You dare to be so arrogant in front of so many experts? We were caught off guard by you, but it doesn't mean that you're stronger than us. The Sword Soul City's sacred leader sneered. Is that so? Ling Xiao chuckled. I'm going to kill this idiotic Alliance Master now. Who can stop me? Ling Xiao's sword pierced into the Battle King Alliance's leader's body. Ah. No. It wasn't that the Alliance Master wasn't afraid of death, but he felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him. That was why he was so calm. However, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to stab his sword into the Alliance Master's body. The Alliance Master felt the essence in his body crazily surging out. Let him go. The Ice General roared. Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you're loud? If you have the ability, come and save him. Do you only know how to roar? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He circulated his true yuan, and the reverse god technique absorbed the essence even more crazily. The Alliance Master of the Battle King Alliance was sucked dry in an instant. Seeing this scene, even the divine physique realm martial artists felt their hearts tremble. This Ling Xiao was too scary. The way he killed people was too terrifying. The Battle Alliance's spies had already arrived at Ling Xiao's side. Seeing this scene, they felt incomparably refreshed. During this period of time, they had seen too many Battle Alliance martial artists being tortured and killed. Today, they could finally vent their anger. Kill them until the sky turned dark, kill them until the sun and moon lost their light. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If he didn't kill all these bastards, how could Ling Xiao face the relatives of the dead Battle Alliance martial artists? These people had all died for him. He had to take revenge. Only then could he vent his anger. End of chapter. Young lord, run. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Zhao Fingyun's weak voice came from the Dongxing Emperor ring. Brother Zhao, I've told you that Scarlet Sun's sacred city will become a purgatory today. Everyone who was involved in this matter must die. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with confidence and killing intent. Kill him. Kill him now. Ice General roared. All the half-step divine body realm martial artists pounced on Ling Xiao. The violent aura made Zhao Fingyun's expression change. However, Ling Xiao only sneered. A giant frost divine dragon appeared in the dragon god frost array diagram. With a terrifying chill, it pounced on all the martial artists. Help! I don't want to die. Cries of agony could be heard as the ferocious frost divine dragon devoured the martial artists. They struggled with all their might. They resisted with all their might. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The powerful frost divine dragon was equivalent to the attack of a first-level divine body realm martial artist. Who could stop a mere half-step divine body realm martial artist? The terrifying chill froze half the sky. Countless martial artists fell from the sky like ice sculptures. The chill of the frost divine dragon was much scarier than the initial chill of the dragon god frost array diagram. At this moment, Ice General finally couldn't take it anymore. He finally released the aura of a Divine Body Realm martial artist. Originally, he wanted the half-step Divine Body Realm martial artists to test Ling Xiao's strength for him. However, he realized that Ling Xiao liked to use ice element attacks. It was no threat to him. Seeing that Ice General was about to make a move, the Sword Spirit Sacred Leader let out a sigh of relief. He was scared to death just now. Luckily, he didn't charge forward foolishly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. Now that Ice General had made a move, Ling Xiao wouldn't stand a chance anymore. At this moment, another terrifying aura came from the sky. Another first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist had arrived. General Feng. The remaining battling Monarch League martial artists were pleasantly surprised. If it was just Ice General, they wouldn't have had much confidence. However, with Ice General and General Feng working together, Ling Xiao wouldn't stand a chance. Ling Xiao, you've finally appeared. If you surrender now, perhaps Lord Battle King will spare your life. General Feng said coldly. What's the point of wasting words with him? He killed so many of our people. He will definitely die today. The Ice General roared. Not only will he die, everyone in Fighting Soul Sacred City will die with him. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with viciousness. Originally, after killing so many people, he was already considering whether he should continue killing. However, the Ice General's words made him completely give up on this idea. These people must be killed, there was nothing to sympathize with. Surrender without a fight? What's the point of saying such things now? Ling Xiao said coldly. As he spoke, he glanced at Ling Tian's martial spirit. It couldn't be helped, he was only a 6th-level core-shattering stage martial artist now. The only way to defeat a Divine Physique Realm martial artist was to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This was because the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was the key to making up for the gap between True Yuan and Divine Yuan. Otherwise, even if he could win, it would be very difficult. There were many enemies today, he didn't want to underestimate them. It wouldn't be good if he got himself killed. The Reverse God sword in his right hand and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left hand, Ling Xiao was going to start a massacre today. Beast God Sky Devouring Flash. As Ling Xiao roared, a small circular formation was formed on the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left hand. A terrifying giant beast roared. Once the flash burst out, in an instant, it pierced through the bodies of 2 Divine Physique Realm martial artists. They were killed instantly. The Ice General and the Wind General dodged quickly enough to avoid death. After all, they were the strongest among the 12 Divine Physique Realm martial artists. Reverse God Art, Linear Form. Almost at the same time, the Reverse God Art burst out from the Reverse God sword in his right hand. The linear form was slashed out. Although it was simple, its lethality was extremely terrifying. Another 2 Divine Physique Realm martial artists were slashed in half at the waist and lost their vitality at the same time. This happened in the blink of an eye, but it shocked the group of people. Was this Ling Xiao? Wasn't he a heavenly core martial artist? How could he be so terrifying? Ling Xiao seemed to have left the Sword Spirit Saint alive on purpose to make him fearful, so he didn't kill him. Instead, he targeted the Divine Physique Realm martial artists. All the Divine Physique Realm martial artists trembled in fear. When they wanted to escape, they suddenly realized that they were trapped in Ling Xiao's formation. They couldn't escape at all. How could this guy be so powerful? Killing Divine Physique Realm martial artists is like slaughtering dogs. The Ice General and the Wind General no longer had the arrogance they had before. They were already very lucky to be able to keep their lives. As for the Sword Spirit Saint, he was already trembling in fear, and he couldn't even say a word. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao was actually powerful to this extent? Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it? Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 8 Divine Physique Realm martial artists mockingly. If you guys aren't going to attack, then I will. Repent, for your sins, holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Another Divine Physique Realm martial artist was directly pierced through. His essence was instantly sucked dry. 7 left. Don't worry, Sword Spirit Saint, you will be the last one to die. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure disappeared again. Killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles, Ling Xiao's massacre began in the Scarlet Sun Holy City, and no one could stop him. Run! Run! The Ice General revealed a terrified expression as he watched his companions being killed one after another. He finally understood why Ling Xiao dared to come to the Scarlet Sun Holy City by himself. He was simply a madman. A terrifying madman. His strength was so strong that it was terrifying. In the following massacre, Ling Xiao killed one person with each strike, and he continuously used the Beast God's sky-devouring flash and unification form. He was training his combat skills in battle. Now, only the two of you are left. Come, die bravely. Ling Xiao stood there and said coldly as he looked at the Ice General and General Wind General. In his eyes, the Sword Spirit Saint, who was paralyzed with fear, was not a human at all. Ling Xiao, we are from the Golden City. And our status is not low. If you kill us, there will be no place for you in the entire Golden Sky region. General Wind said coldly. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now? I have already killed 10 of you, and I don't mind killing 2 more. Forget it, I will tell you a good thing. I am now the Emperor of the Golden City, the Emperor of the Golden City, my status is the same as Huang Jinlan's. Do you think I will still be reprimanded if I kill you? Ling Xiao sneered. Impossible. The Ice General shook his head. Impossible? Shui, tell him if it's possible or not. Ling Xiao wanted these people to die in extreme regret. Yang Shui came out of the Dongxing Emperor ring. She looked at the 2 people opposite her coldly. Valkyrie. The 2 people were not blind. Of course, they recognized Yang Shui, whose strength was even more terrifying than Warlord Huang Jinlan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios, what he said is the truth. Yang Shui said indifferently, and he's the first successor of the Dizun. Even the Warlord's status is inferior to his. How can this be? How can this be? General Ice and General Wind were completely dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that something like this would happen. If they had known, they definitely wouldn't have made Ling Xiao their enemy. Even if it was the Warlord's order, they wouldn't have dared to make Ling Xiao their enemy. Making an enemy of the Crown Prince, wouldn't that be courting death? Alright, now that you know who I am, it's time for you to die. Ling Xiao struck with both swords. He used the Beast God sky-devouring flash and the God reversing art at the same time. He killed General Ice and General Wind. As for the Sword Spirit Holy Lord, he was actually scared to death. Ling Xiao burnt his body with fire, not giving him any chance to escape. After killing all the first-level Divine Body Echelon martial artists, Ling Xiao went straight to the Crimson Sun Holy City's main hall. He sensed it. The remaining experts were all there. He stepped into the main hall. 5 powerful Divine Body Echelon martial artists were already waiting there. 1 Divine Body Echelon martial artist with 3 types. For second-level Divine Body Echelon martial artists. Other than the Golden City, no one else could have such a lineup. No wonder the Battle Alliance couldn't defeat them. The Warlord was really willing to pay a huge price. He actually sent such powerful experts to the 3,000 holy cities. The third-level Divine Body Echelon martial artist looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, Ling Xiao, you're indeed a terrifying existence. However, your cultivation is ultimately limited. You can kill first-level Divine Body Echelon martial artists, but you can't kill us. I'm afraid even a second-level Divine Body Echelon martial artist can turn you into ashes. Therefore, your only way out now is to submit to the Warlord. Become the Warlord's weapon. That way, you can still live. Is your Warlord worthy? Ling Xiao mocked. You only have 1 chance. Unfortunately, you missed it. What happens next will make you regret it forever. Surround him. Don't give him a chance to escape. The third-level Divine Body Echelon martial artist waved his hand lightly. The 4 second-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists immediately spread out and surrounded Ling Xiao. Is that necessary? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I can't bear to leave without killing you. Since the Warlord has given me such a great gift, I will naturally accept it. You're as arrogant as ever. Although I don't know why you're so confident, you can only die today. A third-level divine body echelon martial artist treated Ling Xiao as an ant that could be slaughtered at will. This was because he didn't know what had happened in the chaotic desert. If he knew that Ling Xiao had killed Wang Quan Tianming and Wang Quan Jinghua, who were both at the third level of the divine physique echelon realm, he probably wouldn't be so confident. As expected, the ignorant are fearless. Do you think you've won? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, your confidence comes from the fact that you think you have more people. Moreover, he was powerful enough. Unfortunately, compared to me, he's still a little lacking. Supreme God, Supreme Demon, Supreme Emperor, God-defying Tao Tai. Supreme God Ling Xiao, who was at the second level of the divine physique echelon realm, Supreme Demon Ling Xiao, who was at the second level of the divine physique echelon realm, Supreme Ling Xiao, who was at the third level of the divine physique echelon realm, God-defying Tao Tai, who was at the third level of the divine physique echelon realm. The God-defying Tao Tai was the strength of the God-defying sword when it transformed into a Tao Tai. How can this be? The appearance of these beings completely shocked the three divine physique echelon martial artists. They were extremely shocked. They had never heard that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying twin brother. And a battle beast? Is it fun? These should be enough to deal with the five of you, right? Ling Xiao looked at the third-level divine physique echelon martial artist in ridicule and smiled faintly. Even if you're like this, we still have the advantage. The third-level divine physique echelon martial artist gritted his teeth. Haha, you won't cry until you see the coffin? Alright, Feng Hua, Shui. Come out, and my undead warriors. Yu Feng Hua, third level of the divine physique echelon, Yang Shui, fourth level of the divine physique echelon, 6 undead warriors at the first level of the divine physique echelon. This was what Ling Xiao got from reviving corpses. With his current cultivation and strength, he could already revive undead warriors at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Originally, they had surrounded Ling Xiao, but now it was Ling Xiao who had surrounded them. Especially Yang Shui's appearance, which made them completely lose their fighting spirit. Yang Shui was in existence even more terrifying than the warlord. She alone was enough to destroy all of them. They were cowardly and fearful. They wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ling Xiao had already surrounded this place with his martial soul barrier. How can this be? The martial artist at the third level of the divine physique echelon completely broke down. This time, in order to lure and kill Ling Xiao, they had racked their brains. They originally thought that 12 martial artists at the first level of the divine physique echelon could easily capture Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. However, they didn't panic because of this. They thought that the 5 of them would still be able to capture Ling Xiao easily. They wouldn't give Ling Xiao any chance. Unfortunately, they miscalculated once again. Who would have thought that this would actually happen? Why would Ling Xiao be with the Valkyrie? Why would he have so many powerful experts by his side? This was completely incomprehensible. Valkyrie, do you really want to become enemies with the warlord? The martial artist at the third level of the divine physique echelon still wanted to use the warlord to threaten Ling Xiao. There's no need for Shui to do anything, kill. Ling Xiao was all too clear about the strength of his clones. Every one of them was the most terrifying existence at the same level. The god-defying Tao Tai was even more terrifying. The 4 martial artists at the second level of the divine physique echelon didn't have any chance to resist and were easily killed. The martial artist at the third level of the divine physique echelon finally realized who he had offended. He had offended such a terrifying existence. At the moment of his death, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Oh, warlord, you shouldn't have offended this person. Unfortunately, his final repentance didn't have much meaning. He was still the body that was torn apart by the overlord Ling Xiao. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he felt that his cultivation had broken through again. There was only coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes. There was no sympathy at all. He had finally broken through to the 7th level of the shattered core realm. His strength had improved by another step. As for the warlord, he wouldn't forget him. The mastermind behind all of this was the warlord, so the warlord had to die. The next step was to wait for the 3,000 holy cities to settle down before heading to the Golden City. Big brother Zhao, let's all return to the Fighting Soul Sacred City together. From now on, the 3,000 holy cities will completely change their name. Not the Fighting Soul Alliance, but the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao now had the absolute strength to contend with the top forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, it was time for the Celestial Empire to step onto the stage of history. No one could stop it. Outside the Crimson Sun City, countless martial artists watched as Ling Xiao flew away. Their hearts were trembling. The Crimson Sun City had become a dead city. The upper management of the Fighting Soul Alliance had all died in battle. What Ling Xiao had to do next was to eliminate the traitors. Those who had betrayed the Fighting Soul Alliance had to be dealt with one by one. Of course, he didn't need to do this. He was going to lead the 6 undead warriors in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. With them around, the Fighting Soul Sacred City would no longer have any problems. Mobile version update website, end of chapter 4678. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.